Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Sora. Chapter 1, Sora. Sora, dinner is ready. Come out and eat. A gentle voice drifted in with the soft sound of knocking at the door. It was warm, tender, almost motherly enough to make anyone picture a kind woman standing outside with a helpless smile, trying to coax a stubborn child out of her room. And yet, beneath that softness, something felt wrong. It was hard to explain, harder still to ignore. The warmth was too careful. Too practiced. Like a smile painted over something rotten. The room was completely dark. Only a thin strip of moonlight slipped in through the curtains, cold and pale, barely touching the floor. Red cords hung all over the room in messy lines, forming crude barriers against evil. Charms were pasted at the corners of the walls, some new, some already curling with age. Buried beneath the blankets, Kasagano Sora trembled. Her body was small and frail, drawn into itself like something trying to disappear. Her face, delicate enough to seem unreal, had long since lost all color. Her lips were dry. Her eyes were bloodshot from too many sleepless nights. One hand clutched a black rabbit plushie to her chest. The other gripped an amulet engraved with the Seimei seal, something she had begged for from a shrine not long ago. Only by holding both could she barely breathe in this house. This house had once been warm. Now it felt like a grave that had learned how to imitate home. Then the knocking changed. Bang. The door shook violently. The gentle rhythm from before vanished in an instant, replaced by raw force that made the wood rattle in its frame. The sound hit like a hammer, so sudden and brutal that Sora jerked under the covers. Bang. 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 Each blow was harder than the last. Because there was no response from inside, the voice outside lost even the last trace of false tenderness. The soft concern disappeared, as though some thin human mask had finally been ripped away. In its place came ragged breathing, wet and heavy, carrying a foul inhuman hunger. It sounded as if something filthy was crouched outside the door, pressing itself close, sniffing at the crack. The pounding grew louder. The panting grew closer. Sora bit hard on her lip and pressed both hands over her ears, her fingers shaking so badly they could not even hold steady. It was a useless act of self-deception. She knew that. Still, she could not stop herself. If she could not hear it, maybe it would not come in. Maybe if she stayed quiet enough, small enough, frightened enough, it would leave. Minutes crawled by. At last, the pounding stopped. The panting faded with it, little by little, until all that remained was the retreating sound of footsteps dragging themselves farther and farther away. Sora did not move. Not at first. She stayed curled beneath the blanket, eyes wide open in the dark, waiting for the next knock, the next whisper, the next lie. Only when the silence held did some of the terror drain from her face. Is it over? Tonight, at least, it seemed to be. But that thought brought no comfort. Tomorrow would come. Then the day after that. And the day after that. The fear that gripped her chest had no end to it. The sudden deaths in her family, the things that began after, the unnatural shadows in the hallways, the voices that wore familiar tones but no longer belonged to the dead or the living, all of it had pushed her to the edge. Sora had never been strong. Now she was surviving one night at a time. She forced back the sob rising in her throat. She did not dare make a sound. After a long moment, she carefully pulled her phone from beneath the pillow. The screen lit up the darkness with a harsh white glow, washing her already pale face in an even deader color. Her fingers were cold and unsteady as she unlocked it and opened a website. The Non-Scientific Supernatural Forum. Ever since supernatural incidents had begun surfacing across the country, strange forums like this had appeared everywhere. Most were full of fake stories, recycled rumors, or lunatics trying to farm attention with cheap horror posts and fabricated eyewitness accounts. This one was different. The Non-Scientific Supernatural Forum had a reputation. People said the incident reports posted there were real. The survival guides were written by people who had actually seen things they should never have seen. More importantly, if someone had money or enough desperation, they could post a bounty and request an actual exorcist. Some even claimed the forum had ties to official spiritual investigation networks, perhaps even people from the Onmyoji agency itself. Whether that was true or not, it was the only hope Sora had left. She opened the page for bounty requests. Her trembling fingers hovered over the keyboard for a long time before finally moving. She typed out everything. The deaths. The voices. The knocking at night. The thing that wore her family's faces. The signs that something in this house was no longer human. Every detail she could remember, she forced herself to record. The cause, the symptoms, the progression. The forum required that much at minimum before reviewing whether a case was truly supernatural. To Sora, it did not feel like writing a request for help. It felt like writing her final statement. An hour passed. Nothing. The review page remained unchanged. No reply. No notification. No sign that anyone had even seen it. Sora stared at the screen until her vision blurred. Nothing again. Her voice came out dry and hoarse. This was the third day in a row. 3 bounty posts. 3 unanswered cries for help. Each one had sunk without a trace, like a stone dropped into black water. And with each passing day, the small fragile hope she had clung to was stripped away piece by piece. She lowered her eyes. That was when her phone vibrated. Sora froze. Then, almost frantically, she looked down at the screen. A private message had arrived. Official notification. Congratulations. The bounty you posted has been accepted by the White Fox office. The White Fox office will head to your address to carry out an exorcism mission in the near future. During this period, please ensure your own safety. From the Non-Scientific Supernatural Forum. The White Fox office. For a second, Sora simply stared. Then the tightness crushing her chest loosened all at once. Someone had accepted it. Someone was coming. In that moment, it felt as if a thread of light had appeared at the bottom of a pit so deep she had stopped believing there was a sky above it. She let out a breath she did not realize she had been holding and slowly put the phone down. All she had to do now was endure. Just a little longer. With that thought, Sora cautiously lowered the blanket and poked her head out, desperate for even one mouthful of air that did not smell like fear. Then she stopped. Her whole body went rigid. The breath in her throat locked in place. The thin moonlight still fell across the room. And beside her bed, standing in the darkness without a sound, were 3 figures. Familiar. Impossible. Her father. Her mother. And another figure she knew so well that the sight of it hollowed out her soul. They stood there smiling. Their faces were wrong. Their expressions were too wide, too fixed, too empty, like badly stretched skin pulled over something that had only studied humans from a distance. Their eyes watched her without blinking. Then one of them spoke in a voice she knew better than her own. Sora, disobedient children get eaten. The world seemed to stop. A heartbeat later, the darkness in the room moved. Countless black vines burst upward like living shadows, twisting and writhing in silence as they swallowed the moonlight whole. In the pitch-black room, the only thing left glowing was the white screen of her phone, flickering weakly on the bed like a final distress signal sent into the night. Chapter 2, White Fox Office. Chapter 2, White Fox Office. Tokyo, Shibuya Ward. As one of the busiest commercial districts in all of Tokyo, and arguably all of Japan, Shibuya was crowded with famous department stores, designer boutiques, restaurants, cafes, entertainment venues, and the sort of nightlife establishments that ensured the district never truly slept. It stood alongside Shinjuku as one of the capital's most restless places, a city within the city where neon, money, and human desire flowed without pause. Even now, with dawn only beginning to brighten the sky, the streets were already coming alive. Office workers in suits hurried toward the station with sleep still clinging to their faces. Tourists with cameras around their necks wandered about in small groups, drawn toward the famous landmarks before the day's crowds fully swallowed them. On a quiet street near Yoyogi Park, tucked between much more modern buildings, stood an old 2-story shop front. Its exterior was weathered. Its windows were modest. Its presence was so understated that most people would pass by without giving it a second glance. Only the plaque hanging at the entrance stood out. White Fox Office. That was all. No slogan. No business classification. No explanation. In Japan, offices of every sort were common enough, especially detective agencies and law firms. But this place had no professional signage beyond its name. To outsiders, it looked vague. To the neighbors, it was even more mysterious. Even the people living nearby were not entirely sure what kind of work the White Fox office actually handled. Inside the second-floor office, however, the atmosphere was very different. Finally done. Jin Tsumoji leaned back in his chair and stretched, first his shoulders, then his neck, working out the stiffness that came from sitting too long at the desk. His gaze fell on the thick stack of freshly drawn talismans in front of him, and satisfaction flickered across his handsome face. The papers were neatly arranged, each one inscribed with exorcism Sanskrit and precise spiritual formulae. The brushwork was smooth, disciplined, and full of restrained spiritual force. Close to 300 sheets. That should last for a while. His eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. And my role-playing progress is almost there too. The moment the thought crossed his mind, an interface appeared in his field of vision. On the left was the image of a young man in a white Onmyoji Koriginu, a black folding fan in hand. His features were clean and refined, his bearing calm and elegant. The figure looked exactly like Jin Tsumuji himself, but elevated somehow, as though filtered through a more mythic lens. On the right was a line of information. Abe no Seimei, progenitor of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, childhood 95%. Character abilities. Basic Talisman Compendium, Advanced. 5-pointed star incantation, Advanced. Shikigami Contract, Intermediate. Word Spirit Technique, Beginner. Yoho, Beginner. This was Jin Tsumuji's greatest secret. His cheat. The character role-playing system. And from the very beginning, the identity he had drawn was anything but ordinary. He was role-playing Abe no Seimei himself, the legendary great Onmyoji and the acknowledged founder of Onmyodo. That alone had been enough to keep him alive in this chaotic world, where spiritual disasters, curses, monsters, and all manner of supernatural threats had already seeped too deeply into ordinary life to be dismissed as rumor. It was also the reason he had been able to leave school behind, set up his own supernatural affairs office, and establish a respectable reputation in Shibuya before even reaching adulthood. Even if I do nothing but draw talismans, I should be able to fill the progress bar in less than a month. He considered that for a moment, then dismissed the panel from his sight. At almost the same instant, the office door opened. "Director, you stayed up all night again." The voice was light, pretty, and edged with displeasure. A petite girl walked in, wearing a beret and supporting herself with a cane. Her face was delicate and refined, but her expression carried the weight of someone entirely unafraid to lecture the men in charge. "You really don't take care of yourself. Call it a burst of inspiration." Jin Tsumuji smiled, utterly unbothered. "I figured I might as well finish the whole batch while the feeling was still there." The girl clicked her tongue softly, though the reproach in her eyes did not quite hide her concern. She was Iwanaga Kotoko, his assistant. To ordinary people, she looked like a fragile young girl with a sweet face and an unfortunate disability. To the supernatural world, she was something else entirely. The goddess of wisdom. The princess of monsters. An existence that stood between humans and the yokai, having paid for that position with one eye and one leg. She served as a mediator, a negotiator, and at times a judge for disputes among supernatural beings. Ghosts could touch her. Yokais listened to her. Spirits acknowledged her. And for the White Fox office, she was invaluable. No matter how one looked at it, she was an absurdly useful employee. The office benefited from her network among yokais and wandering spirits, while she, in turn, made use of the office's capabilities to handle the sorts of difficult cases that even the supernatural world found troublesome. A nearly perfect arrangement. "Any news on Tomi?" Jin Tsumuji asked. Kotoko's expression sharpened at once. "No." She stepped farther into the room and shut the door behind her. "Ever since someone picked up her trail last month, she's vanished again. I had the yokais and restless spirits looking for her, but nothing came back. Not a single reliable lead. That doesn't surprise me." Jin Tsumuji began sorting the completed talismans into charm pouches as he spoke. With Tomi's nature, if she wants to disappear, dragging her back into the light won't be easy. Kotoko moved over to the sofa and sat down, brows knitted. Which is exactly why she's still a threat. As long as she hasn't been sealed, she remains a hidden danger, especially to normal people. Her tone was grim. Tomi was not the sort of thing that could be ignored. Something beautiful, abnormal, and horrifying all at once. A thing that spread obsession, madness, violence, and self-destruction with nothing more than her existence. Worse, when she had escaped, she had not escaped alone in any meaningful sense. She had left behind copies. Many of them. And every one of those copies wanted the same thing. To kill the others and prove that she, and only she, was the real original. Kotoko's face darkened further. If those idiots from the Onmyo Bureau hadn't acted on their own, it wouldn't have turned into this mess. Her irritation was genuine. But irritation changed nothing. Tomi had already escaped. Complaining now was about as useful as cursing the weather. Jin Tsumuji did not bother commenting on that point. Instead, he sealed the last packet of talismans and looked up. "You said there was new business." "There is." Kotoko pulled a file from the documents she had brought and handed it to him. "Yesterday, I accepted a bounty request from the Non-Scientific Supernatural Forum. Based on the preliminary report, it looks like a haunting. Possibly a vengeful spirit case." Jin Tsumuji took the file. For him, it was good timing. Role-playing progress rose in two main ways. The first was ordinary training, like drawing talismans and refining spiritual technique, but that was slow and steady work. The second was direct exorcism. The stronger the supernatural target, the more progress it yielded. If the case was real, it would save him quite a bit of time. This might be enough to push the progress bar to completion, he murmured. Then he opened the file and began to read. The document was not a formal report. It was closer to a diary. A frightened girl's fragmented account of her own descent into a nightmare. September 10th, father, mother, and brother clearly died in the car accident. So what are the things appearing in the house now? September 11th, when I woke up this morning, I almost believed the accident 4 days ago had only been a dream. The breakfast mother made felt normal, but the coldness and bloodlust in brother's eyes made my scalp go numb. September 12th, they want to eat me. Yes, they want to eat me. September 13th, I tried to escape, but the moment I stepped into the hallway, brother was standing behind me, staring. I didn't dare move. September 14th, blank. September 15th, I'm hiding in my bedroom and don't dare go out. They've become more irritable somehow. September 16th, they started knocking on the door. Then smashing it. Their disguise is gone. Now all I hear are inhuman roars and panting. I knew it, they aren't father and the others. September 17th, I found that they seem unable to cross into the bedroom. September 18th, blank. September 19th, I don't know how much longer the bedroom door can hold. Still no one has accepted the mission on the non-scientific supernatural forum. September 20th, they're getting more and more agitated. Someone please save me. The room fell quiet. Kotoko watched Jin Tsumoji's face while he read, but his expression barely changed. The language was simple, even clumsy in places, yet the despair soaked through every line. The writer had not been trying to dramatize her fear. That was what made it feel so raw. These were not the words of someone crafting a story. They were the last coherent traces of someone cornered by terror. Jin Tsumoji read the entire thing once, then went back and read it again, more slowly. For exorcism bounties posted on the forum, a first-hand account like this was rarely reliable in a literal sense, but it was still useful. People trapped inside supernatural events often failed to notice the most important details precisely because they were too close to the danger. What they recorded in panic could still be dissected, compared, and reconstructed. Patterns could be found. Timing could be checked. Contradictions could expose the truth behind the haunting. Without understanding the source, nature, and progression of the phenomenon, it was difficult to judge what they were dealing with, much less prepare an effective response. After a while, he closed the file halfway and tapped a finger against the cover. It does resemble a vengeful spirit case on the surface, he said at last. But there are too many points that don't line up. Kotoko rose from the sofa and came over. You noticed it too? Of course. He turned the file back around and pointed to several entries. If these were ordinary evil spirits, she shouldn't have lasted this long. Based on the timeline here, she's been under threat for more than 10 days. That's abnormal. He spoke calmly, but his conclusion was firm. A normal human trapped with true evil spirits for that length of time would have died long before now, either from direct attack or from having their life force drained away bit by bit. 3 days. That was usually the upper limit. 10 was absurd. Kotoko leaned slightly over his shoulder and pointed to one section. I had a theory. Maybe it's because of her room. According to the record, that space seems to block whatever is haunting the house. If the bedroom functions as some kind of barrier, that would explain how she stayed alive. It explains part of it, Jin Tsumoji said, but not enough. He did not reject the idea outright. He simply was not convinced. What a victim saw in the middle of a supernatural event was not always the truth. Hallucinations, curses, memory distortion, overlapping spiritual interference, even simple panic could twist perception. The diary was useful, but only as a reference. Never as final proof. He flipped to the last page. There, beneath the record, was the victim's identity and address. Minato Ward. Onariman Junior High School. Sora Kasagano. Jin Tsumoji let his eyes linger there for a moment. Minato and Shibuya were close enough. By subway, it would take less than half an hour. Add in the rest of the commute and the round trip would still be manageable, though it would easily run past an hour. That settled it. He closed the file completely. I'm going. Kotoko looked up at him. For training. That's one reason. Genuma stood and reached for his coat with an ease that suggested the decision had already been made before he finished reading. But more importantly, White Fox office already accepted the request. Once we take a case, walking away without even looking into it isn't an option. Chapter 3, Vines. Chapter 3, Vines. Perhaps because so many foreign embassies were concentrated in Minato Ward, the district carried a distinctly international air. For high-income foreigners living in Japan, Minato was often the first choice. That, in turn, gave the area its own unique character. Foreign residents were common, international restaurants were everywhere, and the neighborhoods each had their own flavor. Hamamatsucho with its business atmosphere. Roppongi crowded with bars, tourists, and nightlife. Azabu and Shirokane lined with upscale residential streets. Aoyama filled with luxury shopping. Odaiba, still rising as a new center for leisure and sightseeing. After leaving the subway station, Jin Tsumuji hailed a taxi and gave the driver the address. The world's really gone crazy, the driver said before they had even gone far. He was an older man, the chatty sort, and once he started talking, he showed no sign of stopping. Who would have thought the monsters and ghosts from old stories would actually show up one day? Jin was not surprised. Ever since spiritual disturbances had begun surfacing across Japan, this had become one of the most common topics in everyday conversation. 2 years ago, people panicked. Then came chaos. Now, most had settled into a kind of numb acceptance, the sort people developed when fear became part of daily life. Spiritual recovery. Jin murmured, watching the city slide past outside the window. This may only be the beginning. His voice was soft enough that the driver did not catch it clearly. The truly terrifying things had not yet come out into the open. The great yokai that had once carved their names into legend still had not shown themselves. Whether they were sleeping, waiting, or plotting in the shadows, no one could say for sure. But when beings like those finally stepped onto the stage, that would be the moment the real crisis began. Human civilization would not withstand it intact. The balance that protected the modern world would collapse, and the old age of terror from 1,000 years ago would replay itself beneath neon lights and glass towers. Yokai would rule the night once more. And for ordinary humans, night would become a chain of near extinctions, one after another. That trend was almost inevitable. No amount of denial from modern society could reverse it. What Jin could do, at least for now, was simple. Raise his role-playing progress as quickly as possible. Become stronger before the coming upheaval swallowed everything whole. Minato's still lucky, the driver went on, hands steady on the wheel. There are plenty of Onmyoji stationed here. If not for that, they'd probably have imposed a curfew already, same as some of those rural areas. If that happened, business would get even worse. He sighed, then gave a humorless laugh. I've already made up my mind. My son turns 14 this year, so he meets the minimum age to try for the Onmyo Academy. If he can get in, great. If he can't. The driver tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Then I'll sell everything I own if I have to, just to get him into some kind of supernatural office. At least then he'll have a better chance of surviving. Jin exchanged a few idle words with him, but the thought itself was not unusual. It had become a quiet consensus among ordinary people. If you had children, you did everything you could to push them toward a profession tied to the supernatural. Even a place like Minato Ward, which looked safe on the surface, had almost certainly seen countless incidents smothered in silence. When the world was shifting in a direction no one could stop, survival instinct naturally came first. Unfortunately, it was not so easy. Leaving aside the Onmyo Academy, Japan's top institution for training Onmyoji, even the countless supernatural offices that had sprung up all over the country had a basic entry requirement. Spiritual sight. Without the ability to perceive evil spirits, curses, or monsters, joining that world was suicide. You would not even qualify as cannon fodder. At best, you would die without understanding what had killed you. We're here, the driver said. Jin paid the fare and stepped out of the taxi. The destination was a 2-story French-style villa. It stood in a prime location. Onariman Junior High School was right nearby, and a well-known international shopping plaza lay only a few hundred meters farther on. The property alone was enough to make one thing clear. The person who had posted the bounty on the non-scientific supernatural forum was rich. Very rich. Jin lifted his gaze toward the villa. Even without deliberately sharpening his spiritual sight, he could already feel it. A cold, sinister aura seeped from the building like damp air from a sealed crypt. It was enough to confirm that something malignant was inside. But what drew his attention was this. The ominous presence was not spreading. The evil energy was concentrated beneath the villa, locked in place instead of leaking into the surrounding area. That made sense. If it had begun to spill outward, the Onmyoji assigned to Minato Ward would have noticed the anomaly long ago. Something this obvious would never have been left alone until now. Jin had just started to observe the house more carefully when a sudden burst of spiritual power and energy erupted from inside. His eyes narrowed. Another exorcist. That possibility did not surprise him much. People trapped in supernatural incidents often threw out requests for help everywhere they could think of. They posted on every relevant site, contacted every office willing to listen, and gambled on sheer volume. This sort of overlap was common. For a brief moment, Jin thought he might have made the trip for nothing. Then his expression changed. The spiritual power inside the villa was dropping fast. Too fast. It felt like water from a cracked basin, draining away without support, without follow-up, without any sign of sustained control. Hold on. Jin frowned, and his spiritual sight sharpened. In the next instant, the situation inside the villa became clear. Inside, the entire residence had turned into a nest. Hundreds of bronze-colored vines crawled along the walls, across the floor, and even over the ceiling, writhing like living things. Thickening energy churned through the house, and within it, distorted ghostly figures seemed to rise and twist, letting out shrill screams that scraped against the nerves. Jin's eyes hardened. This was no ordinary infestation. Inside the villa, Kurosaki Fuko sprinted down the corridor in a panic, her long brown hair in complete disarray. Her breathing had already fallen into chaos by the time she crashed into a bedroom, slammed the door shut behind her, and staggered backward before collapsing to the floor. Her chest heaved violently. A deep cut ran across her pale leg, torn open when one of those strange bronze vines had lashed at her earlier. Blood had soaked through her white stockings, staining them in a bright, shocking red. The pain hit harder once she stopped moving, and she hissed through clenched teeth as her mind finally caught up with reality. What the hell are those things? Her hand shook as she raised the talisman she was holding. The charm had already burned more than halfway through. The talismans Ko gave me are almost gone. Her face went pale. If not for those talismans, she would have been ripped apart the moment she stepped into this house. That much she knew now. The fact that she had made it this far already felt unbelievable. But that only made the rest worse. If even Ko's talismans were nearly exhausted, then what was she supposed to do now? Call for help? Escape? There was barely enough time left to think, much less act. Then came the sound. Crash. Fuko flinched so hard her body nearly left the floor. Outside the room, something shredded the door apart. Wood splintered. The next second, bronze vines burst inward in a writhing wave. They flooded through the ruined doorway, hissing and twisting as they spread across the room, sealing off every possible escape route in the blink of an eye. Fuko's pupils shrank. What do I do? Her voice cracked. She could not stop shaking. The terror of death climbed straight up her spine, so cold and so absolute that it nearly strangled her. Even if she burned every last talisman in her hand, she still could not see a way out. The vines slithered closer. Hiss. 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 They moved like a nest of serpents, slowly reducing the space around her, squeezing her little by little as if they were savoring her despair. There was no rush in their approach. No wasted movement. Just the patient certainty of predators that already knew their prey had nowhere left to run. Fuko could only stare, breathless and cornered, as all hope closed in with them. Then a voice rang out. It was calm, clear, and carried a quiet majesty that cut straight through the suffocating air. Rin, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. A single white talisman flew in through the window. It passed through the tangled mass of bronze vines as though their obstruction meant nothing at all. Then, in midair, the talisman flared with light. 5-pointed star incantation. At once, a brilliant pentagram array unfolded and spread across the entire room. Light burst outward. Not the weak light of a lamp, but a pure and righteous radiance charged with exorcistic force. It filled every inch of the bedroom in an instant, grand and overwhelming, sweeping through the darkness like a divine decree. The effect was immediate. The bronze vines shrieked. The sound that tore from them was hideous, like something between a beast's death cry and a spirit's wail. Wherever the light touched them, they ignited. Blue flames bloomed across their bodies, racing from vine to vine until the entire mass was burning. Under Fuko's stunned gaze, the vines writhed madly for only a few seconds before collapsing into ash. Chapter 4, Bait. Chapter 4, Bait. The moment the 5-pointed star incantation erased the last of the bronze vines, Kurosaki Fuko finally let out the breath she had been holding. She had been saved. An Onmyoji had noticed the disturbance and arrived in time. But when she got a proper look at the person standing before her, she froze for a second. So young. He looked about her age, maybe not even that much older. Because of certain circumstances, Fuko knew far more about Onmyodo than most people her age ever would. That was exactly why the sight before her felt so absurd. The 5-pointed star incantation was not some unknown secret art. It was considered a standard spell in the Onmyodo system, the kind every proper Onmyoji was expected to learn sooner or later. But standards and mastery were two completely different things. To wipe out that many bronze vines with a single clean cast, without strain or hesitation, meant this boy had trained the spell to an astonishing degree. That was what truly shocked her. Not the technique itself, but the person using it. I can't believe it. The words nearly slipped out on their own. Jin Tsumuji glanced at her once, taking in the state she was in with one sweep of his eyes. Her long legs were still bleeding where the vines had torn through her stockings, the red stain glaring against the white fabric. He crouched beside her without wasting a word. Healing talisman. He drew out a talisman, pressed it directly over the wound, and brought 2 fingers together in a clean seal. A soft green light bloomed. Warm spiritual energy seeped into the cut at once. The bleeding stopped almost immediately, and the torn flesh began to knit together at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fuko stared. The pain eased so suddenly that it felt unreal. Thank you. She pushed herself to her feet, cheeks faintly warm from embarrassment more than anything else. Then, trying to recover her composure, she asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I'm an Onmyoji from the White Fox office." Jin reached into his pocket and handed her an identification card. "For convenience, here." Fuko took it, still slightly dazed. The card was an officially recognized Onmyoji certificate. In the past 2 years, as supernatural incidents had spread and intensified, the government had been forced to formalize what used to exist only in obscure circles. Organizations with official backing, such as the Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Alliance, were already under enormous pressure. Faced with the growing number of spiritual disasters, cooperation with civilian Onmyoji had become inevitable. The White Fox office was one such civilian organization. Holding an official certificate like this did not merely prove one's identity. It also meant the government acknowledged that office as a legitimate supernatural response unit. During an incident that allowed access to certain official channels, priority cooperation, and a range of permissions that ordinary people could only dream of. Fuko's gaze dropped to the rank printed on the card. Then her eyes widened. White Fox Office. Jin Tsumoji. Professional rank 5 Onmyoji. This time, her shock was impossible to hide. She had already understood that the boy in front of her was strong. But this was beyond strong. During the years since spiritual recovery began, the government had reorganized the old vague hierarchy of Onmyoji into a clearer system. Broadly speaking, it was divided into apprentice Onmyoji, professional rank Onmyoji, and national rank Onmyoji. A professional rank 5 Onmyoji was no beginner. In both the Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Alliance, that rank already placed someone among the reliable core. Reaching professional level before the age of 20 was rare enough. Reaching it this young was the sort of thing that belonged in other people's stories. She looked back up at him, the contrast between his age and his qualifications almost hard to process. Jin, however, simply put the certificate away as if none of that mattered. "A distress message," he repeated. Fuko nodded at once, finally remembering the reason she was here. "Yes. Sora sent me one last night, so I came straight from Kyoto." She hesitated for half a beat, then added, "I should introduce myself properly. My name is Kurizaki Fuko. I'm Kasagano Sora's cousin." Jin gave a slight nod, signaling for her to continue. "Ever since Sora's parents and older brother went missing, she's mostly shut herself inside this house and..." He cut her off. "You said missing." Fuko blinked. "Yes. Not killed in a car accident," Jin said, his voice calm, but his eyes sharpened. "Missing." "Yes," Fuko answered, confused by the question. "About a month ago, they disappeared without warning. No one's been able to contact them since." "Why?" Her voice trailed off. She could not understand why he was looking at her like that, or why he was suddenly asking about a car accident. But Jin had already gone silent. His brows drew together. That did not match the information from the non-scientific supernatural forum at all. Not even close. According to the materials he had received, Sora's family had died in a car accident only days ago. But Fuko's account placed the beginning of the incident an entire month earlier, and described the family not as dead, but missing. That was not a minor discrepancy. That was the kind of contradiction that changed the nature of a case completely. Fuko noticed the shift in his expression and felt her own unease deepen. "Is something wrong?" Jin did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked past her, deeper into the villa, toward the place where the Een energy was most concentrated. Then he spoke. "If I'm right, Kasagano Sora's parents and brother were never simply missing." His tone remained even, but the meaning behind his words was cold enough to make Fuko's blood run colder than the curse saturating the house. They were hidden. He turned his gaze back to her. "And used as bait." Fuko's lips parted, but no words came out. Jin continued, mercilessly clear. "To draw in prey. You, for example." A brief pause. "Or me." Everything clicked at once. The false reports. The distorted timeline. The eerie sense that the house had been deliberately left just controlled enough not to draw official intervention. The bronze vines. The pressure in the air. This was never a simple evil spirit haunting. That suspicion had already taken shape back at the White Fox office. Now the vines had confirmed it. Fuko felt a chill crawl across her skin. If he was right, then the entire incident had been designed from the start. A trap. Something had been feeding information to the outside world in just the right way, creating a false picture and luring people in one by one. Her fingers curled unconsciously. Then a worse thought struck her. Sora. Jin was already moving. Come on. He stepped toward the ruined doorway, his expression steady as ever. If we're lucky, your cousin can still be saved. Those words jolted Fuko back to herself. She hurried after him without another question. At this point, even she understood. Her cousin's family had almost certainly been dragged into something far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. As for her aunt and the others, Jin had not said it aloud. He had not needed to. Fuko was not stupid. With everything she had seen and heard so far, she could already guess the truth. The odds that they were still alive were vanishingly small. All she could do now was pray. Pray that Sora had somehow held on long enough for them to reach her. Chapter 5, Weirdwood Spirit. Chapter 5, Weirdwood Spirit. Jin Tsumuji took the lead, with Kurizaki Fuko following close behind. The deeper they went into the villa, the heavier the Een energy became. It seeped into the air like freezing mist, clinging to the skin and sinking straight into the bones. Even Fuko, who had some experience with the supernatural, could not stop herself from rubbing her arms as a chill crawled over her body. A short while later, Jin stopped in front of the innermost utility room on the first floor. His gaze dropped to the basement entrance built into the floor. A massive stone slab had been used to seal it shut, but it did nothing to stop the atmosphere pouring out from below. Dense Een energy was surging up from the cracks without pause, thick and cold, carrying a stench of rot and old blood. From the moment he had observed the villa from outside with his spiritual sight, this was the place where he had sensed all of the evil converging. So he had not been wrong. The source was underground. Jin drew out a talisman and spoke in a low voice. Rock-crushing lion, swift as law and command. Boom wrist spirit talisman. The talisman left his fingers and attached itself to his right arm without a sound. At once, lines of incantation spread across his skin, forming the character for Boom in layered spiritual script. Power gathered. It brewed and swelled inside his arm like a tightly coiled explosion waiting to be released. Then Jin drove his fist down into the stone slab. Boom. The impact rang through the room like thunder. The slab shattered apart under his punch, fragments scattering across the floor. In the same instant, the Een energy below erupted upward as if it had finally found an opening. The cold intensified so violently that a thin layer of dark green frost formed over the windows and metal surfaces in the utility room. So cold. Jin barely reacted, but Fuko sucked in a breath. The surge of Een energy had become several times heavier than before, and to someone like her, it was already hard to bear. Jin took out another talisman. Armor-clad yellow, swift as law and command. Vajra Spirit Talisman. The talisman attached itself to Fuko. A wave of warmth instantly spread through her body, chasing away the freezing sensation that had wrapped around her limbs. At the same time, a faint golden film covered the surface of her skin, so thin it was nearly invisible, yet undeniably there. Jin glanced at her. There may be dangers below that I won't be able to shield you from in time. This Vajra Spirit Talisman will keep you safe. With that, he stepped through the broken entrance and descended into the basement. Fuko hurried after him. Thank you. The basement passage was pitch black. It was the kind of darkness that felt thick rather than empty, a darkness that swallowed depth and distance until even the shape of one's own hand vanished. As soon as they entered, Jin snapped his fingers. The corridor lit up at once. Cold light spread across the passage, revealing the walls, floor, and ceiling. Fuko's face changed immediately. So this really is where those things came from. The entire passage was carpeted with bronze-colored vines. They covered every surface in tangled masses, layered so densely that the corridor seemed more like the inside of some living creature than a man-made structure. Compared to the vines she had faced upstairs, these were even worse. Their bronze sheen remained, but now streaks of blood-red energy flowed faintly across their surfaces, as though they were feeding something deeper in the dark. Fuko stared at them, her brows drawn together. What are these things, exactly? Are they Kikimora? She had wanted to ask that for a while now. Kikimora were not unknown to her. They were a kind of wood-based yokai born in deep mountains and ancient forests, spirits that developed consciousness after long years rooted in old trees. But those creatures normally kept far away from cities. Compared to polluted urban districts, they preferred untouched wilderness. More importantly, the Kikimora she knew were nothing like this. These vines were too vicious. Too bloodthirsty. Jin swept his gaze across the corridor. It wouldn't be wrong to call them Kikimora, he said. At their core, that's what they are. But these have been altered through artificial processing. He paused. This type is known as a weirdwood spirit. Fuko blinked. Weirdwood spirit. It was her first time hearing the term. Jin spoke calmly as they continued forward. Back in the Heian period, there was an old method used to process and modify Kikimora by force, enhancing the abilities they naturally possessed. The thing we're looking at now is exactly that. The knowledge did not come from guesswork. It came from Abe no Seimei's inheritance. 1,000 years ago, this sort of technique had been common enough among certain circles. In the present day, however, there were probably very few Onmyoji left who had even heard of it, much less recognized it on sight. Fuko's expression turned uneasy. Then, does that mean an Onmyoji placed this thing here? It was a natural conclusion. To her, this sounded uncomfortably similar to the way Onmyoji modified spirit puppets and artificially manufactured shikigami that lacked true will or life. Anyone hearing the explanation would likely think in the same direction. Jin shook his head. The method may have originated with Onmyoji, he said, but the ones who truly pushed it to its peak were yokai. His voice grew slightly more serious. Certain powerful yokai used demonic energy and fear alongside that old method, nourishing a Kikimora for over a century. That prolonged corruption caused mutations and gave rise to abilities ordinary Kikimora could never develop. He looked at one of the vines winding across the wall beside them. For example, these bronze vines. Their hardness is comparable to actual bronze. That's not something a normal Kikimora can produce. Then he added, quietly but firmly, from this point on, we need to be even more careful. Anything capable of keeping a modified cursed wood spirit like this is not something easy to deal with. Fuko swallowed and nodded. I understand. She understood his meaning very clearly. A yokai that could cultivate and control a monstrosity like this had to be powerful, ancient, and dangerous on a completely different level from the evil spirits and vengeful ghosts she was familiar with. At the very least, it had survived for several hundred years. That alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The next moment, they stepped into the main basement. It was a space of over 100 square meters. Fuko had prepared herself. Even so, the scene before her hit like a blow to the chest, and a cold current shot all the way up her spine. The entire basement had been consumed by bronze vines. They stretched everywhere in a dense web, wrapped around the walls, hanging from above, rooted in the floor, layered upon layer until the room looked like a giant nest. But the vines were not the most horrifying part. That honor belonged to the corpses. There were nearly 20 of them. Their bodies had been dried out until they resembled mummies weathered by centuries of time, their skin clinging tightly to bone. Every single face was twisted in unbearable agony. Even after death, the expressions they wore suggested desperate struggle, the kind born of prolonged torment rather than a quick end. It was the sort of sight that made cold sweat break out instinctively. And then something even worse happened. The hollow eye sockets of the mummified corpses turned toward them in unison. Fuko's breath caught. For one awful moment, it truly felt as if all of them would lunge forward at the same time. She stumbled back several steps, face pale. Above the mummified corpses were withered bronze saplings, each one growing directly out of the bodies themselves. From their form, it was obvious enough that they had sprouted from the same vine network surrounding the basement. As for what those saplings were for, the answer stood on the far left side of the room. 3 bodies there were much fresher than the rest, not yet fully dried by time. Bronze saplings had rooted themselves into those corpses as well, greedily drawing out everything they could. Along the branches, blood-red fruits the size of apples had begun to swell, nearly ripe. Fuko's eyes widened. She knew those faces. Even distorted by death, she still knew them. Her aunt. Her uncle. And Sora's brother. The missing family of 3. Chapter 6, Branches. Chapter 6, Branches. Fruits cultivated with human bodies as nourishment. Jin Tsumuji's eyes rested not on the 3 fresh corpses alone, but on the blood-red fruits hanging from the bronze saplings rooted inside them. So that's the special property of this weird wood spirit. What interested him more than the fruits that were still ripening was something else entirely. The mummified corpses scattered around the basement clearly had produced similar fruits before. But those older bodies had already been drained and discarded like refuse, which raised the real question. Where had those fruits gone? Had someone harvested them? Or had they already been taken away by the master of this weird wood spirit, the ancient yokai Jin had suspected from the start? A yokai that had lived for centuries was obviously not present here. If such an existence had truly remained on site, he and Fuko would never have entered this place so smoothly. That left him with only a few possibilities. Was it abandoned? Jin murmured. Or is this just one of its cultivation sites? As he studied the basement, several lines of thought unfolded in his mind. If it had really been abandoned, then leaving behind something this valuable would make no sense. Even for powerful yokai, raising a weird wood spirit is no simple matter. A specimen capable of producing special fruit would be even more precious. He slowly swept his gaze over the web of bronze vines covering the basement. But if this is only one of several fruit cultivation sites, then everything becomes much easier to explain. His voice remained calm, but his expression had turned more serious. Both ordinary Kikimora and modified Weirdwood spirits are still plant-based beings at heart. They naturally possess the instinct to branch, to divide, to spread. Jin's eyes narrowed. The one in front of us is most likely just a branch. Compared to the Weirdwood spirits in the memories I inherited, this thing is noticeably weaker by more than one level. Behind him, Kurosaki Fuko had no room left to care about theories. She kept glancing nervously around the basement, her face pale from the cold, the fear, and the sight of the dead. Then she abruptly turned to him. "Mr. Jin, where's Sora?" Her voice trembled in spite of herself. "Where's my cousin?" The death of her aunt's family had hit her like a hammer to the chest, but she had not forgotten why she came here. Kasagano Sora. The only one who might still be alive. Jin lifted a hand and pointed toward one side of the basement. There. Fuko followed his direction and stiffened. Wrapped tightly in a mass of bronze vines and hanging against the wall was a figure shaped unmistakably like a person. The body was slender and delicate, the outline small enough to match the image of the girl she knew. Sora. The moment she found her, a little of the crushing weight in Fuko's chest eased. She had been terrified that Sora, the last possible survivor of her aunt's family, had already met the same end. Now, seeing that she was at least still there, even if only bound and unconscious, Fuko could not stop the wave of gratitude that rose inside her. Her eyes flicked to Jin. They had only just met, but being beside him gave her a sense of security so complete it almost felt unnatural. As though no matter how monstrous the darkness ahead became, this young Onmyoji would still be able to force a way through it. Jin, however, was not relieved. His brows had drawn together faintly. Sora's condition was bad. Very bad. She had not yet been rooted through and turned into a nutrient source like the others, which meant the Weirdwood spirit was still using her as bait rather than a seedbed. But even so, her aura had weakened to a frightening degree. It was thin, unstable, and fraying at the edges like a candle flame on the verge of going out. There was no doubt she had been imprisoned here for quite some time. As for the false information she had posted earlier on the non-scientific supernatural forum, Jin now understood it completely. It was not simple lying. It was confusion, distortion, and manipulation, all tangled together under prolonged terror. He stepped forward. With a flick of his fingers, several talismans flew out and neatly removed the 3 blood-red fruits from the saplings growing inside Sora's family. Each fruit was immediately sealed away before any residue from them could spread. Only then did Jin turn his attention fully toward the vine cocoon holding Sora. He was just about to rescue the little bounty poster when the entire basement changed. The silence broke. No, not broke. It woke up. The Weirdwood spirit, which had seemed little more than a passive nest until now, suddenly came alive. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that its shallow, fragmentary consciousness had finally concluded that the prey had entered deeply enough into the trap. Which meant it was time to feed. Hiss. 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 All at once, the bronze vines wrapped across the walls began to writhe like living flesh. The entire basement shook. Cracks spread through the walls. Dust and rubble rained down from above. The vines peeled themselves away from every surface and rose into the air, transforming into long bronze whips that layered over one another until they resembled a net cast from the heavens. Then they came crashing down. They swept toward Jin and Fuko in a tidal wave, countless overlapping shadows surging to drown and crush them where they stood. Fuko's body moved on instinct. She curled in behind Jin, heart hammering in her throat. Jin did not move back a single step. He looked at the onrushing vine mass with utter calm, as though he were looking not at a murderous monstrosity but at something fundamentally pitiful. A thing with only the thinnest scrap of consciousness, he said coldly. Even its instinctive fear is fragmented. Spiritual power erupted from him. His voice snapped through the basement like a command from a higher law. Spirit word, protect. Spirit word, bind. A transparent barrier unfolded in an instant. The descending vine storm slammed against it and stopped dead. So did the falling rubble. It was as if an invisible wall had severed their momentum from reality itself. The second spirit word followed immediately after. The attacking vines froze in midair. Every whipping tendril, every descending coil, every piercing spear of bronze plant matter halted at once, suspended and locked down by unseen force. Jin did not waste the opening. He raised one hand, drawing out another talisman between 2 fingers, and his voice took on a solemn, resonant cadence. To the enemy that repays grace with betrayal, strike it down with cage bow and feathered arrow, swiftly as commanded. Magic bullet spirit talisman. The chunks of rubble that had fallen throughout the basement suddenly lit up with a pale blue glow. Runes spread across their surfaces. Each broken fragment transformed at once, becoming a magic bullet packed with spiritual force, each one carrying destructive power comparable to a modern thermal weapon. Then Jin waved his hand. The entire storm of bullets roared outward. Bang. 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 The basement exploded with sound. The bronze vines, so menacing a moment ago, became like a frail boat caught in a typhoon. The magic bullets tore through them from all directions, shredding them apart with overwhelming force. Whole sections of the vine mass burst into fragments before they could even twitch in response. In less than a few breaths, the attack was over. The floor was littered with shattered bronze pieces, chopped and blasted into ruin. It looked like indiscriminate destruction. But to anyone with sharp enough eyes, the truth was obvious. Every single magic bullet had struck with surgical precision. Each one found the weakest point in the vines. Each one cut only what needed to be cut. And throughout the entire barrage, not one shot harmed the bound Sora hanging against the wall. Chapter 7, Shikigami. Chapter 7, Shikigami. Sora. Sora, wake up. Crouched on the ground, Kurizaki Fuko held Kasagano Sora tightly in her arms, calling to her over and over again. There was pity in her eyes. And fear. Sora's eyes remained shut. Her skin had always been pale, but now it had gone beyond that, drained to a deathly white that showed no trace of life. The blue veins beneath her small hands and slender legs stood out with alarming clarity, as if the little blood still left in her body had already forgotten how to move. Mr. Jin. Fuko's voice trembled. After trying again and again to wake her cousin without the slightest response, she felt Sora's breathing grow weaker and weaker, so faint that it resembled the last flicker of a candle before the flame finally died. Panic rose in her chest. Almost instinctively, she turned to Jin Tsumuji, her eyes full of pleading. Jin looked at Sora for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. Under Fuko's desperate gaze, he shook his head. Your cousin's blood essence was nearly drained dry by the weird wood spirit, he said softly. At this point, saving her body is already beyond reach. He had understood most of it the moment he first laid eyes on Sora in the basement. From his estimate, she had been imprisoned there for at least half a month. The fact that she had held on until now was already a miracle in itself. At first, Jin had thought that if fortune favored her even a little, there might still be a slim chance of pulling her back. But luck had clearly not been standing on this girl's side. Her current state was no different from that of the living dead. What remained in her body was only the final persistence of life's instinct, the last meaningless struggle before complete silence. How can that be? Fuko froze. It was as if someone had struck her with a hammer. She had prepared herself for the worst from the very beginning. She had. But human hearts were never that simple. Bracing for something in the mind and facing it with one's own eyes were two entirely different things. Once reality truly arrived, thought and emotion no longer obeyed reason. Sora. She looked down at the girl in her arms, and the grief in her expression became almost unbearable to see. Then she raised her head again, her voice breaking as she faced Jin. Mr. Jin. Mr. Jin, is there really no way at all? Please, there has to be something. Please save Sora. Jin's gaze shifted back to Kasagano Sora. The final trace of breath lingering within her had just vanished completely. Still, he answered. It's not that there's no way. Fuko's eyes widened. Hope flared inside them so suddenly it was almost painful. There is a way. She hurriedly spoke, almost stumbling over the words. Mr. Jin, as long as Sora can be saved, I'm willing to pay any price. From her expression alone, it was obvious how deep her bond with Sora truly ran. Jin raised one finger. There are two methods. He did not make her wait. The first is the Taizen Fukuin ritual. The moment he said those words, the entire atmosphere seemed to change. That is a forbidden rite capable of reversing the boundary between life and death. If it were successfully performed, bringing your cousin back to life would not be impossible. For an instant, Fuko's face lit up. Then it dimmed just as quickly. Of course she had heard of it. Anyone with even the slightest understanding of Onmyodo had heard of the legendary forbidden ritual known as the Taizen Fukuin ritual. And she knew even more than that. Half a century ago, Tsuchimikado Yuku had attempted that very rite, and his failure had become the direct cause of the great spiritual pulse disaster that still cast its shadow over Tokyo today. Because of that, even the Tsuchimikado clan, once the foremost authority in Onmyodo, had suffered an enormous collapse in prestige. Setting aside whether any modern Onmyoji still possessed the ability to perform the rite successfully, even if such a person existed, there was no chance Fuko could ever reach them, much less hire them. And even beyond that, the Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Alliance would never permit another Taizen Fukuin ritual to be carried out within Japan's borders. They had already paid too dearly once. That road was sealed shut. So Fuko could only cling to the second path Jin had mentioned. Jin continued. The fortunate part, if there is one, is that your cousin's soul has not been damaged. His tone remained calm, but the meaning of his words weighed heavily. If you can make the decision on her behalf, I can refine her soul into a shikigami. She would continue to exist, though no longer as a living human. More like a spirit. A shikigami, a ghost. Fuko repeated the words in a daze. She had not expected that to be the second method. For the first time since hearing there was still a path, hesitation appeared in her eyes. Turning a soul into a shikigami was not unheard of in the oldest records. Ancient texts contained scattered references to such things. But in modern times, she had never once heard of anyone actually doing it. That alone filled her with unease. Would Sora still be Sora after that? Would it truly count as being saved? Could such a thing even be trusted? Jin said nothing more. He did not urge her. He did not persuade her. He simply stood there and gave her the space to decide. A moment later, Fuko carefully lowered Kasagano Sora to the ground. Then she stood up, straightened herself, and bowed deeply to Jin with solemn seriousness. Then, I'm leaving Sora to you, Mr. Jin. This was the only hope left. She understood that clearly. And she understood something else as well. If Sora became a shikigami, then from this moment on, her existence would be tied to this young genius Onmyoji standing before her. Jin accepted her choice with a calm nod. You don't need to thank me, he said. She is a client of the White Fox office. Since I accepted the case, I'll do everything I can to ensure she survives. No matter how twisted the situation had become, no matter how misleading the earlier request on the non-scientific supernatural forum had been, the rule of White Fox office did not change. Once a mission was accepted, it had to be carried through as far as possible. To let the client die without exhausting every available option would already count as a failure. The method he had offered now was, in a sense, compensation for that failure. Jin drew out a talisman. Seal. With a flick of his fingers, the talisman descended onto Kasagano Sora and sealed her within, ensuring that her soul would not disperse in the short term. Only after that did he lift his head and glance across the basement one final time. The shattered bronze vines lay strewn across the floor. The dried corpses remained where they had been rooted, grim evidence of what had happened here. There was no point in cremating them himself or attempting to tidy the scene. Too many of the dead were recent missing persons. Their disappearance had affected more than 20 families at the very least. This part, Jin said, should be left to the authorities. That was the best choice. The authorities would be able to investigate the victims' identities properly, notify their families, and provide what little compensation and support still could be given. Chapter 8, Full. Chapter 8, Full. As the sun sank toward the west, the noise of the city gradually softened. By the time Jin Tsumuji and Kurosaki Fuko stepped out of Kasagano Sora's small western-style house, dusk had already settled over the streets. Under the fading glow of the evening sky, the roads were filled with people hurrying home from work and school, their figures flowing past one another in a familiar rhythm that seemed worlds apart from the horror hidden inside the house. Fuko stopped at the gate and turned back. Her gaze lingered on the house for a long moment. There was grief in her eyes, but also hesitation, remembrance, and a kind of helpless tenderness that refused to fade. In that instant, she could not help but remember her aunt's gentle smile, her uncle's stiff and serious manner that always hid a kind heart, and Kasagano Haruka, that precocious younger cousin who had acted older than his years. That home had once been full of warmth. Now it was only a shell, a place left behind by the dead. Auntie, don't worry, Fuko murmured in her heart. I'll take good care of Sora from now on. That was the only promise she could still make. The only family she had left to protect was Sora. But the thought made her feel a little bitter. Right now, the person truly protecting Sora was not her. It was someone else. Almost unconsciously, Fuko glanced at Jin beside her. He was young, absurdly so, yet there was a steadiness about him that made people trust him without thinking. He carried himself with quiet responsibility, the sort that did not need to be announced. Just walking beside him made one feel safer. Leaving Sora with him, at least for now, eased something in her chest. What is it? Jin noticed her lingering gaze and turned his head slightly. Caught looking at him, Fuko stiffened. A trace of embarrassment and shyness flashed across her face. She quickly looked away and searched for something, anything, to change the subject. By the way, Mr. Jin, she said, trying to sound natural. There's something I still don't understand. Jin waited. Since Sora was bound and imprisoned by that weird wood spirit the whole time, how did she post a commission online? And how did she send me those messages asking for help? Now that they were out of immediate danger, the more Fuko thought about it, the stranger the entire situation became. There had been too many contradictions, too many things that did not make sense. Judging from Sora's condition in the basement, she had barely retained even a basic sense of herself. In that state, it should have been impossible for her to use a phone, go online, or send coherent distress messages. Jin answered as they walked. In nature, plenty of predators use bait. His tone was calm, almost detached. What happened to your cousin was the same. Fuko's face tightened. That weird wood spirit has only a shallow will, Jin continued. It has instinct, but not intelligence. Which means the thing behind it gave it instructions. To lure in more humans. Yes. Jin's eyes reflected the dimming city lights. It twisted and contaminated your cousin's spirit, trapping her in a mental state of fear, confusion, and instability. If you want the simplest explanation, think of it as a dream. A false world made from terror. He paused briefly before going on. From time to time, it would release a portion of her awareness just enough for her to seek help from outside. Truth mixed with lies. Memory mixed with illusion. Panic mixed with suggestion. That way, she could send out a cry for help without ever fully understanding what was happening to her. He glanced at Fuko. And just like that, it drew in prey. You. Me. Anyone else who responded. Fuko's fingers curled slightly. So that's how. Otherwise, Jin said, where do you think all those dried corpses in the basement came from? His voice did not change. Of course, not every victim was necessarily lured there by your cousin. But some of them certainly were. A chill ran down Fuko's spine. If she had not met Jin, if he had not appeared when he did, then she would likely have become one more corpse in that basement, drained dry and turned into fertilizer for those grotesque fruits. The more clearly she understood the details, the more she felt the true horror of the monsters hidden within human society. They understood people. They knew how to use fear, affection, guilt, and blood ties. They preyed on human beings by turning human hearts against themselves. And this was probably only the visible edge of a much greater disaster still gathering in the dark. Fuko raised her eyes and looked at the passing crowd on the evening streets. Workers rushing home. Students laughing in small groups. Couples, parents, lonely commuters, ordinary lives woven together beneath a sky that looked no different from before. But behind that peaceful surface, who knew how many similar supernatural incidents were hidden in silence? For ordinary people, such things were no different from natural disasters. No warning. No defense. No way to reason with them. By the time they reached the subway entrance, the air between them had gone quiet again. Jin stopped first. As for your cousin Kasagano Sora, he said, I'll turn her into a Shikigami soon. Fuko straightened at once and bowed deeply again. I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Jin. Her gratitude this time was even more sincere than before. After that, Jin handed her a business card from the White Fox office, and the two exchanged contact information. With the matter settled for now, Jin stepped toward the platform alone and boarded the subway back to Shibuya Ward. Fuko remained where she was. She watched him until his figure vanished completely into the flow of the station. Only then did she lower her gaze to the business card in her hand. White Fox office. She stared at the printed letters for several seconds, lost in thought. It's best to tell Ko and the others about what happened today first, she murmured to herself. The possible yokai behind the weird wood spirit. Jin Tsumuji himself. And beyond that. Should she start seriously studying Onmyodo? Today's brush with death had shaken her far more deeply than she wanted to admit. It had also made one thing painfully clear. Relying only on the talismans Ko and the others gave her would never be enough. Maybe those charms could save her once. Maybe twice. But sooner or later, she would run into something they could not stop. Only strength that belonged to her could truly protect her. That was the real path forward. By the time Jin returned to Shibuya Ward, night had fully fallen. Even Shibuya, one of the so-called sleepless districts alongside Shinjuku, had grown markedly quieter after the resurgence of supernatural incidents. The city still glowed, but the pulse of the streets had weakened. Traffic was lighter than it used to be. Fewer people wandered aimlessly after dark. No one wanted to gamble with their life for the sake of late-night convenience. When Jin entered the White Fox office, the place was silent. Kotoko already went home, huh? The office was empty. He crossed the room and sat down on the sofa, finally allowing himself a moment to take stock of the day's gains. The bounty itself was not a problem. To avoid cases exactly like Sora's, where the commissioner might die, disappear, or otherwise become unable to pay, the non-scientific supernatural forum would cover part of the commission cost in advance. That safeguard existed precisely so Onmyoji would not hesitate to respond to dangerous requests. So even if he had ended up making the trip for nothing, it would not have been a total loss. But the real reward had never been the money. There were also the 3 blood-red fruits he had sealed away, their effects still unknown. Yet even those were secondary. The greatest gain, without question, was the one thing that had driven Jin to accept the mission so readily in the first place. Role-playing progress. With that thought, he called up the system interface. Abe no Seimei, progenitor of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, childhood, upgradable. Character abilities. Basic talisman compendium, advanced. 5-pointed star incantation, advanced. Shikigami contract, intermediate. Word spirit technique, beginner. Yuho, beginner. Jin's eyes rested on the screen. Just as he had expected, this mission had completely filled the progress bar. Now the next upgrade was finally within reach. And that meant transformation. For the first time since returning, a faint anticipation stirred in his expression. He was genuinely curious to see just how much stronger he would become once he stepped into the next stage. Chapter 9, Great Increase in Strength. Chapter 9, Great Increase in Strength. Abe no Seimei, ancestor of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, childhood, upgradable. Character abilities. Basic talisman compendium, advanced. 5-pointed star incantation, advanced. Shikigami contract, intermediate. Word spirit technique, beginner. Yuho, beginner. Jin Tsumoji looked at the system interface floating before his eyes. His role-playing progress was already full. He could advance at any moment. Even so, he did not choose to do it in the office. The reason was simple. When he had first awakened the role-playing system, the disturbance it caused had not been small. Since then, Jin had never treated an upgrade lightly. He reached out, pushed aside the bookshelf beside the office wall, and revealed a hidden door behind it. Beyond it was a secret room. The room was directly connected to the White Fox office and covered a little over 50 square meters. Its furnishings were simple to the point of austerity. Talismans were pasted across all 4 walls, layered carefully to conceal spiritual fluctuations, suppress sounds, and block outside detection. On the floor sat only a square meditation cushion. Aside from that, the only other notable item was a large bookshelf set against the wall on the far right. It was filled with old books. Most of them were texts related to Onmyoji, folklore, or the Heian and Kamakura periods. Titles such as Okagami, Kanjaku Monogatari, Uji Shuei Monogatari, Koken Komanju, and Haika Monogatari sat side by side in orderly rows. Jin had not collected them out of scholarly passion. At first, he had simply bought them to make the room feel less empty. A secret room that contained nothing at all would have looked more suspicious than one dressed up like a private study. Later, however, he discovered that reading ancient texts from the eras closest to Abe no Seimei's life could very slightly increase his role-playing progress. The increase had been so tiny that he had nearly given up on it several times. Still, no matter how small, accumulated progress was still progress. Besides, after a long session of training, reading those old tales as a way to unwind was not unpleasant. Jin stepped into the room, shut the hidden entrance behind him, and sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion. He slowly emptied his mind. His breathing became even. His shoulders relaxed. The noise of the outside world faded away until only the faintest awareness of the room remained. Then he gave the command. Role-playing system. Advance. In an instant, the world changed. It was as though everything around him had turned unreal. The walls, the floor, the talismans, the bookshelves, all of them rapidly lost substance, thinning into something mist-like and distant. A dense darkness spread in all directions, vast and ethereal, until it felt less like standing in a room and more like floating in a boundless void. Then Sanskrit characters began to appear. Mysterious. Ancient. Profound. One after another, they drifted through the darkness and revolved around Jin's consciousness, as though chanting a truth that transcended language. Before he could fully understand what was happening, something else seized him. A pull. A crossing. It felt as if thousands of years of time had collapsed in a single instant. Reality and illusion blurred together. Dream and memory fused. And then, Jin Tsumoji was no longer Jin Tsumoji. Or rather, his consciousness had stepped into the life of another. He returned to 1,000 years in the past, to an age when monsters and specters roamed freely under heaven, when humans and yokai still struggled for dominion over the night, when Onmyodo had yet to fade into old records and ceremonial form. It was the age of Abe no Seimei. The age of brilliance. The age when Onmyoji challenged one another in wisdom, skill, and spiritual attainment, pushing Onmyodo toward its greatest height. In that dreamlike state, Jin no longer felt like an observer. He was Seimei. Not merely watching, but living. He felt the weight of a recommendation letter placed into his hands by his teacher, Kamo no Tadataka. He walked through the gates of the Onmyojo and entered its halls not as a legend, but as a student. He immersed himself in theory, in ritual, in spellcraft, in the difficult and often thankless study of yin-yang principles, exorcistic methods, and spiritual law. He debated with fellow students. He learned. He refined. He struggled. Countless Onmyodo techniques that once seemed obscure or distant became clear through first-hand comprehension. Knowledge no longer came to him as explanation. It became lived experience, something engraved into instinct through repeated effort and long discipline. Time flowed. The child became a youth. His foundation in Onmyodo grew solid and immovable. His comprehension sharpened. Techniques others found difficult came to him with almost unnatural ease. Spell formulas became second nature. Ritual structures unfolded in his mind before they were even completed. Before long, he had become the most dazzling genius in the Onmyojo. Then came the first true turning point. Kyoto was troubled by an evil spirit. And it was Seimei who went alone. He exorcised it with his own hands. From that day onward, his name began to spread through the capital. He graduated from the Onmyojo. He became a true Onmyoji. And just as the momentum of that life seemed ready to carry him further, the flow of time stopped. The dream began to recede. The world of 1,000 years ago dissolved into darkness once more, and Jin's consciousness was slowly drawn back. When he opened his eyes again, he was sitting in the hidden room of the White Fox office. Ha! A long breath left his chest. His eyes were still faintly unfocused, as though part of him remained half submerged in that distant life. The aftertaste of it lingered too strongly to ignore. It did not feel like a vision. It did not feel like borrowed memory. It had felt real. Too real. It was like living through a dream that lasted 1,000 years. Jin lowered his gaze slightly, his voice quiet in the empty room. I truly stepped into Abe no Seimei's life. His emotions, his experiences, his struggles, his knowledge, even his strength. He shook his head, pushing away the last of the lingering haze, and called up the system again. Abe no Seimei, ancestor of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, adolescence, 0%. Character abilities. Basic Talisman Compendium, Minor Accomplishment, Shikigami Contract, Minor Accomplishment, 5-pointed star incantation, Minor Accomplishment, Word Spirit Technique, Proficient, Yuho, Proficient. Immovable Binding Technique, Proficient, Fire Boundary Spell, Proficient. Ghost Averting and Evil Dispelling Incantation, Advanced. Onmyodo techniques were divided by level of mastery. Beginner. Intermediate. Advanced. Proficient. Minor Accomplishment. Major Accomplishment. Perfected. Jin read through the updated list, and a smile slowly surfaced in his eyes. Basic Talisman Compendium, Shikigami Contract, and 5-pointed star incantation all jumped straight from advanced to minor accomplishment. Word Spirit Technique and Yuho also advanced to proficient. He was more than satisfied. The gap between advanced and minor accomplishment was enormous, so large that it could not be measured in a simple percentage. Take the 5-pointed star incantation alone. Its raw power had multiplied several times over, while its spiritual power consumption had dropped by roughly 10 to 20%. In actual combat, that kind of improvement was enough to change the entire rhythm of a battle. The same logic applied to the basic Talisman Compendium. Though called a single technique, it was really a complete collection of talisman-based arts. The healing, sealing, offensive, and support talismans Jin had used in previous exorcisms all fell under its scope. Advancing it to minor accomplishment did not merely increase efficiency. It meant access to a broader range of talismans, stronger effects, more stable activation, and better control. Shikigami Contract had undergone a similar transformation. But what truly caught Jin's interest were the 3 new techniques that had appeared after the upgrade. Immovable Binding Technique. Fire Boundary Spell. Ghost Averting and Evil Dispelling Incantation. His eyes sharpened slightly. Immovable Binding Technique and Fire Boundary Spell, both of these are professional rank Onmyodo techniques. Even though he already held official certification as a professional rank 5 Onmyoji, the truth had been slightly embarrassing. Until now, he had not actually possessed any proper professional rank Onmyodo techniques. The strength he displayed at that level had been pieced together through high mastery of the basic Talisman Compendium, the 5-pointed star incantation, and the Word Spirit Technique. It worked, but it left an obvious gap in his arsenal. Now that gap had finally been filled. Then there was the last technique. Ghost Averting and Evil Dispelling Incantation. Jin stared at it for a few seconds longer than the others. That was not a professional rank technique. No. That was something that belonged firmly in the realm of national rank Onmyodo. He had never heard of any ordinary professional rank Onmyoji mastering it. In truth, even among national rank practitioners, a technique like that would be enough to command respect. Abe no Seimei really does deserve the title ancestor of Onmyodo, Jin murmured. The inheritance was absurdly powerful. And now, so was he. If before he could only barely exert professional rank strength by relying on mastery and versatility, then now things were different. His current self could stand at the top tier among professional rank Onmyoji without any exaggeration. more than that. If he crossed paths with a national rank Onmyoji now, he would no longer be someone who could only endure helplessly. He might not be able to win. But he could exchange blows. He could fight. That alone marked a fundamental leap. Jin slowly closed the system interface, but the faint light of satisfaction remained in his eyes. The gain from this promotion was even greater than he had expected. Chapter 10, Supernatural Exchange Group. Chapter 10, Supernatural Exchange Group. While Jin Tsumoji was still in the White Fox office, adjusting to the surge of power brought by his breakthrough, far away in Minato Ward, inside the luxurious suite of an international hotel, Kurosaki Fuko was sitting on the edge of a large bed in a soft pink nightgown, her hair still damp from a recent bath. Her phone was pressed to her ear. Father. Auntie's family. Her voice wavered, though she forced herself to stay calm. This is more or less what happened. Auntie and the others are already gone. Only Sora made it through, but her condition still isn't good. Please don't take it too hard. On the other end of the line, her father's breathing was rough and uneven. Even through the distance, Fuko could hear the grief he was trying so hard to suppress. Her own chest felt tight. When Auntie and the others first went missing, you already prepared yourself for the worst, didn't you? She said softly, trying to comfort him even as her own heart ached. She listened quietly for a while, letting him speak, letting him grieve. Then she forced herself to continue. Okay, father. If Sora recovers, I'll find a way to have Mr. Jin bring her back to Kyoto. She lowered her voice. And please, don't let grandmother hear anything for now. I'm worried she won't be able to bear a blow like this. Another long silence. At last, Fuko nodded to herself. Okay. I understand. I'll be careful in Minato Ward. You and mother don't have to worry about me. I'll be back in a day or two. Only after she had spent quite a while calming him down did she finally end the call. The moment the screen went dark, she let out a long breath and slumped slightly. Her father had always been deeply attached to his younger sister. The bond between them had been unusually close from childhood onward. They were twins, after all, and that closeness had naturally extended to her aunt's whole family. Otherwise, Fuko would not have cared so deeply for Sora, nor rushed all the way from Kyoto the moment she received that message. If it had been possible, she truly would have preferred to hide the truth from him forever. She was afraid that once the blow landed in full, it might break something inside him for good. But that was impossible. Some truths could be delayed, never erased. And if he learned it much later, after hope had lingered too long, the pain might only be worse. As for her own growing desire to step into Onmyodo, now was not the right time to bring it up. That was something she would discuss once she returned to Kyoto. Then her thoughts shifted. Oh, right. I still need to tell Ko and the others what happened today. Fuko picked up her phone again, opened her communication app, and entered a group chat called Supernatural Exchange Group. The name was simple enough. The group itself was not. Ko had been the one to invite her into it. On the surface, it was a private discussion group centered around supernatural incidents, a place for exchanging information, asking for help, and staying close to one another in an age when the supernatural was steadily swallowing the ordinary. But Fuko knew it was more than that. She did not know the real identity of everyone in the group. In fact, other than Ko, she knew almost nothing concrete about the members behind their usernames. Still, one thing was certain. Everyone inside either came from a significant background, possessed unusual abilities, or was directly connected to the supernatural world through Onmyodo or some similar field. No ordinary person could join. Every new member had to be vetted by the rest, just as she had been before being allowed in. Fuko's slender fingers moved quickly across the screen as she began typing. She described everything that had happened that day. The state of her aunt's home. The weird wood spirit. The horrifying scene in the basement. Her aunt's family. And, of course, the Onmyoji she had met there. Shiro no Arashihara, good evening, everyone. I arrived in Minato Ward today, and something happened at my aunt's house. Shiro no Arashihara, Mr. Jin said the weird wood spirit wasn't acting alone. There should be a yokai behind it, one that has lived for hundreds of years, and it may still be hunting humans somewhere. Shiro no Arashihara. Her account hit the group like a depth charge. The previously quiet chat exploded at once. Sleeping butterfly, Fuko, are you okay? Shiro no Arashihara, Ko, I'm fine. Mr. Jin saved me, but all the talismans you gave me were used up. Sleeping butterfly, it's good that you're safe. I'll send you more talismans in a few days. For Leaf Clover, something like that actually happened in Minato Ward. Didn't the Onmyoji from the Onmyo Bureau notice anything wrong? Manga Master, I remember 4 Leaf Clover lives in Minato Ward. And didn't group leader say before that he would be staying there for a while? You two need to be careful. 4 Leaf Clover, I will. Group leader, I'll look into this matter. But if what happened is exactly as described, then this is absolutely a dereliction of duty on the part of the Onmyo Bureau. I'll have someone report it through the proper channels. Fuko's eyes lingered on that line. She had never known group leader's real identity, but based on past conversations, it was obvious that the person behind that account had considerable influence within both the Japanese government and the Onmyo Bureau. Then another message appeared. Bad girl, Shiro no Arashihara, what was the full name of the Onmyoji who saved you? Fuko blinked, then typed a reply. Shiro no Arashihara, I think it was Jin Tsumuji, yes, Jin Tsumuji. Is there a problem? A short pause followed. Then. Bad girl, no problem. It's just the same name as someone I dislike. After sending that, bad girl fell completely silent. The timing was so abrupt that several people in the chat instantly sensed something behind it. Then group leader spoke again. Group leader, I know a little about Jin Tsumuji and the White Fox office. That line drew everyone's attention. Group leader, Jin Tsumuji is a descendant of the fallen Tsumuji family. It's said that in the last century, the family once had a period of glory and possessed an Onmyodo inheritance of its own. Unfortunately, it declined in the modern era. Even so, he still managed to rely on that family legacy to reach professional rank 5 before turning 20. By any standard, he is a rare genius in Onmyodo. Group leader, as for the White Fox office, he founded it a year ago. In Shibuya Ward, it already ranks 3rd among supernatural offices, and across Tokyo it is considered among the top 20. Within the industry, it has a very strong reputation for efficiency. For Leaf Clover, then he really is impressive. Group leader, he is. If our supernatural exchange group weren't so particular about its nature, I would have liked to invite him in. The reply came almost immediately. Bad girl, you should be grateful you didn't. If that guy joined, you'd be the one with a headache. He's never been the calm type. That single line made the group atmosphere turn strange. Even without more explanation, everyone could tell that bad girl definitely knew Jin Tsumuji in real life. And not casually, either. Some members who already knew bad girl's real identity could not help but start guessing. What kind of relationship did she have with Jin Tsumuji? Whatever it was, there was clearly some history there. And judging from her tone, it was not a pleasant one. Chapter 11, Sacrifice. Chapter 11, Sacrifice. Jin Tsumuji of the White Fox office. Shinomiya Kagaya set down her phone and walked to the window. She pushed it open, letting the cool night air spill into the room, then stood in silence, looking out over the vast grounds of the Shinomiya estate and beyond them to the glittering nightscape of Minato Ward. From this height, Tokyo looked tranquil. Refined. Distantly beautiful. A lie, of course. Her gaze slowly dropped to her own arm. On skin as pale and flawless as fine porcelain, there was a mark. A crimson demon's head. It had been branded into her flesh so vividly that it looked less like a scar and more like something alive, as if the thing would open its eyes and grin at her if she stared too long. Usually, it remained hidden beneath long sleeves, carefully concealed from the world. But now, with the fabric pushed back, the hateful mark was exposed in full. And it was growing brighter. Bit by bit, the color deepened, pulsing with a faint, unsettling vitality that made the already grotesque image look even more unnatural. Damnable thing. The perfect composure on Shinomiya Kagaya's face cracked. As she stared at the mark, she saw not just the brand itself, but the shadow behind it, the thing that had placed it there. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the window frame until her knuckles turned white. Anger flashed through her eyes, followed by hatred, fear, and a fury so sharp it bordered on humiliation. As the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya group, she was also a member of the Supernatural Exchange group. Her handle there was 4-leaf clover. More than that, she was one of its oldest members. In fact, she and the group leader had founded it together. To the others, the purpose of the group was simple enough. Mutual aid. Intelligence sharing. A place for people connected to the supernatural to gather close and survive together in an era of spiritual resurgence. That was not entirely false. But it was not the real reason, either. The true purpose behind the group's creation had been far more selfish and far more desperate. Shinomiya Kagaya had wanted to use every connection, every fragment of information, every potentially useful person she could gather to solve the supernatural incident that had trapped her. The incident branded into her arm. The red demon head. That was the truth. She, Shinomiya Kagaya, was not standing above the nightmare. She was inside it. A terrifying existence had marked her long ago and turned her into a sacrifice, something to be devoured sooner or later. The crimson demon head on her arm was proof of ownership, a sign carved into her body to declare that she already belonged to it. Every time she thought about it, rage rose in her chest. To be raised like livestock. To be preserved not out of mercy, but because something intended to feast on her later. That humiliation gnawed at her pride with relentless cruelty. She had invited people from the Onmyo Bureau. She had invited people from the Onmyo Alliance. Not once, but several times. Each time, the answer had been the same. They could do nothing. Powerless. That word alone had nearly driven her into despair. Of course, the curse was not without its twisted advantages. The kinds of danger Kurosaki Fuko spoke about in the group meant little to Shinomiya Kagaya now. Since she had already been chosen as the offering of a far more dreadful existence, lesser monsters avoided her instinctively. None of them dared touch what had already been claimed. Until the day she was finally devoured, she was, in a sense, absolutely safe. But the cost of that safety was intolerable. Even if she never died by some random supernatural incident, what meaning did survival have if she had to live as prey penned up in advance? Her dignity refused to accept that. That was why the supernatural exchange group existed. It was a form of resistance. A stubborn, private struggle. And, perhaps, the smallest sliver of hope that some miracle might yet appear. So far, however, the group had offered no real help at all. In the end, she could only rely on herself. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Knock. 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 The sound snapped her out of her thoughts. Shinomiya Kagaya took a slow breath and smoothed out her expression. By the time she turned away from the window, the turbulence in her face had vanished. Once again, she wore her usual cold, immaculate calm. Come in. The door opened. Her personal maid, Hayasaka AI, stepped inside. With her striking features and delicate beauty, softened by the quarter-Irish blood in her veins, Hayasaka looked elegant even in the simplest movements. She crossed the room quietly, carrying herself with the practiced grace of someone who had long since become indispensable to this household. Eldest miss, she said carefully, what time are we leaving for Kyoto tomorrow? For Fushimi Inari Taisha. She set a cup of coffee before Kagaya and gently stirred it, though her caution was obvious. Hayasaka knew very well that every trip to Fushimi Inari Taisha put Kagaya in a foul mood. She also knew why. Only the shrine's special barrier could temporarily interfere with the mark on her arm and conceal it from the thing that had branded her. Every visit was nothing more than a temporary reprieve. A retreat. A postponement of the inevitable. Anyone forced into that situation would be bitter. Kagaya's eyes lowered slightly. Fushimi Inari Taisha. She repeated the name under her breath. Then something shifted in her expression. A clear, firm resolve flashed across her eyes. This time, she had no intention of running. AI, she said, we're not going to Fushimi Inari Taisha tomorrow. Hayasaka froze. The spoon slipped from her hand and hit the floor with a sharp metallic clang. Eldest miss. Her composure almost broke. Only the barrier at Fushimi Inari Taisha can temporarily hide the mark on your body. If you don't go, it will trace the mark straight here. When that happens, you might. Before she could finish, Kagaya cut her off. It would only mean being devoured. Her voice was calm. Too calm. But her eyes were brighter than Hayasaka had seen in a long time, bright with the kind of determination that made it obvious this was not a passing impulse. Shinomiya Kagaya had already made up her mind. Hayasaka understood that better than anyone. She had grown up at Kagaya's side. She knew her habits, her pride, her stubbornness, the way she carried herself when a choice had already been made beyond recall. Ordinarily, once Kagaya decided something, arguing was pointless. But this was not ordinary. Hayasaka drew in a breath, already preparing to invoke Shinomiya Ganon, the head of the Shinomiya group and Kagaya's father, hoping his name might still change something. Kagaya saw it coming immediately. I'll explain it to father myself. Her tone left no room for discussion. Then she opened a drawer in her desk, pulled out a list, and handed it to Hayasaka. For the next few days, your job is to invite as many of the people on this list as possible. Hayasaka took it and looked down. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. The list was filled with names. Onmyoji from supernatural offices. Members of the 12 divine generals of the Onmyo Bureau. Members of the 12 heavenly generals of the Onmyo Alliance. Every single one was a significant figure. None of them were people who could be invited lightly. Then Kagaya hesitated for the briefest moment before adding, include Jin Tsumoji of the White Fox office as well. Hayasaka looked up. But Kagaya had already turned her gaze back toward the night outside. I understand, eldest Mississippi. She did understand. Almost immediately, in fact. Kagaya was gathering force. Gathering capable people. Not to flee. Not to delay. But to confront the existence behind the mark. Even so, one concern remained. Would this work? Or would it simply provoke something even worse? Hayasaka did not voice that thought. She merely bowed slightly, accepted the order, and withdrew from the room. After the door closed, Shinomiya Kagaya stood alone again. She raised her eyes to the bright moon hanging over the city and spoke so softly that only the night itself could hear her. I won't run this time. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 12, That Man. Chapter 12, That Man. Dawn had only just begun to brighten the sky. As punctual as ever, Iwanaga Kotoko arrived early at the White Fox office, carrying breakfast in both hands. 2 burgers, 2 drinks, and the sort of calm, practiced efficiency that made her look less like an assistant and more like someone who had already woven herself into the place. Jin Tsumoji had long since gotten used to it. As long as Kotoko was not away handling some dispute among monsters, she usually took care of all 3 of his meals. In that regard, she was not merely an assistant. She was an excellent secretary, an excellent helper, and, in some ways, almost too competent. After setting down breakfast, Kotoko elegantly wiped a trace of milk from the corner of her mouth with a napkin before beginning her report. Director, I followed your instructions last night and submitted the details of the bounty mission to the authorities, the Onmyo Bureau, and the Onmyo Alliance. Her tone was calm and orderly, as though she were discussing an ordinary work update rather than the aftermath of a mass supernatural incident. The authorities were the easiest to deal with. As usual, they've already taken over post-incident processing. To thank us for the report and early intervention, they also intend to issue a fairly generous bonus. As she spoke, Kotoko's eyes drifted toward Jin. Then they lingered. Something about him was different today. His face had not changed. His body had not changed. Yet his presence had. There was a new air about him now, something quieter, more refined. A trace of scholarly elegance rested on him, gentle and restrained, but impossible to ignore. It made him seem even more captivating than before. As expected of the men she liked, Kotoko thought happily, taking another bite of her burger. Jin noticed her gaze, but chose not to comment. From the way you're saying it, he said instead, the problem lies with the Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Alliance. A supernatural incident on the scale of the Kasagano case, with more than 20 victims and obvious signs of deeper involvement, could not simply be filed away like an ordinary haunting. Reporting it to the authorities was only one part of the process. The Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Alliance also needed to receive the case data as intelligence, especially if the incident might be part of a broader chain of supernatural activity. Jin disliked certain people in the Onmyo Bureau, but even he had to admit that when it came to major incidents, they usually did not make mistakes this crude. Tomi had been an exception. But an exception was still an exception. Which meant this outcome was strange. Kotoko was still staring. Kotoko. No response. Kotoko. Ah, yes. She jolted back to herself, cheeks faintly warm, then hurriedly shifted the subject as if nothing had happened. That's right. The response from both the Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Alliance was the same. She paused for emphasis. Shelved. Jin's hand stopped. Shelved. Even he was taken aback. A shelved designation was not something one saw often. Among supernatural incidents reported by private offices, it referred to cases whose intelligence had been officially recorded, but whose investigation and resolution were being temporarily suspended by the Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Alliance. In simpler terms, the case was acknowledged, but neither side intended to devote manpower to it for the time being. Private offices, however, were still free to investigate and resolve such incidents on their own. If they succeeded, they could later apply for a substantial reward from either organization. To be honest, this was Jin's first time personally encountering a shelved case. He had only heard of them before. Kotoko's expression grew serious. I suspect it's because of what's behind this incident. Jin looked up. How so? The bronze vine branch of the weird-wood spirit from yesterday, the missing blood-red fruits that had almost certainly already been harvested, all of it pointed to a deeper story. This much he had already known. What he needed now was a reason why that deeper story would make 2 major organizations simultaneously step back. Kotoko folded her hands. Yesterday, after I returned, I asked around among the yokais about the photo of the blood-red fruit you gave me. No one seems to know its exact effect, but several of them recognized it. Her voice dropped. It's apparently a favored snack of a certain great yokai. Jin's eyes narrowed. Kotoko continued. Some monsters use weird-wood spirits to cultivate those fruits and then offer them up in exchange for favor or reward. The room fell quiet for a moment. A great yokai. Jin muttered. That explanation carried weight. Too much weight. A great yokai was no ordinary monster lord or ancient spirit. It was the kind of existence that had lived for over 1,000 years without perishing, a being capable of shaking the foundations of Japan by itself. To truly confront one, it generally took at least 3 national-level Onmyoji acting together. Jin's strength had risen sharply after his latest advancement. But even so, facing a great yokai head-on was still beyond him. Not impossible forever. But too early now. If the role-playing system advanced one more stage, perhaps then he would have the right to truly stand before such an existence. Even so, he still shook his head. No. That alone isn't enough. Kotoko blinked. If it were only a matter of a great yokai being involved, the Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Alliance would not both choose to shelve it outright. At most, they'd be more cautious. Jin leaned back slightly, already working through the implications. For both of them to jointly abandon active investigation, the more likely answer is that their main forces are tied down elsewhere. They simply don't have the manpower left to deal with broad-reaching incidents like this. That had to be it. And if that was true, then the Kasagano case was probably not an isolated example. Jin stood, crossed to the desk, and turned on the computer. He quickly accessed an internal site used by supernatural offices across the country. It served as a place to exchange intelligence, ask for reinforcements, and flag cases that one office alone could not handle. He browsed through the recent entries. Then his expression sharpened. There were many posts marked shelved. Far too many. Judging by the timestamps, most had appeared within the last few days. The wave is getting bigger, Jin said quietly. Kotoko looked over his shoulder and understood at once. The resurgence of the supernatural was intensifying fast enough that even organizations like the Onmyo Bureau and the Onmyo Alliance were being dragged under its pressure. They were already entangled in something large enough that they no longer had the strength to spare for secondary outbreaks. The air in the office felt heavier after that realization. Jin shut the page. We'll deal with that later. Kotoko, do you still have the soul hosting what I asked you to prepare? He still had one urgent task to complete. Kasagano Sora's soul could not remain sealed indefinitely. If he intended to turn her into a Shikigami, then soul hosting was indispensable. Kotoko nodded. There's still quite a bit left. Lord Tsukuzawa should be bringing it over soon. Almost the moment she finished speaking, a black snake rose soundlessly from the floor like a shadow emerging from water. Its movement was eerie, yet unlike ordinary monsters, it did not radiate the unpleasant energy that made most people instinctively recoil. Instead, its aura was clean and clear, carrying an old, solemn dignity. In its mouth, it held two small pieces of dark wood, each no larger than a finger. It set them down gently before speaking. Director. Princess. Here is the soul hosting would you requested. Its voice was ancient and resonant, with a gravity that made it sound less like a monster and more like an oracle speaking through a living form. Jin picked up the wood. Thank you for the trouble. The black snake before him was the Lord Tsukuzawa Kotoko had mentioned. To call it a monster would actually be disrespectful. It was a true god. Or at least, it had once been one in full. A river deity of Shibuya Ward, sustained by human prayers, with a history that stretched back over 1,000 years. Unfortunately, gods like Tsukuzawa had not fared well in the modern age. Most had long since vanished, either forgotten by humanity or worn away by the collapse of faith. Even those who remained had weakened terribly. In combat, many were no longer a match for powerful yokai. You are too polite, Tsukuzawa replied with unmistakable respect. Once Jin had the soul hosting wood, he gave Kotoko a few brief instructions, then headed toward the hidden room to prepare for the Shikigami ritual. Kotoko watched the bookshelf slide back into place, sealing the secret room off once more. Then she turned toward the black snake, who had already begun coiling itself comfortably atop the table. Lord Tsukuzawa, she said, a little puzzled, you seemed especially respectful toward the director today. That had always been something she found strange. Though Tsukuzawa was greatly weakened now, he still carried the instinctive pride of a deity. Even when dealing with Onmyoji or yokai, there was always a subtle distance in his attitude, the faint superiority of an old being looking down at the passing world. But with Jin, it was different. Different enough to be obvious. In fact, Tsukuzawa often treated Jin with even more respect than he showed Kotoko herself, despite her status as the princess recognized by yokai and spirits alike. And today, that tendency had become even more pronounced than usual. The black snake was quiet for a few moments. Then it answered. He resembles that man more now. Kotoko tilted her head. That man? Who? Tsukuzawa glanced at her, and for the first time that morning, true gravity settled into his gaze. When he finally spoke, his tone was slow and solemn. The progenitor of Onmyodo. A brief pause. Abe no Seimei. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 13, Successful Creation. Chapter 13, Successful Creation. Inside the secret room, silence reigned. Even with the sealing talismans in place, Kasagano Sora's soul was still slowly breaking apart under the pull of the underworld. Jin Tsumuji knelt beside her body and gently laid her down on the floor. Her face was as pale as paper, drained of every trace of warmth, like a doll abandoned by life itself. He raised 2 fingers and lightly touched them to her forehead. Spiritual power flowed. Guided by his will, a hazy, vacant soul was slowly drawn out of the body. The moment it separated, the dissipation worsened. Her soul, already fragile, began to scatter even faster, as though some invisible current from beneath the world was dragging it away. Soul hosting wood. Collect. Jin formed several hand seals in quick succession. The piece of soul hosting wood floating in front of him emitted a deep black radiance. It was not a violent light, but a quiet suction, like a hidden abyss opening in midair. Kasagano Sora's soul was immediately drawn into it. The change happened at once. Once the soul took residence, the surface of the wood began to shed its outer layer. What had looked like a dull, charcoal-dark piece of dead wood slowly cracked apart, revealing its true form beneath. It gleamed like black jade. Cold. Smooth. Exquisitely pure. That was the real face of soul-hosting wood. As its name implied, it was a rare material capable of containing and nurturing a soul. Such wood generally formed only in places drenched in yin energy, ancient cemeteries, riverbed silt that had settled for centuries, and other locations where the boundary between life and death had worn thin. For the creation of a shikigami, it was indispensable. Its value was obvious now. Without it, a soul was like a drifting thing without anchor, liable to disperse at any moment. But once Kasagano Sora's soul settled inside the soul-hosting wood, the dissolution stopped. More than that, the wood itself began gently nourishing her. The vacant, lifeless look on her face gradually softened. A trace of awareness returned. Though faint and uncertain, it was there. Next step. Jin exhaled slowly. Then he raised a hand, condensing his spiritual power into something like an invisible engraving pen. One by one, ancient Sanskrit characters were inscribed into the soul-hosting wood, and through it, into the depths of Kasagano Sora's soul itself. Now that the problem of dissipation had been temporarily resolved, he had to sever the underworld's grasp on her existence. First, he would stabilize her as a spirit capable of remaining in this world. Then he would use Onmyodo to shield her from the distortions and contamination of the living world. In her current weak state, if that process failed, she could easily be twisted into an evil ghost. Only after that could he form the contract and bind her as his shikigami, using the spiritual pathway created between them to feed her with his own power, little by little, until her existence became stable enough to endure in this world without fear of fading away. Every step required absolute precision. It demanded not only perfect control but also deep understanding of the soul itself. Neither could be lacking. Otherwise, why were cases like this so rare in the modern age? Many Onmyoji did, in fact, possess ghost-type shikigami. But that was fundamentally different. Those spirits had already survived on their own through chance, obsession, hatred, karma, or some other twist of fate. They already possessed the qualifications to exist. What an Onmyoji did in those cases was only subdue them and form a contract. Directly transforming an ordinary human soul after death into a shikigami was something else entirely. What Jin possessed was not ordinary knowledge. It was the inheritance brought by the role-playing system. Shikigami contract, minor accomplishment. Just as, basic talisman compendium, minor accomplishment, was not merely one technique, but an entire foundation of talismanic arts, Shikigami contract, minor accomplishment, was not limited to making contracts alone. It encompassed a whole system of operations concerning shikigami, including their stabilization, refinement, and, in cases like this, their very creation. Time passed. The secret room remained quiet except for the faint hum of spiritual power. About an hour later, Jin's eyes brightened. It's done. A faint smile finally appeared on his face. The contract succeeded. Under his precise control, Kasagano Sora's soul had fully transitioned into a ghost state, and the contract had taken root without issue. From this moment on, she had become his shikigami. Through the spiritual bond linking them, he could clearly feel it. Kasagano Sora, still resting inside the soul-hosting wood, had begun drawing on his spiritual power little by little to reinforce her existence. The process was slow but steady. Then, after absorbing enough of his power to stabilize herself, she floated out of the soul-hosting wood. Her figure was translucent, pale and fragile, but clearly visible to the naked eye. She looked around blankly, as if waking from a long and terrible dream. Where is this? Her voice was soft and uncertain. Kasagano Sora, Jin said calmly, I am Jin Tsumuji, director of the White Fox office. At the words White Fox office, something in her dulled eyes trembled. The White Fox office. Fragments of memory stirred. On the non-scientific supernatural forum. The accepted request. The private message she had clung to as her last hope. You came to save me. She looked at him with naked expectation, almost pleading, like a child who had been drowning in darkness for so long that the first glimpse of light felt like salvation itself. Sadly, her mind was still trapped halfway inside the nightmare. Her consciousness remained caught in the lingering horror of what had happened, and she had not yet realized the abnormality of her own state. Jin looked at her quietly. "I did come to save you," he said. But it was too late to save everything. Then, with deliberate patience, he guided her gaze. "Look at yourself." Kasagano Sora slowly raised her hands. They were translucent. Her body was translucent. Then her gaze dropped to the floor. To the corpse lying there, pale, bloodless, and still. Her corpse. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What happened to me?" Her voice shook. The answer was already in front of her. Everything pointed to it. Yet the truth was too cruel, too abrupt, for her to accept immediately. Jin did not hide it. "You died in the supernatural incident." As the one who had endured it, she had the right to know. So he explained. Patiently. He told her the entire course of events, from the truth of what had happened in the house, to Kurosaki Fuko's arrival, to her current state as a newly formed Shikigami. He did not embellish it, nor did he soften it unnecessarily. He simply laid out the truth in full. When he finished, Kasagano Sora said nothing. She only stood there in silence, staring blankly at her own body. Jin did not interrupt her. He merely waited. Quietly. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 14, New Employee. Chapter 14, New Employee. The truth Jin Tsumoji had just laid out struck Kasagano Sora's fragile heart like one crashing wave after another. In her earliest clear memories of the nightmare, her father, mother, and older brother had died in a car accident. After that, things wearing their faces had entered the house. Night after night, she had hidden in terror, too frightened to sleep, clinging to her phone and desperately sending out cries for help, praying that someone, anyone, would come save her. But now she knew the truth. It had all been a lie. A trap. The monsters had used her as bait, luring people into the house one by one, turning them into nourishment for the so-called weirdwood spirit, feeding it with human lives so it could bear those grotesque fruits. Just thinking about it made her whole body turn cold. A deep chill spread through her, followed by a lingering fear so heavy it felt like something dark was still wrapped around her heart. If her cousin Kurosaki Fuko had been drawn there and failed to meet Jin, then both of them would have been swallowed by that abyss. Worse, Sora herself would have gone on unknowingly helping the trap claim more lives. One innocent person after another would have followed the path she had opened. That thought alone made her tremble. At the same time, she understood something else. The many dried corpses in the basement were likely not strangers chosen at random. They were probably people connected to her family. Friends of her father, her mother, or her brother, people who had come looking, worried about them, only to be secretly guided into the dead zone under the manipulation of monsters. The more she understood, the more horrifying it became. If Jin and the White Fox office had not intervened, then who knew how long that dark, blood-soaked ritual would have continued? How many more people would have disappeared into it, just like her? "Director, thank you." Kasagano Sora lowered her head and bowed slightly, her voice soft but sincere. She had always been socially anxious, the kind of girl who instinctively avoided strangers and shrank away from unfamiliar people. But after living through something so horrifying, something inside her had clearly changed. Jin looked at her quietly. "Although the source of the incident was connected to you, my White Fox office accepted your request. Once we do that, we see it through to the end." His tone remained calm. "Failing to save you completely is still a shortcoming on our side." "No." Sora hurriedly shook her head. "You already did everything you could." Jin did not argue. Instead, he explained her current situation in a measured voice. "Your spiritual body is still far too weak. For now, it needs the soul hosting wood as a vessel. The main reason I turned you into my Shikigami was so my spiritual power could stabilize you through the contract." He glanced at the soul hosting wood that served as her anchor. "Once your spiritual body is fully stable and no longer in danger of collapsing from outside interference, you'll be able to break free of the soul hosting wood and return to your original body." Sora's eyes lifted slightly. Jin continued, "You still won't be able to live as a normal human. That much is impossible. But it will be better than your current state." Then he added, "When that time comes, I'll sever the Shikigami contract between us. After that, whether you choose to stay or leave will be entirely up to you." Sora listened quietly. "But until then," Jin said, "you'll need to remain at the White Fox office for a while. During that time, you'll work there as an employee." After saying that, Jin used talismans to reseal Kasagano Sora's corpse. Only under proper sealing could the remaining vitality of the body be preserved well enough to prevent decay. Sora merely nodded obediently. She had no objection. To her, Jin was the benefactor who had pulled her out of a nightmare deeper than death. Staying under the protection of the White Fox office for a while, and even working there, was not something she found difficult to accept. On the contrary, she was already grateful enough that he was willing to shelter her at all. At the very least, she would not be left wandering without anywhere to go. That alone was enough. Soon after, Jin left the secret room with Kasagano Sora floating at his side, her soul hosting wood serving as the anchor for her ghostly body. Back in the office, Iwanaga Kotoko was already busy. The matter of the corpse drifting into Lord Tsukuzawa's river has been settled. The dispute between the Kappa and the Blue Frogs over territory. The case involving outside yokai intruding into the district. One after another, she sorted through various supernatural disputes and requests. Most of them were trivial on the surface, but that did not mean they were easy. What Kotoko really handled was not simply paperwork. She balanced relationships, mediated conflicts, and quietly kept fragile situations from turning dangerous. That was her role as the princess of yokai. As the goddess of wisdom. It was worth noting that the ones seeking her help were generally weak, neutral, or relatively harmless yokais. The reason was obvious enough. The truly powerful ones had no need for a princess or a goddess of wisdom. Kotoko's reputation was strongest among the lower and middle tiers of the supernatural world. And when she ran into something especially troublesome, she still had to rely on Jin in the end. At that moment, Kotoko looked up. "Director, you're done." Then she saw the girl floating beside him. Jin stepped forward. "Kotoko, this is Kasagano Sora. She'll be joining the White Fox office as a new employee." He glanced toward Sora. "She can help take some of the smaller tasks off your hands." Kotoko said nothing at first. She simply stared. Her brown eyes fixed themselves on Kasagano Sora so intently that the already timid Sora instinctively drifted behind Jin for cover. "Kotoko," Jin said, "that's rude." Kotoko immediately puffed up with righteous indignation and pointed at Sora from behind him. "Director, you never said Kasagano Sora was such a cute little girl." Then, after a quick glance at Sora's chest, she muttered under her breath, "And she's the same type as me. A tiny rival." Jin gave her a light knock on the head. "As a senior, act like one." Kotoko instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. She glared at him for a second, then pulled herself together, put on a bright smile, and extended her hand toward Sora in a much friendlier manner. "Hello. I'm Iwanaga Kotoko, the director's assistant and secretary. You can call me Kotoko or Big Sister Kotoko." Sora hesitated for a brief moment, then softly replied, "I'm Kasagano Sora. You can just call me Sora. That's what my brother and my cousin call me." Then she reached out and shook Kotoko's hand. The next second, surprise flashed across her face. She could actually feel it. A real sense of contact. Ever since becoming a spirit, most things had simply passed through her. Cups, tables, even walls meant almost nothing to her now. But with Kotoko, there was unmistakable physical contact, as natural as if both of them were still alive. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 15, The Name of the White Fox. Chapter 15, The Name of the White Fox. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days were gone. During those 3 days, Kasagano Sora went from being a stranger to the White Fox office to gradually becoming familiar with it. She was still quiet by nature, but the stiff reserve she had shown at the beginning had eased considerably. At the same time, she began methodically helping Iwanaga Kotoko with the office's daily workload. Under Jin Tsumoji's steady nourishment through the Shikigami contract over the last 3 days, Sora's spiritual body had also become far more stable than before. Even after leaving the soul hosting wood for a while, she could now maintain her existence independently for close to a week. She had even begun learning how to use simple telekinetic force through soul power, enough to handle small tasks around the office. From time to time, she could also briefly possess her original body and use it to do things like receive guests. That alone was already a major improvement. At this rate, if Jin continued feeding her spiritual power for another month, Sora's spiritual body would likely become completely stable. The White Fox office now officially had 2 employees. Iwanaga Kotoko. Kasagano Sora. Which also meant that when Jin went out, he no longer had to worry about guests arriving only to find the office empty. Just like today. Jin did not remain at the White Fox office as he usually did. Instead, after a long ride on the subway, he made his way to Chiyoda Ward. His reason for coming this time had nothing to do with the supernatural incident. Chiyoda Ward was home to the Imperial Palace, the National Diet, the Supreme Court, the headquarters of the Onmyo Bureau, the Onmyo Academy, and various other key institutions. Among all the wards in Tokyo, supernatural incidents there were among the rarest. The moment one showed signs of surfacing, the Onmyoji of the Onmyo Bureau suppressed it immediately. Because of that, property prices in Chiyoda Ward had soared ever since the resurgence of the supernatural began. They had long since reached a level that made ordinary people despair just from hearing the numbers. Of course, it was not just Chiyoda. Prices in Shibuya, Shinjuku, Minato, Kyoto, and the other major urban centers had all surged upward at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, many smaller cities had seen the opposite. Housing prices there had collapsed, and the outflow of people had reached historic levels. It was inevitable. Ever since spiritual disasters began appearing one after another, everyone understood one thing. The larger the city, the stronger the defenses against the supernatural. Some smaller towns had even been abandoned entirely after repeated outbreaks. Putting that aside, Jin's destination in Chiyoda Ward today was the Onmyo Bureau. He had come to update his Onmyoji rank. Now that his strength had advanced, the professional rank 5 designation on his Onmyoji certificate was no longer accurate. Updating it would not only raise his standing within the world of Onmyodo and grant him privileges reserved for stronger practitioners, it would also help the White Fox office continue developing smoothly. Sometimes, hiding one's strength was not wisdom. Sometimes, the smartest move was to turn that strength into influence while the world still had rules left to exploit. And right now, that was exactly the kind of time they were living in. I might as well stop by and see how her preparations are coming along, Jin murmured to himself as he walked. If not for how painfully slow role-playing progress has become, I really wouldn't want to take this risk. It's too easy to get dragged into a whirlpool of trouble. After getting off the subway, he chose not to call a taxi. The distance to the Onmyo Bureau headquarters was only about a 20-minute walk, so he headed there on foot while bringing up the role-playing system in his vision. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, adolescence, 3%. Character abilities. Basic Talisman Compendium, minor accomplishment, Shikigami Contract, minor accomplishment, 5-pointed star incantation, minor accomplishment, word spirit technique, proficient, Yuho, proficient. Immovable binding technique, proficient, fire boundary spell, proficient. Ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, advanced. Jin was deeply dissatisfied with how slowly the progress bar was moving. Over the past 3 days, he had not been idle at all. Aside from turning Kasagano Sora into his Shikigami, he had also completed 2 separate supernatural incidents. And yet, the combined result of creating a Shikigami and handling 2 cases had only raised his role-playing progress by 3%. 3%. Back in the childhood stage, that same amount of work would have been enough to push the progress bar up by 10% or more. Now, it did not even reach a third of that. The supernatural tide was growing more violent by the day. The great upheaval was drawing closer. He did not have the luxury of leisurely increasing his strength. If he wanted to raise his role-playing progress at a meaningful pace, then he needed another path. By the time Jin finished his train of thought, he had already arrived before the headquarters of the Onmyo Bureau. He clicked his tongue softly. The supernatural resurgence has really pushed the status of Onmyoji higher and higher. And as a result, the Onmyo Bureau has risen right along with it. The new headquarters had only been completed at the beginning of the year, yet it already stood like a landmark of the ward. Whether in sheer size or in internal luxury, it was no less impressive than the headquarters of some international corporate conglomerate. The gardens and greenery surrounding it were even more extravagant. For a brief moment, it made Jin feel nostalgic for the old Onmyo Bureau building. After entering the lobby and retrieving his Onmyoji certificate from a pretty receptionist, Jin asked casually, "Is Minister Amami in today?" The receptionist brightened at once. "Yes, he is. Would you like me to take you to him?" Jin smiled lightly. "No need. Thank you." With that, he headed straight for the elevator. Before undergoing the official reassessment of his strength, he intended to visit the elder who had helped him quite a bit at the start. Once Jin disappeared into the elevator, several of the receptionists immediately drifted together, their eyes still fixed on where he had vanished. They were unable to hold back their gossip. So that really was White Fox. One of the rare genius Onmyoji, and as famous as Darenji Suzuka. He's even younger than I imagined. At that age, he's already reached a level most people would never touch in their entire lives. One of them sighed dreamily. I wonder who's going to be lucky enough to end up with Director Jin in the future. Another receptionist immediately leaned closer. Actually, don't you think Director Jin and Lady Suzuka would make a perfect match? The others exchanged glances. Then, almost in unison, they nodded. Now that you mention it, they really do. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 16, Great Yokai in Mythology. Chapter 16, Great Yokai in Mythology. Inside the chief's office of the Magic Investigation Division, the atmosphere was as busy as a battlefield command room. The Magic Investigation Division needs to keep constant watch over the movement of spiritual veins throughout Tokyo, Chief Amami Daizen said while signing off on a stack of documents piled high across his desk. Especially after the sealing begins. There cannot be any negligence. His voice was steady, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. The man speaking was the chief of the Magic Investigation Division, and also the oldest among the 12 Divine Generals, the men known as Divine Fan, Amami Daizen. Yes, Chief Amami. His capable young assistant, Hirata Itsun, took the instruction at once. He was about to turn and leave when the office door opened, revealing a young man standing outside. Hirata's expression relaxed immediately. Jin Tsumuji. Long time no see. He smiled as they met at the doorway. You're here to see Chief Amami, aren't you? Long time no see. Jin returned the greeting with an easy smile. As the two passed each other, Jin's gaze lingered on Hirata for the briefest moment, carrying a faint trace of depth that was difficult to read. By the time Hirata had disappeared from view, Jin's face was already calm again. Behind the desk, Amami Daizen looked up and laughed. Well, if it isn't the boy from the Tsumuji family. What brings you to visit this old man today? He leaned back in his chair, looking every bit like an elder facing a favored junior. Did you run into a supernatural incident you can't handle? Jin closed the office door behind him and smiled. Can't I just come see you when I have time? Amami snorted. I don't believe that for a second. Saying you came to visit this lonely old man sounds more like something your father would say. He used that line so many times I got tired of hearing it. That earned Jin a smile tinged with mild embarrassment. Even stopping by has its order of priority. His connection to Amami Daizen was not accidental. Years ago, his father, Tsumuji Takazawa, had been one of Amami's disciples. After his father died, this old man had quietly taken care of him more than once. The creation of the White Fox office was the clearest example. People now saw supernatural offices springing up everywhere and assumed the process was simple. It had not been. Back when the supernatural first began resurfacing, opening an office of that kind had been extremely difficult. With Jin's personal qualifications alone, it would have been impossible. The fact that the White Fox office had managed to open at all meant Amami Daizen had almost certainly pushed open many doors from behind the scenes, calling in favors, making arrangements, and contributing both money and effort. Time had proven his judgment right. Today, the White Fox office could genuinely be called successful. Its name had already spread through much of Tokyo. Jin glanced at the mountain of paperwork stacked on the desk and raised a brow. Old man, did you get promoted? You're even handling investigation department matters now. He had heard the conversation outside. Ordinarily, the chief of the Magic Investigation Division had no business directly interfering with intelligence department work. Overstepping in that way was the kind of thing that invited criticism, and Amami was far too experienced not to know it. At that, Amami clicked his tongue and shot Jin a look before gesturing irritably at the pile of work in front of him. Promoted. More like being used for free labor. He gave a dry laugh. I'm an old man who just wants to retire early, and instead they're working me like a dog. Even the director of the Onmyo agency could barely keep up with the current workload. That alone said enough. Jin's expression grew more thoughtful. Something happened between the Onmyo agency and the Onmyo alliance recently. He was naturally reminded of the shelved status both organizations had recently given to so many supernatural incidents. Amami was not surprised that he had heard something. It seems even you have picked up a few rumors. He sighed. Well, paper can't wrap fire forever. Sooner or later, this kind of thing was bound to leak out. Then his expression darkened. From the outside, the Onmyo agency still looks normal. But internally, he shook his head. Calling it hollowed out would not be an exaggeration. Jin took a more serious posture. I'm listening. Amami rested both arms on the desk and spoke without lowering his voice. At present, nearly all of the main combat forces of both the Onmyo agency and the Onmyo alliance have been deployed to Honshu. Right now, each headquarters has only 3 national-level Onmyoji left behind in emergency combat reserve. As for total remaining combat strength, it's less than 30% of what it used to be. Jin's eyes narrowed. That was worse than he had imagined. What remained of the Onmyo agency and the Onmyo alliance was little more than a shell. And that so-called 30% almost certainly included office staff, researchers, and support personnel who were not suited for direct combat at all. If a few great yokai launched a surprise assault on either headquarters right now, the result could be disastrous. No wonder Amami was drowning in work. He was effectively filling multiple roles by himself. Amami gave him a long look. You are not to spread this around. If word gets out carelessly, it could cause chaos. Jin nodded slightly, then asked the real question. Something happened on Honshu. Is it connected to the seal you were talking about just now? Amami's face turned grave. A great yokai from myth is on the verge of revival. For the first time since Jin arrived, the old man's tone carried unmistakable weight. For now, all we can do is use the seal to delay it as much as possible, while trying to evacuate the residents of Honshu before it fully awakens. His eyes hardened. Otherwise, a river of blood would be the least of our problems. The entire island could be turned into a demonic realm. The office went still. Jin said nothing at first. Then, slowly, a name escaped his lips. Yamata no Orochi. Amami Daizen gave a silent nod. Jin fell quiet. The moment Amami mentioned Honshu, he had already begun to suspect it. After all, among the great yokai tied to that land, none were more infamous than Yamata no Orochi. In the cultural consciousness of Japan, it stood above even legendary names like Shuten-doji, Tamamo-no-Mae, and the Great Tengu. A true myth-level great yokai. Jin had not expected the situation to worsen this quickly. Even Yamata no Orochi was beginning to stir. At the same time, he understood why the Onmyo Agency and the Onmyo Alliance had chosen to shelve so many other incidents. Faced with something like this, everything else had to be set aside. Whatever supernatural cases were flaring up across Japan, none of them took priority over Yamata no Orochi. That was the true center of the storm. And yet, judging from Amami's words, even the Onmyo Agency and Onmyo Alliance were not trying to destroy it. They were only trying to delay it. Which meant one thing. Its revival was probably inevitable. A heavy sense of urgency settled over Jin's chest. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 17, Cooperation with Darenji Suzuka. Chapter 17, Cooperation with Darenji Suzuka. Time had suddenly become even more precious. The news Amami Daizen had just revealed stirred a fierce urgency in Jin Tsumuji's heart, one far sharper than anything he had felt before. He had always carried a sense of pressure regarding the coming upheaval brought by the supernatural resurgence, and he had never once forgotten that his own strength was still lacking. But this was different. This was no longer some distant shadow hanging over the future. The great change had already begun. Every subtle shift in Jin's expression was noticed by Amami Daizen. Brat, if the sky really does fall, then we old bones will be the ones holding it up first. The old man's voice softened, though the weight behind it remained. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. He looked at Jin with unusual seriousness. You and Darenji Suzuka are the hope of the future. Compared to Suzuka, who was forced to grow too fast and ended up with a few flaws in her temperament, this old man actually thinks more highly of you. His tone carried both personal concern and the gravity of an elder speaking to a junior he truly valued. For men like Amami Daizen, the older generation of Onmyoji, there was a grim understanding they all shared. They would most likely spend the rest of their lives fighting without ever truly stopping the tide of supernatural resurgence. The real hope did not lie with them anymore. It lay with the next generation. With gifted young Onmyoji like Jin and Darenji Suzuka. All the older generation could do was buy time, protect those promising seeds of Onmyodo, and make sure they did not die before they had the chance to grow into towering trees. Then Amami glanced at Jin again and gave a snort. Besides, your strength has already risen to an absurd degree. If this old man's eyes aren't failing him, the real reason you came to the Onmyo Agency today is to have your strength reassessed and upgrade the rank on your Onmyoji certificate, right? Jin smiled. I was just stopping by on the way. Amami clicked his tongue. He was not surprised that Jin was no longer trying to hide it. Ever since the role-playing system advanced, the spiritual power within Jin had surged to a new height, enough to reflect the state of Abe no Seimei in his youth. That kind of jump could not possibly be concealed from a national-level Onmyoji like Amami Daizen. Not that Jin had any intention of hiding it in the first place. If he wanted to hide, he would never have come here for evaluation. Still, Amami said, for now, we old men can still buy you plenty of time. Don't get too eager for quick results. He warned him again, and this time the concern in his tone was even clearer. The reason was simple. When Jin first entered, the old man had noticed the unusual restlessness around his aura and almost assumed the worst. He had thought Jin might have used some reckless, foundation-damaging method to force a progress. Had that been the case, Amami would have been furious. But the more he observed, the more he understood that was not what had happened. The slight instability around Jin was only the result of freshly expanded spiritual power that had not yet been fully tempered and settled. Given a few days of refinement, that issue would disappear on its own. Even more astonishing was the fact that Jin's foundation had not grown weaker. It had become even broader and sturdier. That was what truly left Amami inwardly amazed. He could not help but wonder. What professional rank had this brat's strength reached now? Rank 6. Rank 7. Or even rank 8. Go on, then. Amami waved him off impatiently while picking up his pen again. This old man still has work to do. He had already squeezed out more than enough time for this chat. The mountain of paperwork on his desk was not going to vanish by itself. Jin gave a small smile. Then I'll leave you to it, old man. With that, he turned and walked out, closing the office door gently behind him. The moment he stepped outside, a voice rang out from nearby. White Fox, you're finally out. I've been waiting forever. Jin looked up. Standing there was a girl in black leather shoes and a black and red gothic Lolita dress. She looked to be only around middle school age, with cute features, blonde twin tails curled at the ends, and a lollipop in her mouth. Yet despite her appearance, the aura around her was sharp and unruly, like a born troublemaker who feared nothing. Darenji Suzuka. Jin's lips curved slightly. So you're one of the national-level Onmyoji left behind at the Onmyo agency too. Suzuka pulled the lollipop from her mouth and flicked the stick neatly into a nearby trash can. So the old geezer told you already. Without waiting for his answer, she swept a wary look around the corridor, then dragged Jin into a more secluded corner. There, she quickly set up a silencing barrier, sealing off their conversation from outside ears. Her movements were practiced and cautious. Only after the barrier was in place did she turn back to him. Well, she asked bluntly. Have you decided? Her eyes burned with impatience. Right now, not only is the Onmyo agency short on combat power, but even a large portion of the Tsuchimikado clan's forces are tied down on Honshu. This is the perfect opportunity. Jin looked at her. Help you. He stretched the words slightly, almost deliberately. Suzuka's expression immediately darkened. Hey. Are you looking for a fight? If not for the fact that the man standing in front of her knew an absurd number of ancient talismans and even spell formulas from the Heian period, she would never have come to him at all, much less laid out her plan so openly. Seeing that she was genuinely annoyed, Jin let the teasing go. No problem, he said plainly. I can help you. Suzuka's expression eased a little. Then Jin continued. But I want all your research on the Taizen Fukuin ritual. Everything. Her face changed. For a brief instant, resentment flickered in her eyes. That research was not something trivial. It was the result of years of effort, obsession, and painstaking accumulation. Handing it over so easily, especially to this man who was clearly taking advantage of the moment, naturally left a bitter taste in her mouth. But the next moment, another thought rose in her heart. Her wish. Compared to that, what did a little research matter? If she could achieve what she wanted, she was willing to pay any price. Let alone this. With that resolve, Suzuka reached up, took off the fawn-shaped pendant hanging around her neck, and placed it in Jin's hand. All of my Taizen Fukuin ritual research is inside. Her voice was cold, but unwavering. I hope you're a man who keeps his word. Jin closed his fingers around the USB drive hidden within the pendant. No problem. A faint light flashed in his eyes. I'll be waiting for your message. The Taizen Fukuin ritual was originally something his future role as Abe no Seimei was destined to master. Studying it in advance would almost certainly push his role-playing progress higher. More importantly, if he could personally perform the Taizen Fukuin ritual, the increase in role-playing progress would likely be even greater. That was the real reason he had chosen to cooperate with Darenji Suzuka. It was a clean exchange. Suzuka wanted to use the Taizen Fukuin ritual to resurrect someone precious to her. And he needed that same forbidden ritual to advance faster. They were each taking exactly what they wanted. Previously, Jin had hesitated a little about working with Suzuka. The risks involved were not small. Even with Amami Daizen willing to help him from inside the Onmyo agency, there were still certain people who would not let matters pass so easily if this became known. But things had changed now. If he wanted to push his role-playing progress upward as fast as possible, then this level of risk was entirely worth taking. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on p@Trian. p@Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 18, Evaluating Strength. Chapter 18, Evaluating Strength. God of the Eastern Sea. God of the Western Sea. God of the Southern Sea, named Ju Cheng. God of the Northern Sea. Great gods of the four seas, drive back the 100 ghosts and sweep away all calamities. Swiftly, by the command of law. Ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation. 5 talismans rose into the air. Drawing upon the vast power of the four sea gods and amplifying it with his own spiritual energy, Jin Sumoji chanted in a low, steady voice. The incantation was obscure and ancient, its cadence deep enough to make the air in the hall shiver. His fingers moved through seal after seal with practiced precision. Then 3 pentagrams appeared in front of him. They did not simply form. They condensed, one after another, vast and solid, until 3 overlapping magic circles stood upright before him, layered together like interlocking gates of divine judgment. The power of the 4 sea gods coursed through them. A righteous, majestic aura burst outward, thick with the force of exorcism. It felt less like an Onmyodo technique and more like a heavenly decree descending into the mortal world. The air burned. The hall brightened. It was as though every impure thing hidden in shadow would be dragged into the light and stripped of disguise. Go. Jin brought 2 fingers together like a sword and slashed forward. The triple pentagrams surged ahead. As they advanced, they swelled larger and larger, their brilliance intensifying at the same time. The heat rolled outward in waves, vast enough to make it feel as though the entire evaluation hall had been flooded by sacred fire. The 5 guardian shikigami used by the Onmyo agency for strength assessment did not even have time to resist. The moment the triple pentagrams crashed into them, they were obliterated on the spot, broken into fragments of pale starlight before dispersing into nothing. Silence swallowed the hall. Everyone present froze. The strength evaluation hall was not empty. There were experts from supernatural offices, Onmyoji staying temporarily at the Onmyo agency, and more than a few whose strength had already reached professional rank 6 or 7. For all of them to be left speechless by a single move said enough about the shock of what they had just witnessed. A moment later, the uproar exploded. What kind of Onmyodo technique was that? The ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation. He destroyed all 5 guardian shikigami with one spell. That has to be professional rank 9 strength. Definitely professional rank 9. Those guardian shikigami may not be especially lethal on their own, but the Onmyo agency embedded them with multiple defensive talismans and spiritual barriers that specifically resist Onmyodo techniques. Destroying 3 at once already means professional rank 9. He destroyed 5. So this is White Fox, Jin Tsumuji, the rare genius who's said to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prodigy, Darenji Suzuka. The younger generation really is frightening. It was impossible not to feel something. Envy. Jealousy. Resentment. A bitter sense of futility. Jin was the youngest person in the entire hall. Most of the others were old enough to be his uncle, some even his grandfather. Onmyoji of his generation were rare here to begin with, and those that did exist were still struggling at apprentice rank. Yet the Onmyodo they had spent half a lifetime training had already been surpassed by a young man not even 20. Anyone faced with that contrast would feel as though their years of effort had turned into a joke. Still, shock soon gave way to doubt. Wait, since when did the ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation have that kind of power? And the one White Fox used looked different from the standard form. Once that question was raised, others began wondering the same thing. The ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation was not some unheard of secret art. It belonged to the imperial-style branch of Onmyodo and, while not common enough for every apprentice to use, it was certainly known to many present. But no one had ever seen it display such overwhelming force. More importantly, its conventional form was most effective against evil spirits, monsters, and masses of lesser ghosts. Its performance was weaker against living opponents, and even worse against the specially made guardian shikigami of the Onmyo agency. What Jin had used clearly was not the same thing they knew. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward. The instant people recognized him, the noise in the hall diminished. Lord Tugu. Lord Divine Eye. Section Chief. The man now standing at the front was Miyoshi Tugo, the last national-level Onmyoji still stationed at the Onmyo agency. He was the head of the clairvoyance division of the intelligence section, a special clairvoyant officer known as Divine Eye, and one of the 12 divine generals. With his powerful spiritual sight, he constantly monitored the flow of spiritual energy across Tokyo itself. His presence here was not strange at all. Uncle Miyoshi. Jin greeted him with familiar ease. Given his connection to Amami Daizen, he was already acquainted with several members of the 12 divine generals, and Miyoshi Tugo was one of them. There were even rumors that Jin's father, Tsumuji Takazawa, had once studied alongside Miyoshi at the Onmyo Academy. Their relationship was not as close as the one he had with Amami, but Miyoshi had always shown him a certain degree of goodwill. Miyoshi looked at Jin, then at the lingering traces of spiritual power still hanging in the hall. What you just used was the ancient form of the ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, he said calmly. The original version. His gaze swept across the others as he continued. It is an ancient Onmyodo technique. By classification, it belongs to the national level. The imperial-style ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation you know is only a simplified form created by Tsuchimikado Yuko for practicality and ease of instruction. Its power was heavily reduced in exchange for accessibility, which is why it only falls within the professional level. He looked back at the stunned crowd. The two are not remotely comparable. A sharp intake of breath spread through the hall. Ancient style. National level. Just those two phrases were enough to make people rethink everything they had just seen. Then Miyoshi gave Jin a long, measuring look. Not bad. To have mastered the ancient ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation at your age means you've already touched the minimum threshold of a national level Onmyoji. The next words landed even harder. You have a real chance of crossing that boundary within 3 years. The hall fell silent again. This time, the silence was heavier. Jin, standing on equal footing with Darenji Suzuka in talent, and now possessing professional rank 9 strength, did not automatically mean that everyone had already believed he would one day become national level. That boundary was a true chasm. An absolute divide. Too many brilliant professional rank Onmyoji had spent their whole lives slamming against it without ever passing through. Yet Miyoshi Tugo had just said, in front of everyone, that Jin had hope of crossing it within 3 years. That was no casual compliment. That was nearly a declaration. In the eyes of everyone present, White Fox, Jin Tsumoji, had already become a future national level Onmyoji. Jin himself remained calm. Uncle Miyoshi, you're praising me too highly. But Miyoshi did not linger on that point. Instead, his expression shifted slightly. By the way, what Yamashiro Hayato did last time was indeed wrong. After the incident, the director punished him severely. His tone held restrained displeasure. He had only just been granted the title of one of the 12 divine generals and was too eager to prove himself. Jin's eyes darkened slightly. Tomi. This was about Tomi. That time, they had nearly sealed her completely, only for Yamashiro Hayato to ruin everything in a fit of arrogance, giving her the chance to escape. Uncle Miyoshi, Jin said, voice steady, the Onmyo agency should pay much closer attention to Tomi. Her danger level is not lower than that of any great yokai. Miyoshi nodded, signaling that he understood. But Jin could tell he did not truly take it seriously. At least, not seriously enough. He could only sigh inwardly. The Onmyo agency still had not grasped the full threat Tomi posed. In their eyes, she was merely a somewhat unusual evil spirit. And right now, with the bureau already stretched to the brink, saying more would not change anything. After that, Miyoshi exchanged a few more words with Jin, mostly repeating what Amami had already said earlier, warning him not to become too obsessed with immediate results. Then he left. Given his duties, that was unsurprising. As the men responsible for watching the spiritual flow of all Tokyo, Miyoshi Tugo had long since become one of the busiest members of the 12 divine generals. And with the entire Onmyo Bureau now forced into multiple layers of emergency response, nearly everyone was doing the work of several people at once. For him to have taken time out to observe the evaluation hall was already unusual. The moment Miyoshi was gone, the crowd surged. Business cards were thrust forward. Flattering voices overlapped. Invitations and attempts at recruitment came one after another. Director Jin Tsumoji, hello. I'm from the ring office. This is our business card. I hope you'll guide us in the future. Lord White Fox, my name is. Director Jin, our office sincerely wishes to invite you. Please, at least accept our card. No one was foolish enough to miss this opportunity. If they did not curry favor now, while he was still only White Fox, then once Jin truly rose into the ranks of the national level, they would no longer even have the qualification to stand close enough to speak to him. At the same time, in the office of the Chief of the Magic Investigation Division, Amami Daizen received the results from the evaluation hall. 9th rank professional strength. And he's mastered the ancient ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation. He leaned back and smiled, the satisfaction in his face impossible to hide. This brat really did give this old man a huge surprise. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems he's especially proficient in ancient-style Onmyodo. The talismans he uses, the 5-pointed star incantation he relies on, even now, this new spell. They're all ancient style, not imperial style. To be honest, that part still puzzled him. Neither Amami, nor Jin's father Tsumoji Takazawa, nor even the entire declining Tsumoji family possessed this many ancient-style techniques. He genuinely did not know where the brat had learned them all. Still, he had no interest in prying. Everyone had their own fortunes and secrets. As long as Jin did not lose his way, that was enough. Elsewhere, Darenji Suzuka also received the news. 9th rank professional already. Real surprise flashed across her face. She had known White Fox was strong, but she had not expected his strength to rise this quickly. Then, just as quickly, her expression turned satisfied. That's even better. The stronger he is, the higher the chances my plan succeeds. She tightened her grip on a small, cartoon-style ornament in her hand and lowered her gaze. Just wait for me, brother. I'll be able to bring you back soon. Later, after the formalities were complete, Jin finally looked down at his updated Onmyoji certificate. White Fox Office. Director, Jin Tsumoji. Professional rank 9 Onmyoji. In the lower right corner lay the anti-counterfeit seal woven personally by the Onmyo agency spiritual methods. Jin closed the certificate and slipped it into his pocket. They even recorded White Fox as the official title this time. His goal in coming to the Onmyo agency had been fully achieved. More than that, the increase in his official rank would raise the White Fox office's standing considerably. With a professional rank 9 director at its head, the office would almost certainly leap into the top 10 among Tokyo's supernatural offices. That gave him a quiet sense of satisfaction. After all, the White Fox office was something he had built with his own hands. Watching it grow, step by step, really did feel a little like watching his own child get stronger. Under the admiring gaze of the girls at the reception desk, Jin walked out of the Onmyo agency. Just as he passed the front entrance, a young woman stepping out of a commercial van paused and looked at him. Hayasaka AI. Dressed in a sharp secretary outfit, she instantly recognized the young man who had just passed by her. So that's Jin Tsumoji, director of the White Fox office, she thought. The one young miss told me to add to the list. Her eyes lingered on his retreating back for only a moment before she looked toward the building itself. I should check the situation at the Onmyo agency first. I just hope nothing unexpected happens again. With that, Hayasaka AI walked into the Onmyo agency, carrying her quiet worry with her. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 19, Taizen Fukuin Ritual. Chapter 19, Taizen Fukuin Ritual. Night had fallen. Stars shimmered faintly above the city, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The streets of Shibuya were still lined with working street lamps, but the number of people outside had grown pitifully small. Anyone who could still be seen walking at this hour moved quickly, almost nervously, as though the darkness itself had become something unsafe. And in a way, it had. With supernatural incidents breaking out more and more often, fear had already sunk deep into the hearts of ordinary people. The authorities could still try to calm the public through television, newspapers, and the internet, but that could only do so much. The unease had already spread too far. Few dared linger outside after dark unless they had no other choice. Even the lights inside many homes were turned off earlier than before, as if that alone might keep unclean things from noticing them. But on one quiet street in Shibuya Ward, the White Fox office remained brightly lit. Inside, Jin Tsumoji sat at his desk in total concentration. Praying to Taizen Fukuin and the gods of the underworld, and through that, reversing life and death. Strictly speaking, it is not resurrection granted for free, but a transaction carried out on a higher order of law. The Taizen Fukuin ritual is closer to exploiting a loophole in the rules. The goal is to use the smallest possible price. But the gods of the underworld are not likely to be so easy to deceive. Since returning from the Onmyo agency, Jin had thrown himself completely into studying the Taizen Fukuin ritual and the years of research Darenji Suzuka had accumulated around it. White paper already covered much of the desk. Some sheets were filled with spiritual formulas, some with deductions, some with hastily written possibilities and corrections. He kept picking up his pen, writing, pausing, crossing things out, then starting again. Onmyodo itself was a path that sought to pry into the mysteries of life, death, and reincarnation, chasing truths hidden behind the movements of stars and the structure of the unseen world. Tonight, Jin was standing before one of its deepest taboos. Director, aren't you going to rest? It's already really late. Kasagano Sora floated out from the soul-hosting wood and drifted quietly to his side. She looked at Jin with a mixture of concern and curiosity. At the moment, he seemed so focused that he almost looked possessed. What exactly was so important that it could draw him in this deeply? I'm not sleepy yet. Jin did not look away from the screen. Right, Sora, get me some more blank paper. Sora nodded at once. In the past 2 days, she had become more and more skilled at handling her original body. With a soft movement, she drew it out from its sealed talisman state and slipped back into it as naturally as someone putting on clothes. Even now, the body still looked too pale, far too bloodless, especially in the face, but at least it could be used for simple tasks. Soon, she returned with a stack of white paper. And not just that. She had also made him a cup of instant coffee. Here, Director. Jin accepted both. Thanks, Sora. He took a sip of the coffee, though he had never really liked the stuff. If Kotoko did not enjoy drinking it, he probably would not have kept any in the office at all. Still, he drank it without complaint, then pulled a fresh sheet toward him and resumed his calculations. Sora stood nearby for a moment before her eyes drifted to the words on the screen. Taizen Fukuin Ritual. She murmured. Director, is this some new Onmyodo technique you're researching? Jin gave a faint shake of his head. It goes far beyond the level of an ordinary Onmyodo technique. Even a great Onmyodo art would be beneath it. That answer immediately caught her attention. Jin set down his pen for a moment and explained while his eyes remained on the screen. Taizen Fukuin is the legendary deity who governs the underworld and oversees ghosts. By day, he judges the living. By night, he judges the dead. He is the one who stands in judgment over both the worlds of yin and yang. Sora listened in silence. The Taizen Fukuin ritual is a ritual of exchange. It offers prayer to that great deity and seeks to trade one life for the return of another. Jin paused briefly, then added, "Of course, it is not truly an equal exchange." He continued in a measured voice. To put it simply, the Taizen Fukuin ritual is a forbidden spell capable of overturning life and death, and perhaps even reaching beyond the cycle of reincarnation itself. By the time he finished, the blank page before him was already covered in fresh writing. The Taizen Fukuin ritual had only been in his hands for less than a day, yet his research into it was moving with astonishing speed. Whether it was because the ritual itself originally belonged to Abe no Seimei's domain, or because of some deeper link between the role-playing system and the spell, Jin constantly felt inspiration rising one after another as he studied it. Ideas appeared almost faster than he could write them down. The result was obvious. He had already found several flaws and omissions in Dorenji Suzuka's research. That alone was enough to show just how terrifying his unilateral comprehension of the Taizen Fukuin ritual had become. Reverse life and death, go beyond the cycle of reincarnation. Kasagano Sora could not stop herself from covering her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock. She did not know much about Onmyodo, but even she understood one thing. Life and death were supposed to be irreversible. For humans, that boundary was sacred and untouchable. She had never imagined that a forbidden spell like this could actually exist. No wonder the director said it went far beyond the limits of ordinary Onmyodo. And then, almost against her will, another thought rose in her heart. If the dead could truly be returned to life, then could she also? Just as the thought surfaced, Jin suddenly stopped writing. He turned and looked at her. "Sora," he said quietly, "if it works, would you be willing to become my first case?" The word struck her straight in the heart. For a second, she forgot to breathe. Her hand tightened over her chest as her pulse raced wildly. She understood immediately what he meant. She understood too well. "Director." Her voice trembled. "Is that true? Can you really bring me back to life?" Jin nodded. "Yes. Your body and soul were preserved very completely. Compared to most cases, the probability of bringing you back is much higher, and the price required should also be smaller." Then, more gently, he added, "Of course, that will be a long time from now." But that was already enough. Far more than enough. The excitement swelling in Kasagano Sora's chest could no longer be held back. She threw herself forward and buried herself against Jin, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Her slender body trembled. She wanted to cry, but tears no longer came easily to her now. So all she could do was cling to him and repeat one phrase over and over, like a child who had finally been shown a sliver of dawn after a long night of terror. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Jin let out a soft sigh. Then he set down the pen, raised a hand, and gently stroked her back. The girl in his arms had lost nearly everything. Her parents. Her relatives. Her home. Even her place in the world as a normal human being. Now she had to face the future in a form that was no longer truly alive, in a world that had already become cruel enough to swallow ordinary people whole. Anyone looking at her like this would feel pity. Would feel tenderness. Would feel the urge to protect something so fragile. And so, giving her that promise now was not simply about the Taizen Fukuin ritual. It was about giving her a reason to keep going. A hope to hold on to. The courage to continue facing this world. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 20, Katoko's Vigilance. Chapter 20, Katoko's Vigilance. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to pale, Iwanaga Katoko arrived at the White Fox office carrying 2 breakfasts as usual. The moment she pushed open the door and stepped inside, however, she froze. Then the corner of her mouth twitched. "Well, that is certainly something," she muttered. Did the White Fox office get robbed last night, or did it just survive a private Hyaki Yako? It was not an exaggeration. From Katoko's perspective, the office looked like the aftermath of a disaster. White paper was scattered everywhere, covering the floor in chaotic layers. The furniture had suffered badly. The sofa had been torn open, the desk was cracked and damaged, and even the bookshelf looked as though something violent had slammed into it. Only Jin Tsumuji himself remained standing amid the wreckage, one hand against his chin, completely absorbed in thought as he occasionally glanced down at the deduction notes in his other hand. Whatever had happened here, it had clearly happened on a respectable scale. Katoko set the breakfast down in the cleanest spot she could find, then immediately pulled Kasagano Sora to the side. "Sora," she said in a lowered voice, "what exactly happened here?" "Sister Katoko." Sora quickly explained everything she knew. She did not understand all the details herself, but she had at least witnessed the sequence of events. After Kotoko left yesterday, Jin had returned from the Onmyo agency and locked himself into non-stop research on the Taizen Fukuin ritual. He had stayed at it all night. Then, not long before dawn, he formed a series of hand seals, and his spiritual power suddenly erupted out of control. The result was what she saw now. Kotoko's expression changed. A spiritual backlash. That was the first conclusion that entered her mind. Kasagano Sora, having had little contact with Onmyodo before all of this, naturally could not identify such a thing. But Kotoko, as the princess of yokai and the goddess of wisdom, had seen cases of failed casting and spiritual backlash more than once. Every time it happened, an Onmyoji paid a price. Sometimes a light injury. Sometimes something far worse. But after quickly studying Jin's condition from a distance, Kotoko let out a quiet breath. His expression was calm. His aura was steady. Whatever had gone wrong, it had not injured him in any meaningful way. Then, a split second later, another thought struck her. Her eyes narrowed sharply. Wait. She turned back to Sora. What did you just say? Sora blinked. The Taizen Fukuin ritual. This time, Kotoko's eyes widened completely. The Taizen Fukuin ritual. Sora nodded. Immediately, disbelief flashed across Kotoko's face. The Taizen Fukuin ritual, that's the forbidden spell Tsuchimikado you could try to perform half a century ago. Yes, Sora said, a little uncertain under her reaction. Sister Kotoko, you know it too. Kotoko gave a humorless laugh. Know it. More than know it. She folded her arms tightly and looked toward Jin with obvious unease. Reversing life and death. Reaching beyond reincarnation. The Taizen Fukuin ritual is a forbidden spell among forbidden spells. Its notoriety is practically legendary. An Onmyoji who has never heard of it would be the rare one. Her expression turned even more serious. Half a century ago, Tsuchimikado Yuko failed during the Taizen Fukuin ritual and triggered spiritual disaster riots throughout Tokyo. That failure led directly to a catastrophe large enough to scar an era. Sora went quiet. Only now did she fully realize just how terrible the implications were. To her, Jin had spoken of the spell with calm certainty, almost making it sound like a dangerous but navigable path. But hearing Kotoko describe it this way made the scale of the taboo sink in all at once. Kotoko continued in a grave voice. In the eyes of most Onmyoji, the Taizen Fukuin ritual is an absolute taboo that should never be touched. The boundary between life and death is not something humans can tamper with casually. Sora instinctively looked toward Jin. A faint unease rose in her chest. At that moment, Jin finally put down the paper in his hand and glanced over. It's not as serious as you're making it sound. Kotoko frowned. Jin spoke calmly. The reason Tsuchimikado Yuko caused such a large spiritual disaster in Tokyo was not because the Taizen Fukuin ritual itself is inherently uncontrollable. It was because the wish he made through it was too broad. Once that happened, the entire structure of the ritual triggered a chain reaction. Kotoko said nothing for a moment. To be honest, she did not know the true details of that incident. Like most people, she only knew the version that had spread outward through the Onmyodo world. But even so, her unease remained. Still, she pressed on. Even so, Director, it's better not to touch the Taizen Fukuin ritual lightly. Her tone was unusually serious. In her eyes, it was a spell wrapped in ill omen from beginning to end. That was not really her fault. Almost every Onmyoji who did not know the deeper truth viewed it the same way. Even many national-level Onmyoji, including members of the 12 Divine Generals, saw the Taizen Fukuin ritual as nothing but a disaster waiting to happen. Jin, however, did not continue the discussion. All right. Kotoko, take Sora with you and hire some cleaners. Replace the furniture while you're at it. He changed the subject so smoothly it was almost shameless. Kotoko puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. She knew perfectly well that he had not listened. But at the same time, another thought had already begun forming in her mind. Why had he suddenly started researching the Taizen Fukuin ritual in the first place? Then her eyes slowly shifted toward Kasagano Sora. And in that instant, something clicked. It could not be. Could it? She studied Sora more closely. Today, Sora's expression was different from before. There was still fragility there, of course, but the heavy emptiness and quiet hopelessness that used to cling to her had clearly lightened. She seemed more alive, more expectant, as if something had taken root inside her. Kotoko's eyes narrowed. A woman's intuition, when it chose to show up, could be unreasonably accurate. After Kotoko and Sora left the office together, Jin finally called up the role-playing system again. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, adolescence, 10%. Character abilities. Basic Talisman Compendium, Minor Accomplishment, Shikigami Contract, Minor Accomplishment, 5-pointed star incantation, Minor Accomplishment, Word Spirit Technique, Proficient, Yuho, Proficient. Immovable Binding Technique, Proficient, Fire Boundary Spell, Proficient. Ghost Averting and Evil Dispelling Incantation, Advanced. Jin's eyes settled on the progress value. The role-playing progress increased by 7 full points. That was no small amount. Just researching the Taizen Fukuin ritual pushed it this far. If I can actually perform it successfully, the progress gain should be enormous. That was the clearest conclusion. Unfortunately, conclusions were one thing. Reality was another. With his current strength, fully carrying out the Taizen Fukuin ritual alone was still unrealistic. Sooner or later, he would still need to cooperate with Darenji Suzuka. Even so, another issue weighed more heavily on him right now. He frowned slightly. But what exactly was that resistance just now? What Kotoko had interpreted as spiritual backlash was not really that. What Jin had attempted just before dawn had been the first true step of the Taizen Fukuin ritual. He had tried to establish contact with the gods of the underworld. And he had succeeded. At least, partially. The connection had clearly formed for an instant. Then, for reasons he still could not understand, it had been severed from the other side. Unilaterally. He had already repeated the full deduction process in his head more than a dozen times. By his calculations, there had been no flaw at all. Which was exactly what made it so strange. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 21, Ajiso Setsuna. Chapter 21, Ajiso Setsuna. By the time afternoon arrived, the White Fox office had finally been restored to order. After Jin Tsumuji paid the cleaners and the movers, the entire place looked almost new. The damaged furniture had been replaced, the shattered pieces cleared away, and even a number of green plants had been added here and there. Iwanaga Kotoko had also gone out of her way to buy a variety of supplies for the office's daily operation, spending money with such calm ruthlessness that it almost looked like she had no intention of sparing Jin a single yen. Still, the results spoke for themselves. After Kotoko's careful touch, the overall atmosphere of the White Fox office had risen by more than one level. Sitting on the new brown leather sofa, Kotoko handled the trivial disputes and reports sent in by yokai as usual, but her mind was only half on the work in front of her. From time to time, her eyes drifted between Jin and Kasagano Sora. More precisely, she was secretly watching them. Kotoko, Jin said at last from behind the desk, frowning slightly, "Aren't you done with your work yet?" "Not yet." Her answer came out stiff and immediate. She lowered her head as if she were fully focused again, but in truth, she was quietly biting her finger in irritation. Something was definitely wrong. The more she watched Kasagano Sora today, the more certain she became that something had changed. Jin himself had not changed much on the surface. He was still as calm and maddeningly unbothered as ever. The main issue was Sora. This quiet little girl, who just so happened to share certain dangerous attributes with Kotoko herself, seemed to be drawing closer to Jin without even realizing it. When Sora was alone with her, she was usually soft-spoken and restrained, barely saying more than she needed to. But earlier, when the two of them had gone out together to buy furniture, almost every sentence that left Sora's mouth had somehow ended up circling back to Jin. Another one has appeared. Kotoko's resentment deepened immediately. Now she was beginning to regret having accepted that supernatural case in the first place. In a single moment of helpful initiative, she had somehow managed to invite a surprisingly formidable rival right into the White Fox office. Men really had no resistance to this type of delicate, fragile little girl. The thought made Kotoko's eyes narrow. And what made it even worse was the timing. She, the one who had gotten here first and was practically in the best position possible, still had not succeeded in making any real progress. Meanwhile, one home stealer after another kept materializing from nowhere. At the thought of that, the bitterness in her gaze nearly overflowed. "Kotoko sister, what do you mean by, another one has appeared?" Kasagano Sora, who had just placed a fresh cup of coffee in front of Kotoko, the kind Kotoko liked, looked at her with obvious confusion. These days, most of the office chores had naturally become Sora's responsibility. Kotoko blinked and immediately realized she had muttered aloud. "It's nothing. Just..." Before she could casually brush it aside, the sound of knocking came from the office door. Sora turned and went to answer it. Standing outside was a tall, beautiful girl. She had shoulder-length brown hair gathered into twin tails, brown eyes, and a strikingly attractive face. 2 black butterfly ribbons decorated either side of her head, and she wore a familiar school uniform. In one hand, she carried a refined black leather school bag, making it obvious she had just come from school. Hoju University Attached High School. Sora recognized the uniform at once. It belonged to one of the well-known high schools nearby. The girl smiled politely. Little sister, is Jin Tsumuji here? Sora nodded and stepped aside without hesitation. Since she had come looking for the director, there was no reason to block her. The moment the girl entered, Kotoko stared, eyes widening. Ajiso Setsuna. She had assumed it was just another client. She had not expected this person. How did she end up here? It really is you two, the girl said warmly, looking between Kotoko and Jin. Long time no see, Iwanaga-san. Jin-san. It has been a long time, Class Republic. Even Jin looked a little surprised. Ajiso Setsuna. She had been his classmate and seatmate before he dropped out. Back then, the original Jin Tsumuji had also been a student at the nearby Hojo University-attached high school. Kotoko had studied there as well, though not in the same class. Setsuna pouted slightly the moment she heard his greeting. Jin-san, you completely cut off contact with all your old classmates after dropping out. You even changed your phone number. Her dissatisfaction was plain to see. Jin gave an awkward smile. The phone number part was an accident. To be fair, he was not entirely innocent in this matter. While he had still been in school, his relationship with Ajiso Setsuna had actually been quite good. Suddenly cutting off all contact after dropping out was, at least from the outside, undeniably unreasonable. But the situation back then had not exactly been simple. In the chaotic early days after leaving school and trying to establish the White Fox office, Jin had been overwhelmed from all sides. Even with Amami Daizen quietly helping behind the scenes, there were still countless things he had to deal with personally. At that stage, getting the office up and running had demanded nearly all of his time and attention. For the first half year, the White Fox office had barely been more than a shaky framework. Only later had it truly stabilized and begun to operate properly. And during that period, because of his inexperience, he inevitably spent much of his time running around to handle supernatural incidents, sometimes even returning injured. Under those circumstances, old classmate relationships had simply fallen aside. Setsuna clearly did not think his excuse was especially convincing, but she did not pursue the matter for now. If I hadn't happened to hear recently that the director of the White Fox office was also named Jin Tsumuji, and roughly your age, I never would have believed it. She looked at him with unconcealed surprise. I only came here with a just-in-case attitude. I really didn't expect it to actually be you. That reaction was natural enough. Although Onmyoji had already entered public awareness after the resurgence of the supernatural, for ordinary people they were still mysterious, almost otherworldly figures. Discovering that someone you once sat beside in class was one of them felt a bit like suddenly learning that an ordinary classmate was secretly the descendant of an ancient noble house. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 22, The Bridal Gown. Chapter 22, The Bridal Gown. Iwanaga Kotoko had lost. At least, that was how it felt in her heart. From the moment Ajiso Setsuna stepped into the White Fox office, Kotoko had been making comparisons with the grim seriousness of someone standing before a life-or-death enemy. Height, figure, temperament, face, presence, all of it. The result was devastating. No matter how she looked at it, she was being crushed into complete worthlessness. And the worst part was that this was not some ordinary pretty girl. This was Ajiso Setsuna, the Hojo University-attached high school idol, the legendary songstress who had won the school title 2 years in a row, the girl admired by countless students. In this category, there was not even room for comparison. To be brutally honest, Kotoko and Kasagano Sora combined might not have been enough to match Setsuna's curves. That realization made her mood sink even further. Class rep, you didn't come all the way here just to catch up. Sitting behind the desk, Jin Tsumuji looked at Ajiso Setsuna and spoke in a calm, straightforward tone. The moment he said that, Setsuna's delicate body stiffened. A trace of fear surfaced in her eyes. Kasagano Sora, standing quietly nearby, recognized that expression immediately. She knew that kind of fear very well. Ignorant fear. Helpless fear. The kind that came from sensing disaster without knowing where it would strike from next. The kind that left a person unable to do anything except curl up and pray for someone to save them. As expected, I really can't hide it from you. Setsuna let out a small, uneasy breath, but there was also relief in it. And that also proves I came to the right place. From the moment she entered the office, Jin had already sensed the abnormality clinging to her. It was hidden extremely well, subtle enough that most Onmyoji might have missed it entirely. But under his current, greatly heightened spiritual sight, it stood out as clearly as an open flame in darkness. Setsuna's eyes met his. And, just call me Setsuna, she said softly. Calling me class rep sounds too distant. Jin nodded without objection. All right, Setsuna. Then his expression turned businesslike again. Are you here at the White Fox office for a consultation, or to commission a formal investigation? He paused, then added, if it's only a consultation, I can waive the fee, considering we're old classmates. Thank you, Jin. Setsuna's voice softened slightly, but the fear in it remained. But I'd like you to help me solve whatever is happening to me. She clasped her hands tighter around her school bag. And I won't be stingy with the payment. Kotoko. Jin called her name. Kotoko instantly straightened, pushing down her personal resentment and slipping into work mode. Yes. She pulled out the record materials and pen she always used, then looked at Setsuna. Then start from the beginning. Tell us in detail what's been happening to you. Her tone became serious. Especially this mark the director mentioned. Mark. Setsuna looked confused. Jin explained before Kotoko could. You've been marked by some kind of supernatural existence. The aura is extremely well concealed, but if someone looks carefully enough, it's there. Setsuna's fingers tightened unconsciously. Jin continued, marks like that are common in certain supernatural incidents. In the eyes of yokai, it usually means one thing. Food that has already been claimed. Sora flinched slightly at the phrasing. Jin did not soften it. Because of that, other yokai usually won't touch it. Setsuna went pale. Food that had already been claimed. The phrase alone was enough to make her stomach turn. Yet the more she thought about what had happened to her lately, the more perfectly it fit. She had gone to one supernatural office after another before coming here, and not one of them had found anything wrong. They all insisted she was merely under stress, or that the strange things she had experienced were hallucinations. Only she knew they were real. And only Jin had seen through it at a glance. That alone was enough to make her understand she had finally found the right place. At that moment, Sora quietly stepped forward and placed a cup of freshly brewed coffee in front of Setsuna. Please. Setsuna took it with both hands. Thank you. The warmth of the cup steadied her slightly. She lowered her gaze into the dark surface of the coffee for a few seconds, then slowly began. To be precise, everything started 3 months ago. At Hoju University attached high school. Both Jin and Kotoko were caught off guard by that. 3 months. That was longer than either of them had expected. For something like this to have been dragging on that long, in a famous school so close by, without any rumor properly reaching them, could only mean one thing. The school had intentionally suppressed the matter. Which made sense. An elite academy like Hoju University attached would place enormous value on its reputation. If the outside world learned that a supernatural incident had broken out on campus, it would deal a major blow to its image, its future admissions, and everything tied to that prestige. Setsuna continued, her voice growing quieter as the memory resurfaced. It started in the abandoned park area of the school. One day, a wishing tree suddenly appeared there out of nowhere. Her fingers trembled slightly around the cup. It was covered in red ribbons. Marriage ribbons. Blessings for love, for relationships, for happy unions. It was just there. No one knew who had put it there. At first, the teachers and the students were all confused. The whole thing felt strange, unsettling. Because of how suddenly it appeared, the school worried it might be connected to something supernatural and immediately contacted the Onmyo agency. She swallowed. The Onmyoji came, investigated, and said nothing unusual could be found. No active yokai, no curse source, nothing. All they concluded was that the tree itself was extremely old, possibly several hundred years old. Kotoko's expression shifted slightly. And then everyone relaxed, she said flatly. Setsuna gave a bitter nod. Yes. The school convinced itself it was some stupid prank by one of the investors. We've had incidents like that before. Some rich backer trying to be clever, causing a scene, then losing the nerve to admit it. Since there was already precedent, most people accepted that explanation. Her eyes dimmed. And after that, the real horror began. The abandoned park area, which had been ignored for years, became popular almost overnight. Students started visiting the tree. Couples hung prayer plaques there. So did students hoping to find love. The place went from forgotten to crowded in only a few days. During that time, Setsuna said, someone claimed they saw dead people hanging from the tree. Her voice dropped further. Brides. Wearing bridal gowns. Smiling in a way that made their faces look completely wrong. Kotoko stopped writing for a moment. Jin remained silent. At the time, no one believed them, Setsuna said. Everyone thought it was just a student having some kind of panic attack, or maybe trying to get attention. No one took it seriously. She stared into her coffee again. And then something strange happened. Everyone who hung a prayer plaque on the tree started seeing obvious progress in their love lives over the next few days. That made the tree even more popular. Any hesitation the students had felt disappeared. Then the death started. One girl committed suicide, Setsuna said, her voice tightening. She was found hanging from the wishing tree early in the morning. Sora's face tensed. She was wearing a bridal gown, Setsuna continued, and she had the same smile. That same eerie smile. At that point, the earlier story about seeing hanging brides no longer sounded crazy. Fear finally began spreading through the academy. And some people noticed something else, she said. The bridal gown wasn't modern. It was a Heian period Junihito. Even the makeup looked old, like something from the Heian era. Her expression grew even paler. But that wasn't the end. After that, it kept happening. One death every day. Every single one of them was found hanging from the tree in a bridal gown, smiling like that. Now the school could no longer hide behind denial. Panic spread. The administration hurriedly contacted the Onmyo agency again. This time, the agency uprooted the wishing tree entirely. After that, the death stopped, and everything seemed to return to normal. On the surface, the incident was over. But Jin already knew it could not be that simple. Otherwise Setsuna would never have come here. Sure enough, she continued. Things stayed quiet for more than a month. Everyone thought it was finally over. Her voice trembled. Then, about a week ago, the wishing tree came back. Kotoko looked up. In the same place. Setsuna slowly shook her head. No. She hugged herself as if cold. It came back in our dreams. That answer made even Kotoko go still. Dreams. This was not like Kasagano Sora's case. Sora's incident had involved fear, distortion, and manipulation of mental perception. But this was different. This was direct intrusion into dreams. And not just one person's dreams, either. Jin's gaze sharpened. Explain this part carefully. Setsuna nodded. For the past week, I've been having the same dream every night. She took a shaky breath. I'm in a remote village. Completely isolated. Everything feels wrong. Distorted. But everyone there is acting like it's a wedding day. Her grip tightened further. I'm wearing a bridal gown. The villagers are smiling and congratulating me. My parents are there too, but their faces. Her voice faltered. They look like they're in pain. And relieved. Both at the same time. The room was silent except for her voice. The wedding procession always leads to the wishing tree. She swallowed hard. And that's when I see it. The red ribbons hanging from the branches, they're gone. In their place are brides. Dozens of them. Hanging there in bridal gowns. Setsuna's lips trembled. The same dress I'm wearing. Sora unconsciously took a step closer to Jin. That's when I realize what the dream really means, Setsuna whispered. The wedding isn't a wedding at all. It ends with me being hanged from that tree too. Her eyes were full of dread now. I tried to run. Once, in the dream, I turned and ran as hard as I could, trying to escape the ceremony. But the villagers changed. Her voice shook. All of them. They stopped looking human. They became things. Hideous. Twisted. And they came after me. Now even Kotoko's brows were tightly drawn. Ever since the dream started, students from Hujou University attached high school have begun disappearing. Setsuna's voice had gone very soft by now. One after another. She lifted her head. And I've seen all of them in my dreams. Every one of them. Hanging from that tree in bridal gowns. The words seemed to chill the room. A terrible certainty had already taken hold inside her. I know it won't be long before it's my turn. At last, Setsuna finished. The office fell into complete silence. Jin sat still, his brow furrowed tightly. This case was more troublesome than he had initially thought. Far more troublesome. Because for the first time in a while, even he could not immediately see where to begin. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Delving Deeper. Chapter 23, Delving Deeper. Bridal gowns. The wishing tree. The village. A wedding that felt more like some warped sacrificial ritual. One clue after another began linking together in Jin Tsumoji's mind, slowly forming the rough outline of a framework. Even so, there were still several crucial gaps. Some of the key details had not yet been clearly described by Ajiso Setsuna, and without them, the full picture remained frustratingly incomplete. So Jin asked the first question directly. Setsuna, the girls who committed suicide before, and the people who are now having the same dreams about the wishing tree in that village. Did all of them hang prayer plaques on the tree? If the answer was yes, then that alone would identify one of the likely trigger points for the incident. But Setsuna's response surprised him. She nodded first. Then immediately shook her head. Both Jin and Iwanaga Kotoko frowned. That answer made no sense on its face. Setsuna hurried to explain. The students who hanged themselves from the wishing tree in the Academy Park did all hang prayer plaques there. But for me and most of the people currently having these nightmares, we didn't. Some of them never even went near the park. So that was not the trigger. At least, not anymore. Jin's gaze deepened. You mentioned bridal gowns, he said. So everyone who hanged themselves before was female. Setsuna nodded. Jin continued, now that the wishing tree is appearing in dreams instead, do you know exactly how the people who disappeared vanished? In what manner did they go missing? Setsuna shook her head at first. Then something seemed to occur to her. Wait, there is one more thing. Her face tightened as she spoke. After those girls disappeared, their existence in other people's minds started becoming blurry. It's hard to explain, but it's like their presence was gradually being erased. People still vaguely remember that someone like them existed, but their sense of that person becomes weaker and weaker. That one sentence made Jin's expression change. Blurring. Masking. Interfering with perception. It was because of that phenomenon, most likely, that almost no one at Huzhu University attached high school truly realized the supernatural incident had never ended. It had only sunk deeper, continuing to ferment in secret while remaining hidden from ordinary notice. Blurring and masking the perceptions of others. Jin frowned. A contradiction had surfaced. Yokai that hid in the shadows while harvesting human lives through exactly this sort of perceptual interference were not unusual in themselves. Earlier this year, a horrifying large-scale supernatural incident had broken out in a small town in Hokkaido, shocking the entire country. By the time the anomaly was finally discovered, the incident had already reached its late stages. The townspeople had been slaughtered one after another, their blood draining into channels and gutters until it formed something like a river of gore. The thing behind that tragedy had done the same thing. It had clouded and redirected the senses of outsiders, causing everyone to unconsciously believe the town was functioning normally while its residents were being systematically butchered. But the case at Huzhu University attached high school felt different. At the beginning, the wishing tree had made no effort to hide. It had brazenly harvested the lives of students inside the academy grounds, one after another, in a manner almost impossible to ignore. So why had it changed its approach now? Why begin masking disappearances and dulling people's awareness only after the first stage had already ended? Had the earlier suppression by the Onmyo agency taught it caution? Possibly. But that alone still felt insufficient. Two different phases. Two different methods. Something was hidden behind that shift, and Jin could feel it. He simply had not found the connecting thread yet. He looked toward Kotoko. Kotoko, investigate the victims. I want records on all of them. See whether any diaries, notes, messages, or personal observations were left behind before they hanged themselves or disappeared. Pay special attention to the first victim. The starting point usually carries the most unique clues. Kotoko immediately rose from the sofa. I understand, Director. As always, she would use the yokai under her influence to gather the intelligence. In a case like this, the efficiency of yokai was often much higher than that of ordinary human investigation. That had always been one of the White Fox Office's greatest advantages. Jin then turned back to Setsuna. As for you, you'll stay here at the White Fox Office for the next few days. Setsuna blinked. Jin spoke in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. To be safe. I've laid barriers and seals throughout this office. No matter how strong that wishing tree is, it won't be able to take you away without alerting me first. Setsuna nodded at once. All right. She understood perfectly well that this was for her protection. There was no reason to object. I'm going to the park at Huzhu University attached high school, Jin said. Even if the wishing tree is gone now, the place where it first appeared should still hold traces. This case was too involved to be handled carelessly. He would have to investigate it step by step. Then he looked toward the other side of the room. Sora, stay at the White Fox office with Setsuna. If any clients come by, help deal with them. Kasagano Sora nodded obediently. Okay, Director. A moment later, Jin and Kotoko left the office together. After stepping outside, they split up to handle their respective tasks, leaving only Setsuna and Sora behind in the quiet room. Setsuna watched the doorway for a moment after Jin disappeared. Then she murmured softly, I hope Jin stays safe. Beside her, Sora looked at the same empty doorway and answered with quiet certainty. The Director will be fine. Meanwhile, not long after leaving the White Fox office and parting ways with Kotoko, Jin took out his phone. A thought had just occurred to him. If Darenji Suzuka helped him obtain the records from when the Onmyo agency previously handled the Academy case, it might save him a great deal of unnecessary effort. So he sent her a message. A few minutes later, her reply came back. No problem. I'll organize it and get it to you tomorrow or the day after. Check out my newly released fanfic. I became a demon sword and traveled the anime worlds. Chapter 24, Toma Kazusa. Chapter 24, Toma Kazusa. Beneath the dim shine of the star-filled night, the abandoned park of Hujou University attached high school looked eerier than ever. Weeds had long since swallowed the paths. Under the pale moonlight, the trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their shadows stretching across the ground like clawed hands. The rusted playground equipment nearby creaked faintly in the wind, adding another layer of desolation to the place. Even before the supernatural incident, this park had already been infamous. Among the students of Hujou University attached high school, it had always been one of the academy's most popular ghost story spots. Countless rumors had been born here. Over the years, the school administration had tried more than once to redevelop the area. There had been plans to build a library here, or perhaps a swimming facility, or some other major campus addition. But for one reason or another, the projects had been delayed again and again until nothing ever came of them. Now that a real supernatural incident had broken out here, even if the school had managed to suppress its spread to a very limited range, construction was obviously no longer happening anytime soon. To think that after more than a year, I'd return to Hujou University attached high school in a way like this. Jin Tsumoji stepped through the overgrown weeds, looking toward the 7-story teaching building not far from the park. For a moment, he could not help but feel how unpredictable life had become. A year ago, he had just been another student sitting in a classroom, living an ordinary life no different from the countless students still studying here now. If spiritual recovery had never happened, perhaps his days would still be that quiet and monotonous. Thinking about it carefully, ever since dropping out, this was indeed his first time returning to Hujou University attached high school. Enough reminiscing. Jin exhaled lightly and gathered his thoughts. Business came first. He continued toward the place Ajiso Setsuna had identified as the original location of the wishing tree. But before he had gone far, a series of dull, heavy sounds reached his ears. In a place like this, at an hour like this, such sounds would have been enough to scare the life out of an ordinary person. Jin, however, only grew curious. Who could it be? Who would come here at this time? In the eyes of the public, this park was now a forbidden place, a site that had already been tainted by a supernatural incident. Most people would avoid it at all costs. Who would be so reckless as to enter it voluntarily? Relying on the moonlight, Jin finally saw the source of the sound. It was near the spot where the wishing tree had once stood. Someone was swinging a shovel again and again, digging into the earth with obvious effort. The moment he saw that figure clearly, his eyes narrowed. So it was her. Why was she here? And more importantly, she carried the same hidden mark Ajiso Setsuna did. Still as solitary and stubborn as ever. Huff, huff, it should be here. I clearly remember she buried it in this spot. So why can't I find it? Toma Kazusa stopped to catch her breath, her small mouth parting as she panted. Her fair face was flushed from exertion, and sweat beaded across her forehead. She wiped it away with her sleeve, breathing unevenly. For a wealthy young lady who had rarely ever done physical labor in her life, digging through hard ground with a shovel was clearly pushing her to her limit. Her gaze swept over the 7 or 8 small pits she had already dug. All of them were empty. Did I remember it wrong? Was I standing too far away that day, so my sense of the exact spot was off? Kazusa pushed back the messy strands of black hair clinging to her forehead and stared at the ground in frustration, thinking about where to dig next. The atmosphere around her was eerie enough to make anyone want to turn around and flee. More than once, the thought had flashed through her mind. But every time it did, she forcibly crushed it. She refused to run. Not after what had already happened. She had no intention of curling up like everyone else, praying that luck would spare her. That would be nothing but self-deception. If the result waiting for her in the end was disappearance, just like the others, then at the very least, she wanted to claw out some truth before that happened. With that thought, she tightened her grip on the shovel and prepared to dig again. Then a voice suddenly sounded behind her. You won't find anything that way. The sound came so abruptly, in a place so unnaturally silent, that Kazusa's entire body went rigid. A surge of cold shot up her spine. Her pupils shrank at once. She spun around, forcing herself to suppress the panic in her chest, and shouted with as much courage as she could summon, "Who's there?" "It's me." Kazusa immediately locked onto the source of the voice. A familiar figure stood not far behind her. The moment she realized it was a person and not some lurking spirit, the suffocating fear in her heart loosened a little. But that relief lasted only an instant before her expression shifted. Because the young man standing there slowly overlapped with someone in her memories. Someone who had disappeared from Hujou University attached high school over a year ago. Jin Tsumoji. Jin looked at her calmly. Toma Kazusa. I didn't think we'd meet again under circumstances like these. Kazusa's willow-fine brows drew together. "What are you doing here?" she asked sharply. "If you don't want trouble, then leave. Right now." Admittedly, she and Jin had never been especially close. Back in school, they had only exchanged a few brief words now and then. But because of that very distance, she had always retained a clear impression of him. He had carried a quiet, refined air that made him hard to dislike. That was exactly why she did not want him dragged into this. Not because she feared for herself, but because she did not want an outsider to be tainted by the thing haunting her. "Whether I'll have trouble is one matter," Jin said evenly, "but if you keep digging, then real trouble will arrive very soon." Kazusa frowned harder. "What do you mean?" Jin did not answer directly. Instead, he drew out a talisman, folded it between his fingers, then slowly tore it into pieces and let the fragments scatter into the air. By urgent command, reveal. The scene that followed made all the warmth drain from Kazusa's body. Whatever relief she had felt at seeing Jin vanished instantly. The cold surged back into her chest harder than before, so intense it felt as if it were freezing her from the inside out. She had not noticed it at all. Not until now. The park around her was already packed with evil spirits. They were everywhere. Ghostly women in bridal gowns filled the surrounding darkness. Their faces were pale and hideous, some already showing signs of decay. Their eye sockets were hollow and dark. Some crawled along the ground. Some dangled from branches overhead. Some stood half buried in the earth like withered flowers planted in cursed soil. One of them was so close that if it stepped forward once, it could touch her. Kazusa's teeth began chattering uncontrollably. This. She could barely force the words out. Jin had already moved. Namasarva Tathagatebio Visva Makebia Sarvatha, by urgent command. Fire boundary spell. He brought his palms together. In the next instant, blazing solar fire burst forth like a giant serpent, roaring through the park in every direction. Wave after wave of scorching heat surged outward, and the entire abandoned park was lit up as brightly as noon. Shrieks tore through the darkness. The bridal gown spirits had no ability to resist. They were swallowed whole by the fire boundary spell, their bodies igniting instantly before being burned into nothing. But Jin did not stop there. His hand signs changed again. The already terrifying flames suddenly swelled even higher, becoming like an awakened volcano. Layer after layer of fire climbed skyward, erupting into a column of light so massive it looked as if it connected earth and heaven. Within a radius of several miles, countless people saw it through their windows. Even if they did not know what had happened, they all understood one thing at once. A powerful Onmyoji was carrying out an exorcism. No one sane would mistake such a scene for an ordinary fire. Kazusa stared at the inferno in utter disbelief. Jin Tsumuji is actually an Onmyoji. At that moment, standing amidst the flames, he looked less like a man and more like some divine being descending into the mortal world. A glimmer of hope flickered to life inside her, fragile but real. Could it be, was he really here to deal with the wishing tree? This was the first time since everything began that hope had appeared in her heart without immediately being crushed by despair. Meanwhile, Jin's attention had already shifted elsewhere. There was nothing suspicious on the surface. The sky above the park was also clear. Even after using both the fire boundary spell and his spiritual sight to probe the entire area, nothing abnormal had appeared openly. Toma Kazusa clearly knew something others did not. That much was beyond doubt. His hand signs shifted once more. The raging solar flames from the fire boundary spell changed direction, drilling downward into the earth. The ground blackened inch by inch as the fire seeped into the soil, spreading and probing through every layer beneath the park. Then Jin's expression changed. He had found something. In one specific place, something buried below was obstructing the fire's advance. Out. Boom. A pillar of fire burst from the ground. Wrapped inside a fist-sized ball of flame, an object slowly floated up and stopped in front of Jin. Kazusa stared. That's a hairpin. As Jin dismissed the flames, the object dropped into his hand. It was indeed a hairpin. Its shape and craftsmanship were unmistakably ancient. It did not resemble any modern accessory at all. Instead, it was strikingly similar to the ornaments used by the aristocracy, even the imperial court, during the Heian period. Not similar, Jin murmured, examining it closely. There's a good chance this really is from the Heian period. Possibly even an imperial tribute. A strange aura lingered around it. It gave him an odd sense of familiarity. Yet no matter how he searched through his memory, he could not identify where that feeling came from. One thing, however, was certain. This hairpin was extremely important to the entity behind the wishing tree incident. Otherwise, it would never have stationed so many evil spirits here to guard it. No. Not evil spirits. Ghost servants. The bridal gown spirits that had gathered around Kazusa earlier were not mere wandering dead. They were ghost servants, most likely transformed from the souls of the girls who had hanged themselves before. Even so, two questions immediately surfaced. If this hairpin was so important, why had the wishing tree not retrieved it personally? And if this hairpin was buried here, along with so many ghost servants lurking nearby, how had the Onmyo agency failed to notice any of it when they handled the case before? Kazusa, still staring at the object in his hand, spoke in a low voice. A hairpin, so that really was what she buried here. Jin looked at her. Tell me everything you know. To be safe, he first sealed the hairpin with a talisman before turning back toward Kazusa. Kazusa hesitated. It's not that I don't want to say it. I just don't know where to start. Jin saw her difficulty and quickly explained why he had come here, including Ajiso Setsuna's commission and the information he had already gathered about the Hoja University-attached high school case. Kazusa, I need to know everything you remember. Even small details. Kazusa listened in silence. When Jin mentioned Ajiso Setsuna, her eyes flickered. So it's Setsuna. I thought she'd already given up. That doesn't really suit her, Jin said. Though she was certainly starting to look desperate. And that was true. People like Setsuna and Kazusa were not weak. They had not simply resigned themselves because they were cowards. The problem was that unless an Onmyoji had reached Jin's level, most could not even see the abnormality on them, much less solve the underlying incident. Even Jin himself had originally felt unsure where to begin. But Kazusa's presence here was an unexpected breakthrough. If he handled it well, she could become the thread that unraveled the entire knot. So he asked again, who buried that hairpin here? Kazusa exhaled slowly. It started the day before the wishing tree appeared. She looked down at the blackened ground. That evening, while I was passing through the park, I saw a girl from my grade secretly burying something here. I didn't think much of it at the time and left. Then her voice hardened. The next day, the wishing tree appeared. So you suspected her from then on? Kazusa immediately shook her head. Of course not. I'm not some detective who can connect every clue the moment it appears. That was fair. The reason I started to suspect her came later, Kazusa said. After the Onmyo agency uprooted the wishing tree, she was the first person to disappear. Jin's gaze sharpened. And before she vanished, her behavior at school became very strange. In what way? Kazusa thought for a moment, trying to recall her exact words. She would mutter things that made no sense. Terrifying things. Her expression darkened. Like, I already paid the price. Or, it has nothing to do with her. Or, they're all dead. And it wasn't supposed to be like this. Jin fell silent. That was not much. But combined with the ghost servants and the hairpin, it was enough to create a real opening in the case. If he followed this thread carefully, it should lead somewhere. What's her name? Kudamai, Kazusa answered at once. Class 2D. Jin nodded slowly. Then I need your help with one more thing. Kazusa looked at him without refusing. She understood perfectly well that helping him now meant helping herself. Jin took out several talismans and handed them to her. These need to go to every student who's been having the same dreams as you. Give each of them one. And tell them not to remove it from their body under any circumstance. Not even for a moment. Kazusa accepted the talismans carefully. I understand. At Jin's signal, she finally left the park. Only after her figure had disappeared from sight did he move again. He drew out another talisman and attached it to his chest. Sparrow God's Protection, by urgent command. Sky Soaring Spirit Talisman. His body rose effortlessly into the air, breaking free of gravity and soaring upward. He did not stop until he was dozens of stories above the ground. From that height, the entire park spread out beneath him. The dried-up lake. The rock garden. The small woods. The abandoned paths. Everything lay exposed under the moonlight. And yet even from this vantage point, nothing looked wrong. Neither the fire boundary spell nor direct spiritual sight found anything suspicious. His frown deepened. The original site of a supernatural incident should not have been this clean. The hairpin and the ghost servants had already proven that appearances were deceiving. Jin flicked his wrist. More than a dozen talismans flew out and vanished into the void around the park, taking their positions in complete silence. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 10 to 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 25, Found. Chapter 25, Found. By the time Jin Tsumoji returned to the White Fox office, dawn was already breaking. The sky outside was only beginning to lighten, and the city still carried the dim, fragile stillness that existed between night and morning. When Jin stepped into the office on the second floor, he found Iwanaga Kotoko sitting with a tired expression, suppressing a yawn as she organized a pile of materials in front of her. Beside her, Kasagano Sora and Ajiso Setsuna were helping under her direction, one sorting documents, the other arranging notes into order. The moment they noticed him, all three stopped. "Director, you're back." Kotoko set down the file in her hand and looked up first. Jin's gaze swept across the room. "Did anything unusual happen last night?" Setsuna shook her head immediately. "Nothing happened on my side." She hesitated, then added, "And I didn't have that nightmare last night either." Compared to yesterday, she looked far more energized. There was still tension in her expression, but the exhaustion and dread that had clung to her seemed to have eased. A full night of uninterrupted rest had clearly done her good. Jin nodded. As expected. The barriers and seals around the White Fox office blocked its influence. Kotoko leaned back slightly and asked, "Did you find anything useful during your investigation last night?" "I found clues." Jin did not waste time. He briefly recounted everything that had happened in the abandoned park area of Hojo University-attached high school. His meeting with Toma Kazusa. The ghost servants in bridal gowns. The ancient hairpin. The strange condition of the park itself. The more they listened, the more serious the atmosphere in the office became. When he finished, Kotoko narrowed her eyes. Toma Kazusa really has nerve. She did not know whether to call the girl brave or reckless. Unlike Setsuna, whom she did not know very well, Kotoko was much more familiar with Kazusa. The two had been classmates before, just as Jin and Setsuna had been. At the mention of her name, Setsuna lowered her gaze. Kazusa. The way she said it carried a trace of complexity, but she did not elaborate. Jin noticed, but let it pass for now. "And your side?" he asked Kotoko. Kotoko tapped the files in front of her. "Most of the materials have been sorted out. There are quite a few suspicious points, but one person stands out more than anyone else." Her expression sharpened. "Kuramai. She is almost certainly an indispensable piece of this entire incident." Jin's eyes settled on her. "What did you find?" Without answering immediately, Kotoko pulled out a photograph and handed it to him. This was carved into the wall of the room Kuramai rented. Jin took it and focused on the image. The photograph showed a cramped, dimly lit room in appalling condition. Garbage was piled everywhere. Instant food containers and takeout leftovers had been left to rot on the floor long enough to attract flies and maggots. The entire place radiated neglect and decay. But the filth was not the most disturbing part. At the center of the photo, the wall had been carved into with a knife. The grooves had later been soaked in blood. The words were jagged, violent, and filled with naked malice. "Die. You all deserve to die. I curse you. Be eaten by that wedding dress tree. Eaten. Eaten. Go die." Below those lines was a list of names. Ayafuji Kyoko. Tsukamatsu Ryoko. Kamazuka Akiko. And more beneath them. Kotoko spoke quietly. "The most horrifying part is this. The girls who first committed suicide by hanging themselves on the wishing tree match this list exactly. The names. The order. Everything." That made the air in the office grow colder. Kotoko continued, "I also investigated Kuramai's background at Hojo University-attached high school. She was extremely unpopular. Vain, opportunistic, always borrowing money and never repaying it, always taking advantage of people whenever she could. Most of her classmates disliked her. Many even deliberately distanced themselves from her. She crossed her arms. And every name on that wall belonged to someone who had interacted with her before. Some of them were even people who used to be close to her before they gradually drifted away after seeing her true character." Jin said nothing. Kotoko's voice lowered. "She used the wishing tree to kill those friends who betrayed her." Her eyes flicked toward the blood-covered photograph. And in the end, she was devoured by it too. Piece by piece, the outline of the incident was becoming clearer in Jin's mind. At least on the surface, the structure now made sense. A student named Kuramai buried something connected to the wishing tree. The tree awakened. Those she hated were targeted first. Then something went wrong, and the situation evolved beyond her control. Logical. But not complete. There were still too many things hidden beneath that logic. The Heian-era hairpin he had recovered. The term wedding dress tree. And the biggest question of all. Who had told Kuramai any of this in the first place? Jin did not believe that an ordinary high school girl could stumble into orchestrating a supernatural incident of this scale on her own, no matter how twisted her emotions had become. And beyond that, the most urgent problem remained unresolved. Where exactly was the wedding dress tree now? Without locating it, the incident would never truly end, no matter how well they understood its background. "Any other clues?" Jin asked. Kotoko shook her head. "For the moment, this is the only useful one." The other victims didn't leave behind anything worthwhile. Jin frowned lightly. Just as he was about to say something, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. Darenji Suzuka. He answered at once. White Fox. The records you wanted from Huzhu University attached high school. I've already sent them to your email. Jin's eyes sharpened. Thanks, Suzuka. Just remember to keep your side of the deal. I know. The call ended after a few more brief words. Jin went straight to the desk and opened his laptop. Kotoko, Sora, and Setsuna all moved closer almost instinctively, gathering around to read as he opened the file Suzuka had sent. The internal report was not long. Wishing Tree Incident Files. July 1st, Huzhu University attached high school reported a suspected supernatural incident to the Onmyo agency. Initial investigation determined it to be a false alarm. Object identified as an ancient wishing tree. July 11th, supernatural incident at Huzhu University attached high school officially breaks out. July 12th, although the previous investigation found nothing abnormal, the wishing tree now appears to have awakened suddenly. Circumstances are highly unusual. Recommendation made to squad leader that the tree be uprooted and sealed. July 13th, sealing of the wishing tree completed smoothly. However, many suspicious points remain and require further investigation. July 19th, the sealed wishing tree has disappeared. A national-level Onmyoji has been dispatched to investigate. July 20th, incident on Honshu Island. This case is temporarily archived. That was all. They finished reading it in silence. Kotoko was the first to speak. That wedding dress tree must possess extremely strong concealment ability. Otherwise, the Onmyo agency couldn't have missed it during the first investigation. And the hidden marks on Setsuna and the others support that. Jin closed the file. Maybe. But it may not be simple concealment. Kotoko looked at him. The Onmyo agency report might actually be telling the truth. It may really have only just awakened at that stage. Jin tapped the desk lightly. And the thing that caused that awakening was probably the hairpin Kudamai buried in the park. The room went quiet again. That explanation fit. At least more neatly than anything else so far. Jin leaned back slightly. The broad outline is already visible now. As for the deeper secrets behind it, we can set those aside for the moment. What matters now is forcing it out. Setsuna looked at him immediately. How? Jin answered without hesitation. I need the three of you to act as bait. Setsuna stiffened. Before fear could settle in properly, Jin continued. Don't worry. Everything is already prepared. He looked at the three of them in turn. Then, very calmly, he added. And I already know where it is. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 26, Spirit Domain. Chapter 26, Spirit Domain. As the sun slowly sank toward the west, dusk arrived. The number of pedestrians on the streets dropped bit by bit. Before long, night would fall completely, and once that happened, no one could say what unclean thing might emerge from the dark. In an age like this, getting home before nightfall was not a matter of convenience. It was a matter of survival. No one dared take it lightly. And yet, in the abandoned park area of Huzhu University attached high school, the place Jin Tsumoji had visited the night before, someone had come again. It was Toma Kazusa. Barefoot, she stepped through the weeds that choked the park paths. Her feet, pale enough to resemble carved snow, were slashed open again and again by the wild grass, yet she seemed unable to feel any pain at all. Her face was covered in exquisitely delicate makeup, but it was not modern makeup. Its style was old, strange, and unsettling to the eye. Her gaze was empty, devoid of light, as though her soul had already been hollowed out, leaving behind nothing but a shell of flesh. Most horrifying of all, she wore a bridal robe. A proper Heian period Junehaito. She looked exactly like the girls from Huzhu University attached high school who had previously hanged themselves. Like a corpse that had risen and begun to walk, Toma Kazusa moved forward one step at a time until she reached the northernmost edge of the park, where the lake lay silent and foul under the gathering dark. Bing Lake had not originally been an artificial feature of the park. It had existed since ancient times. Only because of changes in the land over the years had the once broad lake gradually shrunk into the small body of water now seen today. Back when the park area had first been planned, Bing Lake had been known for its beauty. Its water had once been clear, its surroundings serene, and there had even been painters who came here specifically to sketch its scenery. That was how beautiful it had been. But in recent years, for reasons no one had ever managed to determine, everything had changed. The aquatic life in the lake had started dying off one after another. The water itself had turned stagnant, foul, and black. That decline was the real reason this part of the academy had gradually been abandoned. The school had hired experts more than once to investigate, but none of them had managed to restore it. Now, as Kazusa stepped onto the reeking black surface of Bing Lake, the entire lake suddenly rippled like a living mirror. An image surfaced on it. Reflected at the center of the water was the true source of the supernatural incident at Hoju University attached high school. The wedding dress tree. It looked, at first glance, little different from an ordinary wishing tree. Yet from its trunk and dense branches hung dozens of brides dressed in the same kind of wedding robe Kazusa wore now. Every one of them stared at her with hollow black eyes, their expressions terrible and dead. Kazusa kept walking. Step by step, she moved deeper into the black water. As the lake reached her knees, then her waist, the brides on the wedding dress tree all began to sway. At the same time, their lips slowly curled upward into eerie smiles, as though they were welcoming Toma Kazusa into their number, inviting her to become another hanging bride who would remain there forever in pain and despair. After only a few breaths, Kazusa's body disappeared completely beneath the surface of the lake. Only faint ripples remained behind. Then, in the next instant, swish. 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 More than a dozen talismans hidden in the shadows revealed themselves at once, transforming into golden chains that shot straight into the exact place where Kazusa had vanished. They punched through the lake's surface, plunged deep into the lake bed, and in the blink of an eye the entire foul black lake began to churn violently. Golden light spread beneath the water like a net tightening around something hidden. A moment later, a vortex appeared. It had been forced open by those golden chains, and it led somewhere beyond the surface of the lake, somewhere unknown. A familiar voice broke the silence. So there really was a spirit domain hidden here. Jin Tsumuji stepped out from the shadows, Ajiso Setsuna beside him. The two of them had watched everything, from Toma Kazusa's arrival to her complete disappearance beneath the lake. More than once, Setsuna had wanted to rush forward and stop it, but Jin had held her back the entire time. Without Toma Kazusa serving as a precise coordinate, forcing entry into the spirit domain would never have been this easy. The talismans Jin had distributed to the marked students had not simply been meant for protection. They had also been a hook. And now, they had caught something. Spirit domain. Setsuna repeated the unfamiliar term, confusion on her face. Jin walked to the edge of Bing Lake and pulled out several more talismans, using them to reinforce and stabilize the vortex on the lake surface. When a yokai reaches a certain level, it can develop a special ability known as a ghost domain. You can think of it as a separate space created by the monster's will, both real and unreal at the same time. He glanced at the black vortex as it twisted and trembled. A yokai capable of forming a spirit domain is already among the very strongest below the level of a great yokai. He gave a low breath. We really did hook a big fish this time. Setsuna looked at the vortex, then at Jin. Her fingers tightened unconsciously. Jin continued working while speaking. Besides Toma Kazusa, who is a confirmed coordinate, I also need to use the mark on your body as a guide. That way nothing goes wrong once we enter. This was the real reason he had brought Ajiso Setsuna here. In truth, they could have attempted to follow directly behind Toma Kazusa the moment she entered. But Kazusa was currently being controlled by the wedding dress tree. If they shadowed her too closely, the chances of being noticed would rise sharply. Sneaking into the enemy spirit domain required a more careful method. Setsuna took a breath and steadied herself. Okay. I'm ready. Jin nodded. Once the passage to the domain had been completely stabilized, he took out a talisman and pressed it gently to Setsuna's forehead. In less than 2 breaths, the talisman peeled away on its own, carrying with it a trace of the mark embedded in her body. It flew toward the vortex and vanished into its depths. Jin then placed 2 more talismans on himself and Setsuna. Their auras immediately dimmed, their presence concealed as though they had become part of the surrounding dark. At last, he reached out and caught Setsuna's hand. Let's go. The two of them dove straight into the vortex leading to the spirit domain. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 27, Mingao Village. Chapter 27, Mingao Village. Darkness. A dense, suffocating darkness where one could not even see the fingers of their own hand. From somewhere in that void came faint, miserable cries, rising and falling like ghosts drifting through a graveyard. Fear crept across Ajiso Setsuna's face. Her small hand clutched tightly at the corner of Jin Tsumuji's clothes, as though that was the only thing keeping her from being swallowed whole by the dread pressing in from every side. This chaotic aura. Jin followed closely behind the talisman gliding ahead of them through the passage. While keeping pace, he carefully sensed the countless energies tangled together in the darkness. There was the Een aura of yokai, naturally, but mixed in with it was the lingering presence of Onmyodo as well. And deeper still. He detected a certain special aura that felt strangely familiar. The look in his eyes sharpened. Things were unfolding more and more like he had imagined. At that moment, the guiding talisman slowed. Jin immediately understood. They were close. After quietly giving Setsuna another warning, he raised his vigilance to the highest level. The enemy awaiting them was not something that could be compared to the yokai he had dealt with before. More importantly, they were about to step into the opponent's domain. Fighting on someone else's ground was never an advantage. He had to be prepared for anything. We're here. A light appeared ahead. It pierced through the darkness, and the chaotic aura gathering around it had already thickened to an astonishing degree. Setsuna stiffened. Before she fully realized it, the weightlessness beneath her feet vanished and solid ground returned. We're here. She slowly opened her eyes. The endless darkness was gone. In its place was a village. It looked ancient, eerily ancient, as though it had been abandoned by time itself. The houses were all single-story wooden buildings, with only the occasional two-story structure standing out. There were no traces of modern construction, no electric poles, no asphalt roads, no sign of the present age at all. A rough fence encircled the entire village, shutting it off from the outside world like a forgotten grave. Beneath the red glow of dusk and the fading afterlight of twilight, the whole village looked quietly wrong. Setsuna's face immediately turned pale. This village. There was no mistaking it. This was the exact same village that had appeared over and over in her nightmares. It seems we've arrived at the right place. Jin scanned the surroundings without lowering his guard. So Setsuna's nightmares, and those of the others marked by the wedding dress tree, had really been happening inside this domain all along. He lifted his gaze toward the sky. A black crack split the heavens above them, though it was already beginning to mend itself, closing little by little. That was the very tier they had descended through just moments ago. A faint look of relief crossed Jin's face. This, too, confirmed one of his earlier guesses. He turned to Setsuna. Do you still remember where the wedding dress tree stood in your dream? Setsuna nodded quickly and pointed toward the northeast side of the village. It was over there. I'm sure of it. These past few nights, that nightmare had been seared into her mind so deeply that even the smallest details of this eerie village had become unforgettable. The location of the wedding dress tree, which always appeared at the end of the dream, was even clearer in her memory. But as she stared in that direction now, her confusion grew. There's nothing there. The place where the tree should have been was empty. Jin did not seem bothered. Since this is its domain, hiding itself isn't difficult. His voice remained calm. As long as we stay here long enough, it will show itself sooner or later. Suddenly, he paused. His gaze shifted to the left. Setsuna noticed the subtle change in his expression and was just about to ask what was wrong when an old, hoarse voice rang out beside them. Two strange guests, welcome to Mingao village. A bent old man had appeared before them without a sound. Setsuna's blood ran cold. The moment she saw him clearly, she hurriedly retreated a few steps and hid behind Jin, lowering her voice to a frightened whisper. Jin, that old man, he's one of the villagers who always appeared in my nightmares. Jin acted as if he had heard nothing at all. Instead, he stepped forward with a polite smile and said, Old sir, we're just travelers who lost our way. Might we trouble your village for a place to stay tonight? The old man did not answer immediately. His cloudy eyes moved past Jin and fixed directly on Setsuna, lingering on her in an eerie, silent stare. Only after Jin shifted slightly and blocked that line of sight did the old man speak again. Follow me. Setsuna's fingers tightened around Jin's sleeve. Jin. It's fine, he said quietly. Come on. Then he took her cold hand and followed behind the old man at an unhurried pace. As they moved deeper into the village, the silence grew heavier. There were no barking dogs. No voices. No clatter of dishes. No sign of ordinary life. The only sounds were the footsteps of the old man ahead, and those of Jin and Setsuna behind him. It looked like a dead village. And yet, from within the tightly shut wooden houses lining both sides of the road, Setsuna could clearly feel something watching them. Malicious. Silent. Patient. That sensation made her body tremble involuntarily, and without realizing it, she moved even closer to Jin. A moment later, the old man stopped in front of a rundown wooden hut. This is where the two of you will stay. He pushed open the door. A stale gust of air blew out at once, carrying dust and the faint sour stench of rot. It was obvious that no one had lived here in a very long time. Then the old man spoke again, his voice dry and lifeless. Mingao village has one rule. He turned his head slightly. At night, do not go outside. After saying that, he turned and left without another word. The instant his figure vanished, the door shut on its own with a strange, unnatural thud, as though pushed by an invisible hand. Setsuna's face had already turned white. Jin, that old man just now. She lowered her voice instinctively, staring at the tightly shut door as if something might crawl through it at any second. Jin glanced once at the door, then said flatly. Just a ghost servant. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Human Evil is Detestable. Chapter 28, Human Evil is Detestable. A ghost servant. Since this was the wedding dress tree's domain, the appearance of a ghost servant was not strange at all. If anything, the real cause for alarm would have been the opposite. Jingro Lake, Mingao Village, so it really is this place. There were things I should have connected much sooner. Standing inside the dilapidated wooden house, Jin Tsumoji looked out into the pitch-black world beyond the window. After stepping into this ghost domain, many of the doubts that had been circling in his mind had finally begun to settle into place. Ajiso Setsuna noticed the change in his expression at once. The confusion on her beautiful face deepened. Jin glanced at her, then turned his gaze back toward the darkness outside. There was not a single trace of light anywhere in the village. The night here was so complete that it felt less like ordinary darkness and more like a heavy cloth thrown over the world. I know now why the Onmyo Bureau's earlier investigation was filled with loopholes, Jin said quietly. And I know even more clearly what the wedding dress tree is, and what kind of place Mingao Village really is. Setsuna's eyes widened slightly. The scattered clues that had once seemed disconnected had now linked together in Jin's mind. Why had the wedding dress tree mysteriously vanished after being uprooted and sealed by the Onmyo agency? Why did the records describe it as some kind of sudden, supernatural revival? Why had the water of Bing Lake decayed into foul, lifeless stagnation for no apparent reason? And why did the atmosphere here carry not just the een energy of yokai, but also traces of old Onmyodo? The answer to all of it pointed in the same direction. I've seen the name Mingao Village before, Jin said. I just did not connect it to this case until now. Setsuna blinked. In the Onmyo agency archives? Not exactly. Jin shook his head. It was in the supernatural archives of the Onmyojo. Onmyojo. She had heard of the Onmyo agency, the Onmyo Alliance, and the Onmyo Academy, of course. But this was the first time she had heard that name. Jin explained, his voice calm and steady. 1,000 years ago, during the Heian period, the Onmyojo was the official organization of Onmyoji attached to the imperial court and the aristocracy. The present-day Onmyo Bureau, Onmyo Alliance, and even the Onmyo Academy all inherited parts of its authority in one form or another. He paused for a moment. And in the old records of the Onmyojo, Mingao Village appeared in a file concerning a supernatural incident. Setsuna's breathing unconsciously grew quieter. These were not facts she would ever have learned in ordinary life. Even now, hearing them inside this dead village gave her a deeply unsettling feeling. Jin continued. According to the records, more than 1,000 years ago, in the far north, far from Kyoto, there was once a prosperous village. It was remote, wealthy, and strangely peaceful. For decades, it was never attacked by yokai. That anomaly eventually drew the attention of the Onmyojo. Setsuna frowned in confusion. If the village was peaceful, did that not sound like a good thing? Jin saw the question on her face and answered it before she could ask. You need to understand what the Heian period really was. His eyes grew slightly distant, as though he were looking not at the broken village before him, but at an age buried in the past. The era we live in now is only the beginning of spiritual recovery. A chaotic opening, nothing more. But the Heian period was the true peak of the supernatural age, when demons, specters, curses, and yokai ran rampant across the land. In that era, ordinary humans were little more than blood and flesh to be harvested at will. His voice did not rise, yet each word landed heavily. When people say that yokai ruled the night, that was not a metaphor. It was the truth. Setsuna's face slowly paled. Even Kyoto, protected by the strongest Onmyoji of that age, could not completely avoid yokai attacks. So tell me, in a world like that, would it not be strange for some remote little village to remain untouched for decades? Only then did it click. A chill ran through Setsuna's body. Yes. If even Kyoto could not guarantee safety, then a village in the far north remaining utterly peaceful was not natural at all. It was abnormal in the extreme. Jin went on. The Onmyojo investigated, and what they found was an ugly custom practiced by the villagers. Every year, they dressed dead unmarried girls in bridal robes and offered them to a large pagoda tree in the village as sacrifices. Setsuna stared at him, unable to speak. The villagers believed that this divine tree protected them. They also believed those girls, once offered, would fuse with the tree, remain with it forever, and in doing so continue protecting the village for eternity. Jin's gaze lowered slightly. To outsiders, perhaps it might have sounded like nothing more than a twisted funerary custom. Disturbing, yes, but not enough to be called true evil. He gave a faint, cold smile. But a village of at most 1,000 people, counting men, women, children, and the elderly, How could there have been so many dead unmarried girls to offer year after year? The answer struck Setsuna like a hammer. Her face went white. They were sacrificing living girls. It was framed as a question, but her tone held no uncertainty. Jin nodded once. Yes. Setsuna covered her mouth instinctively. Looking out at the dark village, she suddenly felt a different kind of fear than before. The terror that had seized her earlier had been fear of yokai, of curses, of the supernatural. This was different. This was fear of people. The custom eventually rotted into something worse, Jin said. The pagoda tree, which had begun as nothing more than a symbol of spiritual dependence, became greedy. It wanted more sacrifices. And the villagers, under all sorts of excuses and disguises, began to provide them. He spoke each word clearly. They lured girls in. They bought them. They kidnapped them. Then they dressed them in bridal robes and offered them to the tree. Setsuna felt sick. She could not even begin to imagine it. That kind of cruelty did not belong to yokai alone. It had been born from ordinary human hands. Jin's voice turned colder. It continued until the matter finally reached the Onmyodo and Onmyoji were dispatched to investigate. He looked beyond the window again, toward the unseen lake outside. But by the time they arrived, Mingao village had already vanished. The entire village had sunk and become a lake. Not a trace of its former life remained. Only its consequences were left behind. The lake bed was full of bones, Jin said. Thousands upon thousands of them. More than anyone could properly count. Human remains deposited in layers beneath the water. Setsuna's whole body tensed. The scene alone was enough to make her scalp go numb. And according to the records, Jin continued, the most likely explanation is that a powerful passing Onmyoji intervened. Either the thing was destroyed, or it was sealed. Judging from the current state of things. He let the sentence trail for a breath. It was most likely sealed. At this point, the structure of the incident before them had become brutally clear. The ancient evil of Mingao village had not truly died. It had only remained dormant. Something had reawakened it. The hairpin. Kudamai. The wedding dress tree. Everything now formed a single line. Setsuna stood frozen, unable to speak for a long moment. The silence in the house deepened. At last, she forced out a whisper. So this village, all of this, it was created by humans. Jin did not answer immediately. Then he said quietly, yokai are frightening. Curses are frightening. But sometimes, human malice is far more disgusting. He remembered the final note left in that old Onmyodo file. Only 4 characters. Simple. Severe. Unforgettable. Human evil is detestable. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 29, The Sacrifice Begins. Chapter 29, The Sacrifice Begins. The reason the Onmyo agency had failed to find anything unusual during its first investigation at Hujut University attached high school was now perfectly clear. It was because of the double concealment created by the wedding dress tree's ghost domain and the ancient seal layered over it. Later, when the tree had been uprooted and sealed by the Onmyo Bureau, the one that mysteriously vanished from under their watch had clearly only been a substitute. As for the sudden corruption of Bang Lake's water in the Academy Park, that too had an explanation. Energy had been leaking from the damaged seal at the bottom of the lake for a long time. Because the leak was hidden so deep beneath the water, that faint seepage had been easy to overlook. Even the point where the seal had actually broken matched his deductions. It was the very place where Jin Tsumuji and Setsuna had torn their way into this domain. The black wound in the sky that had slowly healed after they entered was proof enough. At first, Jin had strongly approved of the phrase written in the files Dorenji Suzuka had sent him. Supernatural recovery. And in a broad sense, that was exactly what this incident was. A monster that had been sealed away in the Heian period 1,000 years ago had somehow broken free in the modern age and returned to activity. Of course, several doubts still remained. The hairpin he had sealed. How Kudamai had learned of the wedding dress tree, and how she had managed to control it, however briefly. Why the wedding dress tree had used 2 very different methods of harvesting human lives in its 2 stages. All of those were still unresolved. But just as Jin had already concluded back at the White Fox office, solving a supernatural incident did not require uncovering every hidden cause behind it. He was an Onmyoji, not a detective. He needed to know what mattered most. The earlier deductions had only been necessary to extract enough information to dismantle the incident itself. Jin, what do we do now? Setsuna's voice had only just fallen when a heavy knocking sounded against the wooden door. Bang. 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 The sound was dull, yet it struck her nerves like a hammer. Her face turned pale at once. She knew better than anyone by now that nothing living in Mingao village could be called human. Jin, however, remained calm. He walked over and pulled the door open. An old woman stood outside. Her gray-white hair was dry and filthy, hanging over half her withered face. Only one eye socket was clearly visible, and there was no trace of white in that eye at all, only a dead, eerie darkness. The moment the door opened, that gaze slid past Jin and locked directly onto Setsuna behind him. For a long moment, the old woman simply stared. Then a hoarse, sharp voice clawed its way out of her throat. No. No. You are not my daughter. Where is my daughter? Where is she? Her voice broke apart, turning more unstable with every word. It was a demon. A demon that eats people. We were wrong. She was right. Everyone was eaten by her. Run. Run quickly. Otherwise it will eat you too. Sooner or later, it will eat you too. After seeming to confirm that Setsuna was not the person she sought, the old woman stumbled away into the darkness and vanished. Setsuna stood frozen. For the first time since entering Mingao village, the fear in her heart was mixed with something else. Sorrow. She looked at the closed doorway and asked softly, Jin, was her daughter sacrificed to the wedding dress tree too? Jin shut the door. Yes. He turned back toward the room. In order to keep receiving the wedding dress tree's protection, the villagers first sacrificed girls from their own village. Later, as the tree's appetite grew larger and larger, things turned into the tragedy I told you about. Setsuna lowered her head. Her fingers slowly tightened. Jin continued in a flat voice. After the wedding dress tree was sealed, these villagers who had served it so faithfully met the ending they had earned. They were devoured by the same thing they had once worshipped, and their souls were turned into ghost servants. Setsuna fell silent. 1,000 years ago, there had already been people willing to feed their own daughters, their neighbors, even strangers, to a yokai, all for the sake of protecting their own miserable lives. She did not dare think too deeply about whether the age she lived in now, with supernatural recovery worsening by the day, might one day descend into the same madness. Then Jin suddenly spoke. The sacrifice is beginning. That single sentence snapped Setsuna back to herself. She hurried to the window and looked outside. The village was no longer wrapped in total darkness. At some point, white funeral lanterns had been hung in front of every wooden house. Their dim, corpse-colored light illuminated the streets with a ghastly pallor. On each lantern was written a single awkward character. Mourning. At the same time, the distant beat of drums and the clang of bronze gongs drifted through the village. The procession had started. Led by the same old men who had welcomed them into the village, the villagers moved in formation through the streets. Their faces were stiff and livid, their features ferocious in the lantern light. One after another, they performed strange ritual gestures as they walked, half dance and half funeral rite. At the very rear of the procession, 8 villagers carried an open coffin. Inside lay Toma Kazusa. Her eyes were dull and vacant, without the slightest trace of life or thought. Her face had been painted with painstaking care, and the bridal robes draped over her were even more exquisite now than before, their style unmistakably of the Heian period. The sight made Setsuna's blood run cold. Then, in the northeast corner of the village, where there had been nothing earlier, the wedding dress tree appeared. It did not emerge all at once. It simply became visible, as though it had always been there and only now allowed itself to be seen. Its twisted trunk rose in silence. From its branches hung the brides in their ancient robes, motionless at first, like offerings left to rot in the wind. Then every one of them opened her eyes. Their black, hollow sockets stared at the approaching procession with limitless resentment and hatred. And the moment their gaze fell upon Toma Kazusa inside the coffin, every face on that tree slowly split into a smile. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 30, Taking Action. Chapter 30, Taking Action. Extreme fear. Extreme panic. Lying inside the coffin, Toma Kazusa's eyes were dull and lifeless. Her limbs would not obey her. She could not move even a finger. Wrapped in the coffin's cold, rigid interior, she stared blankly up at the pitch-black sky overhead, a sky with no moon, no stars, only endless darkness shifting with the motion of the procession. The terror in her heart rose in wave after wave, as though she were being dragged into deep water and drowned alive. Her thoughts began replaying everything from the beginning like a revolving lantern. After receiving the talismans from Jin Tsumoji the night before, she had not wasted a single second. She had rushed all over the city, delivering them to the affected students one by one. By the time she was done, dawn had already broken. Exhausted to the bone, she had returned to her apartment, washed up quickly, thrown herself onto her soft bed, and lost consciousness almost instantly. But the talisman Jin had given her had not stopped the nightmare. Not even a little. The dream came right on time. And this time, it was even more real than before. Longer, deeper, more vivid. Until at last she had jolted awake in cold terror and seen that bridal robe from the Heian period lying neatly on her bed. The Junehaito. The moment she saw it, she knew. That thing had come for her. From then on, she lost all control over her body. Even the light in her own eyes had been smothered. She had become a prisoner trapped inside her own flesh, able only to watch from within. She watched herself calmly apply unfamiliar makeup before the mirror. Watched herself skillfully put on the layers of the ancient bridal robe. Watched herself walk barefoot through the streets. She had tried desperately to resist. Tried to force her mouth open and scream for help at the passing pedestrians. But none of them reacted. It was as though they could not see her bizarre appearance at all. Or perhaps they truly could not. In the end, she had been dragged all the way here and slowly sunk into Bing Lake. Now, with her body lying in this coffin and her fate only moments away, she could do nothing except pray. Pray that Jin Tsumuji had not lied to her. Pray that the talisman he had given her and told her to keep close would protect her at the most critical moment. Otherwise. A hoarse, thunderous voice suddenly shattered her thoughts. Sacrifice, rise. At the same time, Tomikazusa realized that, without her even noticing when it had happened, the coffin carrying her had already reached the foot of the monstrous wedding dress tree. Then something even more horrifying happened. Her body began to float. It rose straight up from the coffin, slowly, unnaturally, as though invisible hands were lifting her toward the tree. From the corner of her eye, she saw the old man who had so often appeared in her nightmares. At this moment, his face looked even more twisted and hideous than before. And above her, hanging from the branches, she saw them. The girls who had died. The missing students. Even Kudamai, whom she had once believed to be the mastermind behind everything. They all wore the same eerie smile. As if they were impatient. As if they could not wait for her to become one of them. Another living dead bride hanging from the tree. When Kazusa rose to the same height as the hanging brides, a red cord snaked down from the branches and coiled itself around her pale neck without her noticing when it began. The moment she felt it tighten, she understood. If that rope fully closed, she would become exactly like them. Below, the old man and the villagers who had become ghost servants watched the ceremony proceed. Their mouths split open wider and wider until the corners nearly reached their ears, making their already hideous faces even more grotesque. Soon, soon, soon. It is the younger sister from that pair. But just as the old man turned that monstrous smile toward the wooden house hundreds of meters away, his expression abruptly froze. It was as though he had seen something impossible. Ban, Un, Taraku, Kiriku, Aku. Connect the 5 elements, order. 5-pointed star incantation. Behind the entire procession, Jin Tsumuji stood with a cold expression and a talisman between his fingers. The moment the chant ended, a pentagram formation burst open with the old man at its center. It was vast and magnificent, radiating righteous force in all directions. The power of exorcism and purification flared outward like sunlight tearing through a graveyard. Several ghost servants did not even have time to react before they were purified on the spot, dissolving into wisps of green smoke. Many more were struck hard enough that their forms immediately became blurry and unstable, like candle flames trembling in a storm. The domain is strengthening them. Jin was not surprised. If a single strike had been enough to erase all of them, this place would not have qualified as a true domain at all. Within the wedding dress tree's territory, both it and its ghost servants possessed a clear home field advantage. Shrill screams instantly erupted from all directions. The shock of Jin's sudden appearance was like pouring ice water into a vat of boiling oil. The entire village exploded into chaos. Ghost servants hidden inside the wooden houses came crawling out one after another, their expressions hideous beyond description. Every one of them stared at Jin and Ajiso Setsuna, who stood beside him, with naked malice. The moment Tomikazusa saw Jin, hope exploded in her chest. He really had come. But the wedding dress brides hanging from the tree obviously did not share her feelings. They hated this intruder who had suddenly appeared to interfere. The resentment on them thickened to an astonishing degree. They were unwilling. Completely unwilling. Why had no one come to save them? Why had they been turned into ghost servants? Why had they been forced to endure such inhuman torment? The few wedding dress brides nearest to Tomikazusa floated toward her. Their pale hands, mottled with rot and corpse spots, reached for the red cord around her neck, intending to tighten it and drag her into the same fate they had suffered. Even now, you're still thinking about swallowing the food already in your mouth. Greedy things. Jin's voice was cold. He had not come here merely to destroy the wedding dress tree. He had come to save people too. There was no way he would stand by and watch Kazusa be turned into another hanging bride. The talisman Tomikazusa had kept pressed against her body all this time suddenly floated up from her chest. At the same time, obscure Sanskrit spilled from Jin's lips, solemn and majestic. Nama sarva tathagatebio sarva makebia sarva. Swiftly, as the laws command. Fire boundary spell. In an instant, flames burst in every direction. Scorching fire erupted from the talisman floating before Tomokazusa, spreading with the wrathful force of a blazing sun. The heat rolled outward like a divine tide, engulfing both the wedding dress tree and the wedding dress brides wrapped around it. The screams that followed were endless. One after another, the wedding dress brides shrieked miserably as the flames devoured them. At the same time, the fire of the fire boundary spell illuminated the entire village, turning the dead darkness of Mingao village as bright as day. When the ghost servants saw that fire and that light, their bodies trembled violently. For the first time, their hideous faces showed not hunger or malice, but fear. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Demon Purifying. Chapter 31, Demon Purifying. I can move. The instant the restraint vanished, Tomokazusa almost thought she was imagining it. The sea of fire was right in front of her, blazing so fiercely that it dyed half the sky crimson, yet not a trace of heat touched her skin. Jin Tsumuji had clearly shielded her from the flames. More importantly, the numbness shackling her body had finally broken. Light returned to her eyes, and sensation flooded back into her limbs. Before she could fully rejoice, however, her body dropped abruptly through the air. Spirit speech, levitate. Jin Tsumuji's calm voice rang out beside her ears. A gentle but irresistible force immediately wrapped around her. Kazusa's falling body steadied, then drifted through the air toward Jin Tsumuji and Ajiso Setsuna. At the same moment, the wedding dress tree and the countless bridal wraiths hanging from its branches seemed to realize that their prey had been snatched away. A shrill chorus of hatred tore through the air. The fire boundary spell that had engulfed them shook violently. Then, with a thunderous crack, a root as thick as an ox burst from the ground and smashed through the wall of sacred flame. After that came another. And another. In an instant, the wedding dress tree was fully roused. Roots erupted from the earth like a collapsing forest, spreading in all directions like a vast net cast over heaven and earth. The ground split open with explosive cracks. A freezing tide of energy swept outward, so heavy and oppressive that it felt like the sky itself was coming down. Jin Tsumuji did not meet that first wave head-on. He caught Kazusa, pulled Ajiso Setsuna with him, and retreated from the center of the battlefield in one smooth motion. The moment he put enough distance between them and the tree, he drew a talisman from his sleeve. In ancient times, the divine crow whispered of origin. 7 calamities are extinguished, 7 stars mark the bounds. Swiftly, by law and decree. 7-pointed barrier. Blue light unfolded around the two girls. 7 translucent mirror-like panels, each shaped differently, rose into place and locked together into a protective formation, surrounding Ajiso Setsuna and Tomokazusa at the center. Stay inside, Jin Tsumuji said without turning back. As long as this barrier stands, neither the ghost servants nor the aftermath of the battle can touch you. Tomokazusa stared at him through the shimmering blue barrier. Her throat tightened, but she still forced the words out. Then be careful. Jin Tsumuji gave a slight nod. I will. The next moment, he attached a spirit talisman to himself. Spiritual power surged. His figure shot into the sky and rushed straight toward the wedding dress tree. Inside the barrier, Kazusa and Setsuna could only watch. Neither of them spoke, but both silently prayed for him. This was the first time they had ever witnessed the true power of a yokai up close, and it left them pale. The original village had already been reduced to ruins in the span of a few breaths. The scene before them no longer resembled a battle. It looked like a natural disaster. High in the air, Jin Tsumuji's gaze sharpened. So you've concentrated the power of the entire domain into yourself. The wedding dress tree before him had changed completely. The figures hanging from its branches were no longer limited to the students from Huzhu University attached high school. Intermixed among them were skeletal brides, their flesh long gone, their bones draped in ancient wedding robes. There were hundreds upon hundreds of them, close to 1,000 in all. They were the girls Mingao village had sacrificed during the Heian period. At this moment, the aura of the wedding dress tree had risen to its absolute peak. The roots screamed through the air. One after another, they lashed toward Jin Tsumuji with enough force to sweep away an army. At the same time, the ghost servants below took advantage of the chaos and rushed him from every direction. Yo-ho! Jin Tsumuji vanished. He did not clash against the storm head-on. Instead, he moved through it at terrifying speed, weaving through the nearly airtight barrage with impossible precision. Wherever his body flashed past, spiritual power condensed into invisible blades and cut down the attacking ghost servants one after another. Yo-ho was an extremely difficult movement art. It drained spiritual power at an absurd rate. Among professional class Onmyoji in Japan, those who could truly wield it were rarer than phoenix feathers and qilin horns. In practice, it was an art almost synonymous with national class Onmyoji. Before his role-playing stage had advanced into youth, Jin Tsumoji had barely dared use it. Even now, he reserved it for battle. Using it casually for daily travel was still a fantasy. Seeing its first assault fail, the wedding dress tree changed tactics without hesitation. 1,000 bridal wraiths shrieked and surged toward him all at once, like a tide of corpses in wedding silks. Jin Tsumoji's expression did not change. He simply drew another talisman, held it between two fingers, and chanted in a low, steady voice. All things in the mortal world are bound by law. By the true body of Akela and the force of his original vow, I swear to subdue this wicked spirit and vile ghost. Immovable binding technique. The earth exploded. Chains burst out in all directions, dense beyond counting, each one carrying a crushing power that was nearly impossible to break. They shot upward with lightning speed and bound the rushing bridal wraiths and the wedding dress tree itself, halting its offensive in a single instant. The tree trembled violently, its roots thrashing, but for that brief moment, it lost the ability to move. Jin Tsumoji did not waste that opening. Nama Sarva Tathagatebio Sarva Makebio, swiftly, by law and decree. Fire boundary spell. Flames erupted again. A sea of sacred fire swept through the battlefield like the wrath of a Buddha descending upon the world. The ghost servants charging from below did not even have time to scream before they were burned away completely, leaving nothing behind. But even so, Jin Tsumoji's eyes remained cold. It was not enough. The fire boundary spell was powerful, but against a monster like the wedding dress tree, one that was being amplified by the power of an entire domain, it still fell short. The sacred flames crashed into the tree and spread across its body, yet failed to truly engulf it. Even the bridal wraiths clinging to its branches did not vanish the way the lesser ghost servants had. The earlier firewall being broken apart had already proven it. The wedding dress tree could endure ordinary sacred flame. But Jin Tsumoji had never intended to make the same mistake twice. With a flick of his wrist, another talisman appeared in his hand. This time, the incantation flowing from his lips was stranger, older, and far more severe. Filth is purged. Return to the pure land. Vajra is purity, and purity is all Vajras. I take refuge in the universal Vajra. Violent evil and obstructing malice, be broken by the great wrathful one. Tremble before holy wrath. Akela, subdue all demons. Demon purifying talisman. The talisman blazed with a strange radiance. Then it sank directly into the flames born from the fire boundary spell. In that instant, it was like pouring oil onto a furnace. The sacred fire swelled violently, its intensity multiplying more than tenfold. The flames no longer looked like ordinary fire. They had become something holy and absolute, a purifying inferno that seemed capable of burning through sin itself. This time, the result was immediate. One bridal wraith after another turned to ash beneath the white gold fire. As they dissolved, Jin Tsumoji saw fragments of their souls freed from torment. Several of them even knelt toward him in silent gratitude before scattering into nothingness. An inhuman roar ripped through the battlefield. The wedding dress tree had finally broken free of the immovable binding technique. Its roots lashed wildly, and from its body poured a surge of energy cold enough to freeze an entire lake. It tried to smother the sacred fire, to tear open a path to survival. It was useless. The moment Jin Tsumoji used the demon-purifying talisman, the outcome had already been decided. This was the trump card he had gained after bringing the basic talisman compendium to minor accomplishment. And against things like this, it was absolute. From behind the seven-pointed barrier, Ajiso Setsuna and Toma Kazusa watched the inferno devour the wedding dress tree. Even from that distance, they could tell the battle was over. Jin Tsumoji had won. He's incredible. Toma Kazusa murmured before she could stop herself. To them, the wedding dress tree had been a nightmare made real, the source of everything, a calamity no human being should have been able to resist. Yet Jin Tsumoji had crushed it. Even though she knew little about the ranking system of Onmyoji, Kazusa understood one thing clearly now. In the world of Onmyoji, Jin Tsumoji was no ordinary figure. Even if he was not standing at the very top yet, he was already far beyond the reach of most. Ajiso Setsuna felt the same, only more deeply. If she had not found him in time, she, Kazusa, and the other students of Hujou University attached high school would have been swallowed by that nightmare one after another. Then, just as the two girls were staring at the battlefield in a daze, an old voice sounded nearby. The evil fruit born from Mingao village is finally reaching its end. Both girls turned sharply. Not far outside the barrier stood a ghost servant. It was the old woman who had appeared earlier before Jin Tsumoji and Ajiso Setsuna. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 32, Hidden Truth. Chapter 32, Hidden Truth. The evil fruit born from Mingao village is finally coming to an end. The old woman stood beyond the barrier, gazing at the distant wedding dress tree as it writhed inside the raging fire. Its roots lashed wildly, pouring out the last of its strength in a desperate attempt to tear apart the fire boundary spell, but the struggle was already beginning to look futile. Within those eerie eyes that held no trace of white, there was pain, regret, relief, and resignation. Then she turned toward Ajiso Setsuna and Tomokazusa inside the barrier and bowed deeply. "Thank you, young ladies, for bringing that young Onmyoji lord here. Only now can our sins truly be brought to an end." She paused for a moment, her voice growing even lower. "And I am deeply sorry for dragging you into all of this." Setsuna and Kazusa exchanged a bewildered look. Neither of them understood why this ghost servant, who had once seemed half-mad, would suddenly say such things. But both girls remembered one thing with absolute clarity. They were not to leave the barrier. That was what Jin Tsumuji had told them before he entered the battle. "Please do not be afraid," the old woman said softly. "Once the wedding dress tree is destroyed, all of us ghost servants will vanish with it. It was the root of our sin, yet it was also the god we once worshipped." Her gaze drifted back toward the wedding dress tree, which was still shrieking beneath the holy flames. That complicated expression in her eyes made the scene feel even stranger. Setsuna hesitated, then finally spoke. "What do you mean by that?" The old woman let out a dry, bitter laugh. "If I had known it would all end like this, I would never have asked that noble lady for a seedling of the wedding dress tree, let alone brought it back and planted it in Mingao village. But regret now means nothing. Perhaps the real mistake was that I never understood just how bottomless human greed could be." Setsuna's eyes widened. "You planted it?" The old woman nodded slowly. "Many years ago, while gathering herbs in the mountains, I encountered a noble lady who had lost her way. She was terrifyingly powerful. The beasts and yokai in those mountains were wiped out by her as easily as dust swept from a table." Her voice became distant, as though she were speaking to herself as much as to the girls. "To thank me for guiding her out of the forest, she promised to grant me one wish, so long as it was not too difficult. At the time, I asked for only one thing." A faint smile, filled with self-mockery, touched her lips. "I wanted a power that could protect Mingao village. I wanted my home to survive in those chaotic times." "And she gave you the wedding dress tree?" Setsuna asked. "Not the tree itself. A seedling." The old woman looked up, her expression hollow. "Before she left, she told me there were two ways to raise it. One was slow, through faith. The other was quick, through sacrifice." Tomokazusa, who had remained silent until now, frowned. Faith, and sacrifice. Faith would have allowed it to grow into a true guardian deity. It would have protected Mingao village without danger, without corruption, without sin. That was the path we chose in the beginning. The old woman closed her eyes. But the process was too slow. Far too slow. Her voice sharpened with bitter memory. Mingao village had fewer than 1,000 people. Even if every single one of us offered our faith for 100 years, it would still not have grown fast enough to shelter us from the yokai of that age. We might have been slaughtered long before then. At those words, both Setsuna and Kazusa understood what came next. "So in the end," Setsuna whispered, "you abandoned faith and chose sacrifice." "Yes." The old woman's answer came without hesitation. "And from that choice, everything else followed." Her face twisted with pain. At first, the villagers only wanted protection. Then the tree began granting more than protection. It brought safety. Then prosperity. Then wealth. The greed in human hearts swelled along with its appetite. Her voice trembled. The villagers lost even the last scraps of their conscience. They began by sacrificing the girls of their own village. When that was no longer enough, they lured travelers here. Bought them. Kidnapped them. Lied to them. Anything to offer more young girls to the tree. Kazusa's fingers clenched unconsciously. Even after hearing the truth of Mingao village from Jin before, hearing it from one of the people who had lived through it made it feel even more horrifying. The old woman lowered her head. Fortunately, that noble lady returned in the end and stopped everything. As soon as she finished speaking, her body began to blur. The edges of her figure softened, dissolving into drifting particles of pale light. Before fully disappearing, she bowed once more to Setsuna and Kazusa. It was an apology. And a farewell. Then she vanished. At almost the same moment, the two girls realized what had happened. The wedding dress tree had been completely destroyed. Its trunk had been burned away to nothing under Jin Tsumuji's flames. And now that the core of this domain had been erased, not only were the ghost servants disappearing, but the entire supernatural domain itself was beginning to collapse. The ground cracked. The sky split apart. Jagged fractures spread through the world like a shattered pane of glass. The houses, the roads, the trees, even the darkness itself began to warp and tremble. The whole domain looked as though it might break into pieces at any second. Then, in a blur of motion, Jin Tsumoji appeared beside them. "We're leaving." There was no wasted movement, no excess words. He seized both girls at once and activated Yuho, launching them forward at terrifying speed. Ahead of them, the dozen golden chains Jin had planted earlier reappeared in the fractured sky, tearing open a temporary exit through the collapsing domain. The dark void beyond the cracks twisted violently around it, trying to swallow everything whole. The opening would not last long. Without slowing for even an instant, Jin shot through it with Setsuna and Kazusa in tow. The next second, the three of them disappeared from the domain entirely. Behind them, Mingao village continued to break apart. The wedding dress tree's domain, the village steeped in 1,000 years of sin, and the hatred and resentment it had nurtured for so long all collapsed into the rising darkness. Then, little by little, everything was swallowed by the void. And at last, it vanished completely. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, The Incident Concludes. Chapter 33, The Incident Concludes. The bright moon sailed across the sky, and the stars scattered across the heavens gave off a dim, distant glow, pricking the darkness like needles of cold light. At this hour, Hoju University-attached high school abandoned park should have been silent and lifeless. And it was. There was no wind. No rustle of leaves. Not even the chirping of insects. The whole place felt like a city abandoned by the living. Then the surface of Bing Lake stirred. At first, it was only a tremor. The foul, pitch-black water began to ripple in widening rings, as though something hidden deep below was violently pushing upward. The stagnant lake, which had long since become a dead pool reeking of rot and energy, started to churn harder and harder, until the entire surface looked like a pot on the verge of boiling over. Then came the explosion. Boom. The blast tore through the night with enough force to shake the surrounding ground. It was as if a giant bomb had detonated at the bottom of the lake. The entire body of water erupted skyward in a towering column, black spray and filth exploding in every direction. Mud, shattered stone, and rotten water rained over the abandoned park. The sound rolled across Shibuya Ward like thunder. Inside nearby apartments, lights flickered on one after another. What was that? Did something just explode? That sounded close. Was it near Hoju University-attached high school? People jolted awake in confusion, some stumbling to their windows, others fumbling for their phones, all of them staring toward the academy grounds with alarm and uncertainty. Ordinary people could only hear the explosion. They could not see what truly followed it. But the Onmyoji station throughout Shibuya Ward could. Across different supernatural affairs offices, men and women trained to read the unseen abruptly raised their heads at the same time. Their expressions changed almost instantly. Because mingled with that explosion was a tidal surge of energy so dense it made their skin prickle. For a single instant, many of them thought the same thing. A powerful yokai had revived in Shibuya. And if it was not suppressed immediately, the district might drown in blood before dawn. One after another, they threw on their koriginu, grabbed their ritual implements, stuffed talismans into their sleeves, and rushed to mobilize. Then, just as quickly, they stopped. Because the energy was changing. No, wait. It isn't expanding. It is dispersing. It is rootless. An older Onmyoji standing at an office window narrowed his eyes, shock spreading across his face. That terrifying surge of energy was not growing stronger. It was collapsing, unraveling, dissipating minute by minute like smoke in the wind. This was not the pressure of a revived yokai. It was the residue left behind after one had been destroyed. The realization sent a chill through everyone who understood what it meant. If the remnant energy alone was enough to make them mistake it for the awakening of a major calamity, then the thing that had just been eradicated must have been far beyond ordinary. And in all of Shibuya Ward, there was only one person below national level whose name came to mind. White Fox Jin Tsumoji. As that name surfaced in one mind after another, the mood in every office turned strange. He had only just shaken the district with the news of his promotion to 9th rank professional Onmyoji. Now he had done this. No one said it aloud, but the same thought hung over all of them. That young man was becoming harder and harder to measure. At the White Fox office, Kotoko stood by the window on the second floor and looked toward the distant direction of the academy. The tension in her shoulders finally loosened. It seems the director came back alive after all. Only now did the worry she had kept buried under her usual sharp tongue begin to fade. It was not that she lacked faith in Jin Tsumoji's strength. But this time, the enemy had possessed a full domain. That alone put it on a completely different level from the yokai he normally handled. Concern had been inevitable. Sora, standing beside her, also let out a soft breath. She had been trying very hard not to show it, but she had been nervous too. Kotoko pushed up her sleeves, sat back down, and immediately slipped into work mode. Sora, organize every file related to the wedding dress tree case. I need a complete report for the authorities, the Onmyo Bureau, and the Onmyo Alliance. They will also need to handle the aftermath. Got it, Kotoko Nisama. Sora answered at once. A sweet, relieved smile still lingered on her face, but her hands were already moving as she gathered the necessary materials. Kotoko opened her laptop and began typing rapidly, the cold light of the screen reflecting in her eyes. A ghost domain appearing in Shibuya. She murmured to herself. Even if the main forces of the Onmyo Agency and the Onmyo Alliance are tied down, they cannot shelve this one. This incident had already crossed a line. It was no longer something that could be treated like an ordinary local haunting. Back at Bing Lake, the stench of mud and scorched-in energy still clung to the air. Jin Tsumoji stood at the edge of the nearly drained lakebed, looking down at the wreckage left behind after the collapse of the domain. Broken stones. Charred debris. And at the center of it all, the blackened remains of the wedding dress tree. He had expected the entire domain to be swallowed cleanly by the void once it collapsed. Instead, fragments of it had been spat back into reality. So even in death, the thing had left behind a trace. Still, his biggest reward was not lying in the lakebed. He pulled up the system. Abe no Seimei, progenitor of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, youth stage, 35%. Character abilities, basic talisman compendium, minor accomplishment, Shikigami contract, minor accomplishment, 5-pointed star incantation, minor accomplishment, spirit speech technique, proficient, yoho, proficient, immovable binding technique, proficient, fire boundary spell, proficient, ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, advanced. His eyes lingered on the number for a moment. 35%. Before this mission, it had only been 10. A full increase of 25%. Of course, not all of that came from the wedding dress tree alone. The countless ghost servants and wedding brides had contributed their share, but the main portion had undoubtedly come from the tree itself. That was enough to leave him deeply satisfied. Then a quiet voice broke through his thoughts. It's over. Toma Kazusa stood a short distance away, staring at the charred remains in the middle of the lake bed. Her expression was complicated. Relief. Disbelief. Exhaustion. A dull ache that had nowhere to go. Ajiso Setsuna looked much the same. Only people who had personally endured that kind of helpless terror could understand what it meant to escape it alive. The fear. The sleepless nights. The sense that every tomorrow might simply never arrive. The two girls looked at Jin Tsumoji together, then bowed deeply. Thank you, Jin Tsumoji-kun. If not for you. Neither of them finished the sentence. They did not need to. He understood. Jin Tsumoji waved it off as though it were no great matter. I accepted the commission. Finishing the job is part of the work. Even so, the steadiness in his tone made both girls feel their throats tighten. Then Kazusa and Setsuna recounted everything the old woman had told them while he was fighting, including the origin of the wedding dress tree, the noble lady who had given it to Mingao village, and the matter of the seal. Jin Tsumoji listened without interrupting. When they finished, he fell silent for a while. So the one who sealed the wedding dress tree 1,000 years ago may well have been its original owner. His brows drew together slightly. That explained certain things, and at the same time made others even murkier. If the seal had truly been left by the tree's original master, then the old assumption recorded in the Onmyojo archives contained a major flaw. The so-called passing Onmyoji might never have been an Onmyoji at all. Just because Onmyodo traces were left in the seal did not prove the caster's identity. There were many ways to mislead later generations. The deeper he looked into this case, the more obvious it became that the hidden truth behind it was not simple. But for now, that was no longer the priority. He looked at the two girls. Do not mention any of this to anyone else. Setsuna and Kazusa nodded at once. Neither of them had any desire to get dragged any deeper into the supernatural world than they already had. The authorities and the Onmyo agency will arrive soon to clean this up, he said. We'll leave before that. Neither girl objected. Together, the three of them turned away from the ravaged lake and the scorched remains of the wedding dress tree and walked off into the thinning night. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 34, Mysterious Girl. Chapter 34, Mysterious Girl. It did not take long after Jin Tsumoji and the others left for the aftermath to arrive. Sirens wailed through the thinning night as more than a dozen police vehicles sped through the empty streets and came to a sharp halt outside the gates of Hujou University-attached high school. Uniformed officers poured out at once, moving with practiced urgency as they sealed off the entire campus and erected a perimeter to keep civilians away. The residents who had gathered in the surrounding streets to watch from a distance immediately understood that something serious had happened. And not just serious. With so many police cars, so many officials, and, most notably, so many Onmyoji and white Koriginu stepping out alongside them, it was obvious this was no ordinary explosion. Something supernatural had erupted at Hoju University-attached high school. At that point, even if the academy's administration wanted to bury the matter, it was already impossible. The scale alone had gone beyond anything a school could contain. Once the missing students and the casualties tied to the case were fully brought to light, the academy would have no choice but to face the consequences, especially from the families who had lost their children. In the abandoned park area, the scene was already under full investigation. Officials worked under floodlights while Onmyoji from the Onmyo agency moved through the ruined grounds, carefully checking for lingering contamination, hidden curses, or traces of hostile entities. Every visible detail was being photographed, tagged, and recorded. At the edge of the nearly drained Bing Lake, Kohara Daisuke, the official administrative head responsible for Shibuya Ward, stood staring at the lakebed with an expression so grim it bordered on ugly. There, lying in blackened silence amid mud and ruin, was the corpse of the monster. The wedding dress tree. "So this is the strange wishing tree from 3 months ago," he said at last, voice low and tight. Who would have thought it was actually a yokai capable of forming a ghost domain? Beside him, Ibe Tomoya, branch chief of the Shibuya Ward Onmyo agency, looked no better. If anything, his expression was even worse. A yokai of this level had been hiding in plain sight within his jurisdiction, right under the Onmyo agency nose, and neither the civil administration nor the agency had truly realized what they were dealing with. That was not merely embarrassing. It was dereliction of duty. And for Ibe Tomoya, the sting was sharper than most. When the strange wishing tree had first been reported, he had personally led the team that went to Hoju University-attached high school, uprooted it, and sealed it. Looking back now, the whole thing had been nothing but a shell, a trick, a deliberate misdirection. He, the branch chief of the Shibuya Ward Onmyo agency, had been toyed with by a yokai and never noticed. Even though he had indeed filed a report about its abnormality afterward, that was still nowhere near enough to wash away the shame of it. Kohara Daisuke exhaled heavily, cold sweat still lingering from the memory of the report he had received earlier that night. Thank goodness the White Fox office stepped in. If Lord White Fox hadn't acted in time. He let the rest hang, then muttered with lingering dread, "I don't even want to imagine what this would have turned into. Those students could have gone on disappearing one by one without any of us ever realizing what was happening." "That's the truth of it," Ibe Tomoya said grimly. "The fact that this incident was resolved before it turned into a full-scale disaster is entirely thanks to Lord Jin Tsumuji." Even with his own status as a 9th-rank professional Onmyoji and branch chief of the Shibuya Ward Bureau, he still addressed Jin Tsumuji with formal respect. Because only someone standing where he stood could truly understand how outrageous that young man's strength had become. Ibe Tomoya knew his own limits very well. If he had been the one forced to face a yokai that could weave a ghost domain, surviving would already have been a miracle. Defeating it would have been a fantasy. That alone made one thing painfully clear. The 9th rank on Jin Tsumoji's certificate and the 9th rank on everyone else's were not the same thing at all. No wonder Lord Miyoshi openly said Lord Jin Tsumoji has a real chance of entering the national level within 3 years. Ibe Tomoya looked down at the wedding dress tree's charred remains and narrowed his eyes. "And that fire boundary spell," he murmured. "Its power and intensity are absurd. That's not something a normal professional level Onmyoji should be able to cast. It already rivals Lord Enma's fire arts." As a 9th-rank professional himself, he had more than enough discernment to judge what he was seeing. The wedding dress tree had been killed by fire. Not ordinary fire. Not ceremonial flame. But a fire boundary spell refined to a terrifying level. "I'll handle this investigation personally," Ibe Tomoya said. "A yokai capable of forming a ghost domain is no minor matter." Kohara Daisuke gave a quick nod. The two of them moved down toward the dried-out lakebed, intending to examine the wedding dress tree more closely. Then everything stopped. Not figuratively. Literally. The officers. The Onmyoji. The drifting leaves. The breeze. Even Kohara Daisuke and Ibe Tomoya themselves froze in place as though some invisible hand had pressed the world into stillness. Time seemed to halt. Only one sound remained. Crunch. 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 Footsteps on dead leaves. From the darkness beyond the ruined park, a young girl walked slowly toward the lake. She wore a luxurious kimono of red and gold, so exquisitely made that even under the bleak night sky it seemed to glow with a richness that ordinary fabrics could never possess. Her presence was strange, almost contradictory. One moment she carried the untouchable dignity of a princess. The next, the elegance of a noblewoman. Then the soft tenderness of a bride. Then a charm so dangerous and alluring it could ruin any man who looked too long. All of those qualities coexisted within her, perfectly fused. It was not mere beauty. It was enchantment. The kind that felt almost unlawful. At her pale ankles, golden ring bells chimed softly with each step, their crisp notes spreading through the frozen silence. And yet the most unsettling thing about her was not her clothes, nor her aura. It was her face. Or rather, the fact that it could not be seen. A mysterious force blurred her features, veiling them from the world itself. No matter how one looked, no one could truly behold her countenance, as though heaven itself had forbidden others from gazing upon it. She came to a stop before the charred wedding dress tree. For a moment, she said nothing. Then, in a low voice touched by unmistakable melancholy, she murmured, "Even after I sheltered you for 1,000 years. You still could not escape the calamity that was meant to claim you." Her gaze rested on the corpse of the tree. The sorrow in her voice lasted only an instant. Then it vanished. What replaced it was coldness. With a flick of her sleeve, the earth around the deepest roots of the wedding dress tree split open. What lay buried there was revealed. Fruit. Dozens upon dozens of blood-red fruits. They clung tightly to the tree's primary root system, packed together in dense clusters like some grotesque organ grown in secret underground. Nearby lay more than a dozen shriveled fruits, dried out entirely, as if they had long since been drained empty to nourish the tree itself. The sight would have made anyone who had seen the earlier Minato Ward case shudder. Because these fruits were identical to the ones produced by the weird wood spirit that had consumed Kasagano Sora's family. Not merely similar. The same kind. The girl let out a cold snort. What a clever scheme. Using Yamada no Orochi as the obvious blade was not enough. You wanted to push even this concubine into the light as well, to draw the Onmyoji's fire. She raised one hand. In the next moment, every single blood-red fruit turned to ash. Did you think I would obediently play your role for you? The windless stillness pressed around her, eerie and absolute. Then she turned her gaze southwest. Toward Shibuya. Toward the White Fox office. Though he is this concubine's mortal enemy, I have no desire to face him again, she said softly. And yet, you have already exposed a corner of yourselves before him. A pause. Then, with faint amusement and a trace of something darker, she added, "It will not be long before your nightmare begins." With that, she lightly swept her sleeve once more. The ruined earth closed. The lakebed returned to its previous appearance. The traces of the buried fruits vanished as though they had never existed. And then the girl disappeared. The instant she was gone, the eerie stillness broke. Time resumed. The breeze moved again. Leaves fell. Officers shifted. Ibe Tomoya and Kohara Daisuke blinked almost at the same time, a vague ripple of confusion passing through both their faces. Something felt off. As though a piece of memory had been torn out just now. As though they had forgotten something important. But no matter how hard they searched their minds, they could find nothing concrete. The feeling passed quickly, leaving behind only an indistinct unease. After a few seconds, both men unconsciously dismissed it and returned to their work. Around them, the rest of the investigators did the same. The investigation continued in orderly fashion beneath the bright floodlights, no one aware that a mysterious girl in red and gold had stood among them only moments earlier, or that the truth hidden beneath the roots of the wedding dress tree had already been erased before their eyes. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 35, Public Panic. Chapter 35, Public Panic. By the next morning, the supernatural incident at Hojo University-attached high school had spread across Shibuya Ward like wildfire, then surged outward through all of Tokyo with unstoppable speed. Almost overnight, the entire metropolis knew. What followed was exactly the kind of chain reaction the authorities feared most. Panic spread through the public, and social unease rose sharply. The residents living near Hojo University-attached high school were the first to react. Many packed up and left before noon. Some moved in with relatives in other districts, while others hurriedly rented temporary places far from the academy. It was the clearest kind of fear imaginable. They had homes, yet none of them dared go back. The administration of Hojo University-attached high school was in even worse shape. Their phones rang without pause as calls poured in from parents, reporters, and multiple government departments demanding a full explanation. The school had no room left to maneuver. With no other choice, it announced a temporary closure. As for when classes would resume, the school only posted a vague notice on its website. Further updates pending. Everyone understood what that meant. Until the school could calm the students and their families, reopening was nothing more than wishful thinking. And even if classes resumed, few believed attendance would recover anytime soon. It was not a matter of cowardice. This was the age of supernatural recovery. People everywhere were living like birds startled by the mere rustle of grass. The string in everyone's heart was drawn tight, terrified that one careless step might bring some filthy thing to their door and end their life in the dark. The authorities kept repeating the same reassuring message. Under the joint efforts of the government, the Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, the Onmyo Academy, and the major supernatural affairs offices, the number of supernatural incidents across Japan was steadily decreasing. Public order would soon stabilize. Society would recover. At first, that propaganda had worked. But only at first. As supernatural incidents continued to erupt, spread, and worsen, especially in an age where information could travel through the internet faster than any official statement, the public had gradually developed a numb distrust toward these carefully polished reassurances. At this point, each new slogan only sounded more hollow than the last. The supernatural incident at Hoshu University attached high school was also stirring up heavy discussion inside the supernatural exchange group. Loves cats the most. I really did not think something this big could still happen in Shibuya Ward. Is there even any truly safe place left in Tokyo anymore? The anxiety in that message was obvious. Bad girl, Tokyo still has the Onmyo Agency and the Onmyo Academy standing guard, so there is no need to sink into pure pessimism. Bad girl, that said, an incident like this breaking out in Shibuya Ward really does make one wonder whether the large-scale surge of supernatural recovery has already begun. Water Lily, it is worrying. Manga Master, there have been incidents with a similar level of danger before, but why did this one cause such a huge shockwave? Even the butlers and servants in my house are panicking. Manga Master's confusion was understandable. The scale of this incident was indeed severe, but it was not unprecedented. Compared to the bloody mass killings that had happened in remote towns before, this should not have created such an explosive reaction on its own. For leaf clover, because in the minds of many people, cities like Tokyo and Kyoto are supposed to be absolutely safe. The authorities have pushed that narrative for a long time, using those cities as proof that the situation is under control. For leaf clover, this incident shattered that illusion. More importantly, Hoshu University attached high school tried to suppress the truth before the matter exploded. That has made many people suspect the authorities are doing the same thing and hiding supernatural incidents behind the scenes. For leaf clover, to be fair, the authorities have indeed done exactly that. Once that suspicion takes root, the panic naturally spreads on its own. Manga Master, I see. After Shinomiya Kagaya's explanation, the group immediately understood the real source of the fear. The issue was not just the incident itself. It was the collapse of confidence. Wind Leaf, a supernatural incident happened in Shibuya Ward. Since when? Kurizaki Fuko had finally come online. Judging from her response, she was clearly only just hearing about it. Loves cats the most, it already spread through Tokyo overnight. Your news sense is terrible. Wind Leaf, please. This young lady is in Kyoto, not Tokyo. Something blowing up across Tokyo overnight does not mean it instantly reaches Kyoto too. Kurizaki Fuko's reply came with visible exasperation. For the past several days, she had been buried in family matters. The deaths in her aunt's household had hit her family hard, and dealing with the aftermath had taken nearly all her attention. On top of that, she had visited the Kikane clan several times, hoping that through her family's connection with them, she might be allowed to formally study Onmyodo. Unfortunately, the answer she received had been vague. The clan elders and Kikane Hitamoto were currently away. Until they returned, no one below them was willing to make that decision. Bad girl, since we are on the topic, can anyone here explain the details of the incident? The group instantly fell quiet. Many had heard about it. Few knew anything concrete. Most only had fragments and rumor. After a long silence, a new message finally appeared. Group leader, no one here should know more about this incident than I do. I will explain it. At once, the attention of the entire supernatural exchange group shifted. Group leader, it started with a wedding dress tree from 1,000 years ago, a place called Mingao Village, and an Onmyoji who is not exactly a stranger to us. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 36, Shinomiya Kagaya's Predicament. Chapter 36, Shinomiya Kagaya's Predicament. The discussion inside the supernatural exchange group did not die down for a long time. After the group leader finished recounting the wedding dress tree incident, the chat fell into a brief silence, as if everyone on the other end of the screen needed a moment to digest it all. From the first appearance of the wishing tree at Hoshu University attached high school, to the string of sudden student suicides, to the Onmyo Agency uprooting it, to Kudamai of Class 2D, to the White Fox Office's investigation, to the ghost domain hidden beneath it, and finally to Mingao Village's 1,000-year-old custom and the birth of the wedding dress tree itself. The whole matter had been laid out piece by piece, frighteningly complete. It was detailed enough that it almost sounded as if the group leader had stood there and witnessed everything in person. Group leader, that is the rough outline of the wedding dress tree incident. Silence followed again. Then, at last, new messages began to appear. Bad girl, so that guy's gotten this strong already. He can even kill a monster capable of weaving a ghost domain. In a neat, minimalist bedroom somewhere in Tokyo, a black-haired girl stared at her phone and ground her teeth in frustration. Every single time she thought she was about to catch up, news would arrive that he had pulled even farther ahead. It was enough to make anyone furious. For Leaf Clover, when White Fox Jin-Tsumoji underwent his strength assessment at Onmyo Division headquarters not long ago, he had already reached professional rank 9. But looking at this battle record now, his actual combat ability is probably beyond even that. To independently eliminate a monster capable of constructing a ghost domain means his true fighting strength is almost certainly higher than what is written on his Onmyoji certificate. For Leaf Clover, furthermore, Divine Eye of the 12 Divine Generals publicly stated that he has a real chance of stepping into the national class within 3 years. Manga Master, that amazing. A national class Onmyoji. Manga Master, if he really reaches that level in 3 years, then apart from Darenji Suzuka, wouldn't White Fox Jin-Tsumoji become the youngest national class Onmyoji too? Water Lily, he really isn't simple. Fuko was lucky to run into Jin-Tsumoji last time. Wind Leaf, yes. That's true. Far away in Kyoto, Kurosaki Fuko looked down at the messages on her screen, her expression softening slightly. Just seeing Jin-Tsumoji's name again stirred up a complicated wave of gratitude in her heart. If not for him, she did not even want to imagine how the day would have ended. At the same time, another face rose in her thoughts. Kasagano Sora. She wondered how her cousin was doing now. Maybe I should go to Shibuya and see for myself. Fuko murmured under her breath, then sighed. Grandmother's condition probably still needs Sora more than anyone. Thinking of that only made her more helpless. Her father had tried so hard to hide the truth, only for grandmother to see straight through him almost immediately. His acting truly had been awful. Meanwhile, in the Shinomiya estate in Minato Ward. White Fox Jin-Tsumoji. In her room, Shinomiya Kagaya quietly repeated the name to herself. Her assessment of him had risen yet again. He was no longer just a promising newcomer in the world of Onmyodo in her eyes. No, after what happened at Huzhu University-attached high school, she could no longer afford to view him that lightly. Suddenly, a sharp burning sensation flared from her arm. Kagaya frowned. It's starting again. On her smooth, porcelain white arm, the brand of the red demon head had grown more vivid. The mark almost seemed alive, its outline deepening little by little, as if something beneath the skin were stirring awake. A cold light passed through Kagaya's eyes. There really isn't much time left. Ever since she had rejected the refuge plan her family arranged, the mark left on her by that yokai had clearly changed. It no longer lay dormant. It had begun to throb, to heat, to pulse with a malicious intent that even an ordinary Onmyoji would immediately recognize as a hunting mark. A sign. A notice. A declaration that she had already been chosen as its next meal. I was careless. Kagaya lowered her eyes and looked at the brand, her expression turning unpleasant. I underestimated it. Only now, after calming down and looking back over everything, did she fully realize what had happened. That yokai had never simply cornered her with brute force. It had been more insidious than that. It had used her pride. Her stubbornness. Her refusal to lose. Her hatred of being trapped. Her desperation to break free. Bit by bit, it had pushed at every flaw in her nature until she walked exactly where it wanted her to walk. When she thought of that, Kagaya's fingers curled unconsciously. Not long ago, she had sent Hayasaka AI to the Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, the Onmyo Academy, and several major supernatural affairs offices with invitations. She had intended to gather enough powerful Onmyoji to fight back on the day she was supposed to be devoured. To make that happen, she had even been prepared to pay a price large enough to shake her own standing as heir to the Shinomiya group. And yet, the result had been miserable. Very few of the people she invited had agreed to come. Most of those who did respond positively were independent Onmyoji from private offices. The larger institutions, the ones she had truly hoped to rely on, almost all declined. Later, after digging into it through private channels, she finally learned the truth. Something major had happened on Honshu. A large-scale emergency. Nearly 70% of Japan's upper-level Onmyoji had already been deployed there. That news had hit her like a hammer. And almost immediately after learning it, she realized something worse. That yokai had probably known. Known before she did. Which meant this entire situation, her mounting desperation, her increasingly reckless behavior, her frantic attempt to gather strength at the last moment, had likely all been anticipated from the start. She had not been resisting the trap. She had been walking deeper into it. Damn it. Kagaya bit the words out through clenched teeth. Just then, her phone vibrated. Buzz. 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 She glanced at the screen. A private message from the Supernatural Exchange Group. From the group leader. Group leader, Kagaya, have you thought again about the proposal I gave you before? Group leader, maybe in your eyes, clinging to life like that is humiliating. But it would at least keep you alive for now. A cold, mocking smile touched Kagaya's lips. She knew perfectly well what the men on the other end wanted. 4-leaf clover, keep me alive. 4-leaf clover, in the end, I just become a vessel like you. Or a substitute to help shoulder your burden. There was a pause before the reply came. Group leader, I won't deny that I have my own reasons. Group leader, but don't think of it so absolutely. With the current crisis on Honshu, the number of people you can still call on is already pitifully small. Kagaya's gaze turned colder. 4-leaf clover, even so, I refuse. A longer pause this time. Then another message appeared. Group leader, sigh. Group leader, for the sake of our childhood friendship, let me at least give you one piece of advice. Group leader, go to White Fox Jin Tsumuji. Kagaya's eyes narrowed slightly. The group leader continued. Group leader, if anyone can still give you a chance to survive, it might be him. Group leader, I hope I'll still see you at next month's gathering. Kagaya looked at the message for a few seconds before typing back. 4-leaf clover, same to you. She set the phone down. Then she rested her chin lightly on one hand and fell into thought. In truth, she had already been considering Jin Tsumuji even before this. But hearing the group leader bring him up so directly only deepened her curiosity. Could Jin Tsumuji truly contend with the existence that had marked her? That thing was no ordinary yokai. It was a genuine great yokai. Unless the real issue was not simply Jin Tsumuji's strength. Unless there was something else special about him. Kagaya. A quiet voice came from outside. Hayasaka AI had already been waiting by the door. Kagaya lifted her head. AI. The door opened, and Hayasaka entered with her usual perfect posture. Is there something you need, eldest miss? Kagaya's expression had already returned to its usual cold composure. Cancel all my appointments for the next few days. Hayasaka blinked. Tomorrow, you're coming with me to Shibuya. This time, Kagaya had no intention of sending someone else in her place. If she wanted White Fox Jin Tsumuji's help, then she would go ask for it herself. Hayasaka hesitated. I'm afraid that may be difficult, eldest Mississippi. Kagaya's gaze shifted toward her. Hayasaka lowered her head slightly and answered carefully, you have several extremely important meetings scheduled tomorrow and the day after. None of them can be postponed without consequences. Kagaya's brows drew together. Only then did she remember. The next 2 days truly were packed with meetings that mattered. Not trivial social engagements, but matters directly tied to the group and to her own position within it. Still. That only made her expression turn colder. Cancel them anyway. Hayasaka stiffened faintly. Eldest miss. Kagaya stood and turned toward the window, her voice calm, but carrying a force that left no room for argument. I'll take responsibility for whatever follows. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 37, Fear and the Great Yokai. Chapter 37, Fear and the Great Yokai. He's not here. Shinomiya Kagaya slowly set down the paper cup of instant coffee in her hand and looked up at Iwanaga Kotoko and Kasagano Sora, disbelief plain in her eyes. She had not expected this outcome at all. She had cleared her schedule, forcibly cancelled several important meetings, and even drawn the displeasure of the Shinomiya group's elders, only to arrive at the White Fox office in Shibuya and find the one person she came to see absent. For a brief moment, Kagaya even began to wonder whether fate itself was playing some ugly joke on her. The national class Onmyoji she had tried to invite had already refused her. Now even Jin Tsumuji, one of the very few remaining people she could still place hope in, was nowhere to be found. The presence of Iwanaga Kotoko here had also caught her off guard. Kagaya knew Kotoko. Their families had business ties, and with the scale of the Shinomiya group, it was only natural that they would have crossed paths. Still, that acquaintance was shallow at best. They knew of each other, but nothing more. Otherwise, Kagaya would not have remained ignorant until now that Iwanaga Kotoko worked at the White Fox office. She had heard, of course, that Kotoko had once suffered a supernatural incident in childhood, losing an eye and a leg in the process, though supposedly gaining some unusual ability in return. As for what that ability actually was, Kagaya did not know. Back then, the group leader had once suggested inviting Iwanaga Kotoko into the supernatural exchange group, but for reasons Kagaya had never fully understood, that plan had eventually been dropped. Kotoko, Kagaya said at last, forcing herself to stay calm, did Director Jin take another supernatural case and go handle it? If that was true, then the frequency with which White Fox Jin Tsumuji dealt with incidents was frankly absurd. He had only just resolved the wedding dress tree incident, and now he had already gone out again. From what Kagaya knew of the industry, most supernatural affairs offices considered it impressive to solve even one major case in a month, and that was assuming they succeeded at all. No, Kotoko replied, shaking her head. That's not it. She looked at Kaguya and continued, early this morning, the director received a message, left us a few instructions, and then went out. Kaguya's fingers tightened slightly against the cup. Kotoko, do you know where Director Jin went? There was an urgency in her voice now that was difficult to hide. She did not have much time left. Every delay mattered. Kotoko hesitated for a moment before answering, Kyoto. The Tsuchimikado clan. Kaguya's eyes shifted at once. The Tsuchimikado clan. There's no need to hide it, Kotoko said. Old man Amami Daizen, one of the 12 divine generals, once gave the director a recommendation letter. With it, he was granted a chance to view the Tsuchimikado clan's heirloom, the Senji Ryaketsu. Understanding dawned in Kaguya's eyes. The Senji Ryaketsu. A text left behind by Abe no Seimei himself, containing his insights into Onmyodo and countless secrets buried within its pages. It was said that anyone who truly comprehended even a portion of it would gain an entirely new understanding of spiritual arts. Some Onmyoji had even found the road to their own future in its contents. Very few in the world of Onmyodo could resist the temptation of such a thing. Normally, the Senji Ryaketsu was never shown to outsiders. Even members of the Tsuchimikado branch families were not automatically granted access, let alone unrelated Onmyoji. But after the Tsuchimikado Yaku incident, the clan's prestige had clearly declined. In exchange for certain benefits, fixed reading slots were now occasionally given to the Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, and the Onmyo Academy. Kaguya had long heard rumors that White Fox Jin Tsumuji was on unusually good terms with several high-ranking figures inside the Onmyo Agency. Now, hearing that he had even secured a place to view the Senji Ryaketsu, she realized those rumors had probably undersold the truth. The ties between him and the upper levels of the agency were clearly deeper than most people knew. Kotoko studied her for a second, then added, before he left, the director said he would be back within 10 days. If you have urgent business, Miss Kaguya, you can leave it with me. Within 10 days. Kaguya let out a faint breath. That was better than the alternative she had feared. For a moment, she had been worried he might vanish into Kyoto for a month or more. 10 days, at least, was still within the limit of what she could endure. Of course, that did not mean she could place all her hopes on him alone. She still had to prepare a final fallback. As for the group leader's proposed backup plan, that path was one she would rather die than choose. Kotoko, Kaguya said, rising to her feet, if Director Jin returns, please contact me immediately. I won't trouble you any longer today. Kotoko nodded. Take care, Miss Kaguya. She personally walked Kaguya downstairs and watched as she entered the Shinomiya Group's private luxury car. Only after the vehicle disappeared from sight did Kotoko turn and head back upstairs. The moment she returned to the office, her expression changed. TSK. Shinomiya Kaguya, of all people. Her voice carried no small amount of surprise. I really didn't expect that even the eldest daughter of a conglomerate family would end up caught in a supernatural incident. Large conglomerates like the Shinomiya Group employed Onmyoji all year round. Their most important figures were protected with layers upon layers of security, ritual barriers, and spiritual safeguards. As one of the Shinomiya heirs, Kaguya's protections should have been among the very best. And yet even with all that, she had still fallen into something unresolved. That alone was enough to prove the scale of the matter behind her. Clearly, whatever had marked her was not some ordinary curse. Sister Kotoko, Kasagano Sora said softly from the side, Miss Kaguya really looked pressed for time. She did. Kotoko's expression grew more serious. The supernatural incident surrounding Shinomiya Kaguya is definitely extraordinary. At that exact moment, a rustling sound came from one of the office corners. A black snake slowly crawled out, scales glimmering faintly in the light. It was Tsukizawa, the fallen deity. Princess. His voice was low and solemn. Kotoko turned at once. Lord Tsukizawa. The snake's slit pupils were dark and grave. Princess, I smelled his scent on that young lady. Kotoko froze. For a second, she thought she had misheard. Then she shot to her feet so abruptly that the chair behind her scraped hard across the floor. Lord Tsukizawa, your senses aren't wrong. Tsukizawa first shook his head, then answered in a slow, heavy tone, long ago, when I still had worshippers and power, I came into contact with him personally. I could never mistake that scent. As he said that, something bitter flickered through his eyes. 1,000 years had passed. Shuten-doji was still Shuten-doji, the great yokai whose name alone could make all of Japan uneasy. As for Tsukizawa himself, he had lost his faith, fallen from godhood, and become little better than a half-ruined spirit, so diminished that even ordinary yokai no longer feared him. If that's true, Kotoko muttered, her face turning grim. Then she understood. Everything suddenly made sense. Kasagano Sora, who had been listening beside them, blinked in confusion. Shuten. Who is that? Kotoko looked at her. Then, word by word, she said, the great yokai who once terrified all of Japan. Shuten-doji. Sora's eyes instantly widened. Even she knew that name. Shuten-doji. Tamamo-no-Mae. The Great Tengu. Those names were not obscure legends. They were household words across Japan, the very symbols of terror in its oldest yokai tales. And now Kotoko was saying that Shinomiya Kagaya had been marked by one of them. Sister Kotoko. Sora's voice trembled faintly. Are you saying the supernatural incident surrounding Miss Kagaya was caused by Shuten-doji? Kotoko nodded slowly. If Lord Tsukuzawa's senses are right, then yes. The yokai behind Shinomiya Kagaya's situation is almost certainly Shuten-doji. The office fell silent for a moment. Then Kotoko narrowed her eyes. But for her to come here personally. Her gaze lowered in thought. A legendary great yokai isn't something someone seeks help for on a whim. Kasagano Sora did not fully understand, but she could still hear the weight in Kotoko's voice. Kotoko continued, half to herself now, was she just desperately trying every possible source of help, hoping to gather enough strength from various supernatural affairs offices to oppose Shuten-doji, or does she know something else? She frowned. Jin Tsumuji was certainly powerful. The wedding dress tree incident had already proven that much. A yokai capable of weaving a ghost domain had been destroyed by him without leaving even a scratch on his body. Among all Onmyoji below the national class, Kotoko believed there were very few who could have done the same. But this was different. Completely different. Shuten-doji was not some domain-weaving yokai. He was one of the legendary great yokai. Compared to him, even national class Onmyoji were not necessarily guaranteed victory, much less someone who had not yet formally stepped into that realm. If it were anyone else, Tsukuzawa suddenly said from the floor, they would indeed just be walking into Shuten-doji's mouth. Kotoko turned toward him at once. But the director is different. Kotoko stared. Lord Tsukuzawa, what do you mean? The black snake's eyes darkened, and his voice sank with a kind of ancient weight. Because Shuten-doji fears that man. He paused. Then each word fell heavily into the room. A fear buried deep in his bones. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 38, Tsuchimikado. Chapter 38, Tsuchimikado. Kyoto, Mitsuwa Town. A rural district on the outskirts of the old capital, Mitsuwa had somehow preserved its pastoral calm even in an age that seemed determined to grind such places away. Modern life had reached it, of course. The town had schools, clinics, supermarkets, paved roads, and all the ordinary conveniences people needed to live comfortably. Yet compared to the crowded wards and glittering avenues closer to the city proper, Mitsuwa still felt slow, spacious, almost untouched. Its scenery was not famous enough to draw tourists, but it was the sort of place where people could genuinely breathe. Most importantly, the people here lived with a peace that had all but vanished elsewhere. The residents of Mitsuwa wore the unguarded expressions of those who truly believed tomorrow would resemble today. They worked, chatted, shopped, and strolled about with an ease that had become rare across Japan. Even at night, the streets were never completely empty. Shops stayed open. Lights remained warm behind curtained windows. Laughter still drifted through the air after sunset. Unlike so many other towns, unlike even Kyoto itself, Mitsuwa did not seem ruled by fear once darkness fell. It was as though the tide of supernatural resurgence had somehow broken around it and flowed elsewhere. And in a sense, that was the truth. To the people of Mitsuwa, the so-called age of supernatural recovery existed only on television screens and in newspaper headlines. They knew the world outside was changing. They knew yokai, curses, and astral disasters were no longer things confined to folklore. But knowledge from afar was one thing. Lived terror was another. And terror had never reached Mitsuwa. Many of the older townspeople even said, without irony, that Mitsuwa was the safest place in all Japan. The reason was simple. This town was home to a family whose name had stood at the summit of Onmyodo for generations. The descendants of Abe no Seimei. The Tsuchimikado clan. With the former sovereign house of Onmyodo rooted here, even a great yokai would think twice before stepping into Mitsuwa. Any such creature would have to consider whether it truly wished to provoke a bloodline that had reigned over spiritual arts for more than 1,000 years, and whether Abe no Seimei had left behind something in this land that still had the power to kill. At the northern end of town stood a vast old estate. Beyond its gates lay a garden designed to imitate the natural world in miniature. Ponds, streams, stones, low hills, old trees, winding paths, and narrow bridges were arranged with restrained elegance. The layout carried the quiet, introspective beauty of the Heian period, subtle, austere, and utterly unlike modern luxury. This was the Tsuchimikado main residence. The original family compound from 1,000 years ago had long since crumbled into history, but the current estate had been built atop those old foundations by later generations, preserving not merely the land, but the memory of what had once stood there. At that moment, in one of the larger halls of the residence, two young members of the clan were speaking. Harutora, the notice from the Onmyo Academy came in. Next month, you and I will head to Tokyo together and enroll. The one speaking was Tsuchimikado Natsum. Dressed in white, with long dark blue hair falling to her waist, she had the refined, delicate beauty of someone raised with an old lineage and strict tradition. She was slender, elegant, and carried herself with the effortless grace of someone long accustomed to being watched. She was also the heir to the Tsuchimikado main family. Sitting opposite her was Tsuchimikado Harutora of the branch family, a boy with yellow hair and an appearance far too ordinary for someone born into such a famous name. He and Natsum had grown up together as childhood friends, close enough that silence between them never felt strained. Harutora frowned. Natsum. I don't even have any spirit sight. Is it really okay for the family to send me to the Onmyo Academy? He was not wrong to doubt it. Though he bore the Tsuchimikado name and carried the blood of Abe no Seimei, Harutora had been born without innate spirit sight. In the world of Onmyodo, that was a nearly fatal deficiency. It meant he lacked the most basic natural qualification expected of an Onmyoji. Within the clan, it made him an anomaly. The Onmyo Academy, meanwhile, recruited students precisely on the basis of strong spirit sight and spiritual aptitude. For someone like him to enter through family privilege alone, what exactly would he even do once he got there? Natsum looked at him seriously. Harutora, the supernatural resurgence is getting worse. The world is becoming more unstable by the day. You heard what I told you about Honshu. Even great yokai that only existed in myth are beginning to stir. Her voice grew quieter. Father's letters all say the same thing in different ways. What comes next will only get worse. The incidents won't lessen. They'll spread. They'll intensify. Even Mitsuwa may not stay untouched forever. Harutora fell silent. Natsum continued, the reason father wants you to enter the Onmyo Academy is simple. When the great upheaval really arrives, every member of the Tsuchimikado clan must have the ability to protect themselves. That includes you. As for your spirit sight, don't worry. Father already thought of a solution. In a month, just come with me. Harutora looked at her for a moment, then finally nodded. All right. I get it. Natsum let out a soft breath, but the relief did not last. Her gaze drifted unconsciously toward the direction of Honshu, and a shadow passed through her eyes. Over the past several days, the letters coming back from Honshu had become fewer and fewer. Worse, the tone of those letters had changed. Even when they tried to sound calm, they carried a pressure that was impossible to hide. Some were filled with instructions that sounded disturbingly close to final arrangements. Her father's insistence that Harutora enroll in the Onmyo Academy was one such example. It sounded less like planning for the future and more like preparing for the worst. I wonder how father and the others are doing. She murmured. Harutora tried to reassure her, though his words came out a little thin. They'll be fine. Your father and the others are strong. Nothing's going to happen. Natsum gave a small nod. Yes. With father and the others there, they'll definitely manage to seal Yamada no Orochi. She said it firmly, as if conviction itself could make it true. And yet, against her will, a darker thought still rose from the depths of her mind. What if they failed? What if even all those assembled high-level Onmyoji were not enough to stop the thing awakening on Honshu? If that happened, then this would no longer be a crisis in one region. It would become a national catastrophe. A true calamity of extinction. Natsum's hand tightened slightly against her sleeve. No, she whispered to herself, shaking her head. I can't think like that. Harutora noticed the shift in her expression and was about to speak again when Natsum suddenly seemed to remember something. She glanced at the old-style clock set against the far wall and clicked her tongue softly. I almost forgot. I still need to bring lunch to Mr. Jin. The moment Harutora heard that name, his expression soured. That freeloader still hasn't left. He could not explain it. From the moment Jin Tsumoji had entered the Tsuchimikado estate, Harutora had found him instinctively irritating. It was not rational, and he knew it. They had hardly interacted. It should have been their first real meeting. But for some reason, every time he thought about the men, he felt an inexplicable resistance. Natsum's expression turned sharp at once. Harutora. The sternness in her voice made him stiffen. Mr. Jin is an honored guest of the Tsuchimikado clan. Don't speak so rudely. She rose to her feet, her brows drawn tight. And more importantly, it isn't Mr. Jin who is taking up our time. It is our Tsuchimikado clan that is taking up his. Harutora blinked, caught off guard. He had only thrown out a single annoyed complaint, but Natsume's reaction was far stronger than he had expected. But before he could finish, Natsume had already turned away. She left the hall without another word, leaving Harutora sitting there alone, staring after her with a conflicted expression. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Pretend Not to See. Chapter 39, Pretend Not to See. Chicken soup, sushi, tempura. In the kitchen, Tsuchimikado Natsume stood by the counter, carefully arranging each dish in the lacquered lunchbox before her. Nothing was done carelessly. The rice was shaped neatly, the tempura placed so it would not lose its crispness, the soup sealed separately, and even the garnish was adjusted twice before she was satisfied. These were all dishes she had prepared herself for Jin Tsumoji. As for how she felt about him, she was the complete opposite of Harutora. From the moment he arrived at the Tsuchimikado estate, the young man, about her own age, with that refined bearing and gentle, almost scholarly elegance, had given her a strange sense of familiarity. It was not simple goodwill, nor admiration for a fellow prodigy. It was something deeper and more instinctive, as though some thread in her blood recognized him before her mind could make sense of it. Like meeting a relative long separated by time. Otherwise, she would never have rebuked Harutora so sharply in the hall earlier. They had grown up together. It was rare for her to speak to him in that tone. Still, when it came to Jin Tsumoji, something in her simply refused to tolerate disrespect. There. Natsume closed the lid of the lunchbox with a small, satisfied nod. Mr. Jin should be hungry by now. Carrying the box with both hands, she left the kitchen and made her way toward the Tsuchimikado clan's library. A short while later, she arrived before a two-story pavilion tucked deep within the estate grounds. Above the entrance hung a plaque bearing two ancient characters in elegant calligraphy. Library. Within this building were preserved the Tsuchimikado clan's accumulated secrets across 1,000 years of history. Ancient rites, lost spell formulae, classical talisman arts, esoteric techniques, and even a number of forbidden rituals inherited directly from Abe no Seimei himself. Among them were names that carried enough weight to send tremors through the modern world of Onmyodo, such as Taizen ritual and soul summoning technique. This place was one of the clan's greatest foundations. Ordinarily, only members of the Tsuchimikado main family were permitted to enter freely. Even branch family members had no such right. Jin Tsumoji's entry had only been possible because Natsume herself had granted permission. With Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi and several clan elders away, she, as the heir, had enough authority to open this door for him. Standing before the wooden doors, Natsume lifted her hand and knocked lightly. Knock. 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 Mr. Jin, it's Natsume, she called softly. It's lunchtime. After a brief pause, the door opened from within. Jin Tsumoji stood there. At first glance, he looked distinctly more worn down than before. There was fatigue around his eyes, faint blood vessels visible in the whites, and the kind of mental exhaustion that came not from physical labor, but from days of relentless concentration. It was obvious he had spent the last stretch of time pouring enormous effort into deciphering and studying what lay inside. Sorry, Natsume. Seeing her holding the lunchbox, Jin Tsumoji scratched his head with rare embarrassment. I've troubled you to bring food again. Next time, I'll go eat on my own. He truly felt somewhat awkward about it. Even as a guest, repeatedly relying on the host to personally bring him meals felt excessive. More importantly, his purpose for coming to the Tsuchimikado clan had never been entirely clean. If matters developed in a certain direction later, then all this kindness would only make things more uncomfortable. Natsume smiled and shook her head. You are being too polite, Mr. Jin. Then, after a brief pause, she added with quiet sincerity, besides, the delay this time was caused by problems on our side with the deciphering of the Senji Ryaketsu. If anyone is imposing on someone else, it is the Tsuchimikado clan imposing on you. At that, Jin Tsumoji had no real reply. All he could do was silently accept the favor and think that, if the opportunity came in the future, he would find some way to repay her. And speaking of the Senji Ryaketsu, a trace of regret flickered through his mind. This visit had likely wasted, for nothing, the precious recommendation Amami Daizen had secured for him. His original plan had been simple enough. Before Darenji Suzuka put her operation into motion, he wanted to come to the Tsuchimikado clan, take a look at the Senji Ryaketsu, and see whether it could push his role-playing progress further. What he had not expected was that Suzuka would move so urgently. Nor had he expected the Senji Ryaketsu to require additional time to decipher before it could be properly studied. In the end, he had missed the timing anyway. And after everything that had happened, both he and Darenji Suzuka would probably be blacklisted by the Tsuchimikado clan from now on. There would be no second chance at the Senji Ryaketsu. Mr. Jin, are you still studying ancient style Onmyodo? Natsum stepped inside and set the lunchbox down on the desk. Her gaze naturally fell over the scattered records and scrolls laid open across its surface. Akala's demon-subduing mantra, ancient method of exorcising evil, heart-calming mantra. And others besides. Although many of these arts still existed in weakened or simplified form within modern imperial-style Onmyojutsu, what Jin Tsumoji had been studying were their original ancient versions, not the later streamlined adaptations. That's right. Jin Tsumoji nodded. Compared to imperial-style techniques, I seem to have a better affinity for ancient ones. Natsum's eyes brightened slightly. That's incredible. There are very few Onmyoji in the current age who can properly study ancient-style arts, much less master them well enough to cast them. Mr. Jin truly deserves the title of White Fox, alongside the child prodigy, Darenji Suzuka. There was no exaggeration in her praise. As the heir of the Tsuchimikado clan, she understood very well how difficult ancient-style Onmyodo truly was. Its threshold was several times harsher than the modernized systems that had grown out of it. Even she herself had only managed to grasp a handful. You're overpraising me. Jin Tsumoji replied humbly. He took the chopsticks Natsum handed him and opened the lunchbox. The aroma rose at once, warm and delicate. He had to admit, for the heir of the Tsuchimikado clan, a recognized genius of Onmyodo, to also cook this well was genuinely rare. After several days of eating her food, his standards had already been thoroughly spoiled. He picked up a piece of salmon sushi and took a bite. Delicious. As he chewed, his gaze drifted toward Natsum, who remained beside the desk. Noticing it, she blinked. Is something wrong, Mr. Jin? Does today's lunch not suit your taste? It's not that. Jin Tsumoji smiled faintly. I was just thinking. I didn't expect the heir of the Tsuchimikado clan to be such a cute girl. Natsum froze. Then, instead of panicking, she gave a helpless little smile and clasped her hands behind her back. It's a rule of the Tsuchimikado clan. The heir must appear publicly as male. So. I hope you can keep this secret for me, Mr. Jin. Naturally. Jin Tsumoji answered at once. His expression remained calm, but a deeper look passed through his eyes. Rumors outside claimed that Tsuchimikado Natsum was the reincarnation of Tsuchimikado Yuko. From the start, he had suspected that story was no more than a smokescreen released by the Tsuchimikado clan. Now he was even more certain. The Onmyodo she carried, enough to deceive even national-level Onmyoji and maintain this fabricated male identity without flaw, was itself the clearest proof that appearances here could not be trusted. And if one followed the thread a little further, then the person who felt more suspicious was not Natsum at all. It was Harutora. That branch family boy who had looked at him with inexplicable hostility carried, hidden in the depths of his soul, a faint trace of age and decay utterly inconsistent with his outward youth. If anyone here seemed more likely to be tied to Yuka's lingering shadow, it was him. Still, Jin Tsumoji had no interest in getting dragged into Tsuchimikado clan politics, much less the dangerous mess surrounding Tsuchimikado Yuka's legacy. So he made his decision without hesitation. He would pretend not to see it. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 40, what a pity. Chapter 40, what a pity. This is research material on the Taizen Fukuin ritual. As Tsuchimikado Natsum gathered the empty dishes from the table, her eyes accidentally caught the file Jin Tsumoji had set aside. The moment she read the title, her expression changed. It was not the ritual itself, but the accumulated research notes left behind by successive heads of the Tsuchimikado clan. Even so, that alone was enough to make her heart tighten. Ever since Tsuchimikado Yuko had attempted to perform the Taizen Fukuin ritual, and triggered the great spiritual disaster in Tokyo, the entire Tsuchimikado clan had treated the ritual as a dire taboo. Among the many dangerous arts preserved in the library, the Taizen Fukuin ritual belonged to the sealed category. It was no longer open to ordinary study. Even Natsum, as the heir, could not access it freely unless the family had personally authorized it. Other forbidden rites such as soul summoning technique were the same. The file in Jin Tsumoji's hand had escaped sealing only because it was analysis, commentary, and historical research, not the original core text. Still, even that was dangerous enough in Natsum's eyes. Mr. Jin, she said at once, unable to hide the worry in her voice, the Taizen Fukuin ritual is an ominous forbidden art. It would be better not to touch it lightly. She genuinely feared he might be drawn toward it. In the present age, anyone who reached too far toward the kind of power was only inviting ruin. Jin Tsumoji did not answer immediately. He lowered the file, rested one finger on the words, Taizen Fukuin ritual, and looked at her calmly. Ominous and forbidden are not the same thing, he said. Natsum, in your eyes, what exactly is the Taizen Fukuin ritual? What kind of technique is it? Natsum did not need to think long. It is a soul art that human beings should never interfere with, she answered without hesitation. A forbidden spell born from the fear ancient people held toward powers beyond their understanding. In this era, if Onmyoji touch such things carelessly, the result will only be disaster, just as it was in Tokyo. Her answer was clean, certain, and entirely in line with everything she had been taught. Jin Tsumuji listened, then gave her a quiet look. With the understanding of modern Onmyoji, that conclusion is not entirely wrong, he said. Especially in an age like this one, where faith has withered and the gods have retreated. Then his tone shifted. But in my view, the label, forbidden spell, is something humans force onto what they cannot control. Natsume stilled. They encounter something beyond their present understanding, beyond their current grasp, and so they build rules around it. They say, this cannot be touched, that must not be studied, this boundary must not be crossed. They call it forbidden, not because the world itself rejects it, but because they do. He tapped the file once. Human beings are only one part of the world. To use a part as the ruler by which the whole is measured, is that not arrogance? Natsume opened her mouth, then closed it again. For a moment, no reply came. His words struck directly at the core of the logic she had grown up with. Not just what her father had taught her, but what the Onmyo Academy taught, what modern Onmyodo broadly believed, what the current age treated as common sense. And yet, for all the shock they gave her, she could not immediately find any flaw in them. Jin Tsumuji continued. Remember this. Onmyodo began as a path of inquiry. A path of seeking, testing, understanding. It was never meant to become a cage built from fear. Natsume fell silent. She could understand every word individually, but when placed together, they formed something far larger than she could digest in one sitting. Her understanding of Onmyodo, built over years, had just been struck at from an entirely different direction. Seeing her expression, Jin Tsumuji softened slightly. There is no need to force an answer right now, he said. Find the understanding that suits your own Onmyodo. He paused, then added, every person sees it differently. And the difference between eras is even greater. Natsume looked up. The first part, she understood. The second left her puzzled. What did he mean by the difference between eras? But Jin Tsumuji gave no further explanation. How could he? Much of what shaped his present understanding came from the perspective of Abe no Seimei 1,000 years ago. A full millennium separated that worldview from the present. That was more than enough time for any system to change beyond recognition. And modern Onmyodo, after Tsuchimikado Yuka's reforms and militarization, had already drifted far from its older roots. Whole branches had been simplified, rewritten, or stripped down entirely for efficiency and standardization. The ancient and modern paths looked connected on the surface, but in truth, the difference between them was vast. For someone like Natsume, raised wholly within the modern system, a clash of understanding was inevitable. After standing there in silence for several seconds, she finally picked up the lunchbox with both hands. Her steps were steady, but her expression remained dazed. By the time she left the library, she was still turning his words over in her head. Her thoughts were so scattered that she nearly missed a step on the stairs outside. The purpose she had come with, to gently warn him away from the Taizen ritual, had been completely overturned without her even noticing. Watching her retreating figure, Jin Tsumuji let out a small breath. If she can truly digest even part of that, he murmured, it will be enough to change the road ahead of her. Then he turned his attention inward and called up the role-playing system. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, youth period, 60%. Character abilities, basic talisman compendium, initial mastery, Shikigami contract, initial mastery, 5-pointed star incantation, initial mastery, word spirit technique, proficient, yoho, proficient, immovable binding technique, proficient, fire boundary spell, proficient, ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, advanced. He studied the panel for a moment, and even he had to admit the gains from this trip had exceeded expectations. After destroying the wedding dress tree, his progress had risen from 10% to 35%. Now, after only a few days in the Tsuchimikado clan's library, it had climbed another 25%, reaching 60%. That was no small increase. It was nearly equal to what he had gained from an entire large-scale supernatural incident. The reason was obvious. The Tsuchimikado clan had preserved too many ancient Onmyodo texts, many of them directly descended from Abe no Seimei's own inheritance. Simply reading through them, comparing lost formulae, and reconnecting them with the knowledge embedded in his role already produced astonishing results. Had the sealed techniques also been open to him, things would have gone even further. If he had been allowed to examine forbidden arts like soul summoning technique and the true core text of the Taizen ritual, he was confident his role-playing progress would have risen past 70%. And if all three opportunities had aligned. The Senji Ryaketsu. Participation in the Taizen ritual. Access to the sealed forbidden rituals within the library. If he had truly managed to obtain all of them on this visit, then he had no doubt at all. The role-playing system would have advanced to its next stage. His fingers tapped lightly against the desk. What a pity. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 41, Abe no Seimei Shikigami. Chapter 41, Abe no Seimei Shikigami. The next day. Finally. Jin Tsumoji lowered the last scroll in his hand and leaned back into the wooden chair, letting out a long breath. The air he exhaled felt hot and stale in his chest. He pressed 2 fingers to his temples and rubbed them slowly, trying to ease the dull ache pounding behind his eyes. When he glanced toward the window, the first pale light of dawn had already begun to stain the horizon. Another sleepless night. If he had a choice, he would never willingly keep grinding like this in the Tsuchimikado library, ignoring both food and rest. But this trip was too rare an opportunity. Once Darenji Suzuka made her move, he would become one of the least welcome people in the entire Tsuchimikado clan. That outcome was unavoidable. He had already chosen his side. I have to admit, Jin murmured, looking around the library, 1,000 years of Tsuchimikado accumulation is truly terrifying. Shelves filled the room in neat rows, each one packed with Onmyodo scrolls. Ancient texts, modern texts, ancient-style arts, imperial-style arts, clan editions unavailable anywhere else, obscure manuals that had likely not seen daylight in years, all of it was here. And this was only the first floor. There was still more above, including the sealed forbidden arts. Even Jin, who had already seen far too much, could not help but marvel. Over the past few days, however, he had been highly selective. He had only focused on ancient Onmyodo texts, especially those directly related to Abe no Seimei. Only such material could significantly advance his role-playing progress. Otherwise, even if the Tsuchimikado clan gave him 3 full months, there was no chance he could finish reading everything in this place. As for tonight's games, he called up the system. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, youth period, 61%. Character abilities, basic talisman compendium, initial mastery, Shikigami contract, initial mastery, 5-pointed star incantation, initial mastery, word spirit technique, proficient, yoho, proficient, immovable binding technique, proficient, fire boundary spell, proficient, ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, advanced. Only 1%. Jin stared at the panel for a moment, then let out a quiet breath. He had clearly reached the limit of what he could squeeze out under the current conditions. Time to move around a little. He stood, stretched his stiff shoulders and neck, and was rewarded with a crisp string of cracks from his bones. Just as he was about to leave the library. Boom. A tremendous explosion tore through the silence. The shelves around him trembled. Dust fell from the beams overhead. Jin's eyes sharpened. That aura. He crossed the room in an instant, shoved open the wooden doors, and looked toward the western side of the Tsuchimikado estate. A thick tide of Een energy surged into his perception, violent and ancient, like a beast waking from a long sealed grave. No, not one tide. 2. Both had already crossed far beyond the level of the wedding dress tree. These were presences that had stepped into the realm of great yokai. And more importantly, the feeling they gave him was strangely familiar. Jin narrowed his eyes and pushed his spirit insight to its limit. His vision pierced through distance, layers of spiritual interference, and the lingering haze of night. Then his expression changed. So it was them. A flicker of realization passed through his eyes. No wonder. On the far western side of the Tsuchimikado estate stood an abandoned courtyard. At its center was an old stone-lined dry well. At that moment, something deep inside the well was slamming against the seal again and again. Each impact shook the entire courtyard. A blue ceiling formation hung over the mouth of the well, Sanskrit characters spinning through the air as it pulsed with suppressive force. For years, perhaps decades, it had done its job in silence. But now cracks had begun spreading across it. Fine at first. Then wider. Then more. Dense energy seeped from the fractures like black smoke from a split furnace, quickly filling the courtyard. The air grew heavy and cold. Faint cries, half ghostly and half beast-like, echoed from the depths, making the scalp prickle just from hearing them. The seal was failing. Just as the formation was about to shatter. A man's voice and a woman's voice rang out together, overlapping in a solemn chant. Namo Shakyamuni Buddha. Namo Marisai Bodhisattva. I take refuge in the triple gem, Marisai Bodhisattva. Hide me from sight, hide me from knowledge, hide me from bondage and harm, hide me from deception and punishment, let none hold debt against me, and let no enemy overcome me. Marisai Mantra. The sacred vibration of the incantation rolled across the courtyard. The Een energy that had just spread outward was forced back on the spot. The cracked formation above the well blazed once more, then slowly began to repair itself. By the time the chanting ceased, the seal had stabilized again. We managed to reinforce it. The speakers were now visible in the courtyard. One was a barefootman dressed like a country physician, plain and unassuming at first glance. The other was a woman with a resolute bearing and sharp eyes. Though neither radiated power outward recklessly, their spiritual presence was immense. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka and Tsuchimikado Chizuru. Though members of a branch family, both were renowned experts within the Tsuchimikado clan, each only a step below national-level Onmyoji. Hirotaka, in particular, had once fought national-level opponents without suffering defeat. More importantly, he was also a Shikigami directly contracted to Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi, which gave him an exceptional position within the clan. These two were the guardians Yasuzumi had left behind to defend the estate in his absence. "Dear," Chizuru said, her brow furrowed, "this seal has been stable for years. Why has it become more and more unstable these last few days? It almost feels like something is calling to them." Worry had already entered her voice. She knew exactly what lay imprisoned below. If it truly broke free, the current Tsuchimikado clan might not be able to suppress it at all. Hirotaka stared at the well, his expression no lighter than hers. These really are troubled times. He had no answer either. Just then, two more figures hurried into the courtyard, drawn by the commotion. Uncle Hirotaka. Aunt Chizuru. Dad. Mom. Tsuchimikado Natsume and Tsuchimikado Harutora had arrived. "It's you two," Chizuru said, though the smile she gave them was a tense one. "You heard it, did you?" Natsume's gaze immediately fell on the fading ceiling formation above the well. "Aunt Chizuru, what was that just now?" she asked. "And what exactly is sealed here?" Hirotaka hesitated. These were not matters the younger generation should have heard so early. Yet when he looked at Natsume, then at Harutora, something in his eyes shifted. A sigh escaped him. "It is time you knew." He turned back toward the well. "Sealed below are two Shikigami left behind by our ancestor. Their malice is too intense, and after the ancestor's death, no one in the clan was able to bring them under control again. In the end, the only option was to seal them here." Harutora and Natsume both stiffened. These were not outside spirits. Not invaders. They were remnants left by their own clan's most exalted forefather. "They have slumbered for a very long time," Hirotaka continued. "But for reasons we still do not understand, they awakened several days ago and have been trying to break the seal ever since. If this continues, the Tsuchimikado clan may face a great disaster." Natsume and Harutora exchanged a glance, both shaken. Harutora was the first to speak. "Whose Shikigami are they, exactly?" Among the Tsuchimikado line there had been many famous Onmyoji. Tsuchimikado Yaku in modern times. Further back, figures from the Abe line who had each left their own mark on history. But the change in Hirotaka and Chizuru's expressions told him this was someone far beyond that. Their faces grew solemn. Then Hirotaka said the name. "Our ancestor. Abe no Seimei." Silence fell over the courtyard. Even Natsume, as the heir of the Tsuchimikado clan, lost her voice for a moment. Abe no Seimei. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 42, Demon Gods. Chapter 42, Demon Gods. The Shikigami of the great Onmyoji Abe no Seimei. Shock flashed across both Tsuchimikado Natsume and Tsuchimikado Harutora's faces. Neither of them had ever imagined that the Tsuchimikado clan still possessed Shikigami once contracted to Abe no Seimei, much less that such beings would be sealed away beneath the estate. They had never heard even a whisper of it. Natsume's mind raced, and one possibility rose first. Could they be the legendary 12 divine generals? It was the most natural guess. Among all the tales surrounding Abe no Seimei, the most famous were the 12 divine generals that served under him. Even now, the title itself had become a symbol. The Onmyo Bureau's 12 divine generals and the Onmyo Alliance's 12 heavenly generals were both modeled after that legacy, the highest honors pursued by modern Onmyoji. But the moment the words left her mouth, Natsume herself felt something was off. The 12 divine generals were certainly fearsome, and some among them possessed fierce natures. Yet beings of that rank should not have needed to be locked beneath a seal like this. At the very least, something did not fit. Hirotaka's answer confirmed it. The 12 divine generals who served our ancestor followed him into the underworld after his death. His gaze stayed fixed on the dry well, his voice grave. And the beings sealed here are, strictly speaking, not among them. He never got to finish. Bang. A deafening explosion tore through the courtyard. The blue ceiling formation above the well, which had only just been reinforced through the Marisai mantra, shattered like brittle glass. Sanskrit characters flew apart into fragments of light, then vanished. In the next instant, an overwhelming column of energy burst upward, black and violent, shooting into the sky like a beacon of calamity. Even from far beyond Mitsuwa town, it would have been visible. Then came the sound. A howl that sounded half like an elephant's bellow and half like a tiger's roar rolled out from the heart of the energy. It was followed by the clanking of heavy chains and the slow, thunderous tread of something vast emerging from confinement. When the two figures finally stepped into view, Natsume and Harutora both froze. They were not human. They stood over 3 meters tall, their bodies swollen with raw malice. The very sight of them sent an instinctive chill through the soul. Hirotaka and Chizuru moved immediately, stepping in front of the younger pair and drawing out talismans in a single motion. Their expressions darkened to the extreme. So they still broke free, Chizuru said through clenched teeth. The demon god on the left had a crimson body, its muscles coiled like twisted dragons beneath taut skin. Thick chains hung from all 4 limbs, and in one hand it held a massive axe. 6 eyes burned in its face, each one radiating murderous intent so intense that an ordinary Onmyoji would have lost the will to resist on the spot. The one on the right was almost identical in build, except its skin was a deep, oppressive blue. It held a water vessel in one hand, while a cloth sack hung from its waist. Its silence was somehow even more unsettling than its companion's rage. Natsume stared at them, her voice nearly lost. How can it be them? Anyone with a serious grounding in the history of Onmyodo would recognize them. These were not obscure spirits. They were beings whose names had been carried through legend for centuries. Zenki and Goki. Demon gods. To the public, they were famous not as Abe no Seimei's retainers, but as the legendary Shikigami of Kamo no Tadayuki and, further back, of the ancient master Kamo no Yasunori no Sukun, the figure more commonly remembered in old tales as Yakushikaku. Though history preserved little about that distant founder, in the hearts of Onmyoji his place remained unshaken. And among the many remnants of his legend, none were more well known than these 2 demon gods. To think they were sealed inside the Tsuchimikado estate all this time. Natsume whispered. Hirotaka kept his stance firm, answering while never taking his eyes off them. After Yakushikaku died, Zenki and Goki were sealed and passed down within the Kamo clan. Later, Kamo no Tadayuki handed them over to our ancestor, Abe no Seimei. From that point onward, they entered into a new contract, and our ancestor became their second master. His voice deepened. But because the ancestor possessed the 12 divine generals, Zenki and Goki never became as prominent in public memory. Only the Tsuchimikado clan and a handful of insiders know that these 2 once served Abe no Seimei. Natsume felt her scalp go numb. No matter how she looked at it, these were not Shikigami that should have remained in the modern era. Beside her, Chizuru had already completed the preparation for a lightning-type spell formula. Hirotaka's talismans were ready as well. Both had clearly reached the same conclusion. Even if it cost them their lives, they had to stop Zenki and Goki here. If these 2 left the estate, Mitsuwa town would be the first to drown in blood. After that, the disaster would spread far beyond Kyoto. A whoa. Zenki and Goki each loosed a roar. It was not merely loud. It carried pressure. With a single step forward, a wave of malice rolled across the courtyard, and the ground trembled beneath their combined presence. Then came the first clash. It was barely a movement on their part. Yet that one step alone was enough to disrupt the spell formula Hirotaka and Chizuru had been building. Their prepared Onmyodo scattered apart, and both suffered immediate backlash. Chizuru's face paled. Hirotaka's breath caught. The gap was obvious from the start. Natsume, Hokuto. Realizing the danger, Natsume acted on instinct. She flung out a talisman and called forth the hereditary Shikigami that had long served the Tsuchimikado heads. Hokuto. A dragon's roar split the air. The great earth-colored dragon burst into being above the estate, more than 30 meters long, its body twisting through the sky with majestic force. It was one of the few true dragons still remaining in the world, a Shikigami passed down through the Tsuchimikado line from the age of Abe no Seimei himself. Its appearance alone would have cowed most yokai. But not Zenki. The moment the crimson demon god saw Hokuto, all 6 of its eyes flared with naked fury. It was the look of something seeing betrayal made flesh. A dragon. Its muscles swelled grotesquely, each one bulging as it poured power into the giant axe in its hand. A crushing pressure erupted from its body, thick with the scent of death itself, so overwhelming that even Chizuru and the others felt their breathing tighten. Only then did they truly understand what a demon god meant. Natsume, call Hokuto back. Hirotaka shouted. But it was already too late. Zenki moved. The swing of its axe tore through the air with such speed that it left behind a pitch-black line, as though the sky itself had been sliced open. A single strike. Hokuto let out a cry of agony. Blood burst from its abdomen in a brilliant spray. The dragon's massive body fell from the sky, twisting in pain as scarlet rain poured down over the Tsuchimikado estate and the smell of fresh blood spread through the air. Natsum. Harutora caught her as she nearly stumbled forward in shock. Her face had gone white. One blow. It had only taken one blow to nearly cut down Hokuto. Whoa. Zenki lowered its axe slowly, its 6 eyes sweeping over everyone present. Its voice rolled out like a curse from the depths of hell. Stand in our way again, and die. The threat was simple. There was no bravado in it, no deliberate intimidation. It was merely a statement of fact. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 43, Master. Chapter 43, Master. Boom. Boom. The instant Zenki and Goki kicked off the ground, the earth split beneath their feet. Cracks raced outward across the courtyard stones as the two demon gods shot forward like unleashed artillery. Their monstrous bodies tore through the air, wrapped in howling malice, heading straight for a single point within the Tsuchimikado estate. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka's expression changed sharply. Activate the Tsuchimikado barrier. We cannot let Zenki and Goki leave this place. His voice was low, but it carried absolute resolve. Yes. Natsum understood the severity of the situation at once. If demon gods like Zenki and Goki broke free of the estate, the catastrophe they would bring upon Japan would be no less than the chaos that had engulfed Tokyo after Tsuchimikado Yuka's failed Taizenfukuin ritual. In this era of supernatural resurgence, the consequences would only be worse. Without hesitation, she flung a talisman skyward. Release. The talisman streaked into the heavens like a signal flare. In the next moment, a vast barrier unfolded over the Tsuchimikado estate. A transparent dome descended from above, enveloping the entire ancestral grounds. It was the culmination of generations of refinement, the Tsuchimikado clan's final line of defense. Even a great yokai would need time to break through it by force. Even demon gods like Zenki and Goki would not leave easily. Hirotaka looked at the completed barrier, then spoke in a voice that sounded more like a vow than a statement. The mistake Tsuchimikado Yuko made, our Tsuchimikado clan must not repeat it. Though he addressed Natsum, his gaze lingered most on Harutora. Chizuru stepped up beside him and took his hand tightly. Husband. She understood him perfectly. By having Natsum activate the barrier, Hirotaka had already made his choice. If the worst came to pass, he would turn the entire estate into a cage and bury Zenki and Goki here, no matter the cost. That would mean sacrificing a large portion of the Tsuchimikado clan's heritage all over again. And if it ended badly, the sin of that decision would fall on him alone. Then Natsum's expression shifted. No, that's not right. She looked up, alarm flashing across her face. Zenki and Goki aren't heading for the barrier. Their direction is. Her pupils contracted. The library. Mr. Jin Tsumuji. A chill ran through her. Without waiting another second, she summoned Yukike's, the white horse Shikigami passed down within the family, and vaulted onto its back. Yukike's. The Shikigami answered with a sharp cry and lunged forward. Natsum, don't. Harutora called after her, but she was already gone, rushing across the estate like a white arrow loosed from a bow. He clenched his teeth in frustration. For that guy, she doesn't even care about her own safety. Mr. Jin Tsumuji. Chizuru repeated, startled. That young white fox from Tokyo. The junior old man Amami speaks so highly of. That's him, Harutora said, unable to hide the irritation in his voice. And lately Natsum has been protecting him at every turn. Hirotaka's brows furrowed. So an outsider has been dragged into this. Guilt flickered through his eyes, brief but real. Let's go. If possible, we save him first. We need to get everyone out before Zenki and Goki completely lose control. The couple exchanged one look, then moved without further words. Several flying Shikigami burst into motion beneath them as they took Harutora along and raced toward the library. Faster, Yukike's. Natsum urged, her voice taut with anxiety. The closer she drew to the library, the harder her heart pounded. By then she had completely forgotten that Jin Tsumuji was far stronger than she was. All she could think of was the image of those two demon gods reaching him first. When she arrived above the library courtyard, she leapt down from Yukike's before it had even fully descended. The moment her feet hit the ground, her face turned pale. Zenki and Goki stood before the library like two black iron towers. They were less than 10 meters from the doors. Zenki's colossal axe hung at his side, but anyone could tell that a single swing would be enough to cleave the entire building in two. Mr. Jin Tsumuji, run! Natsum shouted before she could stop herself. She no longer cared whether her voice would provoke them. She only wanted the men inside to hear her and escape before it was too late. Behind her, Hirotaka and Chizuru arrived with Harutora close behind. "Chizuru," Hirotaka said sharply. That single word was enough. Chizuru immediately began preparing an Onmyo art, intending to seize whatever tiny opening might appear. Hirotaka took point, his attention fixed on Zenki and Goki, ready to intercept if they tried to disrupt her casting the way they had before. Everyone's nerves tightened to the limit. Then the library doors creaked open from within. Creak. Natsume's face lost the last trace of color. The doors slowly parted. And then, under the eyes of everyone present, a tall figure stepped out from the dim interior. Jin Tsumuji. He looked no different than usual. His expression remained calm, almost unnervingly so, as though the two demon gods before him were nothing more than a slight interruption to his morning. Harutora stared at him, then blurted out in disbelief and anger, "Is he trying to die? He actually dares walk out and face those two Kishin." The next instant, Natsume shot him a furious glare so sharp that even he shut his mouth at once. Still, she was just as confused. Mr. Jin Tsumuji did not seem like a reckless man. If anything, he was too composed. Too deliberate. So why? Then it happened. The scene before them overturned everything they thought they understood. The moment Zenki and Goki laid eyes on Jin Tsumuji, the boundless hostility boiling off them vanished. Not weakened. Vanished. The two demon gods who had moments ago shaken the entire estate with their malice reigned in their aura at once. Their bodies lowered. Then, in front of the library, before Natsume, Harutora, Hirotaka, and Chizuru, both demon gods dropped to one knee. It was not an act of hesitation. It was reverence. Complete and undeniable. Then Zenki's rough, thunderous voice rang out. "Master." Goki followed a beat later, his voice trembling with the same overwhelming intensity. "Master has returned." Silence fell over the courtyard. Not one of the four Tsuchimikado clan members could speak. Their minds simply could not process what they were seeing. The demon gods that the Tsuchimikado clan had feared for centuries, the sealed Kishin that had just broken through an ancient barrier and nearly brought disaster upon Kyoto, now knelt before Jin Tsumuji like loyal retainers welcoming back the person they had waited for across 1,000 years. Natsume's lips parted soundlessly. Harutora stood frozen where he was, as though struck by lightning. Even Hirotaka and Chizuru, who had seen more than most Onmyoji ever would, felt their thoughts go blank for a moment. Only Jin Tsumuji remained calm. He looked down at the kneeling Zenki and Goki, and in those quiet eyes there was no surprise, only a deep stillness, as though this scene had been inevitable from the very beginning. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, A Temporary Wait. Chapter 44, A Temporary Wait. Master. That single word struck the Tsuchimikado couple and the others harder than any curse or spiritual blast. For a few breaths, no one could even think. Who were Zenki and Koki? They were not ordinary Shikigami. They were legendary Kishin whose names had been passed down through the history of Onmyodo itself. Their first master had been Yakushikaku, the ancestor of Kamo no Tadataka and one of the founders of Onmyodo. Their second master had been Abe no Seimei, the great Onmyoji of the Heian era, the ancestor from whom the Tsuchimikado clan traced its bloodline and prestige. For 1,000 years, those two names had stood like peaks no one could reach. And now, the two Kishin who had once served such figures were kneeling before a young man from Tokyo. How could anyone possibly remain calm? The Kamo family had failed to command them. The Tsuchimikado clan had failed to command them. Generation after generation had tried to subdue them, contract them, or at least make them obey. Every attempt had ended in failure. That was why Zenki and Koki had remained sealed all this time, like a disaster waiting to happen beneath the family estate. If they could have been controlled, there would never have been any need for a seal in the first place. Hirotaka would not have been prepared to destroy a portion of the clan's heritage just to keep them trapped here. That was the part that made the scene before them so terrifying. These two Kishin, whom even the Tsuchimikado clan feared, were not resisting. They were bowing. Jin Tsumuji stood before them in silence. Then, with an expression no one present could quite read, he softly spoke two names. Zendo. Myodo. The moment those names left his lips, Zenki and Koki trembled. Their violent malice, which had shaken the estate only moments ago, vanished completely. Even their enormous bodies seemed to quiver with a kind of emotion that did not belong on creatures like them. Joy. Relief. Something close to grief. The world knew them only as Zenki and Koki. The names Zendo and Myodo had long since been buried by time. Everyone who had once known those names should have vanished into history 1,000 years ago. And yet this person had called them without the slightest hesitation. Their master had not forgotten. For Zenki and Koki, that alone made 1,000 years of waiting worthwhile. Jin Tsumuji stepped forward. The Tsuchimikado couple instinctively tensed, but the two Kishin did not move. They only lowered themselves further, like retainers receiving their lord. Then Jin Tsumuji raised a hand and patted them on the head. The motion was simple, almost casual. But there was something in it that made Tsuchimikado Natsume's heart tremble. It was not the gesture of someone performing a trick. It was the gesture of someone returning to something deeply familiar. "You've worked hard these past 1,000 years." His voice was quiet. Those words were not merely spoken by Jin Tsumuji. In that moment, they carried the weight of someone else as well. The guilt. The apology. The unresolved bond left behind by Abe no Seimei himself. And for Jin Tsumuji, those feelings were not false. He had seen them before. Not just once, but many times. Not through records or stories, but through those dreams from 1,000 years ago, back in the Heian era, when the night belonged to yokai and human life was as fragile as paper under rain. In those memories, when he had only just begun taking on missions for the Onmyoji, it had been Kamo no Tadataka who entrusted Zenki and Koki with secretly protecting him. That had been the first time the two Kishin had left the Kamo family after Yakushikaku's passing. Again and again, when danger came, they had appeared. When monsters struck, it was they who tore them apart. When powerful yokai moved from the shadows, it was they who hunted them down, even when they themselves returned covered in wounds. More than once, he had seen them in the dead of night, bloodied and battered, dragging back the limbs of the yokai that had tried to kill him. They had never complained. They had simply remained at his side. In that age, when the night parade of 100 demons was at its height and the whole world seemed on the verge of being swallowed by darkness, Zenki and Koki had been his guardian Kishin. Without them, Abe no Seimei might never have become Abe no Seimei. That emotion, that memory, that connection, all of it now lingered in Jin Tsumuji's eyes. "I won't leave again this time." The words came out almost like a promise. Zenki and Koki shook with excitement. "Master! Master!" Their voices were rough and monstrous, yet the joy in them was unmistakable. But then Jin Tsumuji looked at them, and his tone softened further. "Zendo. Myodo. I still can't take you with me yet." The excitement in their eyes dimmed at once. It was subtle, but everyone present saw it. Zenki and Koki looked at him almost pleadingly, as though terrified that the moment he turned away, he would vanish once more for another 1,000 years. Jin Tsumuji seemed ready to explain. But before he could speak, Koki suddenly paused. The blue Kishin sniffed lightly, then looked more carefully at Jin Tsumuji's body, his aura, his current spiritual state. It was far weaker than what it had once been. That alone told Koki what words could not. Then Koki nudged Zenki. Zenki's 6 eyes flickered. He seemed to understand as well. Koki glanced toward Hirotaka, Chizuru, Natsume, and Harutora. Then she turned back toward Jin Tsumuji with solemn understanding. "Master, we will wait." Jin Tsumuji gave a slight nod. "Go back for now. I won't make you wait too long." Zenki and Koki rose together. Their huge forms straightened, but all of the earlier violence was gone. "Master, we obey." The two Kishin bowed one last time, then turned into black shadows and shot across the sky, returning toward the dried well from which they had escaped. Compared to their earlier rampage, their retreat was almost gentle. A sparrow-shaped reconnaissance shikigami flew out from nearby and landed on Hirotaka's shoulder moments later, relaying what it had seen. "They've returned," Hirotaka murmured blankly. Zenki and Koki really returned to the well. He could hardly believe his own words. Tsuchimikado Chizuru stared in stunned silence. Tsuchimikado Natsume stood rooted in place, her thoughts a mess. Harutora's face had gone completely rigid. No one knew what to say. This was no illusion. No deception. No hidden talisman trick. The legendary Kishin had obeyed Jin Tsumuji as naturally as breathing. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 45, Gyoten Shinjen. Chapter 45, Gyoten Shinjen. Dad, were those really Zenki and Koki just now? Why would they obey him? Only after the shock had lingered for several breaths did Tsuchimikado Harutora finally find his voice again. His face was full of confusion. No, confusion was putting it lightly. What he felt now was complete disbelief. Those two had been Kishin of boundless malevolence. Even his father and mother, who stood near the summit of the Tsuchimikado clan's fighting strength, had treated them like a catastrophe waiting to erupt. And yet, in front of Jin Tsumuji, they had behaved like utterly loyal retainers. Was that even possible? Were those really the legendary Zenki and Koki? There is no doubt. Those were the real Zenki and Koki. Hirotaka answered in a low voice, though his own expression was not much better. As for why that happened, He trailed off there. Because he had no answer. Not just Harutora. Hirotaka himself did not understand. Neither did Tsuchimikado Chizuru. The couple knew better than anyone how terrifying those two Kishin were, and precisely because of that, what they had just witnessed was even harder to accept. While they were still trying to collect their thoughts, Tsuchimikado Natsume had already rushed forward. "Mr. Jin, are you hurt?" There was clear worry in her voice as she looked Jin Tsumuji over from head to toe, as if afraid he had suffered some hidden injury when Senki and Koki approached him. "I'm fine." Jin Tsumuji gave a small, reassuring smile. "Don't worry. Zenki and Koki never intended to hurt me." Only after hearing that did Natsume let out the breath she had been holding. Relief spread across her face. At that moment, Hirotaka, Chizuru, and Harutora also walked over. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka stopped in front of Jin Tsumuji, then gave a solemn bow without hesitation. "Mr. Jin, thank you. This time, you truly saved the Tsuchimikado clan from disaster. On behalf of the clan, I offer you my deepest gratitude." His words were not polite formalities. He meant every one of them. No matter what strange truth lay behind this incident, one thing was certain. If Jin Tsumuji had not stepped in, Zenki and Koki would have rampaged through the estate. Once that happened, the Tsuchimikado clan would have paid a staggering price just to contain them. Harutora, who had been bristling with dislike toward Jin Tsumuji ever since he arrived, remained silent. Even he understood that much. If not for Jin Tsumuji, the Tsuchimikado clan might already have been forced to abandon this ancestral estate. For a family like theirs, that would have been an enormous humiliation. "You are too courteous." Jin Tsumuji stepped forward and helped Hirotaka straighten up. Only then did Hirotaka and Chizuru get a proper look at him from up close. His features were refined and almost impossibly clean. Those deep blue eyes of his held a calm clarity that made it difficult to look away. Clad in snow-white Onmyoji robes, he seemed both elegant and distant, carrying a quiet air that made him feel somehow set apart from everyone around him. A fine-looking young man. But what struck Hirotaka most was not Jin Tsumuji's appearance. It was the strange sense of familiarity he felt simply by standing this close. It was faint, yet undeniable. A sense of kinship. As though some hidden bloodline resonance was quietly stirring. It made no sense at all. Still, before he could dwell on it, the question everyone truly cared about rose to the surface. "Mr. Jin," Hirotaka said carefully, "what exactly happened just now?" Even Natsume turned toward Jin Tsumuji at that question, her curiosity plain in her eyes. Jin Tsumuji paused for a moment. Then he gave a slight apologetic smile. "My apologies. This involves a special ancient method I possess. Please understand that I cannot explain it in detail." It was a clean answer. Too clean. Anyone with a working mind could tell he was glossing over the truth. Yet, unexpectedly, Hirotaka did not press further. "Since it concerns Mr. Jin's private technique, we will not pry." The answer came so quickly that even Chizuru gave him a brief look. Jin Tsumuji also seemed faintly surprised, though he said nothing. Hirotaka chatted with him for a short while after that, exchanging a few ordinary words that sounded casual on the surface, though his gaze remained quietly observant the entire time. Only then did he leave with Chizuru and Harutora. Natsume lingered a moment longer before following after them. Soon, only the sound of wind through the trees remained. On a narrow path within the Tsuchimikado estate, green bamboo swayed softly on both sides, their leaves whispering against one another. Chizuru finally spoke. "Husband, do you really believe that explanation?" Her voice was low, but her meaning was obvious. Ancient method. That answer was little more than a polite refusal. Hirotaka did not respond immediately. Instead, he asked a different question. "Did you notice anything about Mr. Jin?" Chizuru frowned lightly and thought for a moment. "Notice what?" "Other than being absurdly talented in Onmyodo, nothing in particular." "That young man is extraordinary, yes, but..." She paused. "You sound as though you discovered something." Hirotaka's expression grew more serious. "I felt bloodline affinity." Chizuru stopped walking. "What?" "It was faint, but unmistakable. Stronger in Natsume than in me, but I felt it as well." His brows tightened as he spoke. "If you did not notice it, that is probably because you married into the Tsuchimikado clan rather than being born into its bloodline." Chizuru fell silent. Then her expression gradually changed. She had almost forgotten. Forgotten because so much time had passed and because some matters were easier not to think about unless forced to. After a few moments, she said, "Do you mean to say that Jin Tsumuji has Tsuchimikado blood in him?" Hirotaka shook his head. Simple bloodline connection would not be enough to make Zenki and Koki kneel. If it were only that, the Tsuchimikado clan would not have failed with them for generation after generation. His voice turned heavier. "No. This matter is much more complicated. He looked ahead, though his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. And if we recklessly force him to answer, we may invite far more trouble than we can handle. Chizuru understood at once. You mean? Hirotaka nodded grimly. If Mr. Jin can make Zenki and Koki go back, then naturally, he can make them come out again. Chizuru's breathing stalled for a moment. That possibility had not crossed her mind before. But once Hirotaka voiced it, the danger became impossible to ignore. Zenki and Koki were no longer merely a sealed calamity beneath the Tsuchimikado estate. Now, the person who could move that calamity stood before them in human form. I need to report this to the head of the family immediately, Hirotaka said. But Chizuru's face changed. Husband, Honshu Island is sealed off by the power of Yamada no Orochi. You know as well as I do that we can only communicate during the specific window each month when its power weakens. And this month's window already passed. Hirotaka's footsteps stopped. He stood in silence for several breaths. Then, slowly, he made up his mind. Then I'll use Gyoten Shingen. Chizuru's face went pale. Husband. That secret code cannot be used lightly. Her reaction was not exaggerated. Gyoten Shingen was one of the Tsuchimikado clan's deepest emergency transmission techniques, a secret method that could force a message through even under terrifying spiritual interference. But precisely because it violated normal limits, the backlash was severe. Hirotaka exhaled. At this point, I have no choice but to try. If I succeed, then fine. If I fail, I'll only end up bedridden for half a year or so. Chizuru stared at him. She clearly knew that what he said was an understatement. The consequences of failure were far more serious than that. But Hirotaka cut off her protest before she could continue. Chizuru, understand this. His expression was grave to the extreme. The moment Zenki and Koki tore open the sealing array, this matter ceased to be something we could quietly handle within the clan. And now there is Mr. Jin. He paused, then spoke each word with deliberate weight. If Zenki and Koki were once a time bomb buried beneath the Tsuchimikado clan, then the detonator is now in Mr. Jin's hands. Chizuru's lips parted, but no words came out. She knew he was right. No matter how one looked at it, what had happened today had already far exceeded their authority. This was something only Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi could decide. After a long silence, Chizuru finally lowered her gaze. Then be careful. Her voice had softened. There was worry in it, but no longer opposition. Hirotaka gave a faint nod. Without another word, the two of them continued down the path through the bamboo grove, their steps grave and heavy. Because they both knew that from this moment onward, the situation inside the Tsuchimikado clan had changed completely. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 46, The Sudden Appearance of Evil Spirits. Chapter 46, The Sudden Appearance of Evil Spirits. Night descended over Mitsuwa town. The moon drifted in and out behind the clouds, its pale light scattering across the streets in wavering silver. Above, the stars were strewn across the heavens like frost, while below, the town glowed with the warm, lively brilliance of a festival in full swing. Lanterns swayed beneath the eaves. Strings of colored lights ran across the streets. One stall after another filled the roadside, selling chocolate bananas, roasted sweet potatoes, skewers fresh off the grill, tanjiro, and sizzling okonomiyaki. Nearby, children shouted around goldfish scooping basins, while other booths drew crowds with darts, beanbag tosses, and target shooting. The air smelled of sauce, smoke, sugar, and summer night breeze. The whole town was brimming with life. Children laughed without restraint. Adults wore relaxed smiles that seemed to come from the heart. The fear and unease brought by the supernatural resurgence felt impossibly far away here, as though they belonged to another world entirely. Mr. Jin, this is Mitsuwa town's annual festival. Tsuchimikado Natsum walked at Jin Tsumuji's side in a white yukata, wooden clogs tapping lightly against the stone path. Under the lantern light, she looked even more delicate than usual, her face lively with quiet excitement as she introduced one stall after another to him. A festival, huh? Jin Tsumuji looked around at the bright streets and the sea of people, and something unreadable passed through his eyes. It's been a long time since I've seen one. It was not just a casual remark. Ever since the supernatural resurgence began, curfews had spread across many parts of Japan. Once night fell, most places turned deathly quiet. Streets emptied. Doors were bolted. Even in Tokyo, where the restrictions were looser, few people dared stay outside after dark unless absolutely necessary. Naturally, the kind of night festivals people once took for granted had almost disappeared. A town like Mitsuwa, shielded by the Tsuchimikado clan and untouched by the constant eruptions of supernatural incidents, had become a rare exception. Only here could one still glimpse the ordinary life that used to exist everywhere. Natsum glanced at him, then smiled faintly. Then you should enjoy it while you can, Mr. Jin. As she spoke, she stopped by a stall and bought 2 servings of okonomiyaki. She held one out to him with both hands. Here. Thank you. Jin Tsumoji accepted it without refusing. He took a bite and found the taste surprisingly authentic. Rich sauce, crisp edges, soft center, just the right amount of heat. It had been a while since he had eaten something like this. What a pity. Things this ordinary were becoming rarer by the day. As they continued walking through the festival crowd, Natsum seemed to hesitate for a moment before speaking again. Mr. Jin, when I was studying at the Onmyo Academy, I heard about the White Fox office you founded. It's very famous in Tokyo. People say its success rate in resolving supernatural incidents is absurdly high. Jin Tsumoji chewed slowly, then answered with a small smile. The success rate is real. The part about being famous in Tokyo is a little exaggerated. He glanced ahead toward the lively street. Tokyo has supernatural agencies backed by national-level Onmyoji. Compared to them, the White Fox office is still just getting started. That's already incredible. Natsum's voice was sincere. Then, after another brief pause, she turned to him more directly. Mr. Jin, does the White Fox office plan to recruit apprentice Onmyoji from the Onmyo Academy this year? That question made Jin Tsumoji look at her properly. He had not expected that. Recruiting from the Onmyo Academy was standard practice for many supernatural agencies every year. They all hoped to find talented apprentices early and raise them into reliable personnel. Unfortunately, the truly outstanding ones usually went to the Onmyo Bureau or the Onmyo Alliance. Agencies like private supernatural affairs offices mostly ended up with whoever was left. In the past, Jin Tsumoji had never cared much for the idea. To him, apprentice Onmyoji were more burden than help. Sending them into real incidents too early was like dragging dead weight into danger. But now the situation was different. The White Fox office had grown too quickly. Its reputation had risen. Its case volume would only continue increasing. If every trivial evil spirit, wandering grudge, or low-level specter still needed him to handle it personally, then his time would be wasted on matters that offered almost no value. His role-playing progress would not rise from cleaning up scraps. Under those circumstances, expanding the White Fox office had become necessary. After all, if Kasagano Sora was excluded as a special case, then the entire office only had him and Iwanaga Kotoko. Compared to other agencies of similar reputation, the staffing of the White Fox office was laughably small. It really was time to recruit. If there are no special circumstances, Jin Tsumoji said at last, the White Fox office should make a trip to the Onmyo Academy this year. Natsum's eyes lit up almost imperceptibly. Compared to most apprentices, she had never been especially interested in the Onmyo Bureau or the Onmyo Alliance. With her status as the Tsuchimikado heir, entering one of those organizations would drag her into all kinds of exhausting politics. Worse, there was also the false identity the world had placed on her head, Tsuchimikado Yuka's so-called reincarnation. Joining a private agency would be far more flexible. And if that agency happened to be the White Fox office? Just as the thought surfaced in her heart, a shrill scream tore through the festival air. Ah! The sound was so sharp that it seemed to slice the warm, festive atmosphere in half. Jin Tsumoji and Natsum both stopped. So did everyone else. Heads turned in unison toward the source of the scream. Then, for a brief instant, the whole festival seemed to freeze. What they saw next drained the color from countless faces. A grotesque figure stood beneath the lantern light, wrapped in thick energy. Its features were twisted together into something beyond ugly. Its eyes were set vertically, yet held nothing but white, without a trace of pupils. Its mouth had grown not where it should be, but across its forehead, splitting open into a hideous grin that seemed ready to swallow anyone it faced. It was an evil spirit. A real one. Not a rumor. Not a report on television. Not a cautionary tale told by frightened adults. Something foul had appeared right in the middle of Mitsuwa Town's festival. For half a heartbeat, the crowd was silent. Then panic exploded. A yokai. How can that be? Why would a yokai appear in Mitsuwa Town? Run. Run, run, run. What happened to the barrier? Did the Tsuchimikado clan's barrier fail? Fear spread through the festival like wildfire through dry grass. The joy from moments earlier vanished without a trace. People shoved past one another, stumbling over dropped sandals and overturned stools. Children started crying. Adults who had been smiling a moment ago now fled in terror. A few fell. Others trampled past them in blind panic. Under the pressure of raw fear, the civility of ordinary life disappeared almost instantly. Natsum's face changed. They're evil spirits. Her tone sharpened at once, the softness from before gone. That's impossible. The Tsuchimikado barrier covers all of Mitsuwa town. Ordinary evil spirits shouldn't be able to break in at all. She stared at the twisting specters with disbelief. This was not supposed to happen. Not here. Not in Mitsuwa town. But beside her, Jin Tsumuji remained strangely calm. He took another bite of the okonomiyaki in his hand, as though the screaming crowd and the emerging evil spirits did not surprise him in the least. His eyes darkened just a little. He understood immediately what this meant. Darenji Suzuka had finally made her move. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 47, The Urgent Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi. Chapter 47, The Urgent Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi. Green poisonous smoke rolled across the mountainside in dense waves, while heat fierce enough to soften steel slammed into everything like a living wall. From time to time, Mount Fuji rumbled and shook. The volcano convulsed, then spat out magma and shattered rock with the fury of a god in wrath. The earth trembled under the impact. The slopes had long since become a true land of death, a place no normal living thing should have been able to survive. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur. Yet beneath that burning reek lurked something even worse, a warped, unnatural force woven into the atmosphere itself. An ordinary person would not have lasted even moments here. Even a middling Onmyoji, if forced to remain too long in such an environment, would meet a miserable end. At best, they would be swallowed by the poison smoke or buried beneath magma and rock. At worst, they would be contaminated by that invisible, bizarre power and twisted into one of the monsters they once fought. And yet, this dead land was precisely where the main force of Japan's Onmyoji had gathered. Mount Fuji. The sacred peak known across the world as a famous landmark had become the frontline where Japan's strongest spiritual practitioners were desperately trying to hold back the awakening of Yamada no Orochi. Even without fully awakening, that mythical great yokai's presence had already begun to corrode the mountain itself. Its strange power seeped endlessly into the environment, warping everything it touched and slowly turning Mount Fuji into a nest fit for its return. At the foot of the mountain, the forests had long since changed beyond recognition. Rabbits, deer, wolves, birds, even insects and plants had all begun mutating under the contamination. Fur sloughed away. Exposed veins bulged beneath flayed skin. Eyes bulged from twisted sockets. Teeth and claws lengthened into grotesque forms. Foam and toxic saliva dripped from jaws made only for slaughter. Flowers blackened. Trees warped. Everything in the ecosystem was being remade into something vile. Because of that, the government had already stationed large military forces around the outer forest to prevent those corrupted creatures from escaping. Higher up the mountain, where poisonous fumes and volcanic eruptions struck together with Yamada no Orochi's foul influence, stood the Onmyoji encampment. It was protected by an immense barrier. Rather than a single smooth dome, it was formed from countless irregular spiritual mirror plates joined together in a complex layered structure, reminiscent of the seven-pointed barrier. Toxic smoke, falling magma, broken rock, and even the corruptive force saturating the air were all blocked outside. Within that barrier stood rows of large tents and temporary structures, enough to house a small war camp. This defense had not been erected by one faction alone. Experts in barrier techniques from the Onmyo Bureau, the Onmyo Alliance, the Onmyo Academy, the Tsuchimikado clan, and several other major Onmyodo organizations had pooled their strength to create it. Onmyoji rotated in shifts, maintaining and reinforcing the barrier without pause. Among them was Yugamari, the princess of barriers and one of the 12 divine generals, personally overseeing the formation. Near the eastern side of the encampment, 7 or 8 large tents had been clustered together. That was where the Tsuchimikado clan's people were stationed. Inside one of the larger command tents, Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi sat before a wooden table, his brows drawn tightly together. In front of him lay a compass. More precisely, it was an astrological divination instrument. Reflected upon its surface was the pattern of the Big Dipper, but the stars' positions were in chaos, spinning and breaking formation over and over. The result was obvious. Yamada no Orochi's power was interfering with celestial calculations themselves. After staring at it for several breaths longer, Yasuzumi finally let out a low sigh and put the instrument away. Outside the tent, the poisonous smoke had grown visibly denser than it had been not long ago. His expression darkened. We can't hold on much longer. To the Onmyoji stationed around the mountain, the current operation still looked like a functioning seal. Mount Fuji had not yet fully erupted. Yamada no Orochi had not yet broken free. On the surface, it seemed their efforts were still bearing fruit. But Yasuzumi knew the truth. They had overestimated themselves. And they had underestimated Yamada no Orochi. Even with nearly 80% of Japan's top-tier Onmyoji gathered here, all they had managed to do was slow the awakening slightly. That was all. The so-called seal had already become little more than a desperate delaying action, a poison swallowed only to postpone death. At this rate, Yamada no Orochi would awaken eventually. That much was certain. Because of that, conflicting opinions had begun spreading throughout the camp. Some argued they should abandon Mount Fuji altogether. Continuing to stay here served no real purpose anymore. Better to withdraw, regroup, and prepare the country for the disaster to come. Others insisted they had to hold the line no matter what. Every extra day bought here was time for the younger generation of Onmyoji to grow stronger. If the current generation collapsed and the next one was still unready, Japan's future would become even grimmer. And beyond those two camps were even more complicated views, half-measures, compromises, and disputes. The longer this continued, the more unstable things would become. Yasuzumi pressed his fingers to his temple. The stalemate has to be broken soon. If this drags on any longer, people's hearts will scatter before the line does. That was the cruelest part. Making a decision was easy. Bearing the consequences of that decision was not. No one wanted to become the person responsible for pushing Japan one step closer to ruin. Yet refusing to decide was its own form of disaster. Just as the thought passed through his mind, a solemn chant suddenly echoed inside the tent. It was not carried by ordinary sound. Ancient divine script shimmered into existence around him, older than Sanskrit and weighted with a sacred authority that seemed to press back against Yamada no Orochi's corruption. Yasuzumi's expression changed immediately. That voice. That incantation. It was the Tsuchimikado clan's secret divine code. The heavenly divine word. In the name of Amenemanakunushi no Kami, I borrow the mighty hand of the gods to sweep away all defilement and miasma from this place. This hand is not my hand. This breath is not my breath. This voice is not my voice. They all reside in Takamagara. The hand of the gods, the breath of the gods, the voice of the gods. Futsunatami ten no Midamashii, supreme god of action. The mysteries of heaven and earth. Yasuzumi's pupils contracted. Hirotaka. His heart sank at once. The heavenly divine word was not a technique to be used lightly. If it succeeded, it could force a message through even monstrous interference. If it failed, the backlash was severe. At best, the user suffered a devastating curse. At worst, they died under divine punishment for daring to profane the god's authority. For Hirotaka to resort to this, something major had happened at the Tsuchimikado estate. Without hesitation, Yasuzumi raised his own spiritual power and joined the chant from within the encampment, striking from his side while Hirotaka struck from the other. In the name of Amenemanakunushi no Kami, I borrow the mighty hand of the gods to sweep away all defilement and miasma from this place. This hand is not my hand. This breath is not my breath. This voice is not my voice. They all reside in Takamagara. Futsunatami ten no Midamashii, supreme god of action. The mysteries of heaven and earth. Swiftly obey my command. Crack. For a brief instant, Yamada no Orochi's suffocating interference was torn open. An illusory figure took shape inside the tent. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka. Only then did Yasuzumi allow himself a small breath of relief. Then he spoke at once, voice sharp with tension. Hirotaka, what happened? For you to use the heavenly divine word, has something attacked the Tsuchimikado estate? A great yokai. That was the first possibility he considered. Hirotaka shook his head. No great yokai attacked us. But something far worse than an ordinary emergency happened. His face was grim. The seal on Zenki and Koki failed. The ancient sealing formation was torn apart by the two Kishin. For a moment, Yasuzumi's face lost all color. What? Then the shock hit him in full. Zenki and Koki broke the seal. That possibility had always existed in the back of his mind. The two Kishin sealed within the Tsuchimikado estate were a time bomb waiting to explode one day. But he had never expected it to happen now. There had been no sign of it before he left for Mount Fuji. No warning. No omen. No gradual deterioration severe enough to predict this outcome. Yasuzumi's thoughts surged, but he forcibly cut them off. There was no time. He began issuing orders one after another with astonishing speed. Hirotaka, have Natsum activate the barrier around the Tsuchimikado estate immediately. Zenki and Koki must not be allowed to leave. Notify the Onmyo Bureau, the Onmyo Alliance, and the Onmyo Academy. Make the situation clear and request immediate support. Begin evacuating the residents of Mitsuwa town at once. The estate barrier is strong, but if the worst happens, that alone may not be enough. Move the branch families and all non-combatants away from the core area. Seal off the inner grounds. No one without battle capability is to approach. If necessary, sacrifice the outer structures. Preserve the ancestral core. Order after order poured from his mouth without pause, each one more urgent than the last. But strangely, Hirotaka remained silent. He did not move. He did not acknowledge a single command. Only then did Yasuzumi notice it. Something was off. Hirotaka. He frowned. Then, with growing impatience, he snapped. Hirotaka, go and carry out the orders. Quickly. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Speculation. Chapter 48, Speculation. Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi's face had gone completely tense. He was not just the head of the Tsuchimikado clan. To Mitsuwa town, to the Tsuchimikado bloodline, and to a great many people in modern Onmyodo, he was the pillar holding everything upright. It was precisely because of that Hirotaka had willingly become his Shikigami and followed him this far. Yet now, even a man like Yasuzumi could not hide the urgency in his expression. Seeing Hirotaka's illusory figure still standing there without moving, Yasuzumi's heart dropped sharply. A terrible possibility flashed through his mind. Don't tell me Zenki and Koki have already escaped the estate. Have they left the Tsuchimikado grounds? Have they gotten out of Mitsuwa town? His voice trembled despite himself. His fists clenched so hard the knuckles whitened. If that really had happened, then everything would spiral beyond prediction. Once those two Kishin were loose in the outside world, the disaster they could unleash would be no less than the spiritual disaster caused by Tsuchimikado Yuka's failed Taizen Fukuin ritual. If things truly came to that, then the Tsuchimikado clan would be nailed to history as the sinners of all Japanese Onmyodo. The thought alone made Yasuzumi's expression turn ashen. Only then did Hirotaka finally get the chance to speak. Head of the family, Zenki and Koki have not escaped the Tsuchimikado estate. He spoke steadily, though the gravity in his voice remained. They are still inside the grounds. The moment those two Kishin tore through the ancient ceiling formation, I had Natsum activate the barrier around the Tsuchimikado mansion. Yasuzumi let out a long, heavy breath. For a moment, he realized he had frightened himself with his own imagination. As long as they have not left the estate, then this is still the best possible outcome. His shoulders eased slightly. Even if the entire Tsuchimikado mansion has to be sacrificed to contain them, it would still be worth it. That was what he truly believed. In his view, Hirotaka had risked using the heavenly divine word because the seal had failed and the clan had already suffered severe losses. Neither Hirotaka nor Chizuru could be blamed for that. No one could have anticipated that Zenki and Koki would suddenly tear open the seal at such a moment. But Hirotaka shook his head. No. That is not what happened. Yasuzumi's brows drew together again. Hirotaka continued, every word clear. At present, Zenki and Koki are obediently staying in the same dry well where they were sleeping before. I had already made up my mind to use the entire Tsuchimikado estate as a cage if necessary. But after breaking the seal, they only went out to see one person. He paused. No. To be more precise, they went to meet someone, and then that person ordered them back. Silence fell inside the tent. Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi stared at him in genuine shock. He had not expected a reversal like this. In his mind, the matter had already been reduced to one simple crisis: Zenki and Koki had broken the seal. But now there was another variable. A far more unbelievable one. See someone. Yasuzumi said slowly. Who? Who could possibly order Zenki and Koki back? Hirotaka did not answer immediately. Instead, he began recounting everything that had happened in the Tsuchimikado clan over the past few days, from beginning to end. White Fox Jin Tsumoji's arrival at the Tsuchimikado estate. His purpose in borrowing the Senji Ryaketsu. The strange sense of bloodline affinity Hirotaka had felt from him. Natsum's instinctive closeness and obvious goodwill toward him. Harutora's equally instinctive aversion. Then the most shocking part of all. Zenki and Koki kneeling before Jin Tsumoji and calling him master. Hirotaka narrated every major event and every small but troubling detail without omission. Only after he finished did the tent fall quiet again. Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi lowered his gaze and sank into thought. For a long while, he said nothing. Something deep in his mind was clearly turning, piece by piece, as if old fragments long buried were suddenly being fitted together. At last, he murmured under his breath. Zenki and Koki. The only people those two Kishin would ever acknowledge as master should be Yakushikaku and our ancestor, Abe no Seimei. His eyes narrowed slightly. Natsum's obvious fondness. Harutora's rejection. Two completely opposite instincts. The faint muttering continued, but each sentence grew heavier than the last. Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi knew exactly what Tsuchimikado Harutora really was. As for Natsum, although she was publicly his daughter, even he did not truly know her full origin. She had been an abandoned infant left at the gate of the Tsuchimikado estate. The only certainty was that her Tsuchimikado bloodline was unusually dense. So dense, in fact, that it had once shown clear atavistic traits. The white fox characteristics she had displayed in childhood, which later faded with age, were proof enough. White fox Jin Tsumuji. White fox. Tsuchimikado bloodline. Master of Zenki and Koki. His voice grew quieter. Then, as if a thought had abruptly surfaced from the depths, his eyes sharpened. Haratora. Yaku. A pulse of realization crossed his expression. Yes. Tsuchimikado Yaku must have succeeded. As the creator of the Taizen Fukuin ritual, there is no reason he would not have succeeded. Hirotaka's expression shifted at once. Head of the family, do you know what this means? Yasuzumi did not answer immediately. Instead, he exhaled slowly, trying to steady the storm in his own mind. I have a few suspicions, he said at last. But suspicion is still only suspicion. I cannot be certain yet. Then something else occurred to him. Wait. He looked up sharply. Didn't White Fox Jin Tsumuji come to the estate specifically to borrow the Senji Ryaketsu? Yes. Then you and Chizuru must remove its seal as soon as possible. The Senji Ryaketsu may be able to judge this matter more clearly than any of us can. Hirotaka's gaze sharpened in understanding. Yasuzumi continued, now speaking much more seriously. He gave Hirotaka several further instructions in succession, each one deliberate and precise, then finished with a final warning. As for White Fox Jin Tsumuji, you must not show even the slightest negligence. Hirotaka lowered his head. Understood, head of the family. At that same moment, his illusory figure began to distort. The opening torn through Yamada no Oroki's blockade by the Gyoten Shingen was already beginning to close. Communication between Mount Fuji and the outside world was being severed again. In only a few breaths, Hirotaka's figure disappeared completely. Yasuzumi remained seated in silence for a moment. Then, just as he was about to act on what he had learned, a hurried voice came from outside the tent. Head of the family. A Tsuchimikado clansman stood beyond the entrance, his tone urgent. Director Kurahashi and the others are requesting your presence at the council chamber immediately. There has been more movement from Yamada no Orochi. Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi's eyes darkened. The third time in such a short span. His voice was low and heavy. It seems Yamada no Orochi's full revival is drawing closer and closer. I just don't know how much longer we can continue stalling it. The weight in his chest deepened. Then, without warning, his thoughts turned once more to the name Hirotaka had just spoken. White Fox Jin Tsumuji. The young man whom Zenki and Koki had called master. The youth who carried that strange bloodline resonance. The boy who might, just might, have a connection to the one person in all of history whose shadow still hung over Onmyodo like the moon over a midnight sea. If he truly was him, then the crisis of Yamada no Orochi was not unsolvable. In this age, where supernatural disasters were returning one after another and despair was beginning to seep into every corner of the country, there might still be a ray of hope left. There might still be someone capable of turning the tide. But only if enough time could be bought for him. Enough time for him to truly awaken. Enough time for him to return. Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi closed his eyes briefly. For days, the scales in his heart had remained motionless, balanced between withdrawal and resistance. Now, at last, they began to tilt. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 49, A Generous Tsuchimikado Family Head. Chapter 49, A Generous Tsuchimikado Family Head. Under the star-strewn night sky, the room in the southwest corner of the Tsuchimikado estate was finally beginning to quiet. The dazzling golden radiance spilling from the window was fading. The divine script, older and more profound than Sanskrit, slowly dimmed as well, retreating inch by inch until all that remained was the soft yellow glow of lamplight inside the room. Thud. The sound of someone collapsing rang out at once. Tsuchimikado Chizuru, who had been standing guard outside the door with her heart strung tight, went pale. She pushed the door open and rushed inside without hesitation. Husband. How are you? The moment she entered, she saw Tsuchimikado Hirotaka sprawled on the floor. She hurried over, helped him up, and half carried him to the nearby sofa. Only after settling him down did she immediately begin channeling spiritual energy into his body. Ha, ha. Hirotaka's breathing was weak and ragged. His face was bloodless, frighteningly pale. Even with Chizuru steadily feeding spiritual energy into him, it still took quite some time before the color in his face improved even slightly. Only then did Chizuru dare speak again. How do you feel now? Do not worry. Though his voice was weak, Hirotaka still lifted a hand and patted hers in reassurance. I only overtaxed myself using Gyoten Shingen. The blockade formed by Yamada no Orochi's power was even stronger than I expected. If the family head had not joined me from the inside, I would never have broken through it. Chizuru's shoulders loosened at last. That is good, then. Only after hearing that did the fear lodged in her chest finally ease. So the technique had succeeded. The risk had not been taken in vain. Then her expression turned serious again. Did you report everything to the family head? Yes. And what decision did he make? Hirotaka leaned back against the sofa and let out a tired breath before answering. The family head instructed us to unseal the Senji Ryaketsu as soon as possible and let Jin Tsumuji read it. It seems he believes the Senji Ryaketsu may be able to judge something through him. He paused, then continued. As for Zenki and Koki, so long as they remain within the Tsuchimikado estate, he told us not to interfere with them too much. Chizuru's brows drew together at once. So that child really does have some connection to the Tsuchimikado clan. The more she thought about it, the stranger it became. The Senji Ryaketsu had been left behind by the great Onmyoji Abe no Seimei himself. It had sat within the Tsuchimikado estate for over 1,000 years, and never once had she heard anyone claim it possessed the power to identify a person. And yet Yasuzumi's response made it clear that he had connected Jin Tsumuji to something tremendously important. Hirotaka did not answer right away. Instead, Chizuru's thoughts continued to churn on their own. After marrying into the Tsuchimikado clan, she too had once been granted a single chance to read the Senji Ryaketsu. Perhaps because of her aptitude, or perhaps because her understanding was still lacking at the time, she had only managed to turn 5 pages. Even so, those 5 pages had been enough to break through the bottleneck that had trapped her then and helped her define the path of her own Onmyodo. The value of the Senji Ryaketsu to an Onmyoji was far greater than the outside world imagined. In truth, the rumors barely scratched the surface. And there was another point. The Senji Ryaketsu had remained fixed in the Tsuchimikado estate for over 1,000 years. Countless members of the clan had tried to move it, but none had succeeded. It was said that Abe no Seimei had reinforced it with his own power, making it impossible to take elsewhere. Otherwise, when the Tsuchimikado family rebuilt the ancestral grounds centuries ago, they would not have been forced to leave it in Mitsuwa town. That immovability, along with the seal binding Zenki and Koki, was one of the fundamental reasons the estate itself had to remain where it was. And then Hirotaka spoke again, his tone turning strange. The most baffling part was the family head's final instruction. Chizuru looked at him. What did he say? Hirotaka met her gaze and answered slowly. He said that if Jin Tsumuji takes the Senji Ryaketsu, we are not to stop him. Chizuru froze. Takes it? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Since when had the Tsuchimikado family become so generous? That was not some ordinary archive scroll. That was the Senji Ryaketsu, one of the greatest treasures in all of Onmyodo, an inheritance passed down directly from their ancestor. If an outsider carried it off, was Yasuzumi not afraid of being denounced by the entire clan? In a very real sense, the Senji Ryaketsu was part of the Tsuchimikado clan's very foundation. And yet Yasuzumi had said it plainly. If Jin Tsumuji took it, they were not to interfere. Even Chizuru, who had followed Yasuzumi for years and knew his judgment better than most, found that order almost impossible to understand. Hirotaka gave a bitter smile. We can only follow the family head's instructions. Chizuru let out a quiet breath. I suppose we have no choice. Then, just as the room was finally beginning to settle, hurried footsteps came pounding from outside. Lady Chizuru. Lord Hirotaka. The shout was urgent enough to make both of them turn sharply toward the door. Their eyes met. Something had happened again. A few breaths later, a member of the Tsuchimikado clan appeared before them, bent over and panting hard. Ha, ha. Lady Chizuru. Lord Hirotaka, something has happened. Hirotaka forced himself to remain calm. Slow down. What happened? The clansman swallowed, trying to steady his breathing. It is evil spirits. More than 100 of them. They have appeared all throughout Mitsuwa town and are causing chaos everywhere. Chizuru's expression changed immediately. That is impossible. The barrier around Mitsuwa town shows no sign of having been breached. Even as she spoke, she extended her spirit insight to inspect the barrier covering the town. There was no damage. Not even the slightest crack. Yet at the same time, she clearly sensed a massive concentration of energy spreading through Mitsuwa town. It was thick, chaotic, and unmistakably real. Hirotaka's eyes sharpened. It was done by human hands. He spoke the conclusion almost instantly. Someone sealed those evil spirits inside talismans and brought them in that way. Only then could they bypass the barrier unnoticed. And for over 100 evil spirits to appear at once, the chance of this being a natural occurrence is practically zero. Chizuru's face turned grim. This was no coincidence. Someone had planned it. Hirotaka looked at her. Chizuru, gather the Tsuchimikado clan members and wipe out the evil spirits in Mitsuwa town. We cannot let them continue ravaging the town. Then he added in a lower voice. I will remain here and guard the estate. Chizuru understood immediately. The enemy had gone to considerable effort to send evil spirits into Mitsuwa town without damaging the barrier. That meant these spirits themselves were probably not the true objective. They were bait. A diversion. A screen thrown over something else. Hirotaka clearly understood that as well. The other side must be after something, he said. Be careful. This uproar may only be the beginning. Chizuru nodded at once. I understand. Then her gaze softened slightly. You be careful as well. Hirotaka gave a faint, tired smile. Do not worry. Even with my spiritual power not yet fully recovered, this is still the Tsuchimikado estate. It is not a place just anyone can force their way into. His expression darkened after that. I am only worried that what they are truly after is something dangerous. I will stay alert. With those words, Chizuru turned and strode out of the room without another moment wasted, already beginning to assemble the clan members who would purge the evil spirits spreading through Mitsuwa town. The door closed behind her. Silence returned, but only on the surface. Hirotaka sat alone on the sofa, recovering his spiritual power bit by bit, his brows tightly furrowed. One wave after another. He muttered bitterly to himself. Zenki and Koki breaking the seal. Jin Tsumoji appearing at the estate. The Senji Ryaketsu. And now, over 100 evil spirits suddenly flooding Mitsuwa town. He could feel it. All of it was connected. There was a line running through every event. A hidden hand. A hidden purpose. Yet no matter how many times he turned the matter over in his mind, he still could not grasp the crucial point that tied everything together. For now, he had no choice but to set it aside. And wait. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 50, Tsuchimikado Harutora abducted. Chapter 50, Tsuchimikado Harutora abducted. The sudden upheaval turned Mitsuwa town's annual festival into a nightmare. Just moments ago, the streets had been packed with laughter, lantern light, and the scent of grilled food. Now they were a scene of supernatural chaos. Stalls had been overturned. Paper decorations lay trampled into the dirt. Blood stained the road where people had fallen in the panic and been stepped on by the terrified crowd behind them. Hiss, hiss. Evil spirits drifted through the streets one after another, each cloaked in a foul, ominous aura. Their twisted faces were hideous beyond description, and their mouths released low, inhuman growls as they searched hungrily for the scent of the living. Unlike the people outside Mitsuwa town, who had long been forced to live under the shadow of the supernatural resurgence, the townsfolk here had always been protected by the Tsuchimikado barrier. They had never truly experienced this kind of terror with their own eyes. That was why the impact was even worse. Many people's mental defenses shattered on the spot. Some fled into their homes and locked the doors with trembling hands. Others hid in alleyways, behind collapsed stalls, under carts, or in whatever narrow corner they could squeeze themselves into. There were even people who climbed into trash bins and curled up among the garbage, shaking uncontrollably as they prayed not to be found. Every one of them begged in their hearts for the Tsuchimikado Onmyoji to arrive quickly and wipe out these horrifying monsters. In a dark little corner off the street, a young girl was crouched behind a trash bin, tears streaming down her face. Not far ahead of her, an evil spirit was wandering aimlessly. Mama, where are you? I'm scared. I'm so scared. Her sobs were tiny, barely more than a whimper, yet in the unnatural silence of fear, they were enough. The evil spirit, which had already begun drifting away, abruptly stopped. Its empty eye sockets, devoid of pupils, turned toward the place where the girl was hiding. Then, with a jerky, dreadful motion, it started walking toward her. The little girl went stiff with terror. She could not even cry properly anymore. At that very moment, a clear voice rang out. God of the East Sea, Ame. God of the West Sea, Shakuryu. God of the South Sea, Kyoju. God of the North Sea, Gukyu. Gods of the Seven Seas, fend off 100 demons and drive back the fierce disaster. Order. 100 demon dissipation spell. A burst of righteous power tore through the air. The evil spirit did not even have time to scream. It shattered on the spot, dispersed by the force of the spell like rotten mist struck by a gale. Tsuchimikado Natsum stepped out from the street beyond and entered the narrow alley. The imperial-style, 100 demon dissipation spell, had come from her hand. She was still a student of the Onmyo Academy, still technically an apprentice Onmyoji. Yet her execution of that spell was already smooth and precise enough to rival many true professionals. In terms of actual combat ability, she was no weaker than an ordinary professional Onmyoji. Natsum crouched down slightly and softened her voice. It's all right now. Come out. The little girl looked up at her through tears, her whole body still shaking. The evil spirit is gone, Natsum said gently. Big sister took care of it. Only then did the girl dare crawl out from behind the trash bin. Natsum pointed toward a safer stretch of road in the distance. Go that way. Your mother may already be looking for you over there. The girl sniffled hard and nodded. Thank you, big sister. Natsum watched until the child had run off, then straightened slowly. Her expression hardened at once. Who would go this far? She muttered. And for what? Raised from childhood as the next head of the Tsuchimikado clan, she was much more sensitive than ordinary people when it came to this sort of thing. Hundreds of low-grade evil spirits had suddenly appeared inside Mitsuwa town, even though the barrier around the town remained intact. This was not an accident. It was deliberate. Natsum exhaled softly, then tightened her grip on the talisman in her hand. No matter what their real goal is, these evil spirits have to be wiped out first. If they were allowed to roam free, the residents of Mitsuwa town would start dying one after another. At that point, the Tsuchimikado clan would have failed in its duty. And then, without meaning to, she thought of the person who had separated from her the instant the chaos began. I hope everything is going well on Mr. Jin's side too. A short while later, after eliminating 5 evil spirits in a row and saving several more residents, beads of sweat had already appeared along Natsum's pale forehead. Ahead of her, 3 more evil spirits were drifting down the street. This art severs evil and purges misfortune. Swiftly, obey my command. Demon subduing thunder curse. Lightning crashed down from above. The 3 evil spirits were annihilated in a single blow. Aunt Chizuru. Natsum turned at once. The newcomer was Tsuchimikado Chizuru. Behind her came a large number of Tsuchimikado Onmyoji, all already in motion. Split up, Chizuru ordered immediately. Saving people comes first. Eliminate every evil spirit in town as quickly as possible. Yes, Lady Chizuru. The Tsuchimikado Onmyoji scattered in all directions at once, each using their spirit insight to locate nearby evil spirits and purge them one by one. Only after the immediate pressure eased did Chizuru glance toward Natsum. So it's you, little Natsum. Where is that little white fox fellow who was with you? Chizuru's tone was casual, but her eyes were not. Ever since receiving Yasuzumi's instructions, Jin Tsumuji had become a matter of special concern to the Tsuchimikado clan. Natsum answered honestly. You mean Mr. Jin? The moment the evil spirits appeared, he split off from me to deal with the ones in another part of town. Chizuru nodded once. Then stay with me. We'll clean up the rest together. All right, Aunt Chizuru. The aunt and niece moved together after that, eliminating every evil spirit they could detect within the range of their ghost-seeing power. Half an hour later, under the leadership of Tsuchimikado Chizuru and Tsuchimikado Natsum, the hundreds of evil spirits that had suddenly appeared throughout Mitsuwa town were all completely eradicated. Only then did the residents hiding in homes, sheds, alleyways, and corners finally begin to emerge. Even so, their faces were still ghostly pale, their eyes full of lingering fear. A Tsuchimikado Onmyoji hurried over and reported at once. Lady Chizuru, Lady Natsum, all evil spirits have been eliminated. The remaining EN energy is being cleared now. As for the town barrier, men have already been sent to inspect it for traces of intrusion or sabotage. We should have results soon. He paused, then continued. The residents of Mitsuwa town have suffered some injuries from the panic. Mostly falls and trampling. There are also considerable property losses from the chaos. Chizuru let out a low breath. Fortunately, they were only low-grade evil spirits. If stronger monsters had been brought in, things would not have ended this simply. Natsum, however, was looking around. She still had not seen the familiar figure she had expected to find by now. Have you seen Mr. Jin? She asked. The Onmyoji she addressed blinked, then realized who she meant. Lady Natsum, you mean White Fox Jin Tsumuji? I'm sorry. Ever since we began exterminating the evil spirits, I have not seen him anywhere. Natsum frowned slightly. Not seen him. Could he have returned to the estate after noticing the Tsuchimikado clan had already mobilized? That did not sound like Jin Tsumuji at all. Before she could think it through any further, the growl of engines rose from the road ahead. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 black modified business vehicles came racing toward them, headlights blazing through the night. Their engines roared with the heavy sound unique to reinforced Onmyo agency transport. A few breaths later, all 3 vehicles braked hard and stopped directly in front of Natsum and Chizuru. Chizuru's eyes narrowed. Those are Onmyo agency modified vehicles. Since when did they become this efficient? The evil spirits barely appeared, and they're already here. The reinforced door of the lead vehicle opened. A middle-aged man in an Onmyo agency uniform stepped out, followed by several younger members. "Excuse me," he said, "are you members of the Tsuchimikado clan?" "I am Tsuchimikado Chizuru," Chizuru replied evenly. "And this is Tsuchimikado Natsum. You should know who we are." Recognition flashed across the man's face. "Senior Chizuru. Student Natsum. Forgive our intrusion. We are from the Onmyo Agency's Magic Crime Investigation Department." The Magic Crime Investigation Department. Chizuru's eyes sharpened, but she understood almost immediately. As the name suggested, that department specialized in investigating crimes involving Onmyoji and occult techniques. For them to appear now meant they had likely already grasped something about the source of this incident. "You came fast," Chizuru said. "So what exactly has happened?" The middle-aged man hesitated only briefly before deciding not to conceal anything. Not long ago, one of the 12 divine generals stationed at the Onmyo agency, the child prodigy Derenji Suzuka, defected. Before fleeing, she stole sealed yokai and several forbidden ritual tools from the agency. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. One of the 12 divine generals defected. Natsum blurted out. Even the Tsuchimikado Onmyoji nearby could not hide their shock. Those were the 12 divine generals. National-level Onmyoji. Figures that stood at the top of the entire field. For someone like that to defect from the agency was no small incident. It was a storm. The men continued grimly. Derenji Suzuka has always excelled in occult research while serving at the agency. After she fled, our investigation uncovered a subject she had been pursuing in secret for years. He paused. Taizen Fukuin ritual. The effect of those words was immediate. Chizuru's face changed. Natsum went rigid. The Tsuchimikado Onmyoji around them all stared in alarm. That was no ordinary forbidden technique. That was the taboo ritual that had nearly destroyed the Tsuchimikado clan standing in the world after Tsuchimikado Yuka's failed attempt. Even Chizuru, usually unflappable, could not help muttering. The young ones these days really are growing more and more reckless. Natsum's mind moved quickly. So the forbidden ritual tool Derenji Suzuka stole from the Onmyo agency, it was what remained there after Tsuchimikado Yuka failed the Taizen Fukuin ritual. Yes, the men replied. At that point, Chizuru and Natsum both understood. On the back mountain of Mitsuwa town stood the sacred mountain. And on that mountain stood an altar once used by Abe no Seimei himself to perform the Taizen Fukuin ritual. It was one of the very few places in all of Japan still suitable for carrying out that ritual. The reason Derenji Suzuka had unleashed hundreds of evil spirits into Mitsuwa town was now painfully clear. It was a diversion meant to drag away the Tsuchimikado defenders from the sacred mountain. And if she had chosen that path, then she had almost certainly also prepared barriers and defensive measures of her own on the mountain. Chizuru's expression settled into something cold and hard. If it is only Derenji Suzuka, that is troublesome but not impossible to handle. The middle-aged man looked at her and said quietly. It is not only Derenji Suzuka. Chizuru and Natsum both looked up. Before coming here, our department intercepted communication records from the last several days. We found that Derenji Suzuka has been in extremely frequent contact with White Fox Jin Tsumoji. He stopped there, but the implication was already more than enough. Natsum reacted instantly. That's impossible. Her voice rose louder than she intended. How could Mr. Jin involve himself with a ritual as dangerous as the Taizen Fukuin ritual? The men did not argue with her emotion. He only stated the facts. White Fox Jin Tsumoji is highly proficient in ancient Onmyodo and old-style spiritual talismans. Those are precisely the things Derenji Suzuka is most lacking if she intends to perform the Taizen Fukuin ritual. Of course, he added, we also hope this is only a coincidence. But by then, even Natsum knew there was no point deceiving herself. Her thoughts linked together all at once. Jin Tsumoji coming to the Tsuchimikado clan. His strong interest in ancient texts. The Taizen Fukuin festival, materials he had been reading in the library. His understanding of taboo ritual arts. His frequent contact with Derenji Suzuka. A chill ran down her spine. He had not come to the Tsuchimikado estate for the Senji Ryaketsu. Or rather, that was not the real reason. He had come to assist Derenji Suzuka. Chizuru, by contrast, became even calmer. Since this matter concerns the Tsuchimikado clan, and it is happening on Tsuchimikado territory, there is no need for the Onmyo agency to interfere further. Her tone was polite, but absolute. We will handle it ourselves. You may all leave. The middle-aged man stiffened. Senior Chizuru, that may not be appropriate. It was not that he feared the Tsuchimikado clan would protect Derenji Suzuka and Jin Tsumoji out of favoritism. It was the opposite. He was worried they would crush them. After all, what the two of them were doing amounted to plucking whiskers from a tiger's mouth. The Magic Crime Investigation Department had not come here merely to arrest them. Their orders were also to ensure, if possible, that Darenji Suzuka and Jin Tsumoji were brought back alive. At that very moment, another voice sounded behind them. Just as Chizuru said. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka had arrived. He looked far healthier than he should have after exhausting himself earlier, but his presence remained heavy and authoritative. This matter will be handled by the Tsuchimikado clan. The Onmyo agency may return. The middle-aged man's face tightened. Lord Hirotaka. He dared not press the issue further. Hirotaka's status within the Tsuchimikado clan was far too high, and his words represented the clan's will. In the end, the Magic Crime Investigation Department could only withdraw. The 3 agency vehicles left Mitsuwa town as quickly as they had arrived. Only after they were gone did Chizuru turn to Hirotaka, concern flashing across her face. Husband, how is your condition? The exhaustion from using Gyoten Shingen should never have faded so quickly. That meant only one thing. He had forced his body back into action through special means. There is no time to recover slowly now, Hirotaka said quietly. His gaze was dark. If it were only Darenji Suzuka, that would be one thing. But Jin Tsumoji is involved as well. That makes this far more troublesome. Just then, a Tsuchimikado Onmyoji came running toward them, face pale. Lord Hirotaka, this is bad. What happened? Hirotaka asked at once. The men swallowed hard and blurted out. Heritora is missing. Everything went still for a heartbeat. Heritora. Both Hirotaka and Chizuru's expressions changed at once. Then realization struck Hirotaka like a flash of cold lightning. He was taken to the sacred mountain. His voice dropped, but the certainty in it was unmistakable. The altar there requires Tsuchimikado's spiritual power to activate. That has to be why Darenji Suzuka abducted him. Natsume stared in confusion. But Heritora doesn't even have spirit insight. How could he possibly have spiritual power? For a moment, neither Hirotaka nor Chizuru answered. Their silence itself was an answer. Or rather, a revelation. They could already sense it. Heritora's true identity had likely been exposed. And the one who had seen through it was probably not Darenji Suzuka. It was Jin Tsumoji. The white fox from Tokyo. The youth they had never once been able to see through. Check out my newly released fanfic. One Piece, my crew is full of monsters. Chapter 51, Activating the Altar. Chapter 51, Activating the Altar. This was the sacred mountain. A long flight of stone steps wound upward through the darkness, and on either side, rows of earthen yellow torches burned with a wavering glow. Their fire stretched all the way to the old torii at the summit, a structure of weathered wood and stone that marked the entrance to the place the Tsuchimikado clan had guarded for generations. Beyond the torii stood the altar. It was enormous, shaped like a pagoda with 3 broad tiers rising one above the other. Each level was roughly half the size of the one beneath it, yet even the highest platform remained spacious. Every angle, every proportion, every orientation had been laid out according to strict ritual design. Even after 1,000 years of wind and rain, the structure still carried a solemn pressure that made one instinctively lower their voice. Jin Tsumoji stood atop that ancient altar and quietly recalled the sequence for performing the Taizen Fukuin ritual. The altar. The talismans. The prayers. His gaze swept across the age-worn stone beneath his feet. The foundation lies in the talismans that open and sustain the altar. That is the real reason Suzuka needed me. Only old-style talismans could awaken this 1,000-year-old altar and make it answer the ritual. He had heard that the Onmyo Academy also possessed an altar capable of hosting the Taizen Fukuin ritual, but that one was merely a replica built in the era of Tsuchimikado Yuko. It could be activated with imperial-style talismans, yes, but using it would have been the same as walking straight into a snare. The Onmyo agency headquarters was too close. The Onmyo Academy itself was northwest harmless place either. Otomo Jin alone was not easy to deal with, let alone the other forces hidden inside that institution. Compared to that, the original altar of the Tsuchimikado clan was dangerous in another way, but it was still the better choice. Jin exhaled once and drew a handful of talismans from his robes. Let's begin. He held several slips of paper between his fingers and began to chant, his voice low and steady. Homage to the universal Vajras, to the dragon kings, to the essence of water. Homage. Firm, firm. Vajra, Vajra. Fix and bind. Terror. Destroy. The talismans brightened with a faint glow. The moment they left his hand, they cut through the air with a hint of metallic chill and watery weight, then struck the corresponding metal-water position on the left side of the 3rd tier. The entire altar trembled. It was only the slightest movement, yet it felt unmistakably alive, as though something that had slumbered for a millennium had just opened one eye. Jin did not pause. He drew out another set of talismans and continued. Purify defilement. Rebirth in the pure land. Vajra. Purity. As all Vajras are pure, so too is all made pure. Sangha. Cleanse the body. Raise the barrier. Yin and yang. Break obstruction. Purity. Illusion. Auspiciousness. Another cluster of talismans flew out. Then more. He did not stop there. Homage to the universal Vajras. Violent evil demonic obstacles. One talisman after another struck the altar and fixed itself into place. Each time one landed, the ancient structure shuddered. One tremor layered over the next. Then the next. Then the next. The vibrations gradually grew stronger, until the whole sacred mountain seemed to be waking with the altar. After more than 40 talismans had been laid down, even the mountain beneath them began to quiver. The trees rustled in waves. Hidden birds burst from the woods in alarm. Small beasts fled through the underbrush as though some great predator had opened its eyes in the dark. The more power the altar accepted, the heavier the pressure became. Jin's breathing grew rougher. The amount of spiritual power being consumed was staggering. When he had destroyed the wedding dress tree, he had only used a single, demon-purifying talisman, as the decisive move. This time, the very setup required more than 40 talismans, and at least half of them were on the same level as the killing blow. That alone was enough to show what kind of ritual the Taizen Fukuin ritual truly was. No wonder it had always been classified as a forbidden art capable of meddling with the boundary between life and death. At last, Jin reached for the final talisman. The last one. He raised a hand and wiped the sweat from his brow. This was his first time driving so many talismans at once, and the strain was already beginning to show. Even with his current foundation, forcing the altar open in one go was no easy matter. Still, he had no intention of stopping. He released the final talisman. It flew to the heart of the altar and attached itself dead center. The reaction was immediate. Boom. The entire structure lurched, far more violently than before. Ancient lines began to emerge across the surface of the stone, one after another, like veins of light spreading through a corpse that had suddenly drawn breath. Complex patterns lit up across all 3 levels, overlapping and linking together into something vast, old, and difficult to comprehend. A strange fluctuation pulsed outward from the altar. It rolled across the sacred mountain like an invisible tide. Not far from the mountain, Tsuchimikado Hirotaka, Tsuchimikado Chizuru, Tsuchimikado Natsum, and the others all felt it at once. They've opened the altar on the sacred mountain. Hirotaka's face changed sharply as he turned toward the source of the disturbance. Natsum was just as shocked. Uncle Hirotaka, those fluctuations are coming from the ritual altar. Does that mean Mr. Jin and the others have already begun the Taizen Fukuin ritual? Not yet. That is only the preliminary opening of the altar, Hirotaka said, but his expression remained heavy. Still, if they've reached this point, then the ritual itself cannot be far behind. His gaze hardened. And that alone is already astonishing. Natsum and Chizuru both looked at him. Tsuchimikado Yaku only dared perform the rite on a replica altar, Hirotaka continued. He never used the original. Opening this one directly is far more difficult. Chizuru frowned. More difficult than constructing a new one. Yes. Hirotaka nodded. This altar requires a tremendous number of ancient talismans to activate. Over the last 1,000 years, nearly half of the related methods have been lost. In many cases, building a substitute is actually easier than awakening the original. That answer made both women's hearts sink a little further. To force open the original altar under those conditions. That was not something one could accomplish through talent alone. It required frightening mastery of ancient Onmyodo. White Fox Jin Tsumuji. Hirotaka murmured. A rare prodigy of Onmyodo indeed. He truly lives up to the name. He had already thought highly of the young man. Now he realized he had still underestimated him. This could not be dismissed with some simple explanation like specializing in ancient style arts. No. This was something far beyond that. Hirotaka drew a slow breath, then made a decision. We move at once. His voice turned cold and decisive. If they truly succeed in performing the Taizen Fukuin festival, the consequences will be too unpredictable. Yes. Hokuto. Natsum responded immediately. The dragon Shikigami appeared once more, fully restored from the injury it had suffered earlier. Its long body arced through the night sky, scales reflecting torchlight and starlight alike. Without wasting another moment, Hirotaka, Chizuru, and Natsum mounted Hokuto and sped toward the sacred mountain. As for the remaining Tsuchimikado Onmyoji, they were left behind to calm the residents of Mitsuwa town and restore order. In the battle to come, numbers alone would not help. If anything, too many people would only create more opportunities for disaster. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 52, Reincarnation. Chapter 52, Reincarnation. So you really managed to open this old relic so quickly. White Fox, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Not long after Jin Tsumuji had completed the altar's preliminary activation, Darenji Suzuka arrived. Behind her stood the modified mechanical Shikigami, Ashura. It towered nearly 2 stories high, with 4 razor-sharp claws, a body covered in Sanskrit and layered spell formulas, and flames rising from its head. Under the altar's firelight, it looked less like a Shikigami and more like a war machine built for slaughter. MMPH. Bound to Ashura's shoulder was Tachimikado Harutora. He struggled desperately, but a talisman sealed over his mouth reduced everything to muffled protests. It's only been opened on the surface, Jin said flatly. If we want to fully awaken the altar, we still need Tachimikado's spiritual power. After answering Suzuka, he sat down cross-legged on the altar steps and began regulating his breathing, steadily recovering the spiritual power he had burned through. He needed to return to his best condition as quickly as possible. There might still be a hard fight ahead. On top of that, if the chance came, there was one more thing he wanted to attempt, and that would consume even more spiritual power. Naturally, it would be better if he did not have to step in at all. He had already exposed enough of himself inside the Tachimikado clan. The moment Suzuka peeled the silencing talisman off Harutora's mouth, the boy exploded. You bastard. Those evil spirits in Mitsuwa town were your doing after all. So many innocent people suffered because of you. Natsum trusted you so much, and this is how you repay her. His voice was hoarse with rage. Even after being tossed around like luggage, the hatred in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Shut up. Suzuka was instantly annoyed. Just stay there and act like a proper sacrifice. Don't waste my time. With a flick of her hand, she had, Ashura, throw him to the ground. Then she stepped forward and drove the toe of her small leather boot sharply into his side. Harutora's face turned white from pain, but when he looked up at Jin, there was still only resentment and loathing in his eyes. No submission. Not even a trace. Jin spoke without emotion. As for Natsum, I'll apologize to her myself. Then he added, and regarding the residents who suffered, as you claim, Suzuka bound shackles onto those evil spirits before releasing them. They were never going to cause real harm. At most, they would only frighten people. He had come to Mitsuwa town with his own purpose, yes. But he was still an Onmyoji. He would never stoop so low as to unleash monsters on ordinary civilians just to create a supernatural incident. But you still. Hiss. Before Harutora could finish, Suzuka kicked him in the waist again. This time the pain was so sharp that cold sweat broke across his forehead on the spot. Suzuka clicked her tongue and turned toward Jin. White Fox, why are you wasting words on an idiot like him? And are you sure this guy is really usable? She frowned at Harutora with naked doubt. He's just some obscure branch family brat. He doesn't even look like he has any spiritual power. How is he supposed to activate the altar under our feet? Then she narrowed her eyes. My original target was Tachimikado Natsum. She's from the main family, and she's the heir. Using her spiritual power should have made things much easier. She was genuinely puzzled. If she had not known Jin's temperament, she would have questioned him much more harshly. Tachimikado Harutora was an unremarkable nobody from the branch family. Tachimikado Natsum, on the other hand, was the Tachimikado heir. Yet Jin had told her to ignore Natsum entirely and bring back Harutora instead. If even Tachimikado Harutora can't activate this altar, Jin said calmly, then it's even more impossible for Natsum. Suzuka's gaze sharpened. Does he have some special identity? Jin looked down at Harutora and spoke in the same even tone. A branch family member whose bloodline purity does not lose to the main family. A branch family member whose spiritual power and spirit insight were sealed from birth. A branch family member whose soul carries a decaying aura. He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Suzuka's eyes widened abruptly as she stared at the idiot gasping in pain beneath her feet. If she still could not guess it after a hint that obvious, then she really would be the fool here. The reincarnation of Tachimikado Yuko. This brat was actually Tachimikado Yuko's reincarnation. How was that even possible? Suzuka immediately crouched down and began probing Harutora with her own senses. Nothing. At first, she found nothing at all. There was no obvious seal. No visible trace of the decaying soul Jin had mentioned. No exposed power that would mark him as the reincarnation of the legendary Onmyoji who had shaken an era. On the surface, he was just what he looked like, a branch family boy with no particular distinction. The only thing that stood out was his bloodline. It was absurdly pure. Not merely equal to the main families, but perhaps even denser than some of the Tsuchimikado main family members she had seen with her own eyes. But that alone proved nothing. Cases of atavism were not unheard of. It was not impossible for a branch family descendant to display bloodline quality surpassing the main line. And no matter how she looked at him, she simply could not connect the legend of the Onmyoji from a century ago, the men whom fanatics and madmen alike worshipped as the Hokushin king, with the fool writhing under her foot. It was too disillusioning. Look again, Jin said. He drew out a talisman and slapped it directly onto Harutora's body. At once, the disguise layered over Harutora's body peeled away. One seal after another surfaced from deep within him, as though hidden chains were being dragged into the light. Suzuka's expression changed. Now she saw it. The abnormalities were unmistakable. His soul did not match his body at all. The mismatch was grotesque, unsettling to the point of instinctive revulsion. And deeper still, behind those tightly layered seals, an immense mass of spiritual power lay compressed and restrained inside him. Once revealed, it pressed against her senses like a flood trapped behind a dam. That power was not weaker than hers. It might even exceed it. Suzuka stared at him for several seconds before finally exhaling. So it really is him, she muttered. I actually didn't expect that, unbelievable. Once the truth was laid bare, there was no room left for doubt. And with it, she fully understood the meaning behind Jin's earlier words. If even the reincarnation of Tsuchimikado Yuko could not activate the altar, then forget Tsuchimikado Natsum. Even Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi himself probably would not be able to do it. Which meant one thing. Tsuchimikado Natsum, the publicly acknowledged heir of the clan, was nothing more than a shield. A false target pushed into the light to draw the outside world's attention. A substitute. A decoy that existed for the sake of the real heir hidden in the shadows. Suzuka let out a low laugh. How tragic. At that moment, many things became clear to her all at once. The Tsuchimikado Harutora under her feet was very likely Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi's biological son. In order to conceal his identity and bury the fact that he was Tsuchimikado Yuko's reincarnation, they had sealed away his spiritual power and spirit insight from birth, then sent him into the branch family to be raised as an ordinary child. And while the world watched Tsuchimikado Natsum, the Tsuchimikado clan had quietly hidden their true card in plain sight. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 53, Obstruction. Chapter 53, Obstruction. Main family bloodline. Sealed spiritual power and spirit insight. A decaying soul. The reincarnation of that man. And Natsum, pushed to the front as a substitute. Bound on the ground, Tsuchimikado Harutora went utterly still. For a moment, even the pain from the talismans wrapped around his body seemed to disappear. The struggle left him. His mind had been slammed by too many revelations at once, each one more absurd than the last, until he could only stare blankly ahead. Then the shock gave way to panic. Harutora suddenly began thrashing again, so violently that the talismans dug into his skin. He did not care. His voice came out hoarse and furious. What the hell are you two talking about? How could Natsum be some shield that Tsuchimikado pushed forward? She's the real heir of the family. And what do you mean, a decaying soul? He glared at them as if he could tear the answer out of their faces. Stop spewing nonsense and slandering Natsum and the Tsuchimikado clan. Suzuka looked down at him with open contempt. Heh. This idiot still doesn't get it. She tilted her head, her expression full of mockery. Or maybe you do, and you're just too scared to face it. She crouched slightly, her gaze cold. So what if you're the reincarnation of that man? Right now, you're just a sacrifice to open the altar. If we didn't need your spiritual power, the Tsuchimikado could have kept you blind for your entire life. Harutora's face twisted. He wanted to refute her, to reject everything she had said, but the words caught in his throat. Because the truth was, he had already heard enough to begin connecting the pieces. He had grown up hearing whispers within the Tsuchimikado clan. Rumors about Tsuchimikado Yuko's reincarnation. Rumors that Natsum was special. Rumors that the future of the clan rested on her shoulders. So why was that title being forced onto him now? He was supposed to be ordinary. A branch family boy with no spiritual power. No spirit insight. Nothing. His breathing grew ragged. Jin, who had finished regulating his breathing, opened his eyes and looked at him without pity or mockery. Harutora had asked. So he answered. It's simple, Jin said. You are the reincarnation of Tsuchimikado Yuko that the outside world has been chasing after all this time. Natsum was only pushed to the front as a substitute and shield to draw attention away from you. He paused for only a heartbeat before continuing. That is also why Suzuka had to bring you here. Among everyone in the Tsuchimikado clan, you are the one most qualified to activate the altar beneath our feet. Haratora froze. Then he shook his head again and again, as if that alone could overturn reality. That's impossible. His voice was weaker now. Unsteady. Broken. Jin continued anyway, his tone as calm as ever. To protect you and hide you, Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi sealed away your spiritual power and your spirit insight from birth, then placed you in the branch family. Natsum was made to stand in your place. No. Haratora's denial was raw this time, almost desperate. The person he knew himself to be and the person these two described were so different that he could not even make them coexist in the same mind. He was Hirotaka and Chizuru's son. He was not the child of the Tsuchimikado head. He was not Tsuchimikado Yaku's reincarnation. He was not some hidden core of the clan. He was not. He was not. Haratora is father's real son. The shocked voice came from above. Hokuto descended through the night sky, carrying Tsuchimikado Natsum and the Hirotaka couple. Natsum's body trembled faintly as she stared at the scene below, her face drained of color. She was just as shaken as Haratora. So shaken, in fact, that she did not even notice Hokuto's strange reaction the instant its eyes fell upon Jin. They got here fast enough, Suzuka muttered, clicking her tongue. The traps and barriers she had arranged around the sacred mountain had barely bought any time at all. Mr. Jin, Natsum called out, her voice strained, this isn't true, is it? For the first time, real panic could be heard in it. Jin looked up at her. Then he sighed. Natsum, I have no intention of lying to you. His gaze did not waver. Haratora's identity is exactly what I said. And yes, you were pushed out as the substitute. As the shield. How could that be? The blow landed heavily. Natsum's vision blurred. Her body swayed, and she nearly slipped from Hokuto's back. If Tsuchimikado Chizuru had not reacted in time and caught her, she would have fallen straight to the altar below. Chizuru's face was full of pain. I'm sorry, Natsum. Those few words seemed to exhaust her. It was our selfishness that forced you to bear a burden that should never have been yours. Beside her, Hirotaka remained silent, but the guilt in his face was no less than hers. In this matter, both husband and wife were accomplices. After this, Chizuru said softly, we will tell you everything. We'll explain it all to you and Haratora. Including Yasuzumi's pain. Including the Tsuchimikado clan's situation back then. There was no point hiding it anymore. Not after this. In truth, the letter Yasuzumi had sent earlier, the one arranging for Haratora and Natsum to enter the Onmyo Academy together, had already been a sign. A preparation. A first step toward the day they would have to shoulder what had been decided for them from the start. Haratora heard all of it. And this time, he could no longer deny it. If even Hirotaka and Chizuru had admitted it, then the impossible had already become reality. He really was Tsuchimikado Yaku's reincarnation. He really was Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi's biological son. Compared to Haratora's collapse, Natsum recovered faster. The shock was still there, the pain too, but she forcibly steadied herself. By the time she landed from Hokuto's back, the panic in her face had already been pressed down. What mattered most right now was stopping the Taizen Fukuin ritual. Only then did Hirotaka and Chizuru feel a trace of relief. No matter what, they had not chosen wrong. Natsum truly did possess the bearing of a Tsuchimikado successor. Hirotaka formed a seal with one hand and barked out a command. Order. An invisible spiritual wave burst outward with his voice as its medium. It swept through the air in expanding rings, carrying a precise force that directly collided with the barrier Suzuka had set up around the altar. The next instant, the barrier dissolved. Not shattered. Dissolved. Like frost vanishing on a heated blade, it scattered into countless motes of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Suzuka's expression darkened. So he can do that too. She stared at Hirotaka with newfound caution. Using a spell with the opposite polarity to erase another spell through direct cancellation. I didn't think that Tsuchimikado still had someone like this guarding the place. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka, she said coldly. The head's Shikigami. She had investigated the defenders of the Tsuchimikado clan before coming here. Tsuchimikado Chizuru had already been on her list. Hirotaka had been on it too, but clearly not high enough. That had been a miscalculation. And one she was now paying for. Those little tricks of yours are already beneath me, girl. Hirotaka's voice was steady, but there was pressure in it. Surrender. Both of you. He looked from Suzuka to Jin. In the name of the Tsuchimikado clan, I guarantee that no harm will come to you. Suzuka gave a low snort. Jin said nothing. Instead, Chizuru stepped forward, her attention already fixed on the situation at the altar. Meanwhile, behind the Tsuchimikado group, floating in the night sky, Hokuto had grown visibly more restless. Its enormous body shifted uneasily, and its eyes kept straying toward Jin, as though something buried deep in its instincts had begun to stir. No one noticed. Or rather, no one had the attention to spare. Suzuka's gaze swept across the people in front of her. The former captain of the Onmyo Bureau's exorcism division, Tsuchimikado Chizuru, she said coolly. A specialist in lightning-type incantations. Also known as the human generator. Chizuru's temple twitched at once. That nickname again. She muttered darkly. Out of all the names the Onmyo Bureau had stuck to her over the years, that was the one people kept remembering. Natsum ignored the exchange and stepped forward instead. Mr. Jin. Her voice had regained its clarity. Please stop. The Taizen Fukuin ritual is a forbidden art. It brings calamity. You know that. Jin looked at her. Natsum, I told you before. Onmyodo is about exploration. It is about pursuing truth. It is not about shackling everything humans cannot control and calling it forbidden. His tone remained even, but there was an iron firmness beneath it. The term forbidden spell is something humans invented out of fear. They see something beyond their grasp, then declare it untouchable. As for inauspiciousness. He shook his head slightly. That word is even more meaningless. That was his answer. Clear and final. He had no intention of giving up. He stepped forward, moving into the path of the Tsuchimikado group. At the same time, he gave Suzuka a small signal with his eyes. I'll hold them here. His voice was quiet, but decisive. Continue the Taizen Fukuin ritual according to plan. When the crucial moment comes, I'll take over. Suzuka nodded immediately. I know. She stopped wasting time and drew out a talisman, releasing what it contained. A corpse appeared gently upon the altar. Her brother, Darenji Raikish. Suzuka knelt for a brief moment and carefully laid him in place, her usual arrogance fading into something softer. Just wait a little longer, brother, she whispered. Suzuka will bring you back. Natsum saw the body and understood at once. So that's who she's trying to revive, she murmured. Her brother. At her side, Hirotaka's expression grew complicated. So that is Darenji Shidu-sin returned to claim its due, he said inwardly, unable to suppress a bitter sigh. Suzuka ignored them all. Release. The talismans attached to Harutora activated one after another. At once, the tremendous spiritual power sealed inside him was forcibly drawn out and channeled toward the altar. The process was crude, violent, and agonizing. Ah! Harutora's scream tore through the night. It was not only the extraction itself that hurt. The seals buried inside his body were being ripped open from the outside, one layer after another. The pain was enough to make his whole body convulse. As more of his power poured into the altar, the ancient structure beneath them began to answer. Lines of ancient patterns lit up across the altar's surface. The talismans Jin had placed earlier resonated with them one by one, until the entire structure seemed to awaken from a 1,000-year sleep. A strange fluctuation spread from it in every direction, like ripples moving across the surface of a still lake. The sealed altar of the Tsuchimikado clan had truly reopened. Harutora. Chizuru's voice trembled. Seeing her son in such pain tore at her heart. But Hirotaka's eyes remained on Jin. Mr. Jin, he said gravely, if you insist on continuing with the Taizen Fukuin ritual, then I have no choice but to offend you. Jin met his gaze. Same here. He lifted one hand slightly. Let's not drag the altar into this. If we're going to fight, we'll do it somewhere else. Before anyone could react, several talismans hidden around the area flashed into view. They had been placed there earlier, disguised among the preparations for opening the altar. Transfer. The next moment, Hirotaka, Chizuru, and Natsum were all relocated at once. By the time the world stopped tilting, the three of them were already standing in an open space several kilometers away from the altar. In the distance, through the darkness, only the edge of the altar's silhouette could still be seen. Hirotaka took one look around and his expression sharpened. He can use ancient-style transfer talismans at this level. Even with preparation and surprise on his side, moving three people simultaneously over that distance was no simple feat. Not even many national-class Onmyoji could have done it so cleanly. He's even stronger than I thought, Hirotaka said quietly. This won't be easy. Natsum. Seniors. Jin stood opposite them, robes fluttering faintly in the night wind. I'll apologize for this afterward. Then his eyes sharpened. But right now, we need to settle this fast. Suzuka alone cannot complete the Taizen Fukuin ritual. That is exactly our intention, Hirotaka replied. Chizuru moved first. Perhaps because she was worried for Harutora. Perhaps because she was furious. Or perhaps because there was simply no more reason to hold back. She drew two talismans at once. Manifest. By order of the law. Thunder. Golden lightning gathered in the air around her, rapidly taking form. In the blink of an eye, it became a partially materialized shikigami, a luminous figure resembling the upper half of a cannon statue, with one head and two arms. This was a specialized shikigami. A spiritual double used to cast in tandem with the practitioner, amplifying the user's incantations and raising their destructive power to another level. Chizuru placed a second talisman upon it. The thunder light intensified immediately. The darkness around them was ripped open by gold. The air itself began to crackle with violence. This spell severs evil and cuts down calamity. By order of the law. Demon subduing thunder curse. With a roar, a torrent of golden lightning rushed toward Jin like a dragon descending from the heavens, violent enough to split the earth apart. Chizuru's eyes narrowed. And Jin did not move. Not even a single step. Spirit word, defend. A simple utterance. Nothing flashy. No grand ritual. No violent spiritual eruption. Just one quiet command. Yet the instant it was spoken, an invisible defensive barrier took shape before him. Chizuru's demon-subduing thunder curse crashed into it head-on and stopped there, as though it had struck an unbreakable wall. Then the golden lightning dispersed. Scattered. Vanished. Without leaving so much as a scratch on Jin. Chizuru's pupils contracted. How is that possible? Her voice was full of disbelief. That was only spirit word technique. She had used thunder to enhance the demon-subduing thunder curse. That attack was not something an ordinary professional Onmyoji could casually fend off. Even many national class Onmyoji would never have handled it so effortlessly. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 54, Bound. Chapter 54, Bound. That wasn't just a simple spirit word technique. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka's gaze was razor-sharp. After the first flash of surprise, he quickly found the answer. When he transferred us here, he must have diverted part of the talisman's remaining force and used it to amplify the spell. Even so, as an old hand of Onmyodo, Hirotaka knew exactly how outrageous that feat still was. Borrowing residual power from a transfer talisman to reinforce a spirit word, then using that to block Chizuru's enhanced demon-subduing thunder curse with such precision, that was not something he had ever seen from a professional class Onmyoji. But there was no time to dwell on it. Both sides wanted this battle ended quickly. Hirotaka, Chizuru, and Natsum wanted to bring Jin Tsumoji down at once, then rush back to stop the Taizen Fukuin festival before it fully began. Jin wanted the same. The faster he crushed the three before him, the faster he could rejoin Suzuka and see the right through to the end. No one intended to drag this out. Time, then, was everything. Jin moved first. He drew a talisman from within his robes and flicked it into the air. At the same time, his fingers formed seals in rapid succession, and a stream of Sanskrit rolled from his lips. Nama Sarva Tathagata Bio Vishvamuk Bio Sarvatha, swiftly, as the laws decree. Fire boundary spell. Flames exploded outward. They did not merely spread. They devoured. In the blink of an eye, the space around them was swallowed by searing fire, like the wrathful radiance of a Buddha descending into the mortal world. Moisture vanished from the air. The ground cracked under the heat. The world itself seemed to shrivel beneath that terrible blaze. Chizuru sucked in a breath and immediately regretted it. The air that entered her throat was so hot it felt like inhaling molten iron. The sweat that had just formed on her brow evaporated before it could even slide down her skin. What kind of fire boundary spell is this? She hissed, instinctively stepping back. Is this really something a professional class Onmyoji can cast? Even Miyaji Haneo's Fudo-Maya fire boundary mantra isn't much stronger than this. Beside her, Natsum's face tightened. She hurriedly erected a barrier around the three of them, shielding them from the unbearable heat pouring in from every direction. So this is Mr. Jin's real strength. Hirotaka watched the sea of fire in silence for half a breath, then spoke in a low voice. This is the ancient style, fire boundary spell, not the imperial style version. The imperial style, fire boundary spell, and even the Fudo-Maya fire boundary mantra, above it, were both derived from this original form. He narrowed his eyes. As for the true ancient style, Fudo-Maya fire boundary mantra, it disappeared centuries ago. Even so, this is the first time I've seen the ancient, fire boundary spell, with my own eyes. And it deserved its reputation. Its power was already brushing against the level of a national class Onmyodo technique. Hirotaka dropped to one knee and slammed a hand against the earth, his other hand forming seals. He began tracing an incantation directly into the ground. The eastern mountains buds know not whether the young ferns of the plain are forgotten. If this be a curse bestowed by the one in the west, then let heaven's 800 days answer. Borrow the power of the not-binding deity. Reflect it. Strip calamity away. Swiftly, as the laws decree. Snake averting curse. An invisible force spread out from beneath Hirotaka's palm. Wherever it passed, Jin's blazing fire began to recoil. No, not recoil. Reflect. The flames were being forced backward, peeled away by a power that deflected and purified in equal measure. Jin watched the tide shift without the slightest panic. Using the snake averting curse to turn back my fire boundary spell. He said calmly. A sound choice. But not enough. He drew another talisman. Demon Purifying Talisman. It was the same talisman he had used against the wedding dress tree. Against Onmyoji, its demon-slaying properties were of little use. But that was not the only purpose it served. The talisman ignited as it entered the flames. In an instant, the fire boundary spell surged. The retreating fire flared brighter than before, its heat doubling, then tripling, until Hirotaka's reflected force was smashed apart. The line of deflection broke with a violent tremor, and the flames rushed forward again. Hirotaka's expression sharpened. At last, all traces of underestimation vanished from the Tsuchimikado side. Chizuru, he said. Use the demon-subduing thunder curse. I know. Chizuru's answer was immediate. She summoned thunder, again, the specialized Shikigami manifesting at her side in a surge of crackling golden light. This spell severs evil and destroys calamity. Swiftly, as the laws decree. Demon-subduing thunder curse. At the exact moment Chizuru unleashed her attack, Hirotaka and Natsum moved together. The coordination between the three was seamless, not a single beat out of place. Rin, Pyo, Tu, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. Swiftly, as the laws decree. 6-syllable great bright mantra. Twice over. The doubled mantra descended upon Chizuru's spell, reinforcing it mid-cast. The already terrifying thunder swelled violently, its radiance multiplying several-fold. A golden thunder dragon erupted from the blaze, carrying the force of heavenly judgment as it tore straight through Jin's wall of fire. In the next instant, thunder and flame collided head-on. The fire boundary spell and the demon-subduing thunder curse entwined in a violent burst of opposing force, shredding one another apart until both disintegrated into boiling steam and scattered sparks. That instant opening was all Natsum needed. Her hands had already finished forming the seals. All things within the mortal world are under command. By the original vow of the true body of Fudomayu, I swear to subdue this evil spirit. Swiftly, as the laws decree. Immovable binding technique. The earth split open beneath Jin. Chains burst out from the ground like living things, rushing toward him from every direction. Jin's eyes narrowed. He could have broken them by force at the moment of emergence, but only if he acted immediately. Spiritual power surged through his body as he prepared to tear through the technique head-on. Then two voices struck at once. Spirit word, spirit inhibition. Spirit word, spirit disruption. Chizuru and Hirotaka had timed it perfectly. One spirit word suppressed the flow of spiritual power. The other threw it into disorder. Against an opponent of equal or greater strength, spirit word techniques often had limited effect. Sometimes they failed entirely. But used at the right instant, in tandem, and against a target already mobilizing power, even a momentary interruption could be decisive. And this time, it was. Jin's spiritual flow faltered for less than a breath. That was all. But in a fight like this, less than a breath was enough to decide everything. The perfect window to shatter Natsum's binding vanished. The chains closed. With a violent metallic shriek, the immovable binding technique wrapped around Jin Tsumoji's body and bound him fast. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, The Use of Hokuto. Chapter 55, The Use of Hokuto. Mr. Jin, this is over. As Tsuchimikado Natsum spoke, several talismans flew from the hands of Tsuchimikado Hirotaka and Tsuchimikado Chizuru and attached themselves to Jin Tsumoji's body. In an instant, the spiritual power inside him sank into absolute stillness. It felt like a dried-up well whose last drop had already been drained away. No matter how he tried to stir it, nothing answered. Not even the faintest ripple. Jin lowered his eyes to the talismans clinging to his clothes and gave a quiet, almost amused smile. You're thorough. The immovable binding technique wasn't enough, so you added sealing talismans strong enough to restrain even a national class Onmyoji. You really do think highly of me. Naturally. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka kept his eyes fixed on Jin, his expression still grave. Even with Jin's spiritual power sealed and his limbs tightly bound by the chains of the immovable binding technique, Hirotaka did not relax in the slightest. He spoke with complete sincerity. With only your ancient style, fire boundary spell, and demon purifying talisman, there are already very few among the professional class Onmyoji I know who can stand beside you. If the three of us had not joined forces, then even one of us alone would have lost. He paused, then let out a low breath. No wonder Miyoshi Yugo said you could step into the ranks of national class Onmyoji within 3 years. In my opinion, that estimate is already conservative. There was genuine emotion in his voice. A boy this young had already surpassed decades of hard work from people like them. When faced with that kind of talent, even an experienced veteran of Onmyodo had no choice but to admit what he saw. You overpraise me. Jin's tone remained calm. Then he raised his head, and the faint smile on his lips did not fade. But I'm in a hurry, so I won't waste any more time with you. The moment those words fell, the atmosphere changed. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka, Tsuchimikado Chizuru, and Tsuchimikado Natsum all became sharply alert. None of them believed Jin Tsumuji was the type to bluff. If he said he had a way out, then he had one. The only question was what they had overlooked. Could it be Zenki and Koki? The same thought flashed through Hirotaka and Chizuru at once, and both felt their hearts sink. Previously, those two Kishin had obeyed Jin without the slightest hesitation. If he truly had a way to summon them here, then the situation could turn upside down in an instant. As if he had read their thoughts, Jin said evenly, the Tsuchimikado do not only have Zenki and Koki. Before the meaning of those words could fully settle, he spoke again. Release my bonds, Hokuto. Hokuto. Natsum's eyes widened. She knew she had not misheard. The name that had left Jin's mouth was without a doubt Hokuto. Hokuto was not some common shikigami. It was a guardian beast passed down through the Tsuchimikado clan for 1,000 years, a true dragon that had served generation after generation of clan heads. Within the Tsuchimikado clan, aside from her father Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi, only she could command it to any real degree. Even then, every use consumed an enormous amount of spiritual power. For an outsider to call that name so casually should have been absurd. And yet, the scene that followed was every bit as unbelievable as when Zenki and Koki had knelt before Jin and addressed him as master. From the sky came a heavy roar. Then Hokuto descended. With a thunderous crash, the brown gold dragon landed beside Jin, its enormous body coiling around him in a protective spiral. It lowered its head, not in hostility, but in careful inspection, sniffing at him the way a long-lost beast might test the scent of someone it had waited for across 1,000 years. Then Hokuto froze. The next second, its eyes lit up with unmistakable joy. Awo! Its cry rang bright and clear through the air. Like a dog that had finally found its owner again, Hokuto pressed its massive head against Jin's cheek, rubbing against him with naked affection. At the same time, it did not forget the order it had been given. A surge of immense spiritual power erupted from its body. The sealing talismans attached to Jin shattered at once. The chains of the immovable binding technique snapped apart with a sharp metallic crack. And then Hokuto turned its head. Its gaze landed on Natsum, its former master. There was no warmth in its eyes now, only vigilance and wariness, like a beast guarding what mattered most. A chill ran through Natsum's body. At the same moment, the contract between her and Hokuto collapsed completely. The Shikigami that Tsuchimikado had raised for 1,000 years had chosen someone else. Jin stepped free of the broken chains and loosened his shoulders. Around him, Natsum, Chizuru, and Hirotaka remained stunned. For several breaths, none of them could speak. Then Hirotaka remembered the words Jin had said moments before. The Tsuchimikado do not only have Zenki and Koki. Something clicked in his mind. Natsum, Jin said, not even glancing back. Hokuto is no ordinary Shikigami. The way you used it before, sending it to charge and clash directly, was far too crude. As he spoke, his hands formed a set of unfamiliar, intricate seals. They were strange and difficult to follow, yet at the same time they carried an odd sense of practiced familiarity, as though his fingers had traced those movements countless times before. Hokuto responded at once. Its physical body dissolved into translucent brilliance and wrapped itself around Jin's form. In the blink of an eye, it became a phantom dragon coiling over his body like a heavenly guardian. 1,000 years of accumulated spiritual power flowed directly into him. The pressure that burst outward made the air itself feel heavy. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka stared bitterly. The spiritual power Hokuto accumulated over 1,000 years, it has all attached itself to his body. As a member of the Tsuchimikado clan, he suddenly felt the sting of humiliation. They had inherited Hokuto for a millennium, yet their understanding of it was still inferior to an outsider's. Natsum was equally dazed. As Hokuto's previous master, she had never imagined it could be used this way. Compared to what Jin was doing now, her old method of simply ordering it to attack really was nothing more than crude force. Tsuchimikado Chizuru's thoughts were even simpler. If anyone dared say now that Jin Tsumuji had no connection whatsoever to the Tsuchimikado clan, she would refuse to believe it no matter what. Jin closed his eyes for a brief moment, feeling the vast spiritual power coursing through him. He remembered. 1,000 years ago, in that Heian dream, when he had still been weak, when exorcising monsters had often pushed him to the edge of exhaustion, it was to solve the problem of insufficient spiritual power that he and Kamo no Tadataka had gone through great hardship to find the infant Hokuto. At the time, the plan had seemed perfect. Only later had he realized the flaw. Dragons, like many monsters, possessed absurdly long lifespans. Their growth was slow beyond reason. By the time Hokuto matured enough to be of real use, either he would already be long dead, or he would have grown strong enough that he no longer needed such help. Still, Hokuto had continued growing. And now, after 1,000 years, that strength had finally ripened. Jin opened his eyes. He raised a hand. Spirit word, prohibit. Spirit word, bind. With Hokuto's 1,000 years of stored spiritual power layered over his own, even those plain, straightforward spirit word techniques swelled to a terrifying level. Their might was no weaker than the fire boundary spell, or the immovable binding technique, used earlier. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka, Tsuchimikado Chizuru, and Tsuchimikado Natsum did not even have time to draw fresh talismans. Their bodies locked up at once. An invisible force slammed down on them, sealing and binding them where they stood. The battle had turned around in a single move. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 56, Taizen Fukuin Festival, Success or Failure. Chapter 56, Taizen Fukuin Festival, Success or Failure. This is the Tsuchimikado clan's dragon. White Fox, how did you do that? On the altar, Darenji Suzuka stared in open shock. It had only been a short while since Jin Tsumoji left, barely enough time for her to finish extracting all the sealed spiritual power from Tsuchimikado Haratora and fully activate the altar beneath their feet. Yet Jin had already returned riding atop Hokuto, the Tsuchimikado clan's iconic earth-colored dragon, with the bound Tsuchimikado Hirotaka, Tsuchimikado Chizuru, and Tsuchimikado Natsum in tow. Even for Suzuka, that result was absurdly fast. Dad. Mom. Natsum. Haratora had been drained clean of spiritual power. His face was white as paper, and his body looked so weak that he resembled a gravely wounded soldier who had never properly healed. Suzuka had casually thrown him aside. Even without talismans binding him now, he could not rise. The moment he tried to move, a crushing weakness spread through his limbs. Lifting an arm alone felt enough to rob him of the last of his strength. He had never expected Jin to be this powerful. Though Haratora knew little about Onmyodo because his spirit insight and spiritual power had been sealed since childhood, he was not completely ignorant. Given the status of Tsuchimikado Hirotaka and Tsuchimikado Chizuru within the clan, and with Natsum herself being the heir, there was no way the three of them were weak. Yet Jin had crushed them in almost no time at all. This involves a special ancient technique tied to my body. Jin offered the same dry excuse as before. He had Hokuto set the bound trio down beside Haratora, then sent the dragon back inside to watch over them. Suzuka rolled her eyes so hard it was almost theatrical. Who are you trying to fool? The explanation was so familiar it had practically become insulting. Hirotaka, Chizuru, and Natsum all fell silent in perfect agreement. Was Jin treating them as idiots? He had already used that same excuse when he made Zenki and Koki submit. Nobody had believed it then, and no one believed it now. What kind of special ancient technique could make those two demon gods kneel, or make Hokuto, a dragon so proud it barely listened even to its own masters, lower its head to him so meekly? That was not even mentioning the method he used to draw Hokuto's power directly into his own body. Nothing like that had ever been recorded in Tsuchimikado history. Hirotaka lowered his gaze toward Haratora, then toward the altar below them, now fully awakened. It seems there is no stopping this any longer. His tone was bitter, but calm. The Taizen Fukuin ritual was already in motion. At this point, neither he nor anyone else could stop Jin and Suzuka from carrying it through. Jin, however, was frowning as he stared at the altar beneath his feet. Suzuka noticed at once. What's wrong? Even though the altar has already been awakened with Tsuchimikado's spiritual power, something still feels incomplete. His voice was low, thoughtful. The altar on the sacred mountain did not exist in the period of Abe no Seimei's life that Jin had seen within the 1,000-year dream. By the time that person had built this altar, he had already fully mastered the Taizen Fukuin ritual. Jin's current role-playing progress had not reached that stage yet, so the structure before him still carried blind spots. Suzuka clicked her tongue. Incomplete. What could possibly be missing? It looks fine to me. She examined the altar again, carefully this time. She had prepared too long for this moment to tolerate any flaw, but no matter how closely she observed it, she found nothing wrong. Hirotaka and the others looked at each other. According to the Tsuchimikado clan's records, the altar's activation process looked exactly like this. Then Natsume suddenly stiffened. No, there is one possibility. Everyone turned toward her. It might be bloodline guidance. Natsume's voice was faint at first, but steadied as she continued. I once read an old text in the Tsuchimikado library, written by our ancestor Abe no Yushu. It vaguely mentioned that the altar on the sacred mountain was Lord Abe no Seimei's private altar. To reveal its true form, one must be guided by his bloodline. Harutora stared at her in disbelief. Natsume, why are you telling them that? To him, these people were enemies. They had abducted him, turned Mitsuwa town upside down, and were now trying to perform the Taizen Fukuin ritual on clan land itself. Yet Natsume was helping them. Natsume did not even look at him. She had already made up her mind. As Hirotaka said, things had reached the point of no return. They could no longer prevent the Taizen Fukuin ritual from beginning. Since that was the case, then the best outcome left was making sure the ritual did not fail the way it had in Yuka's era. If a flaw here caused another wave of unstable spiritual disasters across Tokyo, the consequences would be even worse. Suzuka frowned. Abe no Seimei's bloodline. So ordinary Tsuchimikado blood isn't enough. She was visibly irritated. After preparing for so long, only to discover there was still a missing condition at the very last moment, anyone would lose their temper. The altar was already awake, and the Taizen Fukuin ritual could probably still be forced through, but probably was not good enough when her brother's life hung on the line. Natsume answered quietly, if ordinary Tsuchimikado blood were sufficient, then Abe no Yushu would never have written that distinction in the first place. Suzuka cursed under her breath. That makes sense. Jin kept his eyes on the altar. Then there is only one thing left to test. He cut his wrist with a casual motion. Bright blood spilled over the altar stone. Suzuka stared. She just said it needed Abe no Seimei's bloodline. You do not even have Tsuchimikado blood, so what exactly are you trying to prove? But before she finished speaking, the altar answered for him. A low hum spread across the stone structure. It sounded almost alive. Not like simple vibration, but like something sealed for more than 1,000 years finally exhaling in relief. The patterns already etched across the altar turned crimson, as if fresh blood had seeped into every groove. The lines began to flow like streams, and the pulses spreading from the structure instantly grew far stronger. Then came a series of heavy clicks. On the very top level, where Derenji Suzuka's brother lay, a smaller stone lotus platform slowly rose from within the altar itself and lifted his body into the air. Suzuka froze. It actually worked. Even Jin's eyes shifted. This result was both within his expectations and beyond them. Suzuka slowly turned and pointed at him with a lacquered fingernail. White Fox, you are not secretly Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi's illegitimate son, are you? Jin gave her a flat look. Your imagination is getting worse. Chizuru leaned against the cold stone pillar behind her, still bound, but the shock in her eyes was impossible to hide. The fourth layer of the altar really opened for him. She could barely force the words out. He was clearly not a Tsuchimikado, yet the altar had accepted his blood without the slightest hesitation. Since meeting Jin, her understanding of the world had been overturned again and again. This time was no different. Hirotaka, meanwhile, went completely still. At the moment Jin's blood awakened the altar's hidden layer, all the scattered clues in Hirotaka's mind suddenly linked together. Zenki and Koki breaking through the ancient seal. Hokuto recognizing Jin and severing Natsume's Shikigami contract without hesitation. The family head insisting that the Senji Ryuketsu be used as a means of judgment. The strange sense of familiarity within the bloodline. His gaze slowly turned toward Harutora. If Harutora could reincarnate. His voice was rough, almost hoarse. Then for that person, the first man ever to perform the Taizen Fukuin ritual, how could reincarnation have been beyond him? He lowered his head and laughed once, but there was no humor in it. I should have realized it sooner. Chizuru blinked. Realized what? Hirotaka looked at the altar, then at Jin. Why Zenki and Koki suddenly shattered the seal? Why Hokuto became so agitated the instant it saw him? Why the family head insisted the Senji Ryuketsu be brought out? And why that bloodline familiarity felt so impossible to ignore? His words were not a full explanation, but Chizuru and Natsume no longer needed one. From his expression alone, they knew Jin's identity was tied to something far beyond what they had imagined. Jin, however, had no interest in clarifying anything. Even if he wanted to, there was no good way to explain it. Saying less was still safer than saying more. He turned to Suzuka. Begin. Suzuka's expression immediately hardened. Using the altar as the foundation, using her own spiritual power as the anchor, she began attempting contact with the gods of the underworld and Taizen Fukuin themselves. At the same time, Jin moved as well. The Taizen Fukuin ritual was not something Suzuka could manage alone. He was responsible for stabilizing the altar's operation and weaving the ritual's core array. Purification, return to the pure land. Vajra, purity. Let all that is impure become pure. Barrier, yin and yang, break all obstruction, seize auspiciousness. I take refuge in the universal Vajras. Let violent demonic obstacles be broken. As his incantations continued, the talismans already attached around the altar lit up one by one. Beams of light shot from each talisman and anchored themselves to fixed points across the stone structure. Those beams intersected, split, reflected, and multiplied, forming a breathtakingly vast ritual array over the entire altar. There were over 100 visible nodes alone. The site was so complex, so exquisitely layered, that even seasoned Onmyoji would have lost themselves in it at first glance. The Taizen Fukuin ritual. Hirotaka's voice dropped to a whisper. So this is what the real Taizen Fukuin ritual looks like. He, Chizuru, and even Natsum fell silent. No Onmyoji devoted to the path of Onmyodo could remain unmoved before such a scene. Even Harutora, drained and weak, stared without blinking. His eyes carried something strange now, not just shock, but a faint sense of recognition. Everything Jin was doing looked uncannily familiar to him, as if he had seen half of it before in some distant, broken memory. But no matter how hard he searched his mind, he could not find the source. Then the sky changed. Above the sacred mountain, black clouds began spiraling into a vast vortex. A pressure like the silence before a storm settled over the entire area. Yin energy flooded downward. The aura of the underworld spread so thickly it felt as though hell itself were about to descend into the mortal world. In the wind, one could almost hear the howls of malevolent spirits and the ecstatic shrieks of ghost gods. Standing at the center of it all, Suzuka felt it most clearly. Cold sank into her blood. Into her marrow. Yet when she looked at her brother lying upon the newly risen lotus altar, all hesitation in her vanished. Her teeth clenched. Her hands moved in rapid sequence. A pillar of spiritual light surged from her body and shot into the sky, piercing the rotating black clouds as she reached out toward the gods of the underworld and Taizen Fukuin. At the White Fox office, her earlier attempt had been instantly rejected. This time was different. Far too different. Jin's gaze sharpened. From his perspective, Suzuka's connection was proceeding with unnatural ease. Using her spiritual power as the anchor, she had already established contact with the underworld. That made no sense. Back then, at the White Fox office, he had not lacked the hand seals. He had not missed a step. Even without an altar, all he had wanted was a simple connection and a basic communication attempt. Yet he had been rejected immediately. Now, standing here, he felt no such resistance at all. Was the problem me? The conclusion was vague, unsatisfying. Still, it lodged itself in his mind. He pushed the thought aside for now. There would be time later to calculate and investigate it properly. What mattered more at the moment was the system. He opened it with a thought. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, youth 69%. Character abilities, basic talisman compendium, minor achievement Shikigami contract, minor achievement 5-pointed star incantation, minor achievement spirit word technique, mastery yoho, mastery immovable binding technique, mastery fire boundary spell, mastery ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, advanced. The Taizen Fukuin ritual had only just begun, and his progress had already risen by 8%. Of course, the earlier battle against Hirotaka and the others had likely contributed as well. Hokuto had been raised by that person in the past, and the method of integrating its spiritual power into one's own body had also been developed by that same hand. Even if Jin was only reproducing those techniques through memory and instinct, that was still enough to satisfy the role-playing system's requirements. By his estimate, once the Taizen Fukuin ritual was fully completed, his role-playing progress would climb to around 80%. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 57, It's Over. Chapter 57, It's Over. Onmyoji Darenji Suzuka hereby offers reverence to the gods of the underworld and to Taizen Fukuin. Suzuka held the prayer text in both hands, her face stripped of its usual arrogance. What remained was pure solemnity. As she recited each line, blood-written talismans poured from her sleeves like a crimson tide and rose into the vortex of black clouds overhead. Then, with the final verse spoken, her voice sharpened. Swiftly obey, as law and decree command. The moment the last word fell, the entire sky changed. The black clouds above the sacred mountain flared with a sinister brilliance. Something began to descend from within them, something formless and wrong, like a lump of filthy liquid condensed from misfortune itself. It did not resemble a god. It did not even resemble a spirit. It looked like a thing that should never have existed in this world. A chill spread through the air. Then that mass of turbid darkness dropped from the sky like a lid slamming shut, swallowing both Suzuka and the corpse lying upon the fourth lotus altar. At once, every living thing on the mountain sensed it. Birds went silent. Insects vanished. Beasts curled into their dens and trembled. Even the wind seemed afraid to move. That is definitely not a god. Tsuchimikado Natsume's face had gone pale. She had never seen the gods of the underworld, nor had she ever witnessed the Taizen Fukuin ritual with her own eyes, but one thing she knew for certain: no true god would carry such naked malice. Hirotaka let out a low, bitter breath. It failed. His gaze was fixed on the altar, heavy with resignation. No. Something was summoned, but it was not the being Suzuka intended to call. That is an ominous thing from the underworld. If this continues, it will likely use Terenji Leishure's body as a vessel and force its way into the world. From where they were bound, Natsume and the others could only watch. To anyone looking on, the result was obvious. The ritual had failed. Not only had it failed to restore the dead, it had dragged up something horrifying in the process. But Jin Tsumoji, who stood closest to the altar, quietly said something different. The Taizen Fukuin ritual succeeded. His eyes never left the altar. For Suzuka, though, it was still a failure. Natsume and the others stared at him. Succeeded? How could this possibly be called a success? Then the black, ill-omened substance began to move. It sank into the corpse on the altar, flowing into every inch of dead flesh. The vortex clouds overhead thinned. The pressure in the air shifted. A heartbeat later, the body on the altar twitched. Then its eyes snapped open. They were no longer the eyes of the dead boy who had once lain there. They burned with bloodlust and disaster. Its mouth split grotesquely wide, like a shark baring its maw, and a long tongue slid out to lick its lips. Slowly, deliberately, it turned its gaze toward Suzuka. She stood frozen in place. Shock. Disbelief. Despair. All of it was written plainly on her face. The thing wearing Terenji Toshiya's body smiled. What a beautiful world. Its voice was wrong. Wet. Distorted. Full of delighted cruelty. Suzuka, thank you for reviving me. As payment, give me your soul. It reached for her throat. The fingers were less than an inch away when Jin moved. Yoho. His figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared before Suzuka, pulled her into his arms, and tore her out of reach. The force of his movement sent sharp blades of spiritual power screaming out behind him, ripping through the air. The possessed corpse raised a hand lazily. The invisible pressure shattered those spiritual blades before they could touch it. But then it saw Jin's face clearly. Saw him. Saw the soul hidden beneath that body. And all at once, the thing's expression twisted. Fear flooded its eyes. Real fear. Impossible fear. You should already be dead. Its voice rose into a harsh shriek. How are you here? Jin lowered Suzuka gently beside Natsume and the others. She still looked dazed, as though her mind had not yet caught up to what had happened. Then he stepped forward and faced the creature on the altar. You do not belong in this world, he said evenly. You have no right to remain here. The possessed body's eyes trembled. It stared at Jin as if looking at something out of a nightmare that had clawed its way back to life. You've grown weaker. It sounded confused now. Uneasy. Its earlier savagery had cracked. No. That is not it. Your reincarnation has not fully awakened. Or is it something else? But your soul was torn apart before the gods of the underworld. I saw it. That should have made reincarnation impossible. Its voice faltered. Then the panic worsened. No, that is wrong. You are him. Natsume frowned. Chizuru's breathing grew tight. Harutora, still sprawled weakly on the ground, stared in silence. Who was this him that could terrify such a thing to this extent? Only Hirotaka's eyes changed. At last, the final piece fell into place. So that is it, he murmured. His voice carried no triumph, only awe. Family head, your judgment was correct. The thing in Toshiya's body slowly drew itself up, though the fear in its face had not faded. If I could, I would kill you here, it said, each word thick with hatred. But just like 1,000 years ago, those two loyal dogs, Zenki and Koki, still guard you. How disgusting. How infuriating. Its gaze shifted. Toward Suzuka. Toward Natsume. Toward the bound Tsuchimikado couple. Its killing intent spread like poison. It had realized something. Jin cared whether these people lived or died. Since I knew you might be summoned, Jin said, did you really think I would come here without a backup plan? Hokuto. The dragon answered at once. Its massive body descended in a coil of earth-colored light, and in the next breath its accumulated spiritual power flowed into Jin once more, overlaying his form like an ancient heavenly guardian. The possessed corpse sneered, though the expression looked strained. "You want to kill me now?" Its voice dripped with mockery, but not confidence. "Even with that dragon, you are not my match in your current state. 1,000 years have passed, and you have grown arrogant." Jin looked at it without expression. "I never intended to fight you head-on." He pulled out a fresh prayer text. "I only intend to send you back." The creature's expression changed. "And while I am at it," Jin continued, "I will use this chance to perform the Taizen Fukuin ritual to its completion. There are questions I still need answered." Now the thing truly understood. Its face warped. "So that was your plan from the very beginning? To use the law of the underworld itself to expel me?" Jin did not answer. He simply opened the text and began to chant. "Onmyoji Jin Sumuji hereby offers reverence to the gods of the underworld and to Taizen Fukuin." The moment the incantation began, the heavens responded. Black clouds returned. They twisted into a vast vortex above the sacred mountain, far larger than before, so dark they seemed to devour even moonlight. Dense energy rolled out in waves. The aura of the underworld flooded the mountaintop until the very air felt soaked in death. Somewhere within that darkness, one could hear the distant roars of evil spirits and ghost gods. The possessed corpse stiffened. This time it did not laugh. This time it did not sneer. Because it knew exactly what was happening. Jin's voice continued, steady and precise, each syllable falling into place with terrifying accuracy. The resistance of the world and the authority of the underworld collided at once. A vast suction descended from the sky and locked onto the possessed body. At the same time, another force pressed back against Jin himself, rejecting him, blocking him, denying him any deeper connection to that place beyond life and death. The underworld still regarded him as an anomaly. But Jin did not move an inch. He finished the final line. "Swiftly obey, as law and decree command." The authority of the ritual came crashing down. The corpse let out a shriek of pure unwillingness. The thing inside it was dragged upward, stripped away by the pull of the underworld. It clawed, twisted, and raged, but it could not resist the order woven into the completed rite. As it was torn free, its final scream rang through the mountain night. Seimei. Then it was gone. Banished back to the underworld. The vortex clouds above the mountain began to collapse. Layer by layer, the darkness faded. The oppressive aura broke apart like mist beneath sunlight. Moonlight returned. The stars reappeared. The sacred mountain, which had seemed moments away from becoming a gate to hell, slowly settled back into silence. The wind stirred again. The night was once more just night. Jin lowered the prayer text and looked up at the sky. "It's over. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 58, A Multitude of Tsuchimikado. Chapter 58, A Multitude of Tsuchimikado. Dawn finally came to Mitsuwa town. The first pale thread of morning light slipped over the rooftops and into shuttered rooms, cutting through a night that had felt far too long. For the townspeople who had spent hours trembling behind locked doors, afraid to even breathe too loudly, the thin beam of sunlight was enough to loosen the terror clamped around their hearts. For the first time in their lives, many of them had truly longed for daybreak. The sudden appearance of hundreds of evil spirits the previous night had left a scar on the town. Even without any deaths, fear had already done its work. It had crawled into bones, into memory, into the quiet corners of the mind that never fully forgot. People began to reappear on the streets in small clusters, speaking in hushed voices about the nightmare they had survived. Some wore bloodshot eyes and hollow expressions. Others, finally convinced the danger had passed, leaned against their own doorframes, let the sunlight warm their faces, and drifted into an exhausted sleep right there. No one said it aloud, but everyone knew the same thing. The festival would never feel the same again. Meanwhile, in a guest room within the Tsuchimikado estate, Darenji Suzuka slept badly. Even in sleep, her face was tight with pain. Her small frame curled in on itself as though she were trying to hold together something that had already broken. One hand clutched the blankets, the other pressed helplessly against her chest. Fine beads of sweat shimmered across her pale brow. "Brother." The word slipped from her lips like a fragment of a dream she could not escape. Then sunlight entered the room. Its warmth fell across her face, and after a while the tension in her expression eased just a little. Her eyelashes trembled. A moment later, Suzuka slowly opened her eyes. The light was too bright at first. She raised a hand to shield her face, then sat up in a daze, her gaze drifting around the unfamiliar room as the scattered fragments of last night rose one by one to the surface of her mind. The altar. The Taizen Fukuin ritual. The thing from the underworld. Her brother. No. Not her brother. The truth hit again, and this time there was no ritual frenzy left to dull it. Only the aftermath remained. Her eyes darkened. So that was the end of it. She murmured. The years of obsession, the risk, the betrayal, the preparation, all of it had led her there, only for reality to be even crueler than failure. Her brother had never truly had a path back. What the ritual summoned was only the residue attached to his remains, and even that had become a doorway for something vile. Everything she had done had been for nothing. Knock. 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 The sound on the door pulled her from her thoughts. Suzuka, it's me. Are you awake? It was Jin Tsumuji. Suzuka's expression shifted slightly. There was no way to describe what he had become to her now in one word. Rival. Collaborator. A benchmark she had grudgingly measured herself against. One of the very few people she could speak to without pretense. And now, after last night, the one who had saved her life when she had already given up. Come in, she said quietly. I'm awake. The door opened. Jin stepped inside carrying a bowl of steaming rice porridge. A faint herbal fragrance rose from it, clean and bitter beneath the warmth of the broth. You overused your spiritual power last night, he said as he crossed the room. The Tsuchimikado prepared this. It has medicinal herbs mixed into it. It should help your body recover faster. He held the bowl out to her. Suzuka looked at it for a second, then took it without putting on airs. Thank you. She picked up the spoon and ate slowly. The porridge was simple, but warmth spread through her body with every bite. By the time she finished, the pounding in her head had eased a little. Jin took the empty bowl from her and asked, How do you feel? Better than when I first woke up. Suzuka rubbed lightly at her temple. At least my head no longer feels like it's being stabbed every few seconds. That was the price of pushing her spiritual power too far past its limit. It would pass, but not quickly. Even with proper rest, she would need time. She glanced toward the window, then back at him. So we're still in the Tsuchimikado estate. Jin nodded. That's right. Suzuka let out a quiet breath and gave a faint, bitter smile. That makes sense. We broke into their territory, stirred up Mitsuwa town, touched the Taizen Fukuin ritual, and nearly dragged the entire Tsuchimikado family into a disaster. It would be stranger if they simply let us walk away. That is what I thought too, Jin said, his expression turning slightly strange. But things didn't go quite that way. Suzuka looked up sharply. The Tsuchimikado don't seem interested in making this bigger than it already is. They've already helped suppress the worst of the news, especially anything related to the Taizen Fukuin ritual. Chizuru-senpai even went personally to explain matters to the Onmyo agency. He paused. If there is punishment at all, the White Fox office will probably receive a severe warning. As for you, you'll most likely be confined for a few days and ordered to reflect. Suzuka stared at him in disbelief. What? That reaction was genuine. Given what they had done, she had already prepared herself for far worse. At the very least, she had expected interrogation, official sanctions, and the full weight of the Tsuchimikado family pressing down on them. Instead. This makes no sense, she said flatly. Why would they do that? Jin was silent for a moment. That question had been bothering him too. He had already prepared himself to lower his head and apologize properly, maybe more than once. Instead, the Tsuchimikado response had been almost unnervingly restrained. Just think of it as the Tsuchimikado being unexpectedly broad-minded, he said at last. Suzuka looked at him like he had just said the moon was made of tofu. But in the end, she could not come up with a better explanation. Fine, she muttered. I'll pretend I believe that. Jin did not argue. He set the bowl aside and stood. Get some rest. We'll head back to Tokyo tomorrow, or the day after at the latest. Suzuka lowered her gaze. Jin. He paused. She remained quiet for a few seconds before speaking again. Did you know from the beginning? Her voice was low now, stripped of its usual barbs. Did you already know my brother couldn't be brought back? That even if the Taizen Fukuin ritual succeeded, all it would do was pull that sort of thing out of the underworld. Jin looked at her for a moment. The truth was crueler than what she was asking, but the difference would only deepen the wound. Derenji Toshiya had long since been reduced to scraps of soul residue and a body used as a sacrificial medium. There had never been a future in which the brother she wanted returned whole and alive. He did not say all that. But Suzuka understood enough from his silence. I see, she said softly. Her fingers tightened once around the blanket, then loosened. Jin let out a quiet breath in his heart. There were moments when saying less was the only mercy left. After a little more conversation, he took the empty bowl and left the room. By the time he stepped into the courtyard outside, the morning had brightened considerably. He had not gone far before he ran into Tsuchimikado Natsum. She was waiting there, dressed neatly as always, though the traces of last night had not fully left her face. The shock had passed, but not the weight of what she had learned. "Mr. Jin," she said. "How is Suzuka?" "Her body is still weak, and mentally she's not in a good place." Jin glanced back toward the guest room. What happened last night was a heavy blow. Natsume lowered her eyes. Given what she had learned about Suzuka's past, she could no longer see her the same way. The image of the feared child prodigy had cracked, and what lay beneath it was uglier, sadder, and far more human. "I hope she can get through it," Natsume said quietly. Then she seemed to remember something and looked back up at him. "Right. Uncle Hirotaka asked me to pass on a message. The Senji Ryaketsu has been unsealed. You may borrow it at any time." Jin stopped walking. The Senji Ryaketsu. For once, his composure genuinely broke. He had already given up on that possibility. After everything he and Suzuka had done at the Tsuchimikado estate, after the altar, the ritual, the chaos in Mitsuwa town, he had assumed that matter was over. It would already have been generous enough for the Tsuchimikado not to pursue this to the bitter end. And yet now they were still willing to let him view the Senji Ryaketsu. Seeing his reaction, Natsume gave an awkward little smile. Uncle Hirotaka said that a promise made by the Tsuchimikado is still a promise. Since the family agreed to let you borrow it, they will not go back on their word so easily. Otherwise, it would mean the Tsuchimikado cannot be trusted. Jin fell silent. That explanation sounded proper enough, but the more he thought about it, the less convincing it felt. The Senji Ryaketsu was no ordinary text. It was one of the deepest foundations of the Tsuchimikado family, a legacy tied directly to Abe no Seimei himself. Letting an outsider touch it under normal circumstances was already significant. Doing so after everything that had happened was not broad-minded. It was practically absurd. And yet that was exactly what the Tsuchimikado were doing. Natsume studied his expression, then said softly, "You're confused too, aren't you?" Jin looked at her. After a brief pause, he answered honestly. "Yes. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 59, Signing a Shikigami. Chapter 59, Signing a Shikigami. Mr. Jin Tsumoji, you really do not need to keep feeling guilty about the Taizen Fukuin ritual. There were reasons for what happened. Seeing the brief hesitation in Jin's expression, Tsuchimikado Natsume misunderstood it as remorse and hurriedly continued. The matter is over. It did not cause any real loss to the Tsuchimikado clan, and the residents of Mitsuwa town have already been pacified. For the few households that suffered damage or were hurt in the chaos, the clan has personally arranged compensation. She paused, then looked at him with unusual seriousness. And as for Harutora and me, we should be thanking you this time. Jin understood at once what she meant. It was about Tsuchimikado Yuko. Even if I had said nothing, Jin replied, you would have learned the truth sooner or later. Perhaps, Natsume said softly. But by then, who knows how much later that would have been. During that time, Harutora and I would still have been walking around in the dark, knowing nothing, understanding nothing. Her gaze lowered slightly. I hate that feeling. Being deliberately kept in the dark by your own family. The morning breeze moved lightly through the corridor outside the courtyard, carrying with it the faint chill that remained after dawn. Natsume stood there in silence for a moment before speaking again. After the Taizen Fukuin ritual ended the previous night, after that terrifying thing from the underworld had been driven back, Tsuchimikado Hirotaka and Tsuchimikado Chizuru had finally told them everything. Why Harutora and Natsume's identities had been switched. Why the truth that Harutora was the reincarnation of Tsuchimikado Yuko had been buried beneath seals and falsehoods. Why the clan had allowed Natsume to stand beneath that burden in his place. The revelation had struck Harutora hard. Even now, he was still in a daze, caught somewhere between disbelief and betrayal. Natsume, on the other hand, understood more than she resented. If Harutora's identity had been exposed too early, the malice directed at the Tsuchimikado clan would have become far more dangerous than what she herself had been carrying. There were too many in the Onmyo agency, too many in the world of Onmyodo, who still viewed the name Tsuchimikado Yuko with fear, hatred, greed, or suspicion. If the real reincarnation had been revealed at the wrong time, it could have dragged the entire clan into disaster. So the Tsuchimikado clan had chosen deception. Unnecessary deception, perhaps, but deception all the same. There was selfishness mixed into it too. Hirotaka had not hidden that part from her. Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi was not acting solely for the clan or for Onmyodo. He was also acting as a father desperate to shield his son. Now, however, things were different. The Tsuchimikado clan had already been preparing to send Harutora and Natsume together to the Onmyo Academy. In truth, they had long since begun moving toward a future where Harutora would no longer remain hidden forever. That secret was never one that could be buried for life. If Jin could see through it at a glance, then others eventually would as well. And whether anyone liked it or not, the reincarnation of Tachimikado Yuko would become an existence that could not be ignored in this era of supernatural upheaval. Natsume lifted her head and looked at him again. So yes, she said, I can understand why the clan did what it did. But that does not mean I enjoyed learning it so late. Or like this. Jin was quiet for a beat, then nodded. There was nothing false in what she said. With the matter laid bare between them, neither of them bothered with hollow politeness. Natsume then informed him that the Senji Ryaketsu had been unsealed and that he could go borrow it that evening if he still wished. Jin did not refuse. He watched Natsume depart along the corridor, her figure gradually disappearing beyond the courtyard bend. Only after she was gone did he let the silence settle around him. He exhaled softly. So many things that make no sense, he murmured. Then he shook his head and pushed those thoughts aside for the time being. Whatever the Tsuchimikado clan was thinking, it was not a bad outcome for him. More importantly, if he truly got to see the Senji Ryaketsu this time, the role-playing system would almost certainly advance again. With that thought, Jin called up the system panel. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, youth stage 90%. Character abilities. Basic talisman compendium, minor accomplishment. Shikigami contract, minor accomplishment. 5-pointed star incantation, minor accomplishment. Word spirit technique, proficient. Yuho, proficient. Immovable binding technique, proficient. Fire boundary spell, proficient. Ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, advanced. The increase had exceeded even his own expectations. He had originally estimated that the Taizen Fukuin ritual, even with his direct participation, would raise the progress to around 80% at most. Instead, it had leapt all the way to 90%. A full 29% increase. Of course, part of that came from more than just assisting Suzuka. After all, he had performed the Taizen Fukuin ritual himself. He had also fought Hirotaka and the others while borrowing Hokuto's 1,000 years of accumulated spiritual power, reproducing techniques that belonged to the distant dream of the Heian era. Those things had clearly been recognized by the system. Jin lowered the panel. At this rate, once the system advances again, breaking into national-level Onmyoji territory should not be a problem at all. His gaze darkened slightly. Professional-level Onmyoji had once felt strong enough. Not anymore. Not after the frequency of supernatural incidents lately. Not after Mount Fuji. Not after Yamata no Orochi. The era ahead would only grow more dangerous. If he wanted to protect himself, and the White Fox office along with him, he needed to step into the national level as soon as possible. He did not return to his guest room. He did not go to the library either. Instead, he turned and followed a quieter route through the estate, passing garden walls, old stone paths, and unused corridors until he arrived at a remote courtyard so neglected that even the wind seemed to move more cautiously there. At its center was a dry well. This was where Zenki and Koki had once been sealed. The moment Jin stepped into the courtyard, he felt the waiting presence below. The next instant, a violent blast of air erupted from the mouth of the well. Boom. 2 towering figures shot upward and landed heavily on the cracked earth of the courtyard. Dust scattered. The already decaying walls shuddered from the impact. Zenki and Koki had been waiting. The excitement in their eyes was impossible to miss. "Oh. Master," Zenki said, voice trembling with anticipation. "Have you come to take us away?" Koki, standing beside him, said nothing at first, but her 6 eyes were fixed entirely on Jin, filled with the same restrained longing. Before Jin could answer, another presence descended into the courtyard. A brown-yellow dragon coiled down from above, its enormous body filling the already cramped space with overwhelming pressure. Hokuto lowered its head the moment it saw Jin, its eyes bright and eager, no different from a dog waiting for its owner to finally call its name. The arrival of that dragon instantly soured Zenki's mood. He turned and glared. That detestable dragon. Hokuto stiffened on the spot. Its huge body trembled visibly under Zenki's gaze. The wound from Zenki's axe had already healed, but the memory clearly had not. If the Tsuchimikado clan had not paid a considerable price to treat it, Hokuto would likely still be unable to move. And in all honesty, it had not entirely been Hokuto's fault. Back in the Heian era, when it had first followed its master, it had been little more than a young dragon. Its connection to that aura had never been as keen as Zenki and Koki's. 1,000 years had passed since then. Hesitation was inevitable. "Enough, Zendo," Jin said. "Stop frightening Hokuto." Zenki immediately withdrew his killing glare, though he still snorted with obvious displeasure. Jin then looked at the 2 Kishin before him. Zendo. Myodo. The 2 of them straightened at once. "I may be leaving the Tsuchimikado estate tomorrow," Jin said. Are you willing to come with me? For a brief second, both Zenki and Koki froze. Then their bodies trembled. The answer to 1,000 years of waiting had finally arrived. Koki dropped to one knee first. Myodo will naturally follow master once more. Zenki followed immediately after. Zendo will likewise follow master once more. The ground beneath them lit up. A pair of contract formations unfolded beneath the two Kishin, complex and ancient, carrying a solemnity that did not belong to this era. Without the slightest hesitation, Zenki and Koki offered themselves into the covenant. Jin raised a hand. The Shikigami contract was completed. In the next moment, the two Kishin vanished from sight, retreating into the surrounding spiritual space connected to him. They would remain there, guarding him unseen until he summoned them again. From this point onward, the situation had changed completely. With Zenki and Koki at his side, two yokai gods whose power was comparable to a great yokai, there were suddenly very few supernatural threats left in Japan that Jin truly had to fear. If the increase in role-playing progress had been one major harvest from this trip, then signing the contract with Zenki and Koki was the other. The system panel flickered again. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, youth stage 95%. Jin's eyes sharpened slightly. Even signing the contract increased it by another 5%. That meant only 5% remained before the next stage. Even without the Senji Ryaketsu, he was now confident he could make up the final gap within a week. But if the Senji Ryaketsu could accelerate that process, then naturally he would still take the opportunity. Beside him, Hokuto let out a low, urgent sound. It had been waiting the whole time, watching Zenki and Koki gain their answer while it remained ignored. Now the dragon could not endure the suspense any longer. It spiraled around Jin, enormous body encircling him almost possessively, then lowered its head and rubbed against him with undisguised pleading. Its meaning could not have been clearer. Jin looked at Hokuto and sighed. The Tsuchimikado clan has raised you for over 1,000 years. They have worshipped you, relied on you, and treated you as their guardian beast for all that time. I cannot just take you away as well. Zenki and Koki were different. Taking them with him would, if anything, remove two enormous hidden dangers from the Tsuchimikado clan. Their departure was practically doing the family a favor. Hokuto, however, was the Tsuchimikado guardian beast. That was an entirely different matter. He had no intention of asking for the Tsuchimikado clan's dragon outright. He was not that shameless. Hokuto's mood plummeted visibly. Its head drooped. The dragon looked so miserable that, in another context, it would have been almost funny. Jin shook his head. Still, I will not sever the Shikigami contract from last night. If the situation calls for it, I will summon you. That much had already been discussed with Hirotaka. To avoid misunderstanding, Jin had spoken to him about it openly after last night's battle. In exchange, he had offered the method of allowing Hokuto's spiritual power to fuse with its master's body, a technique the Tsuchimikado clan had never possessed despite raising Hokuto for generations. To Jin's surprise, Hirotaka had agreed almost instantly. So quickly, in fact, that it had briefly left Jin wondering whether asking to take Hokuto altogether might actually have worked. Oh whoa. Hokuto let out a reluctant sound. It clearly was not satisfied. But after hearing that the contract would remain, the dragon's mood improved a little. In the end, it circled once more around Jin and settled nearby, remaining at his side with stubborn loyalty. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 60, Strategic Barrier. Chapter 60, Strategic Barrier. Night fell. A sharp chill rode in with the changing weather, and the wind that slipped through the eaves already carried the bite of late autumn. Even indoors, it was no longer possible to lounge around in light shirts and short pants as one pleased. The air had turned cold enough that people instinctively reached for thicker layers. Mr. Jin Tsumuji, this path is a little difficult to walk. Please be careful. Tsuchimikado Natsum led the way, a vintage kerosene lamp in hand. Its dim amber glow pushed back the darkness just enough to reveal the ground at their feet. Every few steps, she turned to remind him, her voice soft but attentive. Jin followed a short distance behind, silently taking in his surroundings. The path ahead was unlike any ordinary corridor or underground passage. Jagged rocks jutted from both sides in deliberately unnatural patterns, their arrangement subtle yet precise, clearly set according to the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements. At a glance, they looked like nothing more than weathered stone, but to anyone with even a little knowledge of Onmyodo, the truth was obvious. This entire place was a formation. A dangerous one. If no one guided the way, most intruders would likely be trapped inside before they even realized what had happened. And once the formation was triggered, those harmless-looking rocks would probably become blades, spears, or crushing weights in an instant. Even Jin, after scanning the layout from several angles, could not immediately determine how strong the formation truly was. Still, considering what it guarded, weakness was impossible. At the very least, it should be more than enough to hold off a national-level Onmyoji. Whether it could truly stop a great yokai was another matter. After walking for some time, Natsume finally stopped in front of a gigantic boulder so large that even 6 people joining hands would not be able to encircle it. She raised one finger and traced a spell seal into the center of the stone. At first glance, it resembled the Tsuchimikado family crest. But the more closely one looked, the stranger it became. The lines overlapped in a way that made the seal feel like a fusion of the Tsuchimikado tradition and something older, something with a distinctly Shinto character. Then Natsume began to chant. Ajimashidi Sawaka. The incantation rolled from her tongue with steady clarity. A low grinding sound answered her. Click. 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 The enormous boulder, which must have weighed dozens of tons, began to shift aside under the push of some invisible force. Dust fell from its surface. Stone scraped against stone, heavy and slow, until a hidden entrance revealed itself. Behind it lay a broad staircase descending into the earth, wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk abreast. Natsume lifted the lamp slightly and looked back. Mr. Jin Tsumoji, the Senji Ryaketsu is stored below. With that, she stepped into the darkness first. The moment Jin followed her down, he felt it. A barrier. A subtle but unmistakable pressure brushed across his body as he passed through it, like stepping through a membrane woven from spiritual power. Its strength was astonishing. It was not one bit weaker than the strategic barrier protecting the Tsuchimikado estate itself. The boulder had not merely concealed a hidden entrance. It had also served as the outer gate to another sealed domain. The stairs beyond were utterly dark at first, black enough that even Jin's eyesight could only reach so far. But Natsume pressed something into the wall as she descended, and one by one, muted yellow lights flickered to life along the passageway, lighting the stone steps in a dim, old-fashioned glow. Jin's gaze sharpened slightly. This was what puzzled him. There was already a lethal formation outside. There was already the estate's grand strategic barrier protecting the entire Tsuchimikado main house. Yet here was another barrier of equal grade layered over the Senji Ryaketsu itself. 3 defenses in total. It almost felt excessive, to the point of absurdity. Was the Tsuchimikado clan really that protective of the Senji Ryaketsu? Or was there some deeper reason? As if sensing his doubts, Natsume spoke before he even asked. This barrier was not set up by the Tsuchimikado clan. Jin's eyes moved to her back. Natsume continued while walking. You know what kind of burden a strategic barrier is. Setting one up already consumes enormous manpower and resources. Maintaining one over the long term is even worse. The clan can sustain the strategic barrier around the Tsuchimikado estate, but if we had to maintain another of the same level, even the Tsuchimikado could not bear that cost. Her tone remained calm, but there was a trace of self-mockery beneath it. Besides, the Tsuchimikado clan of today is not the Tsuchimikado clan of the past. Jin gave a slight nod. He understood. There were all kinds of barriers in Onmyodo. There were temporary barriers like the 7-pointed barrier, which a skilled Onmyoji could cast in the middle of combat. There were multi-layered barriers meant for restraint, attack, confinement, or suppression. Yuga Mari, one of the 12 divine generals known as the Barrier Princess, was especially famous for wielding such techniques to terrifying effect. But strategic barriers were different. They were long-term installations, built to protect clans, offices, estates, and key territories. They consumed the most, demanded the most upkeep, and required the most terrifying investment in both resources and labor. The Onmyo Agency had one. The Onmyo Academy had one. The Tsuchimikado estate had one. Each of them was enough to withstand an assault from a great yokai for at least a short time. To create a second one just for an archive chamber would be extravagant even for the old Tsuchimikado. Still, that only deepened the mystery. If the Tsuchimikado clan had not made this barrier, then who had? Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already guessed the answer a breath before Natsume spoke it. The source of this barrier, she said, is the Senji Ryaketsu itself. Jin stopped for the briefest moment. The Senji Ryaketsu condensed this strategic barrier on its own. That is correct. Natsume's lamp swayed gently as they descended farther underground. The outside world only knows the Senji Ryaketsu as a great text of Onmyodo, something that can grant insight or lead an Onmyoji into sudden enlightenment. But that is not all it is. This barrier is one of its powers. Her voice echoed faintly against the stone walls. One of the reasons the Senji Ryaketsu cannot be moved is precisely because of this strategic barrier. To move the book is to move the barrier. The two are inseparable. As long as the Senji Ryaketsu remains sealed, the barrier remains. Jin fell silent for a moment. Then he gave a small, genuine smile. So it really is even more mysterious than I imagined. That only made him want to see it more. They continued downward. The further they went, the quieter the world became. The wind vanished. The sounds of the estate above disappeared. Only the light footfalls of the two of them and the faint hiss of the kerosene flame remained. At last, Natsume slowed. "We're here, Mr. Jin Tsumuji." The stairs ended. And what opened before them was not a chamber, nor a vault, nor any ordinary underground archive. It was a cavern. A vast subterranean space spread out before them, large enough to fit 3 or 4 football fields within it. Strange plants that could thrive without sunlight clung to the cave walls, their leaves pale and waxy in the dim light. Somewhere deeper inside, an underground river flowed in a slow silver line, its quiet murmur threading through the stillness like the breath of the earth itself. At the center of that immense space stood a circular altar. And on top of that altar rested an ancient book bound in heavy chains. The Senji Ryaketsu. Even from a distance, it radiated an indescribable presence. It did not look magnificent. It did not shine brilliantly. Yet the moment one laid eyes on it, it was impossible not to understand that it was something extraordinary, something that had endured through 1,000 years without ever truly being touched by time. But the book was not alone. Standing beside the altar, clearly having waited there for some time, was Tsuchimikado Hirotaka. The moment he saw them approach, he rose at once. "Welcome, Mr. Jin Tsumuji." His tone was respectful, almost excessively so. "The Senji Ryaketsu is ready." Jin looked at him, then at the chained book, then back again. For a moment, even he felt slightly embarrassed by how warm the Tsuchimikado treatment had become. "Senior Hirotaka," he said with a faint smile, "you are being far too courteous. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 61, The Anomaly of the Senji Ryaketsu. Chapter 61, The Anomaly of the Senji Ryaketsu. Ancient, weighty, mysterious, profound. That was Jin Tsumuji's first impression of the Senji Ryaketsu. Its cover was a deep yellow, worn by the passage of ages without ever appearing shabby. In both size and thickness, it rivaled a full unabridged dictionary. An ordinary person would need both hands just to hold it steady while reading. In the upper left corner, the 4 characters, Senji Ryaketsu, were written in a hand so unrestrained and elegant that they resembled dancing dragons and soaring phoenixes. The closer Jin drew, the more clearly he could sense it. A dense, indescribable aura wrapped around the book like a living veil. It was not merely powerful. It was old, immeasurably old, as though the accumulation of 1,000 years of Onmyodo had been pressed into those pages and had never once dissipated. And that same aura was the source of the strategic barrier blanketing the entire cavern. It was difficult to imagine. Without any auxiliary nodes, without any Onmyoji continuously maintaining it, without relying on the arrangement of yin and yang or the 5 elements, this single book alone had sustained an entire strategic barrier. It truly deserved its reputation as the legendary Senji Ryaketsu. Swish. 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 As Jin stepped closer, the Senji Ryaketsu suddenly began to tremble. The movement was not subtle. The old volume shuddered as though trying to break free from its restraints, and the heavy chains wrapped around it clashed noisily against one another. Tsuchimikado Natsume froze. This is. In the past, no matter who had come to read it, or even when the seals had been loosened, the Senji Ryaketsu had always remained quiet and unmoving. She had never once heard of it reacting like this. By contrast, a trace of joy surfaced in Tsuchimikado Hirotaka's eyes. To him, this was proof. It proved that his own suspicions, and the clan head Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi's suspicions, had not been wrong. After all, too many things had happened over the past day and night. Hokuto, the guardian beast the Tsuchimikado clan had raised for 1,000 years, had chosen Jin without hesitation. The 4th layer of the ancient altar had awakened only after touching Jin's blood. Even the terrifying being summoned from the underworld through the Taizenfukuin ritual had called out that name in fear and hatred before being driven back. Every sign pointed in the same direction. Even so, when Natsume and Jin both turned toward him, Hirotaka immediately suppressed the emotion in his gaze and answered with practiced calm. "Do not worry. This is only an occasional abnormal fluctuation during the unsealing of the Senji Ryaketsu." Natsume nodded, still confused but not especially suspicious. Jin also accepted the explanation for the moment. Neither of them noticed that Hirotaka's attitude toward Jin had become even more respectful than before, to the point that it almost resembled reverence. But Hirotaka did not forget his real task. After gently guiding Natsume back from the altar, he formed a series of hand seals with both hands. Senji Ryaketsu, release. The chains wrapped around the book slowly unlocked one after another. Clack. 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 As the restraints loosened, the Senji Ryaketsu's reaction grew more intense. Its pages fluttered wildly on their own. The aura surrounding it swelled, becoming deeper and more overwhelming, as though something sealed inside the volume was beginning to stir. From below the altar, Natsume stared in astonishment. I wonder how many pages Mr. Jin Tsumuji will be able to turn. Her surprise quickly shifted into curiosity. Given Mr. Jin Tsumuji's talent, 20 pages should definitely not be a problem. More than 25 would not be impossible either. I remember that when Darenji Suzuka read the Senji Ryaketsu, she turned 22 pages. I managed 20. The number of pages one could turn in the Senji Ryaketsu had always been regarded as a measure of one's compatibility and aptitude in Onmyodo. The more pages one could turn, the greater their potential and comprehension. Of course, that did not mean everyone who read it would walk the same road. The Senji Ryaketsu was a book born from Abe no Seimei's own path. It did not necessarily suit every Onmyoji. Still, anyone who could read it would gain tremendous benefit. How many pages? Hirotaka listened to Natsume's speculation and could not help shaking his head inwardly. Pages. At this rate, the Senji Ryaketsu probably would not be satisfied with merely letting Jin turn pages. And in the next moment, what happened surpassed even Hirotaka's expectations. The instant the final chain fell away, the Senji Ryaketsu rose directly from the altar and floated into the air. Natsume's eyes widened. The pages of the ancient volume flipped open on their own, faster and faster, until the words engraved upon them began to peel away from the paper itself. One after another, the characters detached from the pages like living things finally breaking free of a prison. They twisted through the air in countless luminous strands, like ribbons of scripture dancing beneath an unseen wind. In an instant, the entire cavern was flooded with a mystery so profound it felt almost sacred, as though the deepest truths of Onmyodo were about to reveal themselves all at once. Natsume stood there in complete disbelief. For 1,000 years, the Senji Ryaketsu had never once moved from that stone altar. Every generation of Tsuchimikado clan head had tried to lift it, and every single one had failed. Yet now it not only floated, it seemed to be actively reaching for someone. Jin himself was briefly startled by the sight. Then he understood. This was much like the resistance he had felt from the Order of the Underworld during the Taizen Fukuin ritual. It had to do with that him. After all, the Senji Ryaketsu itself had originally been written by that very existence. The troublesome part was that there was no easy way to explain any of this to Hirotaka or Natsume. He could not keep brushing everything aside with some vague excuse about a special ancient method. Doing that again here would truly be treating them like fools. Before he could think further, the countless characters swirling in the air seemed to find their destination. They surged toward him all at once. From a distance, it looked almost beautiful, like a flock of luminous birds returning to their nest. But the moment they touched him, Jin's expression changed violently. Pain. An overwhelming, unbearable pain. It felt as though countless foreign objects were forcing themselves into his skull, carving themselves directly into his soul stroke by stroke. His body seized. Veins bulged across his face. Even breathing became difficult. So painful. He nearly cried out. There was no room left for thought. Jin dropped into a cross-legged seat on the altar at once, shutting his eyes and focusing everything he had on enduring and suppressing the agony. Below the altar, Natsume's face turned pale. Mr. Jin Tsumuji. She took an instinctive step forward, but Hirotaka caught her by the arm before she could rush up. Uncle Hirotaka. Natsume turned to him in confusion and alarm. Hirotaka's gaze remained fixed on Jin. Do not interfere. Mr. Jin Tsumuji will be fine. His voice was low, and unlike before, he did not even bother trying to conceal the truth from himself. The Senji Ryaketsu is merely returning to its master. Natsume went still. At the same time, the Senji Ryaketsu itself fell from the air. With all of its words gone, the ancient book landed back on the stone altar with a dull thud. Its cover was now blank. Its pages were blank. The vast and mysterious aura that had wrapped around it for 1,000 years had completely vanished. It no longer looked like a sacred treasure of Onmyodo. It looked like nothing more than a pile of dead paper. And in that same instant, both Hirotaka and Natsume clearly felt it. The strategic barrier that had been sustained by the Senji Ryaketsu for all this time quietly, completely, disappeared. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 62, Onmyodo Framework. Chapter 62, Onmyodo Framework. What was Onmyodo? Every Onmyoji had their own answer. If one drew a broad line between ancient times and the modern era, then the difference was obvious. Ancient Onmyodo centered on following the laws of nature, listening to one's heart, and using yin and yang, the 5 elements, astronomy, and astrology to pursue the truths of the world. Modern Onmyodo was different. It leaned more toward efficiency, convenience, and control. It sharpened spellcraft, refined formulas, and treated Onmyo arts as practical tools to be mastered and deployed. At first glance, modern Onmyodo seemed to have lost the core and brilliance of the old path, as though it had been reduced to a lesser version of itself. But who could truly say their understanding was the only correct one? Who could say the Onmyodo they grasped was the real Onmyodo? At that moment, after all the text from the Senji Ryuketsu had poured into Jin Tsumoji's mind, it condensed into an entirely new Senji Ryuketsu within his consciousness. It was no longer ancient or weathered. It had shed that outer shell completely. Page by page, it opened before him. And as it opened, it was as though he had stepped into an endless sea of secrets. Mysteries. Principles. Hidden truths. It was all there. Not only the understanding of the ancient Onmyoji, who used yin and yang, the 5 elements, astronomy, and astrology to explore the world's laws, but also the insights of modern Onmyoji, who had pushed the mastery and refinement of Onmyo arts to astonishing heights. Only now did Jin truly understand why so many Onmyoji were obsessed with the Senji Ryuketsu. It was not merely a treasured book. It was an encyclopedia of Onmyodo itself. It tore the entire system apart, laid out every component piece by piece, and presented it clearly to whoever could bear to look upon it. It did not contain actual Onmyo arts, but that hardly mattered. The mysteries recorded within it were the framework beneath all Onmyo arts, the foundation upon which everything else was built. Jin felt as though someone had already paved a heavenly road before him. Every sentence, every paragraph, every fragment that surfaced within his mind illuminated his own path more clearly. Concepts that had once seemed cloudy or distant now became sharp and obvious. Within his consciousness, the Senji Ryuketsu had already turned to the 30th page. At the same time, his understanding of his own Onmyodo steadily took shape. More than that, he began to use the Senji Ryuketsu to sketch the outline of something even greater. An Onmyodo framework. That was the standard of a national-level Onmyoji. In ancient times, those who reached that step were even called true Onmyoji, people who had genuinely begun walking the road of seeking the world's truths. Wisps of vast, all-encompassing mystery spread from Jin's body. His spiritual power moved on its own, weaving Sanskrit, modern language, ancient language, and even divine script through the cavern like drifting flower petals. The sight resembled the strange phenomena said to appear when ancient sages attained enlightenment. Below the altar, Tsuchimikado Natsume finally relaxed a little when she saw the pain vanish from Jin's face and his breathing gradually settle. Then her confusion only deepened. Just what exactly was happening? He is using the Senji Ryuketsu to comprehend and construct his own Onmyodo framework. Tsuchimikado Hirotaka's voice was low, but there was no mistaking the weight in it. If he succeeds, then he has already obtained the admission ticket to the ranks of national-level Onmyoji. An Onmyodo framework. It was the first time Natsume had heard the term. Hirotaka glanced at her. To be honest, it is still too early for you to come into contact with this concept. I had not intended for you to learn it so soon. Even so, he continued. For an Onmyoji, reaching the professional level means defining one's own Onmyodo. Reaching the national level means constructing an Onmyodo framework. Most Onmyoji below the 5th class professional rank do not even possess a clear sense of self-positioning in Onmyodo. It is usually only after entering the 5th class that they begin trying to define their own path based on their understanding and experience. And once that self-positioning is complete, they may gain the chance to touch the threshold of an Onmyodo framework. He paused, then let out a quiet breath. Chizuru and I have both attempted it more than once. We failed every time. That means our accumulation and understanding of Onmyodo are still insufficient. Becoming a national-level Onmyoji has never been easy. Natsume frowned. That does not sound right, Uncle Hirotaka. If even you and Aunt Chizuru, after all these years, still lack enough understanding, then how did Darenji Suzuka manage to construct an Onmyodo framework at her age? Spiritual power was one thing. Insight was another. No matter how special Suzuka's circumstances had been, there should have been no shortcut to understanding. Hirotaka's expression shifted slightly. A large part of Darenji Suzuka's Onmyodo framework was grafted from another person. Natsume's eyes widened. Grafted? Yes. Hirotaka nodded. If two people possess an extremely high degree of similarity in the way they define their Onmyodo, then it becomes possible, to a certain extent, to graft one person's framework onto the other. Darenji Suzuka was subjected to Onmyo art experimentation by her father from childhood onward. In truth, her path had already been shaped for her long before she ever understood what Onmyodo meant. Once she completed her self-positioning, she was able to directly graft Darenji Shido's framework. He shook his head faintly. Of course, even that is not simple. First, the original owner must reveal their framework in full. Our Tsuchimikado clan has records of certain ancestral frameworks in the library, so that part is not impossible. The real difficulty lies elsewhere. One must still understand the framework being grafted. Thoroughly. Completely. Only then can it be attached. He looked up at Jin, whose body was still radiating strange and sacred phenomena. It is easier than building one from nothing. But only easier. Natsum listened intently. So there must be a price. There is. Hirotaka gave her an approving look. A shortcut often means an unstable foundation. Potential may be consumed before it ever has the chance to bloom. He continued calmly. No two people in the world are exactly alike. The same is true of their understanding of Onmyodo. Even if two paths appear similar, there are still differences. Thoroughly understanding another person's framework does not mean one can truly make it their own. That is Darenji Suzuka's problem. After grafting her father's framework, she did indeed step into the national level sequence. But because she cannot fully control that framework as her own, she is among the weakest of the 12 divine generals. And unless she abolishes it entirely or completely masters every part of the framework she inherited from Darenji Shido, it will be extremely difficult for her to advance further. Sometimes, he thought, that was even harder than starting from scratch. Half an hour passed. Within Jin's consciousness, the Senji Ryaketsu had already turned to page 50. More truths emerged. More mysteries unfolded. And in his mind, a vast structure began to take shape, like an evergreen tree made of countless nodes. Points connected to lines, lines crossed and branched, branches spread and deepened. It was no longer abstract. It was becoming real. The Onmyodo framework. All the external phenomena in the cavern began to draw back into his body. It succeeded. Hirotaka could no longer hide his joy. When he and Chizuru had failed in the past, their manifestations had shattered halfway through. Jin's did not. It held together, stable and complete. That meant the framework had been successfully constructed. Jin had stepped across the threshold. As long as he continues to grow stronger, this era can still be saved. Our Tsuchimikado clan can still be saved as well. Natsum turned in surprise. She had been confused for quite a while now. The strange reaction of the Senji Ryaketsu had clearly not been some simple accident. When its words had flown into Jin's body, Hirotaka had been far too calm. More than once, he had spoken as though he already knew exactly what was happening. The Senji Ryaketsu returning to its master. That phrase still lingered in her mind. Master. Who was he talking about? The master of the Senji Ryaketsu. Natsum. Hirotaka seemed to sense her thoughts. You only need to remember one thing for now. Mr. Jin Tsumoji is the most distinguished guest our Tsuchimikado clan could possibly receive. Follow your heart. The rest, you will understand later. He offered no further explanation. It was not yet time for the younger generation to know too much. Knowing before they were ready would only burden them. Another hour passed. The Senji Ryaketsu had reached page 70. The framework within Jin's consciousness continued to absorb and refine the mysteries pouring from the pages. The vast structure of points and lines became more complete with every moment. More connections formed. More depth emerged. It gradually gained the feeling of a real and living whole. At that point, the framework had already reached 5% completion. That was the standard of a national third-class Onmyoji. An Onmyodo framework below 30% completion belonged to the national third class. Between 31 and 60% was national second class. Anything above 60% was national first class. 2 hours later, the Senji Ryaketsu had turned to page 90. Most of the principles recorded there had become incomprehensible. They were too deep, too removed from Jin's current stage. Even so, his framework had still advanced to 10% completion. Another hour passed. The Senji Ryaketsu reached page 100. By then, the mysteries written within it looked less like knowledge and more like divine script. Jin understood clearly that this session could go no further. He had reached the limit of what he could presently absorb. Even so, the gains had already surpassed everything he had expected. Not only had he successfully constructed an Onmyodo framework, he had even pushed it to 10% completion. And as for the role-playing system, its progress had already filled completely not long after he began reading. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, youth stage, advancement available. Character abilities, basic talisman compendium, minor accomplishment Shikigami contract, minor accomplishment 5-pointed star incantation, minor accomplishment word spirit technique, proficient yo, proficient immovable binding technique, proficient fire boundary spell, proficient ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, advanced. Jin did not believe the gains had only filled the missing 5%. That was merely the visible portion. The true harvest would only become clear after the next advancement. The only headache left now was a very practical one. How exactly was he supposed to explain the fate of the Senji Ryaketsu? Because no matter how one looked at it, he had effectively absorbed the 1,000-year-old treasure passed down by the Tsuchimikado clan. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Incident at Mount Fuji. Chapter 63, Incident at Mount Fuji. Night had fully settled over Mitsuwa town. A colder wind had begun to blow with the changing season, carrying a sharp edge that slipped through screens and under doors. Even indoors, the lingering warmth of late summer was gone. No one could get by in light clothes anymore. The air itself had turned thin and cold. In the guest wing of the Tsuchimikado residence, Jin Tsumoji was preparing to leave. After finishing his reading of the Senji Ryaketsu, he and Darenji Suzuka had remained at the Tsuchimikado estate for another 2 days. Suzuka still had not fully recovered, and Tsuchimikado Natsum and Hirotaka had repeatedly urged them to stay longer. In that time, Jin had also personally taught Natsum the method for synchronizing with Hokuto and drawing its spiritual power into her own body. The technique itself was not the problem. Hokuto was. Whenever Jin was present, the dragon behaved itself, obedient, almost innocent. The moment Jin looked away, its attitude toward Natsum changed completely. It dragged its feet, ignored commands, and acted like an unruly child deliberately making trouble for its guardian. According to Natsum, Hokuto had become even more troublesome than before, moody, rebellious, and impossible to predict. So Jin had no choice but to give it a proper warning. Only then had the dragon reluctantly begun cooperating again. As for the matter of the Senji Ryaketsu, that had gone even more smoothly than Jin had expected. To be precise, too smoothly. The Tsuchimikado clan had not pursued the issue of him effectively absorbing the 1,000-year-old treasure into his mind. Jin had attempted more than once to bring it back out, but the thing had rooted itself deep in his consciousness like a second soul. No matter what he tried, it would not move. All he could do was turn its pages inwardly and consult its contents. Hirotaka had only given him one grave warning. Unless absolutely necessary, he must never let anyone else learn that the Senji Ryaketsu now existed within him. Jin understood the principle perfectly. A treasure of that level would invite calamity if word spread. As for the reading slots previously promised to the Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, and the Onmyo Academy, the Tsuchimikado clan had already decided to stall them all with various excuses. That left Jin feeling a little guilty. A little. The sun was setting now, spreading a dim crimson twilight across the streets outside Mitsuwa town. At the main gate, a modified Onmyo Agency vehicle was waiting. Behind the wheel sat the same middle-aged investigator from the Magic Investigation Department who had come to Mitsuwa town days earlier to arrest both Suzuka and Jin. Jin looked at the car and sighed. We came here on our own money and now we're going back on the government's. There was helplessness in his tone, and a bit of bitterness too. The man driving was one of Amami Daisen's subordinates. Jin had originally planned to slip back into Shibuya quietly, keep his head down, and endure the old man's anger later. Instead, Amami had sent someone to wait for him here in advance. So much for a quiet return. At least the old man had left him a little dignity. If he had sent an actual police vehicle, it would have been the same as parading Jin through the streets in chains. Though, honestly, a Magic Investigation Department vehicle was not much better. Beside him, Suzuka only rolled her eyes and said nothing. She looked much better than before, but not by much. Her face still lacked color, and the aftereffects of that night had clearly not faded completely. Tsuchimikado Chizuru, who had only just returned from the Onmyo Agency headquarters after smoothing things over in person, gave Jin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not worry. I already handled the explanation at the agency, she said. Then she gave him a dry look. As for old man Amami, well, you know what his temper is like. Jin could only smile bitterly and nod. Not far away, Natsum stood with her hands folded before her, as composed as ever. Yet when she finally spoke, there was the slightest pause in her voice. Mr. Jin Tsumoji, I'll be waiting for you at the Onmyo Academy. The words sounded a little too direct the moment they left her mouth. A faint flush passed over her face, though she recovered quickly. Jin understood what she meant immediately. It was about what they had discussed during the town festival, the matter of the White Fox office going to the Onmyo Academy to recruit new blood. If nothing unexpected happens, Jin said, I'll go. The middle-aged investigator in the driver's seat watched the exchange through the windshield with growing confusion. He truly did not understand. The Tsuchimikado clan was the victim in this matter. Their sacred grounds had been infiltrated, forbidden arts had been used on their land, and Mitsuwa town had nearly been dragged into chaos. By all rights, they should have been furious. And yet not only were they not showing any hostility, they had even sent Chizuru to the agency to help soften the blow and reduce the consequences. That was not normal. Was the Tsuchimikado clan simply magnanimous by nature? That explanation fell apart the moment he remembered several fierce Onmyo agency meetings in recent years, where the Tsuchimikado clan had slammed the table and openly rebuked senior officials over key policy decisions. No. They were not especially mild-tempered. Which only made this even stranger. The car eventually pulled away, disappearing into the fading light of dusk. Only after it was gone did Chizuru withdraw her gaze and turn to the men beside her. "Husband," she said, her expression serious now, "you can tell me the truth." Hirotaka looked at her quietly. Over the past few days, Chizuru had been busy running between factions, suppressing the fallout from the Taizenfukuin ritual incident, negotiating with the agency, the academy, and the alliance, and making sure both Jin and Suzuka could walk away with their futures intact. Because of that, the questions in her heart had only grown. Questions about Jin Tsumuji. Questions about the Tsuchimikado clan. Questions about why they had mobilized so many personal connections and spent so much of the clan's remaining prestige to shield one young outsider. The punishment for unlawfully performing the Taizenfukuin ritual should have shaken all of Onmyodo. Without the Tsuchimikado clan acting as mediator, the consequences would never have ended with a warning to the White Fox office and brief confinement for Suzuka. Chizuru had seen that clearly. And she wanted answers. Hirotaka let out a slow breath. Then he said, "There is one thing you must understand first. Mr. Jin Tsumuji is someone our Tsuchimikado clan must protect at all costs, even if it means sacrificing the entire clan." Chizuru froze. For a moment, she thought she had misheard him. What? Her voice came out hoarse and disbelieving. She stared at her husband, almost wondering whether exhaustion and backlash had damaged his mind. Sacrifice the entire Tsuchimikado clan for one outsider. That was not loyalty to the family. That sounded like madness. Hirotaka seemed to understand exactly what she was thinking. "I am not confused," he said calmly. "And this is not betrayal. If we fail to protect him now, while he is still weak, then that would be the true act of rebellion. That would be the true insult to our ancestors." Chizuru's breath caught. Ancestors. The word struck harder than anything else he had said. Her eyes widened. Who is he? Hirotaka turned his eyes toward the road where the car had disappeared. Then, in a voice that carried both reverence and certainty, he answered. The founder of the Tsuchimikado clan. The legendary great Onmyoji from 1,000 years ago. Abe no Seimei. For a long moment, Chizuru simply stood there. Abe no Seimei. The name alone felt absurd. Impossible. Sacred. Her first instinct was denial. How could that be, she said at last. How could the great Onmyoji from 1,000 years ago appear in this era as a youth not even 20 years old? Why not? Hirotaka replied. If Tsuchimikado Yaku could reincarnate, then the creator of the Taizenfukuin ritual could do the same. He spoke without hesitation now. Zenki and Koki signed a Shikigami contract with him and left with him. Those two demon gods would never mistake their master. You saw what happened with Hokuto. You saw the altar on the sacred mountain. You saw the Senji Ryaketsu return to him. He turned back toward her. If he were not ancestor Abe no Seimei, who else could move the Senji Ryaketsu? Chizuru's lips parted, then closed again. She had no answer. If news like this ever spread through the Onmyodo world, it would not cause a stir. It would cause a cataclysm. Abe no Seimei was not merely a famous figure. He was the highest myth of Onmyodo itself. No Onmyoji alive could hear that name without reverence. Not even her. Hirotaka lowered his voice. For now, his identity must remain absolutely secret. He needs time to recover his strength. Until then, what we must do is protect him, shield him, and buy him time, no matter the cost. This time, Chizuru did not argue. I understand. There was still shock in her eyes, but something else had taken root there now as well. If Abe no Seimei truly walked this era once more, then perhaps the despair gathering around Mount Fuji would not remain hopeless forever. Perhaps. That night, inside the Tsuchimikado residence, Hirotaka and Chizuru worked together to remove the seal placed on Harutora since birth, allowing his spirit insight and spiritual power to finally awaken. The boy's expression was still complicated, still resistant, still caught in the aftermath of truths revealed far too suddenly. Chizuru, Hirotaka said, teach Harutora the basics of Onmyodo. I need to perform the heavenly divine word. She nodded immediately. Be careful. This time, unlike before, Yasuzumi and the Tsuchimikado Onmyoji stationed at Mount Fuji would be supporting the ritual from the other side. The risk would be far lower. Even so, the heavenly divine word was still a forbidden art for a reason. I will. Hirotaka stepped out into the quiet courtyard. The room prepared for the ritual was the same as last time. He stood within it and waited. Soon enough, he heard it. The voices. Majestic and solemn incantations resounded in his ears as divine script, older and more profound than Sanskrit, appeared around him. He recognized Yasuzumi's voice at once. He recognized others as well. Without delay, he joined in, guiding the ritual from his side to ensure it held. The next moment, the illusory figure of Tsuchimikado Yasuzumi appeared before him. Family head. Hirotaka bowed immediately. Yasuzumi did not waste time. Has his identity been confirmed? It has. Hirotaka then reported everything that had happened over the last 3 days in full detail, from the Taizen Fukuin ritual and its aftermath to the final confirmation of Jin's identity. By the time he finished, relief had appeared plainly on Yasuzumi's face. That is good, Yasuzumi said quietly. If it is truly him, then there is still hope. He praised Hirotaka for how he had handled things, then instructed him to make sure Natsum remained in close contact with Jin. It would benefit both Jin and the Tsuchimikado clan. Hirotaka agreed. Then, while the heavenly divine word still held, he asked about Mount Fuji. At once, Yasuzumi's expression darkened. The signs are worsening, he said. Yamada no Orochi's movements have become more violent. The toxic smoke has begun corroding the strategic barrier itself. He paused, then continued in a lower voice. And yesterday, we found something else. Near the upper slopes of Mount Fuji. A blood-soaked sacrificial site. Hirotaka's expression shifted. He did not get to hear the rest. A twisted, eerie power suddenly burst into the space of the ritual. The ancient divine script began to blacken and corrode in midair. The heavenly divine word was being eaten away. Hirotaka's face went white. Then blood surged up his throat. He coughed and spat it out violently, staggering backward as the connection shattered with explosive force. The figure of Yasuzumi vanished. The room fell silent. For a single heartbeat, Hirotaka only stared at the dispersing remnants of divine script. Then horror flooded his face. Something happened at Mount Fuji. His voice shook. And this time, there was no doubt in it at all. Something big has happened. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 64, Myriad Laws. Chapter 64, Myriad Laws. Inside the Onmyo agency headquarters in Chiyoda Ward, the atmosphere had turned so tense it felt hard to breathe. Onmyoji and ordinary staff alike moved with visible caution, each one careful with their words and even more careful with their expressions, as though the slightest mistake might drag them into trouble. Even the receptionists in the front hall, who usually exchanged quiet gossip whenever work slowed down, now kept their heads lowered and their manners impeccably proper. This oppressive mood had been building for days. If one had to pinpoint the cause, it began the moment one of the 12 divine generals, the child prodigy Darenji Suzuka, openly defected from the Onmyo agency, followed almost immediately by the suspicion that White Fox Jin Tsumoji had been her accomplice. Since then, the entire headquarters had felt like a powder keg waiting for a spark. And today, that spark arrived. Not long ago, Darenji Suzuka and Jin Tsumoji had been brought back by the Magic's investigation department. By now, almost everyone had heard the story. The two of them had actually attempted to perform the Taizen Fukuin ritual, a forbidden rite expressly banned by the Onmyo agency. Worse still, they had released evil spirits and caused a huge disturbance in Mitsuwa town, the very territory of the Tsuchimikado clan. Their audacity was enough to make even veteran Onmyoji uneasy. At that moment, inside the office of the Minister of the Magic Investigation Department, the storm was already in full swing. Jin Tsumoji. Darenji Suzuka. The two of you really do have guts. Amami Daizen slammed his palm against the desk with a bang that made the teacup jump. Touching the Taizen Fukuin ritual without authorization was already madness. On top of that, you stirred up the people of Mitsuwa town and threw the whole place into chaos. What is next? Are you planning to set the Onmyo agency on fire the first time it annoys you? His roar shook the room. Standing before the desk, Jin and Suzuka wore the same expression. Both were silent, both obedient, both looking for all the world like schoolchildren caught doing something unforgivable and dragged into the staff office to await punishment. Besides Amami Daizen, the room also held his capable assistant Hirata Itsun, as well as Miyoshi Yugo, one of the 12 divine generals. An incident of the scale was impossible for him to ignore. Jin immediately raised both hands in surrender. We would never, old man. Never. Amami's eyebrows twitched. Heh. You would never, he said with a cold laugh. Is there anything you would not dare to do, Lord White Fox? He leaned back in his chair, though the anger in his eyes only deepened. I heard you were quite impressive at the Tsuchimikado estate. His tone turned even sharper. Defeating both Tsuchimikado Hirotaka and Tsuchimikado Chizuru, the two strongest experts left there to guard the place. Very impressive indeed. As expected of the famous White Fox of the Onmyodo world. That, Jin decided, was not a line worth answering. Seeing Amami in full rage, he wisely closed his mouth again and adopted the same expression Suzuka was wearing, the one that clearly said, "I know I was wrong, I have reflected deeply, please do not kill me." Amami looked at the two of them and almost laughed from sheer irritation. Now they knew how to act obedient. Why had they not remembered that before running off to perform the most notorious forbidden ritual in Onmyodo? Fortunately, Miyoshi Yugo stepped in at the right moment. "Minister Amami," he said mildly, "they clearly understand the seriousness of what they've done. You've already scolded them for the better part of the morning. Fortunately, no true catastrophe resulted this time. I think that is enough." He paused, then added meaningfully, "Besides, the Tsuchimikado clan themselves are not pursuing the matter." At the word catastrophe, Suzuka's gaze flicked sideways toward Jin. Only she knew how close that statement came to being false. A catastrophe had nearly happened. If the existence summoned through the Taizen Fukuin ritual had not been driven back into the underworld by Jin, the disaster that followed would have rivaled the spiritual calamities caused by Yuka's failed rite. Under current conditions, with the core strength of Onmyodo tied down at Mount Fuji by Yamada no Orochi, the consequences would have been even worse. Amami snorted. "If the Tsuchimikado clan had insisted on pursuing this, do you think the two of you would still be standing here with all your limbs intact?" There was a subtle silence in the room. Miyoshi Yugo and Hirata Itsune both knew very well that the Tsuchimikado clan's attitude had gone far beyond simply choosing not to pursue the matter. They had actively sent people to defend Jin and Suzuka, coordinated with the Onmyo Agency, the Onmyo Alliance, and the Onmyo Academy, and suppressed the impact of the entire affair to the smallest range possible. That fact alone was bizarre enough to be disturbing. When Tsuchimikado Chizuru had first arrived at the bureau, everyone, including Amami, had assumed she came to demand justice. They had already begun preparing to give up certain agency interests if necessary, all to protect Suzuka and Jin from being handed over. Instead, the Tsuchimikado clan had come to shield them. Even now, Amami still found that hard to believe. At last, he exhaled through his nose and gave his verdict. "Darenji Suzuka. From today onward, all duties and authority tied to your status as one of the 12 divine generals are suspended. You will remain at the Onmyo Agency and may not leave without special cause." Suzuka accepted it without changing expression. Then Amami turned to Jin. "As for you, brat, you are not technically under agency command. So strictly speaking, I have no right to punish you." He clicked his tongue, clearly dissatisfied by that fact. "However, the White Fox office is registered under the agency authority. From today onward, all prior credit and official recognition accumulated by the White Fox office are nullified. And as its director, you are forbidden from leaving Tokyo until you fully outlined your own Onmyodo framework." The moment the punishment was announced, neither Jin nor Suzuka reacted much. Miyoshi Yugo and Hirata Itsune, however, both fell into brief silence. The old man's favoritism was shameless. Suzuka's punishment at least looked severe on paper. Suspending a 12 divine general's authority and confining her to the agency had substance. Jin's punishment, meanwhile, was almost theatrical. Nullifying the White Fox office's accumulated credit and official evaluation sounded serious, but for an office already famous across Tokyo, those numbers barely mattered anymore. And forbidding Jin from leaving Tokyo was hardly comparable to real confinement. The difference was blatant. Fortunately, the Onmyo Agency was currently under temporary control by Amami Daizen and Miyoshi Yugo. Under different leadership, this sort of partiality would have invited a storm of objections. At the very least, a narrow-minded figure like Yamashiro Hayato would have been screaming already. Jin raised a hand. Amami's glare immediately sharpened. "What? You have objections?" He clearly assumed Jin meant to argue. Instead, Jin smiled. "No, actually, I'm very satisfied with your punishment, old man. I just wanted to mention one thing. About the Onmyodo framework you brought up." He paused, then said calmly, "I already have one." For a brief instant, nobody understood what he meant. Then Jin raised a finger. A profound mystery of Onmyodo, vast and all-encompassing, condensed at his fingertip like a miniature law of the universe. It was quiet, but the pressure it carried was real. The room itself seemed to grow heavier around it. Amami froze. Miyoshi Yugo's eyes widened. Hirata Itsune's expression changed at once. Even the silence in the room took on weight. He had already outlined his Onmyodo framework. That was the threshold between a professional Onmyoji and a national level 1. Miyoshi Yugo himself had once estimated that Jin would enter the ranks of national-level Onmyoji within 3 years. That estimate had already been astonishingly optimistic. And now the boy stood before them, not even a full month later, telling them he had already crossed the hardest barrier. Miyoshi Yugo stared at him, almost unable to process it. Hirata Itsune, meanwhile, looked at Jin with a gaze that concealed thoughts no one else could read. Amami was the first to recover. His voice lowered. You didn't graft it, did you? The question landed heavily. At once, the others understood his concern. If Jin had obtained his framework by grafting one from a compatible predecessor rather than constructing it himself, then while the result would still be impressive, it would also mean planting a flaw into his future. Given the Tsuchimikado clan's current attitude toward him, if Jin had asked, they likely would have given him access to one. The thought alone made Amami uneasy. Jin shook his head. Of course not. Then he explained, I borrowed the Tsuchimikado clan's Senji Ryaketsu and used it to outline my framework ahead of schedule. There was some concealment in those words, but not enough to make them false. Miyoshi Yugo slowly nodded. That does happen, occasionally. Using the Senji Ryaketsu as the catalyst for a breakthrough isn't unheard of. Once there was precedent, it became much easier to accept. Amami clicked his tongue again, though some of the fury in his face had faded. The mention of the Senji Ryaketsu reminded him rather painfully that Jin had indeed used that excuse before leaving for Mitsuwa town, even if at the time Amami had assumed it was merely an excuse for other intentions. Then tell me, Miyoshi Yugo said, now genuinely curious. What is the name of your framework? Every Onmyodo framework had a name. His own was Heavenly Eye, in line with both his title and the nature of his abilities. Amami's framework was known as Shingen. A framework's name was more than ornament. It reflected the path the Onmyoji had taken and hinted at the nature of its power. After all, an Onmyodo framework was not simply philosophical. It granted real abilities. Miyoshi Yugo's Heavenly Eye could divide and amplify spirit insight, both his own and that of others. Amami Shingen turned spoken words themselves into shackles, making his spirit speech far deadlier than ordinary applications. That was the true difference between a professional Onmyoji and a national level one. Jin answered without hesitation. Myriad laws. The room fell silent again. Even Suzuka, hearing the name for the first time, stared at him. It was too arrogant. Too broad. Too absolute. Myriad laws meant all paths, all principles, all phenomena. Even many of the greatest Onmyoji in history would have hesitated before daring to call their framework something so vast. But when they remembered the all-encompassing profundity at Jin's fingertip, none of them could dismiss it outright. At last, Amami stood. Come, he said. We're going to the evaluation hall. His eyes fixed on Jin. I want to see whether you actually have the qualifications to call your framework myriad laws. This suggestion immediately won everyone's approval. They wanted to know the answer too. Jin, for his part, had no objection at all. He had already intended to find someone suitable to test myriad laws against. Since the old man himself had handed him the chance, there was no reason to refuse. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 65, Testing. Chapter 65, Testing. Starting today, everyone in the Magic Investigation Department seemed to be paying attention to the director's office. Ever since Jin Tsumoji and Darenji Suzuka had been brought back to the Onmyo agency, countless eyes had turned in that direction, all of them waiting to see what kind of punishment Amami Daizen would hand down to two of the brightest young talents in modern Onmyodo. No one expected the first real news to be this. Jin Tsumoji had successfully formed his Onmyodo framework. The revelation hit the agency like a shockwave. The first people to hear it reacted almost exactly the way Miyoshi Yugo had when Jin told him in person. An Onmyodo framework. Already. He's really done it. White Fox actually succeeded. That means he's basically standing at the gates of national rank now. He's all but guaranteed to become a national-level Onmyoji. Some voices were full of excitement. Others carried envy so thick it was almost sour. A few, especially the older Onmyoji who had spent their whole lives chasing a breakthrough they still could not grasp, could only laugh bitterly. A veteran Onmyoji in his 40s let out a long sigh. These young monsters really do live in a different world. I wonder if I'll ever have a chance in this lifetime. Then came the second piece of news. The name of Jin Tsumoji's framework. Myriad laws. That, more than anything else, set the whole bureau buzzing. Myriad laws. That's bold. Bold. That's arrogant. As expected of someone who dared stir up chaos in the Tsuchimikado family. Even the name of his framework sounds like he's challenging the whole history of Onmyodo. Myriad laws, huh? Then let's see what this so-called myriad laws can actually do. Come on, let's go. The younger Onmyoji in particular could not help feeling a little irritated. No one denied Jin Tsumoji's talent. No one denied that outlining a framework at his age was already enough to leave most of them choking on dust for the rest of their lives. But myriad laws. That was not just a name. It was a declaration. Through all the long history of Onmyodo, How many great masters, clan heads, and legendary ancestors would have dared call their personal path something so grand? If myriad laws failed to impress today, then White Fox Jin Tsumuji would become a laughingstock overnight. Arrogant. Overhyped. A genius too in love with his own legend. Even the reputation of the White Fox office would take a blow. So when word spread that Jin would be demonstrating his framework and undergoing a combat assessment in the evaluation hall, people began dropping whatever they were doing and rushing over. By the time the three of them arrived, the hall was already packed. The vast testing grounds had become a sea of bodies. Onmyoji from the agency had come. So had civilian staff. There were even Onmyoji from branch offices and regional supernatural affairs divisions, some originally there for rank evaluations, others to renew their licenses, who had immediately changed plans the moment they heard the news. After all, Jin Tsumuji's name had already become impossible to ignore. A genius who had formed an Onmyodo framework. A young man who had joined Darenji Suzuka in attempting the forbidden Taizen Fukuin rite. The one who had caused a storm in the Tsuchimikado household and still walked away standing. Any one of those was enough to become a lifelong bragging point for an ordinary Onmyoji. Jin had managed all of them in a ridiculously short span of time. So when the crowd saw him entering the evaluation hall beside Amami Daizen and Miyoshi Yugo, one a director, the other one of the 12 divine generals, both national class Onmyoji, while speaking with them as if it were the most natural thing in the world, more than a few people felt a sharp stab of jealousy. Connections really were convenient. Judging from the atmosphere, the agency was clearly not planning to press too hard on the matter of the Taizen Fukuin rite. Some people inwardly fumed at the unfairness of it. Others could only force bitter smiles. What was there to compete with? Talent, background, backing from monsters at the top of the system, Jin Tsumuji had all three. That kind of gap was not something effort alone could bridge. Still, before long, all those stray thoughts were pushed aside. They had not come here to stew in resentment. They had come to see myriad laws. To see what kind of framework could justify a name like that. And the ones who knew Jin better were, if anything, even more curious. Because Jin Tsumuji was not a flamboyant person. Compared to the other prodigies of his generation, he was almost absurdly restrained. Quiet. Careful. Low-key in a way that often made people forget just how dangerous he really was. If even he had chosen a name like Myriad Laws, then there had to be a reason. So the entire hall waited, breath caught in collective anticipation. Jin stepped onto the temporary combat field that had been cleared in the center of the hall and looked over at the old man standing opposite him. "Old man," he said, "you're the one testing my strength in Myriad Laws." Amami Daizen gave him a sidelong glance. "What? You think I'm not qualified to be your opponent?" Jin immediately smiled. "Of course not. I'd never say that." His tone was smooth enough, but inwardly, he had already tightened up. The old man was still carrying a fair amount of resentment toward him. Jin knew that perfectly well. And more importantly, Amami Daizen was troublesome. Maybe not the most troublesome among the 12 divine generals, but absolutely not someone to take lightly. No national second-class Onmyoji was easy to deal with, and Amami had spent years as the head of the magic investigation department. He was not a man who spent his career exterminating mindless spiritual disasters. He hunted dangerous Onmyoji. That meant something. Compared to fighting yokai, Amami Daizen was far better at fighting people. Around them, the spectators grew visibly more excited. A real clash involving one of the 12 divine generals was not the kind of thing people got to watch every day. Amami did not waste time. Kinji. Jinji. The names fell from his mouth like the striking of a bell. At once, 2 giant guardian Shikigami materialized on the field with thunderous force. Boom. Boom. Each was over 4 meters tall, massive and imposing, their bodies reinforced with mechanical modifications that made them feel even heavier than their size already suggested. The one on the left, Kinji, was draped in magnificent gold ornamentation. The one on the right, Jinji, bore silver trim that gleamed under the lights of the hall. They stepped forward in unison. Steel-shod feet slammed into the ground with a deafening weight that made the entire combat field shudder. "Brat," Amami said flatly, "don't go whining that this old man's bullying you. If you've got Shikigami, summon them." Jin said nothing. Because if he really did that, what then? Bring out Zenki and Goki. The moment those two appeared, this place would not stay merely crowded. It would erupt. And besides, the old man was cheating already. He had activated his Onmyodo framework, Shingen, the moment the assessment began. That casual remark just now had not been casual at all. Hidden inside it was a spiritual command. A spirit word spell. With a single line, Amami had sealed Jin's voice. Silence. For another Onmyoji, that alone could have ended the fight before it properly began. Without a voice, there was no chant. Without a chant, no ordinary invocation. No shikigami. No countermeasure. If they panicked for even a second, Amami could flatten them in 3 moves or less. Jin lowered his gaze slightly, his mind already working. 5 breaths. That was how long he estimated it would take to break the spirit word technique wrapped around him. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Lost Contact. Chapter 66, Lost Contact. 5 breaths. In ordinary life, that span of time was nothing. A pause between words. A blink. A stray thought. In battle, it was something else entirely. A fight did not need 5 breaths to be decided. Sometimes one was enough. Even if it wasn't enough to determine victory or defeat outright, it was more than enough to drag someone into a disadvantage, strip away their initiative, and put their life in another man's hands. As expected of the old man. Spirit word techniques were not rare. Almost any competent Onmyoji could use them. But very few could wield them with Amami Daison's level of precision, deception, and sheer malice. The force behind it was partly due to his status as a national second-class Onmyoji, yes, but the greater part almost certainly came from his Onmyodo framework, Shingen. Brat, and you still dare let your mind wander. Amami barked the words out like a teacher scolding a careless student. At the same time, Kinji and Jinji advanced. The 2 guardian Shikigami moved with crushing weight, their enormous frames radiating a suffocating pressure. Blades rose. Wind screamed. The ground shook beneath their steps. Then steel flashed, and the massive swords carved down through the air with a murderous chill. Again. Jin's mind jolted. That earlier shout had not been a warning at all. It had been another strike, one aimed not at his body, but straight at his spirit. His thoughts skipped for half a beat, his focus scattering. His footing even faltered for an instant, as though he had been shoved sideways by a drunken wave. To the average spectator, the scene was baffling. Why was White Fox making so many mistakes? He had done nothing when Amami first summoned his Shikigami. Now the enemy was practically in his face, and he still looked distracted. But to those with sharp eyes, and to anyone who understood Amami Daison's framework, things were not nearly so simple. Minister Amami has used those 2 tricks to arrest more dangerous Onmyoji than I can count, Miyoshi Yugo said quietly. Anyone who doesn't understand them will suffer badly. Even other members of the 12 divine generals can be caught by them. Yeah. Suzuka kept her eyes fixed on the field, unblinking. What I want to see is how White Fox gets out of it. Then the blades came down. Jin still did not draw a talisman. He did not form a hand seal. He did not begin a chant. He simply lifted both hands. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Don't tell me he's planning to block them barehanded. He's been making mistakes this whole time, and now he's gone insane too. White Fox is about to become a joke. Maybe he's got some hidden trick. Not only the onlookers, but even Hirata Itsun, Suzuka, and Miyoshi Yugo frowned in confusion. What is he doing? Even Amami's brows drew together. But if he was puzzled, he gave no sign of relaxing. The twin blades, thick with killing force, were about to cleave Jin in half. Then. Clang. Clang. The 2 deafening impacts rang out through the hall like steel smashing into steel. What had answered the swords was not flesh. It was fire. 2 deep crimson walls had appeared out of nowhere on either side of Jin, exactly where the blades were descending. They burned with compressed, searing heat, like fire condensed into iron. The strikes of Kinji and Jinji stopped dead against them, unable to advance another inch. And that was not all. The temperature within those crimson walls was terrifying. The giant blades of the Shikigami began to soften at the edges, then sag. Molten metal dripped down in glowing beads and splashed against the ground with hissing spits of steam and smoke. The next moment, Jin moved his hand. The fire walls collapsed into raw flame, twisted, and reformed. 2 flood dragons of crimson fire burst into being. They were vivid enough to seem alive. Scale after scale was etched in flame, their bodies coiling through the air with savage grace. Wrapped in blazing heat and roaring like a furnace come to life, the 2 dragons lashed forward and wound themselves around Kinji and Jinji. The giant Shikigami staggered. Molten iron ran down their armor in bright streams. Jin clearly meant to refine them in one go. No matter how the 2 constructs struggled, they could not shake free of the fire dragons binding their bodies. A wave of shock swept through the hall. That was a fire boundary spell. How is that possible? He didn't use a talisman, didn't chant, didn't even form a hand seal. How did he cast fire boundary out of thin air, and alter its form on top of that? Maybe White Fox prepared some kind of spiritual talisman beforehand. I heard his attainments in talisman craft are absurd. You think all of us are blind? If he'd used one, we would have seen it. What in the world was that? Hirata Itsune stared at the battlefield, unable to hide his astonishment. This was the first time he had seen an Onmyoji cast a spell with no talisman, no incantation, and not even the courtesy of a proper seal. If it had only been some simple, modernized technique, that would have been one thing. Imperial-style spells did include optimized forms, shortened chants, simplified procedures, even near-instant activation in special cases. But even those still depended on talismans. This was fire boundary. An ancient spell formula. An ancient fire art. It belonged to an entirely different class. Lord Miyoshi, Hirata asked, unable to hold back, what exactly are we looking at? His question pulled at the ears of everyone nearby. Suzuka glanced over as well, though her gaze quickly returned to the field. One of the 12 divine generals, the Divine Eye, possessed spirit sight strong enough to perceive the structure of spells with terrifying clarity. If anyone could explain it, it would be Miyoshi Yugo. Miyoshi watched in silence for another moment before speaking. Its myriad laws. He paused, then continued, his voice grave. Instant casting. Form transformation. Those should both be functions of his Onmyodo framework. The trade-off is that the power drops to less than a third of the original. A sharp breath swept through the listeners. To cast that fast and still reshape the spell, that's monstrous. Less than 1/3. So what? Instant casting alone is enough to give White Fox total initiative. In a real duel, the other side could still be halfway through their chant while his spell was already hitting them in the face. It's powerful, sure, but calling it myriad laws still feels like too much. Yuga Mari's framework, Yokai, can also freely transform barriers into defensive, binding, and offensive forms. She's one of the 12 divine generals too. This isn't unheard of. Right. Exactly. The crowd was impressed. No one could deny that. But plenty of them still felt the name was too grand. Suzuka, however, was unconvinced by their dismissal. White Fox always keeps one more card hidden than people expect. She said nothing, but the thought settled firmly in her mind. On the field, Amami snapped his folding fan through the air and drew 2 pentagrams in one fluid motion, pressing them against Kinji and Jinji. Disperse. The seals flashed. The 2 fire dragons wrapped around the Shikigami shuddered, broke apart, and scattered into drifting flame. Amami looked at the damage done to Kinji and Jinji and felt a genuine stab of pain. Their armor had been half melted, their swords ruined, and parts of their bodies had sagged grotesquely under the heat. Good grief. He muttered. Looks like this old man will have to take you seriously after all. His expression hardened. Then he flicked the folding fan in his hand up into the air. In an instant, the fan multiplied into hundreds of copies that spread through the battlefield like a flock of silver-winged birds. Each one fixed itself into place around Jin, becoming a node. Silver lines began weaving between them in a dense geometric lattice. A barrier took shape in the space of a breath, locking Jin inside. Jin did not react immediately. He did not strike the barrier or try to dodge at the last second. He merely stood there and looked at it. A faint, mysterious light flickered in his eyes, as though he were not trapped at all, but studying. Amami, seeing the barrier close around him, pulled out 2 talismans and slapped them onto Kinji and Jinji. His chant followed at once. Nama Samantavar Ha with Macron, swiftly, as the laws and decrees command. Akala Mantra. A fierce, diamond-hard aura burst from Kinji's body. The melted armor repaired itself. The ruined blade in its hand returned to pristine form. Then the entire Shikigami began to expand, its frame swelling to more than double its original size. The pressure pouring off it became overwhelming, vast and immovable, like a manifestation of Fudo-Myoho itself descending into the mortal world. But Amami's chant did not stop. O Suri Mari Mamari Mari Susuri Svaha, by the command of Shinjen, swiftly, as the laws and decrees command. Ue Vijaya Mantra. A murky purifying flame ignited across Jinji's body. Its spiritual pressure surged upward in violent waves, one layer after another, until it resembled a storm-tossed sea. A solemn divine image shimmered over its frame, vast and majestic, giving the Silver Guardian a terrifying aura of purification through burning. Miyoshi Yugo's expression turned solemn. It's been a long time since I've seen Minister Amami use both the Akala Mantra and the Ue Vijaya Mantra. Under the enhancement of Shinjen, mantra-based spell formulas reach an absurd level of output. The hall fell quiet. The pressure radiating from the transformed Shikigami was enough to make professional-grade Onmyoji feel their hearts tighten. At that moment, many of them realized just how enormous the gap truly was. Against monsters of that class, they probably would not survive even one exchange. By then, Jin had finished observing. For the first time since the fight began, he took out a talisman. He pressed it against the barrier trapping him and uttered a single word. Break. The barrier collapsed at once. Not cracked. Not weakened. collapsed. It fell apart like a paper house in a storm, the entire structure disintegrating into scattered spiritual fragments before vanishing into the air. Amami's eyes narrowed. Spell nullification. Didn't expect you to know that trick, brat. Old man, Jin said, lowering his hand, it's a little more than just that. Then he copied Amami's earlier motion. Instead of a folding fan, he flicked a talisman forward. The talisman split in midair. Then split again. And again. 100 became many hundreds, scattering around Amami, Kinji, and Jinji like a rain of paper flowers. Each talisman took a fixed point in space. Silver threads flashed between them. Lines interlocked. A barrier formed. The same style. The same structure. The same trapping geometry. This time, it was Amami Daizen and his Shikigami who found themselves sealed inside. For the first time since the battle began, Amami's composure visibly cracked. How is that possible? The barrier technique before him was not some common school spell. It was his own creation, a personal variation he had built by merging other methods with the 7-point barrier and refining it through long experience. Used in conjunction with his folding fan, it could be activated instantly without a chant. It was one of his trump cards. And he had never taught it to anyone. Yet now this brat had reproduced it casually, as if he had owned it for years. Amami forced down the shock clawing at him. Kinji. Break it. Kinji, empowered by the Akala mantra, swung. The barrier did not collapse on the first hit, but neither did it last long. The second strike shattered it outright. The moment it broke, Amami attacked again. Spirit word technique, silence. This time he did not hide it inside casual speech. Jin was already wary now. The chance of catching him off guard twice had vanished. Jin raised a hand and cut through the air. Did you really think I'd trip over the same stone twice? There was a dry pop. Invisible forces collided and dispersed in the space between them. Amami stared. Spell nullification again. Impossible. That spirit word was layered with Shingen. It shouldn't have been possible to erase. Jin looked at him calmly. No matter how much weight you pile onto it, it's still a spell formula in the end. And your timing was perfect. A faint smile touched his lips. I haven't used mantra techniques yet. Seems like a good time to try. Before Amami could fully grasp what he meant, spiritual power surged from Jin's body. 3 talismans flew into the air. Fire boundary. Yue Vijaya mantra. Akala mantra. The spectators' disbelief exploded into silence. Fire boundary erupted first, but instead of walls, it became 2 crimson flood dragons, every scale vivid in the blaze. Then the mantra spells layered over them, one dragon wrapped in the crushing force of Akala, the other igniting with the purifying, violent flame of Yue Vijaya. It was Amami's own combination. The same sequence. The same internal structure. The same circulation. The only difference was one that now horrified everyone watching. Jin had done it without chanting. Miyoshi Yugo's spirit sight had been fixed on the battlefield from the very beginning. Now even he sounded shaken. It's not just the spell formulas, he said slowly. The internal circulation. The pattern of spiritual energy. The mode of control. They're identical. A perfect imitation. The only reduction is the missing chant, which leaves it at roughly 1/3 output. He let out a breath. I understand now. I finally understand what myriad laws really is. If that's the case, then the name fits. Amami had understood too. His voice dropped, heavier than before. Myriad laws, to learn myriad laws and govern myriad paths. That's what it means, isn't it? He stared at Jin with a seriousness that had not been there even a moment ago. The waiting. The hesitation. Letting yourself get pressed at the start, it was all for this. You were using myriad laws to learn my spell formulas. His gaze flicked toward the transformed dragons. The Akala mantra. The Yue Vijaya mantra. The barrier technique from before. You learned them all during the fight. His tone deepened. That's why you can nullify spells. Why you can cast them instantly. Why you can change their form. It isn't random talent. It's because once myriad laws understands a technique, you grasp its mysteries completely. Jin inclined his head. You old man has sharp eyes. That's exactly right. After hearing the admission spoken plainly, Amami went silent. The look in his eyes changed. Shock was no longer enough to describe it. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. His throat felt dry. At last, he managed only one sentence. You really are a monster. Then he recalled Kinji and Jinji. The test was over. More importantly, as a national second-class Onmyoji, he had already realized something he did not want to say aloud in front of this crowd. if the fight continued, he was no longer sure how he would win cleanly. And if he couldn't win cleanly, then continuing would only cost him face. The hall had gone dead silent. Suzuka. Hirata. The gathered Onmyoji. The staff. All of them stood frozen, staring at Jin Tsumuji in the center of the field. No one here was stupid. Amami's explanation had been perfectly clear. To learn the opponent's spell formulas in the middle of a fight. To reproduce them. To cast them instantly. To reshape them. To nullify them. What kind of outrageous framework was that? It meant that anyone fighting Jin faced a nightmare. Whatever you knew, he could learn. Whatever you could cast, he could cast too. And after learning it, he could use it faster than you, twist it more freely than you, and potentially erase your own spell with it. How was anyone supposed to fight something like that? The only answer was to kill him before he could learn. End the battle immediately. Leave him no time to observe, no time to analyze, no time to understand. But unless the gap in strength was overwhelming, that was easier said than done. Or perhaps multiple opponents could try to drag him into a drawn-out battle and exhaust his spiritual energy. But that assumption would only exist in the minds of people who did not know he could be possessed by the 1,000-year dragon and draw on its accumulated spiritual power. Anyone who knew that would never dare trust a war of attrition. Miyoshi Yugo looked at the young men on the field and spoke in a voice that carried across the hall. Myriad laws may still be immature. But one day, it will reach that level. Then he turned and left. Suzuka remained where she was, her eyes fixed on Jin. Something resolute formed quietly inside her chest. White Fox. An Onmyodo framework like that. At the same time, Hirata Itsune stood lost in thought amid the shock. First Yuko. And now maybe White Fox as well. Maybe he can help us too. There was no doubt what would happen next. The name White Fox Jin Tsumuji would spread through Tokyo once again. And this time, the shock would be even greater. Because now everyone had seen the framework he had forged. Myriad laws. Back in the director's office of the Magic Investigation Department, Amami Daizen let out a long breath and slumped slightly into his chair. Miscalculation. A complete miscalculation. He shook his head, though the amusement in his eyes never faded. If I'd known your damned framework was this abnormal, I wouldn't have gone looking for trouble. Jin spread his hands. Even if I'd told you, old man, you probably wouldn't have believed me. That much is true. Amami snorted. Who'd believe a framework could be this ridiculous? Then his eyes sharpened again. But if I'm not mistaken, Myriad laws isn't without its limits. Jin smiled. As expected of you, old man. Enough with the flattery. Amami was clearly not buying it. There are two major restrictions, Jin said, holding up two fingers. First, Myriad laws doesn't self-expand. If I learn your Akala mantra today and want to deepen my understanding of it later, I have to do that on my own. I can't learn the same spell again from someone else and stack further insight through the framework. Amami considered it for a moment. That's hardly a fatal flaw. It may reduce the precision of your spell nullification in some cases, but it doesn't change the overall picture. Spell nullification demanded deep comprehension. If the opponent's grasp of the spell exceeded yours, nullifying it would become difficult, or even impossible. Still, compared to what Myriad laws could already do, that restriction was minor. The second, Jin said, is that it's very difficult to perfect. That makes more sense. Amami nodded. Which means your future path won't be easy. Jin returned the nod. At present, Myriad laws was only 10% complete, and even that was thanks entirely to the Senji Ryaketsu. That text had given him an enormous push. But once he finished drawing from it, the rest of the road would be his alone. 10 minutes later, Jin left the director's office. Not long after he was gone, Miyoshi Yugo knocked and entered. He left. Amami looked out the window at the high noon sun hanging over the agency grounds. If I had my way, he said, I'd keep him here in the Onmyo agency. Miyoshi was quiet for a beat before answering. He's not the sort who can live inside rules and walls. Letting him move freely outside is the better choice. Then he hesitated, and added, he's a seed of this era. The same kind of seed Abe no Seimei was 1,000 years ago. Amami looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect such high praise from you. Miyoshi gave a faint, humorless smile. This time, Myriad laws truly frightened me. Amami's gaze returned to the bright sky beyond the window. Myriad laws. He murmured. It really is worthy of that name. And then. A crane-shaped shikigami burst in through the open window. It crossed the office in a flash, dropped a sealed letter onto the desk, and transformed back into a talisman in midair. The paper immediately ignited and burned to ash. Amami and Miyoshi both froze. This is. Amami's eyes sharpened. A messenger from the Tsuchimikado family. They looked outside at once. There was more than 1, 4, 5. Maybe more. Crane Shikigami were cutting through the sky in different directions, each carrying a secret letter toward the Onmyo Academy and other major Onmyodo institutions. A bad feeling rose in Amami's chest. He tore open the letter on the desk. The office fell silent. A long moment passed. Then Amami's expression changed. His voice came out hard and low. The agency chief, and the others have lost contact. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 67, Reappearance. Chapter 67, Reappearance. The sun was already sinking in the west. Its last light spilled across the street in long strips of dim gold, catching on the dry, yellow leaves scattered along the roadside. Autumn had stripped the city bare. Even the few pedestrians still out seemed thinner somehow, their silhouettes swallowed by the quiet. The whole evening carried a desolate stillness, more pronounced than in previous years, as though the season itself had become reluctant to speak. Jin Tsumuji, however, was in no mood to appreciate the scenery. Inside the White Fox office. "Director, what exactly were you thinking?" Iwanaga Kotoko stood behind the desk with both hands planted on it, her face full of anger and worry in equal measure. Tampering with the taboo of Onmyodo. Using the forbidden Taizen Fukuin right without authorization. Causing chaos at the Tsuchimikado family estate. Do you have any idea what any of that sounds like when I say it out loud? Jin sat there and accepted the lecture in silence. He had already been chewed out by Amami Daizan at the bureau. Then he had come back to the White Fox office, only to walk straight into round 2. And Kotoko's round 2 was relentless. She had started at 2 in the afternoon. It was nearly sunset now. In all that time, she had only stopped a few times to take a sip of water and save her throat. Other than that, the lecture had continued without pause, like a ritual designed specifically to wear down the guilty. Jin, still feeling a trace of actual shame over the whole matter, could not help admiring his assistant's lung capacity. Off to the side, Kasagano Sora watched the scene with faint apprehension written across her pale face. Since coming to the White Fox office, this was the first time she had ever seen Kotoko this furious. If she had been in the director's position, she thought she would probably have started crying long ago. Meanwhile, Jin was sitting there like a man enduring a storm with supernatural discipline. Bang. Kotoko slapped the desk hard enough to make Sora jump. "Director, are you even listening to me?" she demanded. "Do you know how worried I was when I found out what happened? Do you know how much work we put into building up the White Fox office's reputation and case record? The bureau wiped all of that out in one go." Jin knew if he kept quiet any longer, this could continue until midnight. So he finally raised a hand and tried, very carefully, to defend himself. "Kotoko, about the case record and reputation." He gave a small cough. "Given the current state of the White Fox office, I'd say those things are somewhat optional. We should try to look on the bright side." Kotoko stared at him. The air in the office grew noticeably more dangerous. Jin pressed on anyway. "Look, because of this incident, the White Fox office's reputation has actually risen quite a bit. And without what happened at the Tsuchimikado estate, I probably wouldn't have formed my Onmyodo framework this quickly." He spread his hands. And in the end, nothing went wrong. That only made Kotoko's expression worse. "Those are excuses," she said flatly. "Bad ones." Her voice did not rise, but that somehow made it more oppressive. "I would rather the White Fox office build its name step by step through actual cases than gain attention through something like this. And don't twist the point, Director. Going to the Tsuchimikado family to borrow the Senji Ryaketsu was one thing. Running off with that bad girl Derenji Suzuka to perform the Taizen Fukuin rite was something else entirely. The words bad girl carried real weight. In Kotoko's mind, Derenji Suzuka had already been promoted to a very specific category of problem, unwelcome person, dangerous influence, an individual to be kept far away from the director at all costs. If Suzuka had not led him astray, how could Jin possibly have done something so reckless? And now that Kotoko thought back on it, all the information the director had collected about the Taizen Fukuin rite beforehand must have come from Suzuka too. That settled it. Derenji Suzuka was the main culprit. Jin almost laughed, but he wisely kept his face straight. "All right, Kotoko. Calm down." He softened his tone and offered her a smile that was half coaxing, half surrender. "I promise that if something like this happens again, I'll tell you in advance." Kotoko narrowed her eyes. "In advance," she repeated. "Only in advance." Jin smiled without answering. That silence alone was enough. Kotoko looked at him for a few seconds, then let out a long, tired sigh. She understood. Getting him to promise advance notice was already a concession. Asking for more was like trying to nail fog to a wall. At last, she pinched the bridge of her nose and said in a voice full of resignation, "Director, don't let there be a next time." Jin, sensing the storm had finally passed, immediately shifted back into business mode before she could circle around for a second round. Did the White Fox office receive any supernatural case requests while I was away? The change in topic was blatant. Kotoko shot him a look, but she let it go. Before she could answer, Sora moved quickly to the filing cabinet, took out several request forms, and placed them neatly on the desk in front of Jin. "Director," she said quietly, "these are the requests that remained after Sister Kotoko screened and processed the others." Jin picked them up. Sora continued, "3 of the cases appear to be connected. Based on the clues gathered so far, all of them seem to have been committed by the same type of man-eating yokai. The similarities are too strong to ignore, so they can probably be treated as a single incident." "A yokai?" Jin asked casually as he flipped through the reports. "A strong one." Kotoko shook her head. "Not necessarily strong. It's just very good at hiding." Her expression darkened slightly. "Every time investigators reach a crime scene, all that's left is a mess of torn limbs and ruined bodies. The heads are always missing. So are the internal organs. The wounds on what remains look like they were made by some kind of wild beast." Jin's gaze paused on one of the attached photos. The scene was ugly. Brutal. The kind of slaughter that stained the eye even through paper. "And even your yokai haven't turned up anything more?" Kotoko nodded. "Nothing useful. It keeps slipping away." Jin skimmed the rest of the information. There was very little of practical value. Most of it amounted to scene descriptions, photographs, and repeated confirmation that whatever had done this knew how to erase its trail almost perfectly. He set those forms aside. "And the other requests?" Kotoko and Sora exchanged a brief look. Then Kotoko said, "There are 2 left. Strictly speaking, those can be merged into one case too." She paused. "And this one has a direct connection to the White Fox office." Jin looked up. That wording was enough to make him take it seriously. At the side, Sora had gone still. Her pale face carried a complicated expression now, something between tension, pain, and a memory she did not want dragged back into the light. Jin's fingers stopped on the edge of the file. Then a thought struck him. His expression changed at once. "It's connected to that grotesque tree spirit from before," he said, voice turning grave. "The one that produced blood-red fruit." Kotoko's face tightened. "Yes." A quiet chill settled over the room. Jin's eyes narrowed. "It's appeared again," he said. Then, after a brief pause, his tone dropped even lower. "No, not appeared. Someone has deployed it again. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Analysis. Chapter 68, Analysis. As for the 2 supernatural incidents involving the grotesque tree spirit, Iwanaga Kotoko had not pulled the reports from the non-scientific supernatural forum. She had gotten them from 2 similar sites instead, the Red Moon Tree Supernatural Forum and the Wild Wolf Supernatural Forum. Those forums were not as official, nor as tightly regulated, but they were not worthless rumor mills either. Behind them stood several respectable supernatural investigation offices. To be more precise, those offices had created the forums themselves as a way to spread their names, broaden their reach, and attract clients more efficiently. Since the cases were tied to the same monster that had once trapped Kasagano Sora, Jin could not help focusing on the details with genuine seriousness. He read the reports one by one. The deeper he went, the grimmer his expression became. The contents were painfully familiar. The language in the records, the helplessness in the testimony, the slow collapse into fear and despair, it all matched what Sora had once endured with eerie precision. The pages in his hand seemed to grow heavier. October 13th, they came out again. The vines. The vines. October 15th, I want to run, but Dad is still being controlled by those vines. I can't leave him behind. October 16th, blank. October 17th, blank. October 18th, I'm hiding in the bedroom. I'm scared to go outside. October 19th, I saw them eating Mom and Dad. Bit by bit. October 20th. At the bottom of the form was Kotoko's investigation summary, written in her own hand. Investigation result, grotesque tree spirit, suspected branch growth of the same entity type. Extremely high similarity to the Kasagano Sora incident. Uses distress messages to lure in outside victims, then hunts and feeds. Recommended action 1, immediate extermination. Recommended action 2, report to the agency first, seal off the area, wait for the director's return, then follow the trail and uncover the source. Jin's eyes lingered there for a moment. The fact that the report had ended up on his desk instead of being closed out already told him which option Kotoko had chosen. She had contained the area. She had kept civilians away. But she had not destroyed the grotesque tree spirit branch. She had waited. Jin turned to the second form. The contents were almost the same. The method. The pattern. The despair. Only the names and locations had changed. After reading through both, he let the papers fall lightly back onto the desk. This time, it didn't even bother with extra disguises, he said quietly. It's gotten bolder. Before, in the case that had ensnared Sora, the thing had at least known how to cloak itself. It had disguised itself as an evil spirit, used a false supernatural identity, and deliberately confused outsiders. Now it had abandoned that step entirely. Or perhaps not abandoned it, Jin thought. Perhaps it no longer had the luxury. If someone examined the records carefully enough, it was not difficult to infer the truth. The descriptions of the vines, the predatory behavior, the grotesque feeding patterns, the lingering sense of something rooted and waiting, it all pointed in the same direction. Anyone with decent experience in spiritual investigation would eventually think of the same name. Grotesque tree spirit. Kotoko folded her arms and continued, according to what I've gathered, if we exclude the 2 cases currently in our hands, there have already been more than a dozen similar incidents across Tokyo in just the last few days. Some of the branch growths were destroyed immediately by other supernatural investigation offices after discovery. The authorities have also put out a public notice. Jin looked up. That's unusual. It is, Kotoko said. They're urging residents to report any suspicious distress messages immediately, and they've explicitly warned people not to investigate on their own. Jin was silent for a moment. He understood what that meant. Normally, the authorities preferred suppression, not disclosure. They would smooth things over, bury the details, control the narrative, and avoid public panic as much as possible. Unless the situation had crossed a dangerous threshold, they would never issue a warning likely to spread fear on a citywide scale. Which meant this matter was already serious. Very serious. Kotoko, he said, start from the beginning. I want all of it. She nodded. In every case we've confirmed so far, the hunting method is basically the same. The victim is controlled and forced to send out a distress message to lure in other people. Once that part is done, once the bait has served its purpose, the grotesque tree spirit devours the original victim almost immediately. She paused, choosing her words. It feels like it's in a hurry, Jin finished. Or under pressure. Kotoko met his gaze and nodded. Yes. Jin leaned back slightly in his chair, his eyes darkening with thought. As soon as the bait loses its use, it's consumed. No delay. No continued control. No extra manipulation. His fingers tapped once against the desk. That suggests impatience. Or urgency. Which means the one deploying them may be working towards something specific. Kotoko gave a quiet sound of agreement, then continued. The second issue is distribution. Most of the confirmed grotesque tree spirit branches first appeared in Minato Ward. But beginning yesterday, I started getting reports from Shibuya, Nakano, Shinjuku, and Toshima as well. Jin lowered his gaze to the forms again. It really is like sowing seeds, he murmured. Spreading outward. Multiplying. Then he turned one of the reports slightly and added, and once you scatter them too widely, individual control weakens. Spiritual power thins out. Precision drops. He looked up. So the loss of disguise probably isn't arrogance. It's overextension. Kotoko nodded at once. That was my conclusion too. Sora thought the same. Jin glanced toward Sora. She had remained quiet during most of the discussion, but at Kotoko's words, she gave a small, almost hesitant nod. During the days he had been away, she had clearly helped more than she let on. Jin returned his attention to Kotoko. So your decision was to block off these 2 sites and use them as live threads. Follow the trail backward and pull out whoever's behind this. Kotoko did not dodge the point. If we can track the source, that would be ideal, she said honestly. This case already has a high bounty attached to it on both the Yin and Yang Agency Board and the official supernatural forums. And if it keeps spreading unchecked, all of Tokyo is going to fall into a panic. Then, after a brief pause, she added, but if you don't want to get involved, Director, we can move immediately and exterminate the 2 branches we've isolated. That would still count as resolving the requests. That was one of the things Jin appreciated most about her. Kotoko was capable. Careful. Sharp enough to make independent judgments when necessary. But when it came to matters tied to him, especially major decisions, she never overstepped and made the final call on his behalf. That restraint mattered. Jin's eyes drifted back to the 2 request forms on the desk. He did not answer right away. Because the truth was simple. If his earlier judgment from Sora's case had been correct, then somewhere behind the grotesque tree spirit branches stood a great yokai. Maybe it had not planted them personally. Maybe its followers had done the work. But he had already learned from Tsukuzawa, the fallen deity, that the blood-red fruit produced by these grotesque tree spirit branches was favored by a certain great yokai. And the creatures serving that being loved planting them, raising them, harvesting the fruit, and offering it up in exchange for blessings or rewards. Which meant one thing. If he chose to pursue this incident to the end, he would almost certainly be forced into direct conflict with a great yokai. Possibly more than one. Jin rested his fingers against the edge of the desk, thinking. Was that dangerous? Yes. Was it enough to make him back off? Not really. And that was not arrogance born from forming myriad laws. His confidence came from something more concrete. His role-playing system was close to another advancement. Once it evolved, his strength would not simply increase, it would undergo a qualitative transformation. By that point, even if he still could not match a great yokai head-on, preserving his own life should not be a problem. And if the worst came to pass, he still had Zenki and Goki. That alone was enough to change the color of any battlefield. Jin's decision settled. Kotoko. Her posture straightened. Take over the entire grotesque tree spirit case from the Yin and Yang agency and the official forums. Then contact every supernatural investigation office that's received related requests and have them hand over all their data on the incident to the White Fox office. Kotoko blinked once, then nodded without hesitation. She understood what that meant. Jin was not taking two cases. He was taking all of it. There were two reasons for the decision. First, if left alone, this matter would keep spreading until it reached a point no one could control. Second, Kasagano Sora now belonged to the White Fox office. As director, he had no intention of letting that old debt remain unsettled forever. At the side, Sora's eyes widened slightly. She did not speak. But she understood. Part of the reason Jin had made this choice was for her. A soft, complicated emotion rose in her chest, gratitude, disbelief, and an old sorrow sharpened by memory. She knew better than anyone that if she had been left to pursue revenge alone, she never would have reached it. Not in this lifetime. I'll personally handle the coordination with the other offices, Kotoko said. That task was simple enough. With Jin's current name and the White Fox office's growing reputation, most other supernatural investigation offices would gladly cooperate. Some would do it out of respect. Some out of caution. Some because they had no desire to be left holding the tail of such a dangerous affair. Either way, the result would be the same. Jin gave a small nod, then shifted to the other issue. As for the man-eating monster case, I'll go investigate the scene myself. He tapped the other stack of reports. If we want to flush it out, the cleanest method is bait. Kotoko's expression sharpened. Jin continued, did the victims it devoured have any traits in common? Kotoko and Sora exchanged a glance. Neither answered right away. Then Kotoko said, we didn't find anything clear. No pattern at all. Jin asked. It's messy, Kotoko admitted. Men, women, adults, married women, middle-aged victims, though there are also quite a few younger people among them. The only obvious thing is that there haven't been any elderly victims so far. That was not much to work with. Jin frowned. If there was no discernible feeding preference, no age range, no gender pattern, no environmental link, no behavioral marker, then there was no bait profile to reproduce and no trail of intent to follow. That made the thing far harder to lure out. Or worse, it meant the killings were functionally random. And random predators were always troublesome. Keep digging into it, Jin said. Double the attention on that case. I want more intelligence. Anything at all, locations, timing, weather, victim routines, last known movement, digital traces, message history, witness descriptions. Don't narrow the net yet. He did not blame either of them for the current lack of usable data. The case had only surfaced recently. It had barely been a week since he went to the Tsuchimikado family estate, and during that time Kotoko and Sora had not been idle. They had already handled a number of other supernatural incidents while keeping the office running. They had done well. But now he was back. And now the real work would begin. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 69, Advancing Once More. Chapter 69, Advancing Once More. There were 5 request forms on the desk. Strictly speaking, however, they only represented 2 supernatural incidents. After Jin Tsumuji finished assigning tasks, Iwanaga Kotoko took Kasagano Sora and left the White Fox office before the sky went fully dark. Night was the most convenient time for Kotoko to move. The monsters under her command could slip through alleyways, rooftops, drainage channels, and forgotten corners of the city far more freely after sunset. If there were traces to be found, the dark would help them more than hinder them. Jin watched them leave, then leaned back in his chair and let the office fall quiet. He had to admit it. During the short time he had been away from the White Fox office, Sora had grown a great deal. At first, she had only been able to help with simple clerical work. Now she could assist Kotoko in handling supernatural cases directly. In several incidents Kotoko had resolved over the past few days, Sora had apparently contributed quite a lot. More importantly, her control over her ghostly form had improved quickly. She no longer drifted through the world like something half-dissolved, half-present. With more time and enough spiritual nourishment, she might eventually be able to exist independently without constant support. If the Taizen Fukuin rite could be performed normally, Sora could be perfectly resurrected. The thought surfaced in Jin's mind, quiet and heavy. He had once made her that promise. But now, after personally touching the forbidden rite, he understood the true difficulty far better than before. The greatest obstacle was not the ritual itself, nor even the sacrifice, nor the danger of the procedure. It was the resistance of the underworld's order. A dead soul did not simply return because someone wished it so. That was why Taizen Fukuin was a taboo. Jin let out a soft breath and shook his head. Unfortunately, that promise may take a long time. At the very least, from where he stood now, forcing open a path through the order of death was still too far away. He sat silently for a moment, then pushed those thoughts aside. Forget it. That can wait. There are more important things to do right now. Jin rose from his chair and walked to the bookshelf. With a light press of the hidden mechanism, part of the shelf shifted inward and slid aside, revealing the entrance to the secret room behind it. He stepped inside. Whether at the Tsuchimikado family estate or the agency, Jin had deliberately suppressed the advancement of his role-playing system. There were too many eyes in both places. If something unusual happened during the advancement, he would have had no clean way to explain it. A sudden fluctuation in spiritual power, a change in aura, an abnormal phenomenon, any of those could have attracted unnecessary attention. And in the world of Onmyodo, unnecessary attention often meant unnecessary trouble. Jin was eager for the strength the advancement would bring, but not so impatient that he would risk exposing himself for no reason. Inside the secret room, the air was still. The walls were layered with talismans and concealed spell formulas, isolating the room from outside perception as much as possible. Jin sat cross-legged on the meditation mat in the center, straightened his back, and slowly calmed his mind. Then he called up the role-playing system. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, youth stage, ready to advance. Character abilities. Basic talisman compendium, minor accomplishment. Shikigami contract, minor accomplishment. 5-pointed star incantation, minor accomplishment. Spirit word technique, proficient. Yuho, proficient. Immovable binding technique, proficient. Fire boundary spell, proficient. Ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, advanced. Jin looked over the familiar panel. It had not even been a month since his last advancement. Compared to the time it had taken to accumulate progress during the childhood stage, this speed was almost absurd. But when he thought about everything he had experienced in that single month, the absurdity faded. The grotesque tree spirit. The wedding dress tree. Zenki and Goki. Hokuto. The Taizen Fukuin rite. The Senji Ryaketsu. His Onmyodo framework. One incident after another had crashed into him with barely any time to breathe between them. If anything, the past month had been more crowded and more dangerous than an ordinary Onmyoji's entire year. Jin lowered his eyes. He needed strength. The grotesque tree spirit case had already begun to spread. The shadow behind it was likely connected to a great yokai. If he wanted to interfere, he could not afford to remain where he was. Role-playing system, Jin said softly. Advance. The moment the words fell, the world changed. The secret room lost its color. The walls, the door, the bookshelf outside, even the talismans layered over the room, all of it faded like ink washed away by rain. Solid objects became distant, weightless, and translucent. Darkness gathered around him, not as empty space, but as a thick, silent void. Then Sanskrit characters began to appear. One after another, ancient and obscure symbols emerged from the dark, drifting around Jin's consciousness in slow, solemn orbits. They did not shine brightly, but they carried a weight that seemed older than the room, older than Tokyo, older than the name Jin Tsumuji. His consciousness was pulled away. Across 1,000 years. Across the boundary between memory and dream. Across a time both real and illusory. When Jin opened his eyes again, he was no longer sitting in the White Fox office. He had returned to that ancient age. 1,000 years ago. An era when yokai and specters roamed without fear. An era when great yokai were not distant legends, but living disasters that could cast their shadows over human settlements. At night, yokai ruled. During the day, humans struggled to carve out fragile spaces for survival beneath courtly elegance and ritual law. It was an age modern Onmyoji romanticized from the safety of textbooks and restored scrolls. A brilliant age, yes. An age when countless schools of Onmyodo collided, fused, argued, and burned brighter than any era that came after. But also a cruel age. The best of times. The worst of times. And in that familiar dreamlike state, Jin became Abe no Seimei once more. He experienced it as memory, yet also as life. After completing his studies at the Onmyojo, Seimei began exorcising demons in Kyoto. His name spread among the nobility. A teenage genius. A prodigy whose spiritual sight and talent seemed almost unnatural. From his teacher, Kamo no Tadataka, he received the inheritance of the Kamo family's Onmyodo. Alongside Kamo no Yasunori, his teacher's son, he discussed and proposed broader principles for the structure of Onmyodo, earning praise from both his teacher and the Onmyojo. Zenki and Goki came into his life. Then came his own Onmyodo framework. Jyodo. The path of governance. Time moved forward. The elegant youth underwent his coming-of-age ceremony and became a young man. His reputation no longer belonged only to whispers in the Onmyojo. His name rang through Kyoto's noble circles, becoming one of the most sought-after names beneath the capital's painted eaves. He stood alone against an attacking great yokai. For that feat, he received commendation from the imperial family. He met Imperial Princess Ryoyu, who had slipped out from the palace in secret. Then time began to thin. The ancient capital faded. The dreamlike state slowly broke apart, and Jin's consciousness was drawn back across the long river of 1,000 years. In the secret room, Jin opened his eyes. He was still sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat. For a few seconds, he did not move. His gaze carried the haze of someone who had crossed an impossible distance and not yet fully returned. The weight of ancient Kyoto still clung to his mind. The voices, the rituals, the smell of incense, the pressure of monsters beyond the torchlight, it all lingered behind his eyes. He exhaled slowly. The breath felt heavy. After a while, the confusion in his eyes receded. Clarity returned. Yet if one looked closely enough, a faint trace of that distant bewilderment still remained. The stronger he becomes, and the richer his experiences grow, the easier it becomes for me to get lost in them, Jin murmured. Each advancement was not merely an increase in power. It was immersion. Assimilation. The system did not simply hand him techniques. It forced him to experience a life. A person. A path. And that person was Abe no Seimei. To digest all of this completely will take time. Jin settled his breathing, then called up the system again. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, young adulthood, 24%. Onmyodo framework, myriad laws, 20%. Character abilities. Basic talisman compendium, great accomplishment. Shikigami contract, great accomplishment. 5-pointed star incantation, great accomplishment. Spirit word technique, minor accomplishment. Yoho, minor accomplishment. Immovable binding technique, minor accomplishment. Fire boundary spell, minor accomplishment. Myriad demon subduing mantra, advanced. Crucifix sutra thunder technique, advanced. Marisai heavenly mantra, advanced. Ghost averting and evil dispelling incantation, minor accomplishment. Akala demon subduing mantra, advanced. Fudo Myowo fire boundary mantra, advanced. Triloki Vajra heart mantra, advanced. The list had grown much richer than before. Not only had his available Onmyo arts expanded significantly, but the completion level of his Onmyodo framework had now been digitized as well. That was convenient. At least now he had a clearer grasp of how far myriad laws had progressed. Basic talisman compendium, Shikigami contract, and 5-pointed star incantation all went from minor accomplishment to great accomplishment. Jin's eyes moved down the panel. Spirit word technique and Yoho also advanced from proficient to minor accomplishment. At first glance, it looked like only a single rank of improvement. But Jin understood perfectly well that the difference between those stages was not small. Take the basic talisman compendium as an example. His understanding of the talismans he already knew had deepened dramatically. More importantly, the compendium now included certain talismans that could be called forbidden spells. Their effects and destructive potential were in a completely different category from standard talisman craft. The 5-pointed star incantation had also changed. Its ability to subdue yokai was no longer inferior to the arts wielded by national-level Onmyoji. In some respects, its unique properties might even surpass them. These were qualitative changes. Jin continued reading. 3 professional-class Onmyo arts have been added. Myriad demon subduing mantra. Crucifix sutra thunder technique. Marisai heavenly mantra. One was specialized for suppressing yokai. One was a powerful thunder art. One was another mantra art with its own particular uses. His toolkit had become far more complete. Then his gaze fell to the final additions. 3 national-level arts as well. 2 from the Akala lineage, the Akala demon-subduing mantra and the Fudo-myo fire boundary mantra, plus the Trilokya heart mantra. His eyes lingered on the ghost-averting and evil-dispelling incantation. That one jumped straight from advanced to minor accomplishment. Which meant its power had risen again. For a national-level Onmyo art, that increase was not trivial. Of course, the techniques displayed by the system were not the entirety of what Jin knew. There were techniques like the 7-point barrier, as well as the Akala mantra and Yue Vijaya mantra he had learned through myriad laws during his fight with Amami Daizen. But human energy was limited. Even with myriad laws, even if he could learn all Onmyo arts he encountered, learning was not the same as mastering. Every spell formula contained its own structure, history, logic, and hidden principles. Understanding the surface was easy. Digesting the profound mysteries beneath it required time. The techniques displayed by the role-playing system were different. They were the ones that belonged to the direction he was truly specializing in. His foundation. His path. The indispensable pieces of his Onmyodo. Myriad laws has reached 20% completion. Jin's finger tapped lightly against his knee. Only 11% away from the threshold of a national second-class Onmyoji like the old man. More importantly, after the advancement of the role-playing system, his own spiritual power had fully reached the level of a national-level Onmyoji. In other words, Jin Tsumuji was now a genuine national-level Onmyoji. He was northwest longer merely close to that realm. He had arrived. As for updating my Onmyoji certification, that can wait. Jin was not in a hurry to walk into the agency and throw more oil onto the fire. The storm caused by his recent actions had not died down yet. If he went back now to update his license, the entire agency would probably explode again. Besides, it would be far too high profile. A sudden surge in spiritual power of this scale was not something he could explain cleanly. Better to wait. He lowered his gaze in thought. Come to think of it, the Onmyodo framework I formed is almost identical to his. Seimei had called his framework Jyodo. Jin had named his myriad laws. The names were different, but the essence was nearly the same. He was not surprised. The role-playing system existed to bring him closer and closer to him. Jin's Onmyodo had, for the most part, been inherited from Abe no Seimei's path. It was only natural that the framework he formed would resemble Seimei's own. Next is the Senji Ryaketsu. A trace of anticipation appeared in Jin's eyes. If possible, I should use it to strengthen myself again. It would be best to push both my role-playing progress and myriad laws past 30%. He closed his eyes. In his mind, the Senji Ryaketsu he had obtained from the Tsuchimikado family slowly opened. The moment he began to read, profound mysteries unfolded before him. Back at the Tsuchimikado estate, he had only managed to reach around the 90th page. Beyond that point, much of the content had been obscure, tangled, and difficult to comprehend. It had felt like staring into a sky full of stars without knowing how to read constellations. Now it was different. The barriers that had blocked his understanding before were gone. The principles that had once seemed distant now opened themselves clearly. 10 minutes later, Jin reached the 100th page. The first time he had seen this section, it might as well have been written in the language of heaven. Not a single part had been truly comprehensible. Now, the mysteries on the page seemed alive. They flowed into his mind, layer upon layer, drawing him deeper into a vast and wondrous sea of knowledge. Spell formulas, ritual structures, spiritual principles, and ancient interpretations of Onmyodo unfolded in sequence. Jin absorbed them greedily, but not recklessly. He read. He understood. He digested. Half an hour later, he reached page 120. There, resistance appeared again. The text no longer unfolded smoothly. The meanings began to blur at the edges. Certain principles became dense and difficult, refusing to be forced open by his present level of comprehension. This time, Jin did not push. He decisively closed the Senji Ryaketsu in his mind. 1/3. He opened his eyes. I've finished 1/3 of the Senji Ryaketsu. Then he called up the system once more. Abe no Seimei, founder of Onmyodo. Role-playing progress, young adulthood, 35%. Onmyodo framework, myriad laws, 30%. Character abilities. Basic talisman compendium, great accomplishment. Shikigami contract, great accomplishment. 5-pointed star incantation, great accomplishment. Spirit word technique, minor accomplishment. Yuho, minor accomplishment. Immovable binding technique, minor accomplishment. Fire boundary spell, minor accomplishment. Myriad demon subduing mantra, advanced. Crucifix Sutra Thunder Technique, Advanced. Marisai Heavenly Mantra, Advanced. Ghost Averting and Evil Dispelling Incantation, Minor Accomplishment. Akala Demon Subduing Mantra, Advanced. Fudo Myowo Fire Boundary Mantra, Advanced. Triloki Vajra Heart Mantra, Advanced. Jin looked at the 2 lines that mattered most. Role-playing progress, 35%. Myriad Laws, 30%. Only 1 step remained before Myriad Laws reached the 31% threshold associated with National Second-Class Onmyoji. Jin gave a satisfied nod. At his current level, even if he had to face the great yokai hidden behind the grotesque tree spirit case alone, he could not say he would certainly win. But contend with it for a time. That should be possible. The agency standard was that 3 national-level Onmyoji were required to contend with 1 great yokai. But that was the agency standard. Not his. 1,000 years ago, Abe no Seimei had stood alone against a great yokai during his youth. And now, Jin Tsumoji could do the same. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 70, Another Hairpin. Chapter 70, Another Hairpin. Night settled over Shibuya. Along a quiet stretch of riverbank, the wind brushed past the water and stirred the drooping willow branches, carrying with it the damp chill of late autumn. The streets nearby had gone thin and empty. Only the occasional light from an apartment window broke the dark, flickering like a tired eye that had not yet learned to sleep. A homeless man staggered along the embankment with a cheap bottle of liquor in one hand. His cotton coat was torn in several places, with clumps of stuffing poking out from the seams. He walked crookedly, muttering to himself, the sour stink of alcohol clinging to him like a second layer of clothing. Supernatural revival, my ass. He hiccuped, lifted the bottle, and found only a mouthful left. I don't believe a word of it. Just garbage the rotten bastards up top made up, yeah, also they can scare people and keep things for themselves. He drank the last of the liquor and laughed bitterly. Yokai. Spirits. Onmyoji. TCH. All lies. Whole damn country's been fooled. Years had already passed since the supernatural revival began. Spiritual incidents had broken out one after another. Reports of yokai, curses, and unexplained disasters had long since become common on both mainstream media and the internet. Even people who had never seen a supernatural event with their own eyes had at least heard enough to know the world was no longer what it used to be. Yet even now, there were people who refused to believe. Some clung to denial because reality was too terrifying. Others were simply too broken by life to accept one more absurd cruelty. In cities like Tokyo and Kyoto, places that still looked prosperous and orderly on the surface, people like that hid in the cracks. The man was one of them. Idiots, he muttered. All of them. He flung the empty bottle into the river. It struck the water with a dull splash and drifted away into the dark. Going to sleep. Damn night's too quiet now. Not like the old days, lights everywhere, bars open late. He crawled beneath the bridge, curled up in his usual spot, pulled a few old newspapers over himself, and shut his eyes. Then footsteps approached. Tap. 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 The sound was slow and wet. At first, he thought nothing of it. The bridge hole was shelter. Shelter meant competition. Some other vagrant must have found the place and come looking for somewhere to sleep. Hey, he grumbled without opening his eyes. Someone's already here. Find another spot, unless you want trouble. The footsteps stopped. Something warm dripped onto his face. The men frowned. Rain. Another drop landed near his mouth. It was too thick to be water. He opened his cloudy eyes. The last trace of drunkenness vanished from him. Above him, something looked down. His lips trembled. His body locked up so completely that even fear seemed to take a second to reach his limbs. G-Ghost. A scream tore through the night. Help me. Someone. The cry broke apart into a wet, choking sound. Then came tearing. Chewing. The kind of noise that made the stomach twist before the mind understood why. In nearby apartments, a few residents heard the scream and froze in their beds. Some pulled blankets over their heads and trembled in silence, praying the thing outside would not come knocking. Others, after several long seconds of panic, grabbed their phones with shaking hands and called the authorities. Down in the river, bubbles rose to the surface. One after another. 5 minutes later, the first to arrive was not the police. Nor was it the Shibuya branch of the Onmyo agency. It was Kasagano Sora. In her ghostly state, she passed straight through the underside of the bridge and drifted down into the shadowed space below. Her hand remained wrapped around the soul hosting wood that anchored her existence. From a distance, she looked almost solid now. Only up close could one see the faint blur around her outline, the slight instability that marked her as something no longer fully alive. She stopped in front of the scene. Still too late. The homeless man's head was gone. His chest and abdomen had been torn open, his internal organs devoured almost completely. Only his limbs remained relatively intact. Even then, the blood marks along the ground told the rest of the story. His hands and feet had scraped against the concrete in desperation, leaving smears and broken nails behind. He had not died quickly. Sora's expression tightened. "Thank you, Mr. Kappa." The river answered with several small bubbles. Something beneath the water shifted, then sank away again. Sora turned back to the body and began examining the scene with the methods Kotoko had taught her. The result was disappointing. Same as before, she murmured. Too clean. Clean, in this case, meant cruelly professional. The wounds resembled a wild animal attack. There were no obvious spell traces, no lingering hair, no claw fragment, no abnormal residue beyond the heavy energy clinging to the corpse. Even Mr. Kappa, who had discovered the attack first, had failed to see the culprit's true form. Sora checked again. Then a third time. Only when the distant sound of sirens reached her ears did she finally straighten. It was time to leave. If the authorities or the local agency branch found her here, it would be troublesome. She was no longer human. Revealing herself would not necessarily bring disaster, but it would invite questions she had no desire to answer. With one last look at the corpse, Sora turned and sank into the river's surface. A moment later, in a park not far from the crime scene, Iwanaga Kotoko sat on a swing with a black briefcase resting across her lap. The park was empty. The streetlights gave off a tired yellow glow, too weak to push back the darkness gathering between the trees. Sister Kotoko. Sora emerged silently from the ground. Kotoko turned at once. You're back. Good. She reached into her clothes, took out a talisman, and released Sora's sealed body from within it. Possess your body first. Okay. For daily life, Sora still preferred to inhabit her original body. Moving as a ghost was convenient, but it never felt entirely comfortable. Too light. Too unmoored. Once her soul settled into the body, color returned to her face. Kotoko rose from the swing. How was the investigation? Any new clues? Sora shook her head, her expression gloomy. Nothing. It was the same as the previous scenes. No obvious abnormal traces. If not for the strong energy left behind, it would be almost impossible to tell whether it was a monster or some wild beast that wandered into the city. She paused. And Mr. Kappa didn't see its true appearance either. Kotoko frowned. How cunning. I scattered so many yokai to watch the area, and we still failed to catch even its trail. The frustration in her voice was quiet, but real. Sister Kotoko, Sora asked, did things go smoothly on your side? They had split up after leaving the White Fox office. Sora had gone with Kotoko's yokai to investigate the man-eating cases. Kotoko, meanwhile, had personally visited several supernatural investigation offices to gather files related to the grotesque tree spirit incident. Kotoko lifted the black briefcase. Thanks to the director, yes. Quite smoothly. A faint smile appeared on her face. And I found something very secret. Had this been before, even using Jin's name would not have made the process easy. Borrowing files from other offices would have required several days of negotiation, formal requests, polite refusals, and irritating favors. Tonight, however, every office had been astonishingly cooperative. Almost too cooperative. Because what had happened at the Onmyo agency during the day had already spread throughout Tokyo. Every supernatural investigation office in the city had heard the news. The director of the White Fox office, White Fox Jin Tsumoji, had successfully formed his Onmyodo framework. He was only a single step away from becoming a national-level Onmyoji. And the framework he had created was called Myriad Laws. To learn myriad laws. To govern myriad paths. If the story had not come from people who had witnessed it with their own eyes, few would have believed such an absurd framework could exist. No one knew how Jin had defined his personal Onmyodo to produce something that monstrous. In the eyes of many Onmyoji, even if Jin had not officially entered the national level, his weight was no lighter than a national-level Onmyoji already. In some ways, it might be heavier. After all, how old was he? Aside from Darenji Suzuka, nearly all national-level Onmyoji were well over 30. And Suzuka's situation was special enough that anyone informed understood not to treat her as a normal comparison. Naturally, no investigation office wanted to offend the White Fox office over a pile of files they themselves could not fully use. Let's go, Kotoko said. Back to the office. The two of them left the park and walked along the quiet street, one after the other. The streetlights flickered overhead. Before the supernatural revival, two beautiful young girls walking alone through an empty street at this hour might have attracted drunkards, delinquents, or men with more confidence than brains. But this was no longer that era. These days, no ordinary thug dared wander aimlessly through Tokyo after midnight. And to most people, two girls walking calmly through a deserted street at night was not tempting. It was suspicious. As the White Fox office drew closer, Sora's steps gradually slowed. A question had been sitting in her chest since afternoon. She had hesitated over it for hours, unsure whether she should bring it up. Kotoko noticed before long. What is it? Sora looked at her, then lowered her voice. Sister Kotoko, about Miss Kaguya from before. Did you forget? Forget. Kotoko stopped walking. Ahead of them, the signboard of the White Fox office could already be seen in the distance. How could I forget? Her gaze rested on the sign, and the worry in her eyes was difficult to hide. The supernatural incident Shinomiya Kaguya wants to commission us for is connected to the legendary great yokai Shuten-doji. How could I forget something like that? Sora fell silent. Kotoko continued, you should understand too, Sora. A great yokai on that level is beyond what the White Fox office can handle right now. I know the director is strong. Very strong. But Shuten-doji is not an ordinary great yokai. There should still be a considerable gap. Sora's eyes moved slightly. So Sister Kotoko kept these two commissions, to make the director too busy to deal with Miss Kaguya. The deduction was not difficult. Neither the grotesque tree spirit incident nor the man-eating yokai incident was a simple case that could be solved by waiting for the culprit to show up. Even Sora, still new to this line of work, understood that investigating either one thoroughly would consume a great deal of time and energy. Tonight was proof enough. They had both gone out late at night to investigate, and while Kotoko had gained something, Sora had returned almost empty-handed. Kotoko did not deny it. I did think that, she admitted. But the final decision is still the director's. She sighed. From our conversation during the day, I can tell that if he truly wants to accept Shinomiya Kaguya's commission, I won't be able to stop him. The director always had his own plans. That was the troublesome part. Sometimes his decisions looked reckless to Kotoko. The Taizen Fukuin ritual, for example, aside from angering the Tsuchimikado family and drawing the Onmyo agency's dissatisfaction, she could not see what benefit had been worth the risk. And yet, Jin never seemed to act without purpose. That made it even harder to argue with him. We'll talk about it later, Kotoko said at last. Then she looked at Sora. More importantly, let's talk about you. Me. Sora blinked and pointed at herself. Yes, you. Kotoko's tone softened slightly. Your spiritual body is stabilizing soon. Your cousin, Kurazaki Fuko, called earlier. She wants you to return to Kyoto. Sora stopped walking. For a moment, she said nothing. The night wind passed between them. Kotoko did not rush her. This decision, in a sense, would determine Sora's future path. Whether she returned to her remaining family, stayed with the White Fox office, or tried to find some middle ground, none of those choices were light. After a long silence, Sora raised her head. There was hesitation in her eyes. But beneath it, there was also resolve. I'll go back to Kyoto, she said. But only for a visit. Her gaze shifted toward the White Fox office sign ahead. I'm an outlier now. I'm no longer human. Her voice was quiet, but not fragile. Maybe this place is the only harbor where I can still belong. Kotoko looked at her for a moment. Then I'll tell the director when the time comes. Thank you, Sister Kotoko. Sora's gratitude was sincere. Kotoko waved it off. It's nothing. Keeping you here is much better than letting some flashy, seductive type settle in instead, especially since the two of us are about the same. Her voice faded toward the end. Her gaze slipped briefly toward Sora's chest. Even if Sora shared the same attributes as her, that was still much better than facing a high-threat rival like Ajiso Setsuna. At the very least, Sora was part of her camp. Besides, as Jin's strength continued to rise, recruiting new members for the White Fox office was inevitable. This was called preparing for the future. Strategic deployment. A very noble cause. Sister Kotoko. Sora tilted her head. What did you say? Nothing. Kotoko immediately looked away. Let's hurry back. We shouldn't keep the director waiting. By the time they returned to the White Fox office, it was already 2 in the morning. As a ghost, Sora did not feel tired even while possessing her body. Kotoko, on the other hand, was visibly losing her battle against sleep. She yawned several times on the way up and had already decided not to go home tonight. She would make do in the office. But the moment she pushed open the office door, her exhaustion vanished. Her brows tightened. Alertness flashed through her eyes. Who are you? Sora, standing behind her, looked inside. A young man stood beside the desk. At first glance, he was unfamiliar. At second glance, strangely familiar. He was beautiful. Using that word for a man might have been rude, but Sora could not find a more accurate one. His mist-blue eyes were clear and luminous. His lips had the soft elegance of cherry blossoms. His features leaned toward a delicate, almost foreign refinement, but there was still something unmistakably masculine beneath that beauty, preventing it from becoming fragile. His silver hair fell to his shoulders like silk, tied back neatly with a red cord. His skin was pale and fine as porcelain, the sort that could make women feel personally wronged by nature. Standing there in the quiet office, he carried an air of tranquility and grace, like a beautiful youth from some old myth who had stepped out from moonlight and water. Kotoko's expression grew sharper. "Answer me. Who are you?" The young man looked at her. Then his lips curved into a helpless smile. The change this time really had been too large. He had been so focused on increasing his strength that he had not paid enough attention to the changes in his appearance. Only after the advancement was complete had he realized how much his body had shifted. Behind Kotoko, Sora studied him for a moment. A strange look appeared on her face. Then she hesitated and said, "Director." Kotoko froze. Sora continued, uncertain but increasingly convinced. "Director Jin Tsumoji." Kotoko's eyes widened. She looked at the beautiful young man. Then back at Sora. Then at the young man again. "Sora," she said slowly, "are you telling me this person is the director?" Her voice rose. "How is that possible?" Sora nodded. "Sister Kotoko, you know the director signed a Shikigami contract with me to nourish my soul. A Shikigami can't mistake their master." Kotoko still looked deeply suspicious. "Is that true?" "Don't just stand in the doorway," the young man said, his tone helplessly familiar. "My strength increased, and it caused a few changes in my appearance. There's no need to be that alarmed." The voice settled it. Kotoko stared at him. This man, this absurdly beautiful, street-stopping, disaster-grade face, was indeed the director of the White Fox office. White Fox Jin Tsumoji. "Director," Kotoko said after several seconds, "this is not a few changes. Even plastic surgery doesn't work this hard." She and Sora stepped into the office. The closer they got, the more obvious the transformation became. His previous handsomeness had sharpened and deepened into something far more dangerous. The softness of his features was balanced by a calm masculine air, and the result was not feminine, but refined to an almost unfair degree. Even without considering his face, his aura alone was enough to draw the eye. With everything combined, it was practically a specialized poison aimed at women. Kotoko stared for a moment too long. "Director, if you walk outside in broad daylight like this, I guarantee you'll cause a crowd." "I don't know about a crowd," Jin said, glancing down at her, "but could you move away first?" At some point, Kotoko had drifted close enough that she was nearly pressed against him, staring like a fox that had found the world's finest fried tofu. She blinked. Then she reluctantly took a step back. "My mistake. My mistake." Her tone was not repentant at all. "It's mainly because the director is far too charming now." Jin rolled his eyes. As if he had chosen this. When the role-playing system advanced to the young adulthood stage, the fox bloodline in his body had quietly awakened further as well. His appearance had changed along with it. The result was this. "Wait," Kotoko said abruptly. Her sleepiness had now been replaced entirely by shock. "Director, you just said your strength increased." Jin nodded calmly. "That's right. I have officially entered the national-level Onmyoji sequence." The room went silent. Then Kotoko and Sora spoke almost at the same time. National level. So fast. Both of them understood what those words meant. A national-level Onmyoji stood at the peak of the modern Onmyodo world. Every one of them was a pillar, a strategic force, an existence whose name alone could change the attitude of supernatural organizations. They had both known this day would come sooner or later. But not tonight. The news of Jin forming his Onmyodo framework had only spread during the day. And before the day was even over, he had broken through again. The speed was so unreasonable that even Kotoko, who had seen plenty of strange things, felt as though reality had skipped a few pages. "Don't spread this for now," Jin said. Kotoko and Sora both became serious. "We understand." This was no small matter. The sudden change in strength, the transformation in appearance, both might involve the director's deeper secrets. Since he had not explained, they would not ask. As long as the director was still the director, that was enough. Jin sat down in his office chair and lifted a hand to smooth back his now much longer hair. The motion looked natural, but his expression made it clear he was still not used to it. "Tell me what you gained tonight." Sora stepped forward first and handed over the information she had gathered. "Director, I'm sorry. My side didn't produce much. Jin took the notes and quickly read through them. As expected, the details were nearly identical to the earlier reports. Another victim. The same clean scene. The same lack of direct traces. No need to apologize, he said. This thing is cautious. We already knew that. Then Kotoko placed the black briefcase on the desk. My side had a much more significant discovery. She did not immediately take out documents. Instead, she opened the case and carefully removed an object that made Jin's eyes sharpen the moment he saw it. It was a hairpin. An old hairpin. One that belonged to 1,000 years ago. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 71, The First Person. Chapter 71, The First Person. A hairpin from 1,000 years ago. Jin Tsumoji stared at the object in his hand. The moment Iwanaga Kotoko handed it over, he drew out a talisman and released the seal on it. Spiritual light flickered across the paper, and another hairpin appeared in his palm. It was the one unearthed from the park area of Academy during the wedding dress tree incident. 2 old hairpins. 2 relics that should have belonged to the world of 1,000 years ago. Jin placed them side by side on the desk. No matter how he looked at them, they were identical. The carved patterns, the delicate craftsmanship, the curvature, the metalwork, even the smallest decorative details, everything matched. They had clearly come from the hands of the same master craftsman. And more importantly, both carried that same strange aura. Ancient. Elegant. Familiar. That vague sense of recognition had bothered Jin since the first time he touched the hairpin from the wedding dress tree case. Even now, he still could not identify where it came from. Director, Kotoko said, this was found by the Kawano office during one of the grotesque tree spirit incidents. It was also the only useful item they managed to obtain. Kawano office, huh? Jin did have some impression of that name. The Kawano office was an old established supernatural investigation office in Shibuya Ward. Before the rise of the White Fox office, it had been the undisputed #1 in the area. Its director had once been an Onmyoji affiliated with the Onmyo agency, but had resigned for some reason. After the supernatural revival, he returned to Shibuya and founded the Kawano office. Back when Jin first established the White Fox office, he had studied quite a few things from the Kawano office's operating model. Unfortunately for them, the title of Shibuya's top office had already changed hands. Recently, Jin had even heard rumors that the Kawano office had begun to decline. Whether that was true or not, he did not know. He had never been particularly interested in office politics. Kotoko opened her briefcase and took out a file envelope. Director, these are all the files and records the Kawano office has on that incident. Jin accepted the envelope, opened it, and pulled out the neatly arranged A4 papers inside. He began reading. Kotoko and Sora did not disturb him. While waiting, Kotoko brewed herself a cup of instant coffee, added enough milk and sugar to almost make it dessert, and drank it in small, determined sips. It was already deep into the night, and without caffeine, her eyelids were clearly preparing a rebellion. A while later, Jin finished reading. His brows had drawn together. 300 people. His voice was low. This one grotesque tree spirit incident caused 300 unnatural deaths. The case he had personally handled, the one involving Sora, had claimed only a few dozen victims at most. This one had gone straight into the hundreds. No wonder the authorities had issued a public warning despite the risk of spreading panic. And worse, this was only one of the incidents involving grotesque tree spirit branches. According to Kotoko's earlier information, more than a dozen similar cases had already surfaced across Tokyo. Those were only the exposed ones. There was no telling how many branches were still hiding in the dark, feeding quietly on people no one had yet noticed were missing. Jin made a rough estimate. There were likely at least 30 incidents caused by grotesque tree spirit branches. If calculated that way, the total number of victims was probably terrifying. No wonder Kotoko had leaned toward having him tear out the entire incident by the roots. This was not only what the authorities wanted. The Yin and Yang agency would want the same. Still, some things could not be solved by rushing. Jin gestured toward the briefcase. Kotoko handed it over. The grotesque tree spirit incident was now entangled with the already resolved wedding dress tree incident. That made the situation far more complicated than a simple outbreak of man-eating supernatural plants. Jin pulled out every document connected to the recent grotesque tree spirit cases and began reading through them one by one. He needed a breakthrough. Without one, exterminating a few branches would solve nothing. The source would remain hidden, and the same tragedy would happen again somewhere else. Time passed quietly. The office was still except for the rustle of paper and Kotoko's occasional sip of coffee. Gradually, Jin found 2 anomalies. Kotoko. She looked up from her cup. None of these offices obtained a blood-red fruit when they destroyed the grotesque tree spirit branches. Kotoko blinked, then yawned despite herself. She quickly took another large drink of coffee and forced herself awake. That's right. Jin tapped the papers lightly. And not a single victim like Sora was saved. No, Kotoko said. Even if a victim still had a trace of life left, the moment the Onmyoji attacked, the grotesque tree spirit devoured them immediately. Her expression grew more serious. As for the blood-red fruits, they detached and withered on their own. Withered. Jin's gaze sharpened. He took out another talisman and released its seal. 3 blood-red fruits appeared on the desk. The fruit gave off an unsettling beauty. Their color was rich and vivid, too much like coagulated blood beneath a thin skin. Sora's face changed at the sight of them. A sadness she could not fully hide passed through her eyes. 2 of those fruits had been nourished by the flesh and blood of her closest family. They were not merely evidence. They were the remains of a nightmare. Jin saw her reaction but did not comment. His attention returned to the objects on the table. The 2 ancient hairpins. The 3 blood-red fruits. The case files. The wedding dress tree. The grotesque tree spirits. The noble lady from 1,000 years ago. The unknown existence that favored blood-red fruit. Fragments of suspicion and usable information began to connect inside his mind. The blood-red fruit nourished by flesh and blood, Jin murmured. The hairpin from 1,000 years ago. The mysterious noble lady behind the wedding dress tree. The one who deployed the grotesque tree spirit branches. And the unknown powerful existence that likes to eat these fruits. Kotoko and Sora both listened without interrupting. Jin's eyes lowered. On the surface, the culprit should be the one who scattered the grotesque tree spirit branches. Because of that person, these incidents spread across Tokyo. He picked up one of the hairpins. And these hairpins appearing inside the branches were likely placed there deliberately. Kotoko's expression shifted. Deliberately. Jin nodded. The purpose was probably to draw outside attention toward the hairpin, or more precisely, toward the owner of the hairpin. His voice turned quieter. And that owner is very likely the noble lady who once gave the wedding dress tree seedling to that village. Humans could not live for over 1,000 years. Monsters could. From that alone, the noble lady was likely no ordinary being. At the very least, she would have to be a great yokai-level existence. And Jin had evidence for his guess. Of all the grotesque tree spirit incidents, only the one investigated by the Kawano office had reached 300 victims. The others ranged roughly between 50 and 60, with none exceeding 100. The more deaths there were, the more attention the incident would naturally attract from Onmyoji. Investigators would examine every detail carefully, and something as strange and conspicuous as an ancient hairpin would never be ignored. It's a game, Jin said slowly. A clash between 2 unknown powerful beings. The room seemed to grow colder. One side is using the grotesque tree spirits. The other is likely tied to the ancient hairpins and the wedding dress tree. He set the hairpin back onto the desk. And the Onmyoji drawn into these incidents are being used as pawns. The one behind the grotesque tree spirits wants outside forces to notice the hairpin, trace it back, and confront the one suspected to be that noble lady. For a moment, Jin almost seemed to see it. 2 vast shadows hidden behind Tokyo's night. Not moving directly. Not stepping into the light. Only extending their hands through monsters, relics, old grudges, and human victims. The situation was becoming more complicated. Much more complicated. But for now, Jin said, we have a breakthrough. He resealed the 2 hairpins and the 3 blood-red fruits, then explained his deductions to Kotoko and Sora in detail. After listening, Kotoko fell into a daze. This was bad. Very bad. She had originally wanted to use the grotesque tree spirit incident to occupy the director's time and energy, preventing him from taking Shinomiya Kagaya's commission involving Shuten-doji too quickly. But now. This incident had dragged out something just as dangerous. 2 unknown beings hiding in the shadows. 2 existences likely at least at the level of great yokai. A secret game played through supernatural disasters and human casualties. The danger here might not be any lower than facing Shuten-doji. Kotoko. No response. Kotoko. Jin called her twice before she snapped back to herself. I'm here, Director. Her face regained its seriousness at once. Director, isn't this too dangerous? Facing 2 unknown existences who are at least great yokai level by yourself. Dangerous. Jin said. Not really. Kotoko and Sora both looked at him. Jin's tone remained calm. Besides, I never said I was going to deal with those 2. They froze. If not them, Sora asked, then who? The one who scattered the grotesque tree spirit branches, of course. Jin's answer was straightforward. Once that person is dealt with, the grotesque tree spirit incidents should be resolved. He was not foolish enough to charge directly at two unknown great yokai-level existences. Since both sides were hiding in the shadows and treating Onmyoji as pieces on the board, that meant they had reasons not to act openly. They would not appear easily. Jin could mark them as potential enemies, but the best outcome was still to resolve the present incident without directly colliding with them. Of course, if the worst happened. With his current strength, plus Zenki and Goki, he had no reason to be afraid. Kotoko thought for a moment, then raised another possibility. Maybe the one who scattered the branches is the powerful being behind the grotesque tree spirits. It's possible, Jin said. But unlikely. He tapped the desk lightly. In my current reasoning, those two unknown existences are on roughly equal footing. A being operating at that level would not personally go around scattering grotesque tree spirit branches. Kotoko and Sora both nodded. That made sense. Looking back at the original wedding dress tree incident, the two hidden existences had only watched from behind the curtain and arranged things in secret. There had been no sign of either of them personally taking action. Jin turned to Sora. Sora, for the next few days, continue tracking the yokai from the man-eating case. Although the focus had shifted toward the grotesque tree spirit incident, that did not mean the man-eating monster could be ignored. Both cases had to proceed at the same time. Yes, Director. Sora nodded firmly. As for you, Kotoko. Jin looked at her. I need you to investigate someone for me. She was investigated once before, but this time, I want everything. Thoroughly. If you need special clearance, request it from the authorities directly. Kotoko set down her coffee. Who? Jin's eyes lowered slightly. A student from Class 2D of Manegishi Great Affiliated Academy. He spoke the name slowly. Kuramai. The name had already been filed away once. She was the one who had buried the hairpin in the park area of Hojo Academy. Because of that, the wedding dress tree incident had begun. She was also the first person pulled into the wedding dress tree spirit domain during the second stage of the incident. Everything had started with her. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 72, Mount Fuji erupts. Chapter 72, Mount Fuji erupts. Dawn broke over Tokyo. The stars faded first, then the pale moon. Beyond the horizon, the sun rose like a coal pulled from a furnace, spilling a thin warmth across the cold earth and pushing back the long unease of night. For ordinary people, that was when the city finally began to breathe again. Birds called from bare branches. Apartment lights flickered on one after another. Office workers crawled out of warm beds with hollow eyes and aching bodies, many of them carrying the dark circles of another sleepless night. Since the supernatural revival, public sleep quality had plummeted. That was what the surveys said. The truth did not need statistics. People were afraid. A noise outside the window. A scrape in the corridor. A shadow under a streetlight. Any small thing could keep someone awake until dawn, clutching their blanket and staring into the dark, wondering if the thing they had heard was ordinary, or something else. This was the shape of the era. A society forced to continue functioning while terror seeped into its walls. More and more historians had begun saying the present age resembled the Heian period from 1,000 years ago. Yokai and specters ruled the night. Humans belonged to the day. The darkness had become foreign territory again, and modern civilization, with all its neon and concrete arrogance, was slowly learning that light was not the same as control. Inside the White Fox office, Iwanaga Kotoko woke on the sofa with a long yawn. A thin silk quilt had slipped halfway down her body. It was hardly thick enough for autumn, but the office's air conditioning kept the room at a steady temperature, so she felt no chill. She stretched lazily, then blinked at the room. Morning, Director. Morning, Sora. You're awake, Jin Tsumoji said from behind his desk. Sleep well. The desk in front of him was buried under files. Materials on the grotesque tree spirit incidents. Reports on the man-eating monster. Records from the already resolved wedding dress tree case. Old notes, photographs, investigation summaries, and handwritten deductions were spread across the surface until the desk looked more like a command post than an office workstation. Jin had stayed awake the entire night, re-examining every connection between the cases. He had already untangled the broad structure of the grotesque tree spirit incident around midnight, found a temporary breakthrough, and assigned Kotoko and Sora their next tasks. Even so, several small doubts remained unresolved, and those fragments had kept him at the desk until morning. Pretty well, actually, Kotoko said, sitting up. Strangely, it's more peaceful than sleeping at home. Maybe because you're here, Director. I'm starting to consider whether I should just move into the office. She yawned again, then glanced at Jin and Sora with undisguised envy. But I really do envy you too. Neither of you sleeps all night, and you both still look perfectly alive. With Sora's help, Kotoko put on her prosthetic leg. She did not show the slightest embarrassment in front of Jin. Jin, for his part, had long since grown used to her boldness. After spending so much time together, he had already seen what he should and should not have seen. Pretending otherwise now would only make it awkward. If you want to be like Sora, I can arrange that, Jin said mildly. Perhaps because his strength had advanced again, even after keeping his mind running at high speed for an entire night, he felt no fatigue at all. Kotoko gave him a flat look. I'll pass. I have no desire to become a ghost. Then she sighed. As for reaching your level through training, I'd like to say yes, but I do have some self-awareness. Kotoko knew exactly where her talent in Onmyodo stood. It was not terrible. But it was not good either. Compared to monsters like Jin Tsumoji or Derenji Suzuka, there was no point even discussing it. She might not even be able to match an average student at the Onmyo Academy in pure technique. Becoming a national-level Onmyoji in this lifetime was not realistic. But lacking talent in Onmyodo did not mean she, the goddess of wisdom to the yokai, was weak. Anyone who treated Iwanaga Kotoko as a mere clerk or decorative mascot of the White Fox office would be making a lethal mistake. When she used her trump cards, her combat strength was not inferior to that of a professional-level Onmyoji. Otherwise, she would never have been able to handle so many commissions on Jin's behalf while he was away. After washing up in the office bathroom, Kotoko stepped back into the room while tying her hair. Director, aren't you going to check those 2 sealed-off locations again? No need, Jin said. Destroy the grotesque tree spirit branches when you pass by. There's no point leaving them alive. The other side won't leave us any useful clues. Understood. Since that was Jin's judgment, Kotoko did not argue. The 3 of them finished organizing the key details and points of attention for the 2 ongoing incidents. Kotoko and Sora were just preparing to head out for their assigned tasks when... rumble. A sound rolled in from the distance. At first, it was low. Then it swallowed the world. Rumble. The roar tore through the sky like the voice of the earth itself breaking open. The White Fox office trembled violently. The windows rattled, shelves shook, and the spiritual wards lining the walls flared at once. Across Tokyo, residential buildings, office towers, shopping complexes, and international skyscrapers shuddered under the force of the shock. Tempered glass shattered. Ordinary windows burst into glittering fragments. Cracks crawled across walls. Car alarms screamed. Street lights flickered out in rows. Countless civilians clutched their heads and collapsed to the floor, faces drained white. Some had their eardrums ruptured by the pressure wave. Blood ran from their ears as screams rose from every district. Panic spread faster than any curse. Cries. Sirens. Wailing. People shouting names into broken phones. Tokyo fell into chaos. And it was not only Tokyo. Osaka. Kyoto. Cities across Japan felt the tremor and heard the roar. Then came the sight that stole the breath from millions. To the north, the sky turned red. Mount Fuji had erupted. The long-dormant mountain spewed fire and ash into the heavens, volcanic light bleeding across the clouds like a burning sea. Columns of magma burst upward in hellish arcs. Black smoke rolled into the morning sky, thick enough to blot out the newly risen sun. It looked like the end of the world. Dozens of military helicopters soon appeared, cutting through the sky in formation as they flew toward the erupting mountain. Inside the White Fox office, Kotoko stood by the window, staring at the horizon. Is this a normal eruption, she asked quietly, or... Her voice faltered. Thanks to Jin's immediate reaction, the office itself had suffered no damage. The wards had stabilized the room before the shockwave could do more than shake the furniture. Sora stood beside Kotoko, her face pale with lingering fear. Jin looked toward the distant mountain. His expression was grave. Yamata no Orochi has awakened. For ordinary people, the eruption was already terrifying enough. But Jin saw more. Through his spirit sight, he could sense something rising in the direction of Mount Fuji. An aura. Evil. Twisted. Defiled beyond human language. It was as though the filthiest thing in the world had begun clawing its way back into the human realm. Kotoko's face changed. But Mount Fuji is guarded by the main force of Onmyodo, isn't it? The national-level Onmyoji are all gathered there. Jin had told both her and Sora about Mount Fuji and the mythic Yamata no Orochi before. Because of that, they already had a terrible suspicion the moment the eruption began. They simply had not wanted to say it aloud. If something had truly happened at Mount Fuji, then for Japan, for Onmyodo, for every person still living in this country, it would be a nightmare. No. Something beyond a nightmare. The grotesque tree spirit incidents and the man-eating monster case were dangerous. If allowed to worsen, they could cause panic and many deaths. But compared to Yamada no Orochi, even if those incidents became 10 times worse, their consequences would still pale. Jin did not answer immediately. He simply stood there, silently watching the distant eruption. Elsewhere, Japan's Onmyodo world moved as one. For the first time in years, perhaps for the first time in this era, the major factions and organizations acted with complete unity. Their destination was the same. Mount Fuji. Something really happened. Aboard a dedicated Onmyo agency aircraft, Amami Daisen's expression was terrifyingly dark. Beside him, Miyoshi Yugo looked no better. The two led what remained of the agency's available forces, rushing toward Mount Fuji with all possible speed. "I hope we make it in time," Miyoshi said. "The situation is critical," Amami replied. Fortunately, Tsuchimikado Hirotaka sent a warning in advance. We at least had some preparation. Otherwise, the eruption alone would have thrown everything into disorder. Miyoshi closed his eyes briefly. His spirit sight expanded to its limit. At the same time, he activated his Onmyodo framework, Heavenly Eye, preparing to observe the situation around Mount Fuji at the first possible moment and coordinate rescue. "Let's pray the bureau chief and the others can hold on a little longer," Amami said. His gaze drifted, just for a moment, back toward Shibuya. "As for the rest, we can only leave it to those who remain." At the Onmyo Academy. "Academy head, I'm going." Otomo Jin stood in front of a helicopter ready for takeoff. He was the only national-level Onmyoji left behind to protect the academy, and now even he had to move. Kurahashi Mayo stood before him, her aged face heavy with worry. "Teacher Otomo," she said, "be careful." Her concern was not only for him. Her son, Kurahashi Genji, was at Mount Fuji. So were the agency chief and the other Onmyoji trapped there. If those people truly met with disaster, then the entire Onmyodo world would be crippled. In this age of the supernatural revival, humanity would be dragged into an abyss with no light at the bottom. "Don't worry, Academy head." Otomo's usual lazy smile was absent. With a heavy heart, he stepped onto the helicopter. "In Kyoto. I hope Lord Arima and the others are safe." A woman in a white gown stood with quiet elegance, her beauty refined and noble. Behind her waited a line of Onmyoji prepared to receive her orders. Beside her stood a young man dressed in white hunting robes, his face covered by a white cloth. They were 2 of the 12 divine generals left to guard the Onmyo alliance. The Empress, Onusajima Subaru. And the Tensei, Ro. Behind them stood not only Onmyoji of the Onmyo alliance, but members of the Kikane clan as well. The two forces had already united and were preparing to rush to Mount Fuji together. Snake, Great Serpent. Beneath the white cloth covering Ro's face, strange symbols shifted and changed, expressing emotions in place of features. Hatred. Agitation. Confusion. Master, master. The symbols changed again. Ro's emotions kept swinging between violent hostility toward Mount Fuji and a strange, searching calm. Recently, for reasons even he did not seem to understand, he had begun calling out "Master" again and again. Onusajima Subaru had noticed the abnormality. But she did not know what had caused it. After all, Ro's master was the legendary great Onmyoji himself. Had something happened related to him? The thought crossed her mind, but she pushed it aside. The situation was too tense to dwell on mysteries that could not yet be answered. Their priority was reaching Mount Fuji. Lady Onusa, an Onmyoji, hurried over and bowed. "Everything is ready." Subaru raised her hand. "All units, move out." At her command, the gathered Onmyoji advanced. And in the shadows, several ominous existences communicated through a method no human ear could properly hear. Their voices did not travel through air. They moved through malice, old pacts, and the cracks between worlds. The serpent awakens. Onmyodo's strength has been gravely damaged. Once their power is drained further, the outside world will become our hunting ground. The first voice was furious and excited. The order of this world will return to what it was 1,000 years ago, the age of yokai and spirits. Another voice answered, slow and measured. Expect too much, and despair will find you first. Do not underestimate the Onmyoji of this era. And the serpent's madness is a problem for us as well. It is as troublesome for yokai as it is for humans. It does not matter, said a colder voice. Chaos is acceptable. Lack of reason is acceptable. As in the past, we simply need not interfere with it. Silence followed. Then another presence spoke. Do not emerge hastily. Watch first. See what trump cards Onmyodo still has. No one knows whether that man left anything behind to counter us. The moment those words fell, every voice went quiet. As though a taboo had been touched. Minutes passed before a strange voice, sharp with disdain, broke the silence. A man who died over 1,000 years ago still frightens you this much. Ridiculous. He he he. A pleasant female voice laughed softly. The mocking voice snapped, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing," the woman said, her tone elegant enough to chill the bone. "I merely received an interesting piece of news." She paused. "According to word from the underworld, he seems to have revived." "What?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His soul was torn to pieces. Even the Taizen Fukuin ritual could never restore him." The hidden existences erupted into panic. Even the voice that had mocked them earlier turned shrill. Fear had swallowed its disdain whole. "Calm yourselves." A heavy voice forced its way through the chaos. "The report comes from the underworld. Those deities and spirits were beaten into terror by him long ago. It is very possible they encountered something carrying his aura and mistook it for him. It has happened before." The voice continued, colder now. "Besides, the underworld may be spreading false information on purpose. If we fall into disorder, those gods and spirits imprisoned below may find a chance to see the light of day again." The silence that followed was tense. Then one voice said, "Correct. The words of those in the underworld cannot be trusted." Another agreed at once. "He tore his own soul apart before our eyes." "Yes. What we need to do now is push those two foxes into the open. Let them attract Onmyodo's attention while we continue weakening Onmyodo's remaining strength. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03